Chapter 1. Rebirth a decade ago. On December 31st, 2030, in a logistics transfer station located in Blue Ocean City, a middle-aged man with a prominent bald head and a corpulent visage surveyed his surroundings as if he were an ancient emperor surveying his domain, his small eyes, almost engulfed by the surrounding flesh, darting about restlessly. His attention was soon drawn to a young worker, Wu Yi, who appeared to be lost in thought. Frowning, he hastened to approach from behind, tapping Wu Yi on the shoulder and demanding, "Wu Yi, why are you daydreaming instead of working? Do you still want your bonus this month?" "Who is it?" Startled by the sudden touch on his shoulder, Wu Yi reacted with an exaggerated flinch, instinctively stepping back to create some distance. Only then did he turn to see the middle-aged man, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Zhao Kong, I thought you were dead." "Shut your mouth. Even if I were dead, you wouldn't be able to escape that fate." Taken aback by the absurdity of being declared dead, Zhao Kong, the supervisor of the logistics transfer station, felt his temper flare, his face reddening with indignation. He quickly noticed that several workers around them were now observing the unfolding drama with curiosity, which only served to deepen his sense of humiliation. Fuming, Zhao Kong retorted, "Did I not tell you before? Here, you will refer to me as Supervisor Zhao. Who gave you the right to call me by my name? And do you think a mere loader like you is worthy of addressing me by my name? Am I dreaming?" As he observed Zhao Kang's petty display of authority, Wei felt no anger. Instead, he rubbed his cheeks vigorously. Upon noticing the familiar yet strange faces surrounding him, he hastily pulled out his phone and checked the time. Upon realizing it was the last day of 2030, his expression shifted dramatically. Wu Yi understood all too well that with the passing of this day and the tolling of midnight, a month-long global deluge would commence, gradually reviving the long-dormant spiritual energy that humanity could finally sense. In the realm of Huagua, those with innate talents would, upon absorbing this spiritual energy to a sufficient degree, coalesce a golden elixir within their bodies. Drawing upon ancient texts from Taoist temples, they developed a cultivation system to embark on the path of immortality, thus heralding the age of ascension. Many creatures, too, began to evolve, forming demon cores and gaining sentience, establishing their own territories, and were henceforth referred to as the Demon Clan. Moreover, this deluge harbored a peculiar virus. Any living being that came into contact with it would rapidly decay, losing all sense of consciousness and attacking any visible creature, resembling the zombies depicted in numerous films. However, after consuming a copious amount of flesh, they would gradually regain their former awareness, coalescing a corpse core within themselves. Crucially, whether human, demon, or zombie, they could consume any of the golden elixir, demon core, or corpse core to enhance their strength. Thus, in the initial years following the revival of spiritual energy, the three factions engaged in a brutal struggle for survival, a veritable apocalypse. Eventually, they discovered methods to harness the spiritual energy from the world, gradually establishing a precarious balance of power. Yet, as Wu Yi pondered, he resolved that since he had been reborn, he must seize this opportunity to the fullest. With the experiences from his previous life, he would strive to become the strongest among them. Across from him, Zhao Kong noticed Wu Yi glancing at his phone, lost in contemplation as if he were dismissing him entirely. As the supervisor of the logistics transfer station, Zhao Kong felt his authority had been profoundly challenged. His jowls quivered in agitation as he pushed Wu Yi with annoyance, barking, "You little brat, I'm talking to you. Are you even listening? You're asking for trouble." With a fierce glare directed at Zhao Kong, who had often exploited him, Wu Yi radiated an intense aura of menace. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Zhao Kong was taken aback by Wu Yi's audacity, the young worker's demeanor suggesting he was ready to fight. Swallowing hard, Zhao Kong stammered, "Let me remind you, we live in a society governed by law. You better not act recklessly, touch me, and I'll see you in ruins." As he spoke, a realization struck him. He was, after all, the supervisor of this logistics station. Aside from a seldom-seen boss and female manager, he held the highest position here. So why would he fear a mere loader? With renewed confidence, he called out to two nearby security guards who had been watching the scene unfold. "Where are the security? Come here." "Coming." The two middle-aged guards responsible for maintaining order quickly approached, one of them chuckling as he greeted Zhao Kong. "Supervisor Zhao." "Yes." With the guards at his side, Zhao Kong straightened his posture and addressed Wu Yi. Since you're not interested in working properly, then just pack up and leave. I wonder, will you leave on your own accord after settling your dues? Or shall I have the guards escort you out? No need for your trouble, I'll leave myself. After hearing Zhao Kang's words, Wu Yi cast a deep glance at him. It wasn't that he feared Zhao Kang, but rather that he recognized the truth in Zhao Kang's statement. Moreover, it was now noon, leaving only 12 hours until the revival of spiritual energy. If he were to be imprisoned over a momentary lapse in judgment, awaiting the revival behind bars, he would have no tears left to shed. Furthermore, if Wu Yi remembered correctly, after the revival began, Zhao Kang had leveraged the resources of the logistics station to become a local tyrant, wielding power with impunity. Thus, it would not be too late for him to settle accounts with Zhao Kang after the revival commenced. With this thought in mind, Wu Yi strode purposefully toward the finance office. For no matter how he looked at it, he felt that the way Wu Yi had just regarded him was akin to gazing upon a corpse. Chapter 2. I Want to Become a Zombie. At 1:10 p.m., in a fast food restaurant not far from the logistics transfer station, Wu Yi held the 8,000 yuan in wages given to him by the finance department. As he quietly sipped his beef soup, he contemplated where to acquire more money to stockpile supplies. Indeed, zombies. He had survived amidst the treacherous intrigues and deceptions of humanity. Until one fateful day, during a resource-gathering operation organized by humans, he unwittingly became one of the undead. Yet it was precisely at that moment that Wu Yi realized he was not devoid of talent. Rather, as a human, he possessed no innate gifts. In fact, he awakened the most perverse spatial abilities among zombies. Not only could he perform space jumps, instantaneous short-distance teleportation, but he also possessed a storage space of his own. Moreover, as his strength grew, new skills would gradually emerge. Regrettably, he had become a zombie far too late, and after revealing his abilities, he was tragically captured by a corpse king and used as a spatial ring. Ultimately, during a territorial conflict, he was effortlessly cleaved into multiple pieces by a female cultivator named Luo Xiaoxinzi, who wielded her sword with the casualness of disposing of trash. In retrospect, Wu Yi's ability to traverse realms might be connected to the immense resentment he harbored before his demise. Thus, in this life, Wu Yi resolved to abandon his human identity from the outset and join the ranks of the undead, aspiring to become the most formidable corpse king. After all, he was an orphan, having come to Blue Ocean merely to make a living, with no family ties to hold him back. With this decision, he found himself unencumbered by attachments. However, before embarking on this new path, finances remained Wu Yi's foremost concern. For upon becoming a zombie, the minimum required to awaken his consciousness was the flesh and blood of at least 5 cows. Calculating at market rates, a single adult cow, weighing around 1,200 pounds, would cost approximately 20,000 yuan. 5 cows would amount to a staggering 100,000. Moreover, he was currently situated in the city center, where could he possibly procure 5 live cows? As for pigs and other livestock, their prices were similarly exorbitant. Thus, he would have to venture to the market to purchase pre-slaughtered meat or seek out frozen beef and pork in supermarkets. The price must at least double from this foundation, amounting to 200,000. Yet, the total sum of cash on hand, along with what is in his bank account, amounts to a mere 30,000. Just as Wu Yi was engulfed in despair, an advertisement on the fast food restaurant's television swiftly captured his attention. High credit limits, low interest rates, quick disbursement when it comes to capital turnover. Look no further than Buy Xiaoman. Log into the Buy Xiaoman financial app now to receive substantial loan discount coupons. Eureka! I can absolutely use my property as collateral for a loan. Prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy, he had toiled for years in the Blue Sea. However, he had purchased a 50 square meter apartment in a neighborhood known as Jiangshanju within the 5th ring. The total value was nearing 500,000, making it quite feasible to use it as collateral with various lending companies. Moreover, only they could ensure same-day funding, correct? As for the apartment, he could continue residing there when they decided to reclaim it. That would be their concern. With this thought in mind, Wu Yi swiftly devoured the last remnants of soup from his bowl, disregarding any pangs of regret over the meager transportation fare. He hailed a cab and hurriedly made his way home. Not long after, within the confines of a loan company's office, upon hearing Wu Yi's description and learning of his urgent need for funds, the balding attendant's eyes gleamed with a hint of cunning as he smiled and said, "Mr. Wu, to be frank, you've come to the right place for urgent financial assistance. Here's the deal. He'll approve a loan of $300,000 for you, but you must leave the property title with us. As for interest, it will be calculated weekly at a rate of 9%. If you can accept this, we can sign the contract right now. 9% interest per week. After a swift calculation, $300,000 at 9% would mean an interest payment of $27,000 each week. Isn't that just blatant usury? More ruthless than the notorious 9 out of 13 repayment scheme. Yet, considering that after tonight, it was uncertain whether the lender would still be alive, Wu Yi nodded and replied, "Very well, let's sign the contract." Excellent. From the very beginning, he had no expectation of Wu Yi repaying the loan. His sights were firmly set on Wu Yi's property. Thus, he promptly signed a contract with Wu Yi. Once the contract was finalized, he transferred $300,000 into Wu Yi's bank account. As he escorted Wu Yi out of the company, brimming with excitement, he extended his hand with a broad smile. "Mr. Wu, forgive me for not introducing myself earlier. My name is Qian Biao. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I look forward to our next encounter." Likewise, Wu Yi reciprocated the handshake, fully aware that their next meeting would likely be when Qian Biao came to reclaim his property. However, he was curious about one thing, setting aside whether the man would survive. If he did manage to track Wu Yi down for repayment, only to discover that Wu Yi had transformed into a zombie, when an intriguing expression would grace his face. As time progressed to 4 o'clock in the afternoon, with merely 8 hours remaining before the resurgence of spiritual energy, having secured the funds, Wu Yi's next course of action was, of course, to stockpile supplies. Thus, he soon found himself in the nearest shopping supermarket located in the basement of a mall, where he approached the store manager and declared, "They'll take this, and this all of it. Additionally, do you have any fresh beef or lamb in stock? If not, chicken and pork will do. I want it all bundled together. However, I have one condition. You must deliver it to my doorstep by 8 o'clock tonight." "Absolutely, sir." Upon realizing they had such a significant customer, the staff were visibly thrilled, continuously inquiring whether he needed anything else. Wu Yi, however, promptly chose to pay and departed, setting his sights on raiding the next supermarket. As for why he focused solely on fresh meat rather than other supplies. On one hand, Wu Yi was on the brink of becoming a zombie. Apart from food, nothing else held any value for him. On the other hand, he recalled that during the initial 6 months following the resurgence of spiritual energy, food and other daily necessities were actually in abundance. Once spiritual energy surged and the majority of humanity transformed into zombies, acquiring whatever he needed would simply be a matter of venturing out for a zero-cost haul. What if he attracted the attention of others, only to be killed during his evolution? Thus, for the sake of safety, after spending the vast majority of his funds, Wu Yi made one last trip to the hardware market. Chapter 3. Constructing a safe haven. Meanwhile, Wu Yi was not idle. He held a large roll of wire mesh purchased from the hardware market, meticulously cutting it to fit the dimensions of several windows with wire cutters. Armed with an electric drill, he drilled a few holes around the windows before locating expansion screws, securing all the windows shut with a hammer. Thus, he had temporarily transformed his home into a rudimentary safe house. However, before Wu Yi could catch his breath from his labor, a heavy knocking resounded from outside, producing a dull thud of bang, bang, bang. Isn't there a doorbell? Doesn't it hurt to knock? He initially thought it was the delivery of the meat he had ordered in the afternoon. Without even setting the hammer down, he muttered to himself as he approached the door and opened it. To his surprise, it was not the delivery person, but rather his neighbors, a young couple who worked at a nightclub. If Wu Yi recalled correctly, the man, adorned with dragon and tiger tattoos on his arms and chest, was known as Sun Xiaoshui, a notorious figure in the neighborhood, but he had once led a group of young men to beat their upstairs neighbor to a pulp over a trivial dispute. The woman, though devoid of tattoos and possessing a certain charm, was equally unseemly. Namely, Qian It remained uncertain whether Sun Xiaoshui was aware of this incident. Therefore, upon seeing them at his doorstep, Wu Yi suppressed his distaste for the couple and greeted them. "Hello, what brings you here? Wu Ge, what time is it? Can you keep track while renovating?" Sun Xiaoshui exclaimed, noticing the hammer still in Wu Yi's hand. "Both of us were still asleep. Oh, my apologies that I'm just putting something together. I might still be hammering for a bit longer, but it will be over soon. So, you two aren't heading to work tonight? Not going to work? That is quite fortunate." That Wu Yi's expression of relief was genuine upon learning they would not be going out that night. As their conversation unfolded, several delivery personnel emerged from the elevator, each carrying large boxes that exuded a potent smell of blood. One of the delivery workers, after checking the door number, inquired, "Excuse me, which one of you is Mr. Wu? We have delivered everything you ordered from our supermarket. All right, just place it inside." We stepped outside, watching as the delivery personnel swiftly brought in his purchases. Sun Xiaoshui, who had yet to leave, glanced into the boxes and, seeing them filled with fresh meat, curiously asked Wu Yi cough, "I sent this from a friend who opened a butcher shop in the county. He is planning an event tomorrow and was worried about stock. So he asked me to buy some meat for him. He'll come by later tonight to pick it up." Not wishing to delve further into the matter, Wu Yi offered a vague excuse, all the while pondering what his friend had missed at that moment. Gazing at the fresh meat still stained with blood, he chose to disregard Sun Xiaoshui as curiosity, as another wave of delivery personnel arrived with the elevator doors opening once again. An entire hour passed, and Wu Yi's modest 50-square-meter apartment was nearly overflowing with blood and flesh. Leaving little room to move, he confirmed that all his purchases had been delivered, and even if something was overlooked, there was no longer space to accommodate it. In the end, he took the wire mesh and secured the door as well. Unlike the windows, which were sealed to prevent outsiders from entering, the door was primarily fortified to ensure that he would not inadvertently open it from the inside during his transformation into a zombie. After a long day of exertion, Wu Yi poured himself a cup of hot tea and settled by the window, lighting a cigarette as he awaited the arrival of midnight. Time ticked away, and Wu Yi lost count of how many cigarettes he had smoked. His phone displayed the time, 00:00, just as it had been before his rebirth. The night sky, once adorned with stars and moons, was suddenly drenched in a torrential downpour. Large raindrops fell upon the ground and the community garden like a melodic symphony. Yet, the tranquility shattered as a piercing scream echoed from below. Wu Yi looked out the window to see a delivery rider, who had just been braving the rain, now madly biting a woman in pajamas who appeared to be descending to retrieve her takeout. This scene unfolded merely 2 minutes after the rain began. Simultaneously, more and more screams erupted from various corners of the neighborhood. That I cannot wait any longer. It is time for me to begin. As a reborn individual, Wu Yi understood better than anyone that the time taken for transformation into a zombie and the subsequent awakening of consciousness varied greatly among individuals. For some, it could take as little as 3 to 5 days, while for others, 1 or 2 months was not uncommon. However, one thing was certain. The shorter the period, the greater the opportunity for Wu Yi to enhance his strength before the month-long rain ceased, thereby allowing humans to move freely once again. Otherwise, once cultivators emerged among humanity, his life would undoubtedly become far more challenging. Hence, in his determination to transform into a zombie as swiftly as possible, Wu Yi decisively fetched a cup and collected rainwater from the window. He then tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. It proved to be a far quicker method than receiving a bite from a zombie, without the risk of being devoured whole. Just moments after consuming the rainwater, Wu Yi felt a rush of breathlessness. His eyes turned blood red, and his skin began to rot extensively. Even half of his right face seemed to cling to the flesh, exposing stark white bone, causing him to emit a chilling scream. Yet soon, the pain faded, and he lost all consciousness as the scent of blood filled the air. Saliva uncontrollably dripped from his mouth. Suddenly, he turned and lunged toward the room filled with blood and meat, voraciously devouring it. Chapter 4. Can we trust what novels portray? 3 days later, the relentless rain continued to pour, as if a colossal curtain of water had descended from the heavens, obscuring vision and rendering the world a hazy blur. Furthermore, since the onset of the downpour that night, the city had been plunged into darkness and silence, with no water or electricity, and phone signals were non-existent, accompanied by a cacophony of screams. Those unprepared for the deluge, lacking sustenance, were compelled to confront their fears and venture out of their homes. At Wu Yi's doorstep, Sun Xiaoshui emerged from the fire escape, bloodied and clutching several bags of instant noodles along with 2 bottles of mineral water. He gently knocked on his door and whispered, "Li Qian, open up, it's me," creaking open a small gap. Li Qian, upon seeing Sun Xiaoshui's blood-soaked appearance, was taken aback. Despite their romantic relationship, her face bore a hint of fear. However, upon noticing the instant noodles in his hands, after 2 days without food, her expression shifted to one of delight. Without further ado, she hastily stepped aside and exclaimed, "Did you find food?" Hurry, come in. Yes, the door upstairs was open, and there wasn't much there, just a few bags of instant noodles. It'll have to suffice for now. Sun Xiaoshui handed the noodles to Li Qian, then warily closed the door behind them, finally exhaling in relief that he took a bottle of water and gulped down nearly half of it. What he didn't divulge was that he had found more than just instant noodles upstairs. There was also a chocolate bar, a bag of chips, and a loaf of bread. Yet, driven by hunger, all those items had vanished into his stomach. After setting down the water bottle, Sun Xiaoshui observed Li Qian, who was tearing into a bag of instant noodles with little regard for her appearance. Rapidly opening a second bag that he couldn't help but scold her lightly. That's enough. Do you remember the delivery rider who bit someone when the rain first started? When I went upstairs. Our neighbor, the bespectacled guy, was wandering in the hallway, seemingly devoid of sanity. He was rotting, just like that delivery rider, and tried to bite me. Luckily, I reacted quickly and took him down with my axe. Otherwise, I might have ended up like him, half human, half monster. That as he descended several floors via the fire escape, he sensed an ominous growl emanating from below, leading him to suspect that they had all transformed into zombies. And perhaps the apocalypse had indeed arrived. Zombies? The apocalypse? That's impossible. As a rational person, Li Qian's eyes widened in disbelief at Sun Xiaoshui's outlandish theory. Yet, suddenly recalling something, she hastily interjected, but we still have the government. Right? The military? The police? How can that be possible? Have you seen the torrential rain outside? If I'm not mistaken, this downpour is the very source of the infection that turns people into zombies. As for the military and the police, if my assumptions hold true, they are likely too preoccupied with their own survival to attend to others. Otherwise, why has the water and electricity remained cut off for so long? And why is there not even the faintest signal on our mobile phones? With a cold smile, Sun Xiaoshui remarked, based on the situation he had observed after venturing outside, combined with his previous experiences at home. He felt no expectation that amidst the outbreak of a zombie virus transmitted through rainwater, the police and the military would concern themselves with ordinary citizens like him. That as he spoke, he tightened his grip on the fire axe in his hand, as if that object were the only source of comfort in this dire situation. Hearing this, Li Qian's fear intensified, and she hurriedly asked, "What should we do next? Perhaps one could establish their own power amid the apocalypse." Perhaps due to her long-standing life in society, Sun Xiaoshui possessed a courage far beyond that of ordinary individuals, especially upon realizing that the apocalypse had indeed arrived while he remained uninfected. He did not view this as a misfortune. Instead, he fantasized about becoming a local sovereign in this new world, much like the protagonists in the internet novels he had read as a child. What about food? How can we survive until the rain stops with just these few bags of instant noodles? He pondered. Remember a few days ago when our neighbor Wu Yi brought back a considerable amount of fresh meat, saying that someone would come to collect it. With such heavy rain, I have reason to suspect that the meat might still be in his home. After saying this, he recalled having seen a child's corpse in the home of the four-eyed frog upstairs. It must have belonged to the four-eyed frog's daughter, reduced to nothing but a skeletal frame. That he added, if it comes to the worst, people can also be consumed. Eat, people. Won't cannibalism cause the prion virus to spread? Li Qian stammered, her voice quivering at the thought. You know nothing. I read in an online novel that prion viruses are essentially a type of protein virus, commonly associated with mad cow disease. As long as a person does not carry this virus, they can be consumed. Can we trust what is written in novels? Li Qian, a woman, seemed to falter at the notion of such an unbelievable idea. However, during their conversation, she noticed that Sun Xiaoshui's sleeve appeared to be torn, and a small wound was present near his wrist, almost imperceptible unless one looked closely. Given that Sun Xiaoshui claimed that the upstairs neighbor had transformed into a zombie for some unknown reason, could it be possible that if he were to be bitten, he too might become one of those terrifying monsters? Suppressing her inner fear, Li Qian cautiously approached Sun Xiaoshui and inquired, Xiaoshui, how did you get hurt? Do you need me to bandage it? My hand? Oh, it's nothing. I must have scratched it while opening the fire escape door. But let us not dwell on that. Hurry and do as I say. Go to the kitchen and grab a kitchen knife, and let us check the apartment across from us. After all, the delivery team that brought supplies to Wu Yi made quite an impression, which likely caught the attention of many neighbors in our building. Sun Xiaoshui recalled that after dealing with the four-eyed frog upstairs, he had thoroughly checked himself to ensure he had not sustained any injuries before proceeding with his next actions. He paid little mind to the small wound on his wrist, preoccupied instead with the blood and flesh that Wu Yi had previously refused to accept. All right, just wait for me a moment. However, while Sun Xiaoshui spoke the truth, Li Qian seemed unconvinced. While she acknowledged his instruction and walked toward the kitchen, her eyes were filled with a shifting determination. Chapter 5. The most venomous heart of a woman. Green bamboo snake's mouth. Yellow wasp stinger. Both are not poisonous, but the most venomous is a woman's heart. Thus, upon seeing the wound on Sun Xiaoshui's wrist, she initially worried whether he too might become one of those terrifying zombies. Now, hearing Sun Xiaoshui's vague remarks about the cause of his injury, she became increasingly convinced that he had likely been scratched during a scuffle with the four-eyed frog upstairs. As she stepped into the kitchen, she seemed to resolve herself to a certain decision, choosing not a kitchen knife as Sun Xiaoshui had instructed, but rather a watermelon knife, about a foot long, exceptionally sharp at the tip. Sun Xiaoshui frowned upon seeing her choice and exclaimed, "I asked you to find a kitchen knife, not a watermelon knife. What do you think this is capable of?" "Oh, I simply thought a kitchen knife might be unwieldy," she replied, feigning innocence. "Besides, Xiaoshui, you will protect me, won't you?" In an effort to dispel any suspicion from him, Li Qian played to her feminine charms, her voice sweet and alluring. Yet, Sun Xiaoshui fell for her act, asserting his masculinity, as he declared, "Indeed, you are my woman, and I will certainly protect you. If Wu Yi is home, we will gauge the situation. If not, we shall see." Considering the sturdy nature of the security door, he knew that his fire axe would be ineffective against it. As he formulated a plan, he turned to place his hand on the doorknob of his front door. However, just as he was about to pull it open, a watermelon knife suddenly plunged into his back, the sharp tip piercing through his chest. Feeling the searing pain, Sun Xiaoshui could scarcely utter a word, his disbelief causing him to lower his head in shock that Li Qian's voice reached his ears. A watermelon knife may not be able to kill, but stabbing someone to death is certainly within its capabilities. With that, fearing he might survive, Li Qian forcefully yanked the watermelon knife from his body and thrust it back into his chest once more. She stabbed him repeatedly, 10 times in total, until she saw Sun Xiaoshui's eyes widen, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, clearly beyond the point of life. It was then that a wave of dread washed over her, and she dropped the watermelon knife, collapsing in a bloody heap on the floor, weeping uncontrollably. Soon, 3 days passed. As the torrential rain persisted for a full 6 days, many households began to experience shortages of water and food. The ugliness of human nature, much like that of Li Qian and Sun Xiaoshui, was playing out across the globe. In Wu Ye's building, some individuals, fully armed, started knocking on doors, seeking food and drink. Meanwhile, the killer, Li Qian, spent her days hiding in the bedroom, plagued by anxiety. She longed to trade some gold and silver jewelry for food, yet feared becoming a prisoner or worse, being consumed by others. On the morning of the 7th day, after having gone 2 days without food, she gulped down the last of her bottled water. She entered the living room and cast a longing glance at Sun Xiaoshui's lifeless body, her eyes practically glowing with hunger. Determined, she began to apply makeup and slipped into a sexy lace dress, preparing to knock on Wu Ye's door in hopes of fortune, that if he had sufficient supplies, she might be willing to sacrifice her body for sustenance. Yet, if Wu Yi sought to take advantage of her, or even imprison her, Li Qian hesitated, wrapping the watermelon knife, which had been resting on her bedside table, in a piece of clothing and concealing it behind her. She then dragged Sun Xiaoshui's corpse into a corner. Knock, knock, knock. As the sound echoed through the door, within the room, Wu Yi had already regained a semblance of sanity 3 days prior when Sun Xiaoshui was killed by Li Qian. However, his awareness was limited to the understanding that he had once been human, and a voice in his mind incessantly urged him to consume. Thus, throughout these 6 days, Wu Yi, who no longer required sleep, had been voraciously consuming flesh and blood. His decaying skin was gradually mending due to the nourishment, and aside from appearing somewhat pale like a corpse, he was nearly indistinguishable from a normal person. His once crimson eyes were now losing their bloodshot appearance. Yet upon closer inspection, it was evident that many aspects of Wu Yi were not entirely normal. For instance, the nails on his fingers had grown over 3 centimeters long. Sharp as knives, his hair had also grown significantly, long enough to be braided. His teeth had taken on a triangular shape, facilitating his feeding. In terms of physique, he had transformed as well. His height had increased from 1 meter 80 to 1 meter 90. his muscles bulging with strength. Giving him a robust appearance, he continued to consume flesh and blood, unaware that he had not yet reached his ultimate evolution. However, as he noticed his dwindling supply of meat, with only 2 pieces left to consume, he realized it was insufficient for further developing spatial abilities. Hearing the commotion at the door, he responded for the first time to the external world. Dropping the piece of meat in his hand and approaching the door, his voice, slightly hoarse from disuse, croaked, "Who is it? Someone, how wonderful!" During the past days at home, Li Qian had seen neighbors knock on Wu Ye's door. But there had been no response. She had not held out much hope for Wu Ye's presence. And this visit was merely a desperate gamble. In a hurried attempt, she elevated her toes, exposing a generous expanse of her snow-white skin and the 2 soft mounds of flesh directly in front of the peephole of the security door. Her intention was to entice Wu Yi into taking an interest in her, and in a coy voice, she called out, "Wu Ge, it's me, your neighbor Li Qian, that I haven't eaten anything for several days. Could you spare me a bit of food? If not, I can offer something else in exchange." Li Qian, driven by the remnants of human instinct within him, Wu Yi instinctively peered through the peephole of the door. What he beheld were towering peaks and the deep ravines between them. This sight caused him to swallow hard, his mind filled with a flurry of question marks. Chapter 6. If you wish to kill me, you must first die. For Wu Yi, after becoming a zombie, he had successfully regained his consciousness, but retained some of the most fundamental characteristics of a zombie. For instance, he harbored a strong desire to kill, an intense urge to attack any living creature. Furthermore, he possessed no interest whatsoever in matters of a sexual nature. Whether he would eventually develop an attraction to female zombies as his power increased remained to be seen. Thus, at this moment, Li Qian, who had presented herself to him, appeared to Wu Yi as nothing more than a delectable morsel of food. However, Wu Yi had no intention of consuming her, that on one hand. If he were still an unconscious monster, devouring a human would not be a significant concern. Yet after regaining his senses, he felt an inherent unease about consuming a human, given his transformation from one. On the other hand, after spending a decade in a world revitalized by spiritual energy, Wu Yi recalled that many zombies who had regained their consciousness, along with information gathered by humans, indicated that human flesh was not particularly palatable for zombies. In fact, it could be described as quite unappetizing that if given a choice, and if meat was a necessity for enhancing his strength, they preferred beef above all else, especially when he detected a pungent, sour odor emanating from himself. Wu Ye's appetite waned further. He decided to let her be and coldly addressed the tightly locked security door. "Get lost. Get lost?" Having resorted to such desperate measures to entice him, she was taken aback that he would not even open the door. Coupled with her previous observations that Wu Yi had never brought a woman home, she began to doubt his masculinity. However, this thought only lingered for a fleeting moment before the gnawing hunger in her belly brought Li Qian back to reality. Having not spoken to anyone for 3 days, she articulated her grievances in a somewhat resentful monologue. "Wu Ge, you've been hiding in your home, perhaps unaware. The torrential rain outside is likely infused with a virus that turns people into zombies that I cannot speak for other places, but in our building alone, there are quite a few zombies lurking downstairs that if you continue to hide indoors, how long do you think you can evade them? So, if you have any spare food, why not share a bit with me? After the rain subsides, I could assist you in searching for supplies or in reuniting with others. After all, having an extra pair of hands means extra strength." Pausing for a moment, unaware that Wu Yi was, in fact, a zombie, and one of the fastest evolving ones at that, Li Qian, feeling slighted that he seemed oblivious to her most prized asset, her beauty, was determined to leverage her feminine charms further. "How about this? Wu Ge, if you're willing to give me a little food, I'll do anything you ask, even go to great lengths for you." I said get lost. Wu Ye's temper flared, and he slammed his fist into the nearby storage cabinet with a resounding crash bang. This noise reverberated in the quiet hallway like a clap of thunder, drawing several wandering zombies from below, who began to ascend the safety stairs. She then clearly saw a grotesque figure, the rotting corpse of a monster, as described by Sun Xiaoshui, arriving at the door of her and Wu Ye's residence. Coincidentally, another zombie emerged from the fire escape. Perhaps having caught wind of the living, the 2 zombies began to pound relentlessly on Li Qian's door. Terrified, she retreated several steps within her room, clutching the watermelon knife she had used to slay Sun Xiaoshui, hardly daring to breathe. Her gaze was fixed on the security door, fearful that the zombies would burst through at any moment. Time passed and silence enveloped the outside world. But then, Li Qian nearly lost her composure, retreating several more steps as a trickle of pale yellow liquid seeped from between her legs. Just moments ago, she had locked eyes with a pair of blood-red orbs, unmistakably belonging to one of the zombies that had just been at her door. Damn Wu Yi, not only did he refuse to provide food, but he also attracted zombies to her. I cannot believe he can remain holed up in his home indefinitely. If I ever catch a glimpse of him outside, I swear I will stab him to death. As the two zombies, clearly unwilling to relinquish their prize, resumed their assault on her door, Li Qian reflected on her previous experience of taking a life, muttering her bitter resentment. What she did not realize was that after Wu Yi had become a zombie, not only had his physical form and appearance changed, but his sensory capabilities had also undergone significant enhancement. That Tio put it plainly. Even in his incomplete state of evolution, he could hear any movement within a 20-meter radius with crystal clarity. As for his vision, even amid the torrential downpour, he could discern objects on the ground from the 10th floor of his building. Otherwise, how could zombies and monsters stand toe-to-toe with humanity in the age when cultivators emerged among humans? It was precisely this talent for heightened sensory perception that allowed the stronger to prevail. Thus, every word Li Qian spoke was clearly heard by Wu Yi that if you wish to kill me, you must first die. However, given his current physical state, even being struck by a firearm or a cold weapon could inflict considerable harm upon him. Upon learning that Li Qian harbored intentions to kill him, Wu Yi, who was already inclined towards violence, immediately turned his murderous thoughts toward her. Without a moment's hesitation, he approached the window sealed with barbed wire. With a powerful exertion, he tore a large hole through the wire. In the rain, he clung to the outside of the window like a gecko. Then, with a sudden leap, he vaulted over a distance of more than 7 or 8 meters, his sharp claws embedded deeply into the wall, allowing him to hang effortlessly outside Li Qian's bedroom window. It is worth noting that Jiangshan was a newly constructed building where the property management strictly prohibited the installation of security windows. With his left hand clenched into a fist, Wu Yi smashed through the tempered glass of the window, shattering it into a myriad of shards. With his right hand, he exerted force like a ferocious beast, exuding an intimidating aura of menace as he entered Li Qian's bedroom. Chapter 7. The Unethical Developer. Abandoning the Dead. What was that sound? Already terrified by the two zombies at her door, with remnants of pale yellow liquid staining her thighs, Li Qian was nearly paralyzed with fear upon hearing what sounded like shattering glass from within the bedroom. Her fair visage turned ashen. Yet, with two zombies blocking her escape, she was compelled to suppress her terror and cautiously approach the bedroom door, gripping the watermelon knife tightly. What she witnessed was a hulking shadow, nearly blotting out all light as it stood before the window. Rainwater cascading down its form. Why you? Who are you? Facing the window and hindered by the poor lighting, Li Qian struggled to discern the figure's features. However, it was not difficult to deduce that someone capable of traversing the rainwater that could turn people into zombies, and who had invaded her home, could not possibly be a normal human being. Speaking as she did, she gripped the handle of the watermelon knife tightly, pointing its blade toward the looming figure. Her body trembled uncontrollably from fear. Just a moment ago, you wanted to stab me, didn't you? Now, here I am, like a king descending upon his domain. Wu Yi, aware of the overwhelming disparity in their strengths, chose not to kill her immediately, but to toy with her instead. As he spoke, he began to stride toward the living room, the oppressive aura he exuded nearly causing Li Qian to fumble the knife in her grip. Yet, as their distance diminished, the familiar gaze peeking through the strands of hair, and Wu Ye's previous remarks led Li Qian to quickly recognize his identity. You are Wu Yi. As the words fell from her lips, she noticed the tattered state of his clothing and the sharp, triangular teeth revealed in his smile, resembling those of a flesh-eating demon. Without Wu Yi needing to speak, she hastily interjected. No, you are not Wu Yi. You are a zombie. Apologies, but you are mistaken. I am a zombie. Yet I am also Wu Yi. With a cold smile, he stepped out of the bedroom, noticing the corpse of Sun Xiaoshui lying on the right side, evidently killed by a sharp weapon. That Wu Ye's expression hardened. It was clear that Li Qian had been the one to end his life. This revelation only served to highlight the malice within Li Qian, who could even turn against her own in that moment. The desire to continue the cat-and-mouse game faded away. Without waiting for Li Qian to plead for mercy, he extended his left hand and seized her wrist, which was tightly gripping the watermelon knife at the same time. With his right hand, he swiftly slashed her neck with his nail, sharp as a blade, that a crimson line appeared on Li Qian's fair neck, followed by a torrent of bright red blood gushing forth. The watermelon knife slipped from her grasp and clattered to the ground with a crisp sound. Upon catching a whiff of the metallic scent of blood, Wu Yi felt as if he had encountered a delectable feast. Saliva began to pool in his mouth. Yet in the next instant, he hurled Li Qian towards the location of the security door, forcefully suppressing his cannibalistic urge. After all, as previously stated, human flesh was not particularly appetizing, and the urge to consume was merely a byproduct of the blood's allure. If Wu Yi could not resist such a trivial temptation, how could he aspire to become a corpse king in the days of spiritual revival? That would be nothing short of a fool's dream. Once he dealt with Li Qian, he realized that the pressing concern was to evolve a spatial ability before all the other. Or rather, before all the zombies, that Wu Yi mused that he probably required very little flesh, perhaps just a few dozen pounds. There was a small cold food supermarket at the entrance of the neighborhood, likely stocked with frozen steaks or chicken breast. That he glanced at Li Qian, who was clutching her pristine neck, her eyes bulging from asphyxiation, quietly awaiting death, and chose not to concern himself with her further. Until, through the rain, he spotted the air conditioning units installed outdoors and leapt towards the one on the 9th floor, intending to descend to the ground like many cinematic characters, testing the coordination of his body for the challenges of this perilous world. However, Wu Yi's intentions were well-founded, and it turned out he could indeed maneuver swiftly down using the air conditioning units. Yet as he reached the 7th floor, the impact of his feet landing heavily on the air conditioning unit caused a tremendous shock. The small platform designated by the developers for the air conditioning units gave way, causing Wu Yi to slip. That he plummeted from over 20 meters, like a cannonball, crashing onto the stone path of the community, splattering water everywhere. Fortunately, having already transformed into a zombie, he retained some semblance of consciousness. By future classifications, he was akin to a corpse soldier, comparable to a human cultivator at the nascent stage of chi refinement. Had he been an ordinary person, that fall would likely have been fatal or left him severely incapacitated. Even so, as Wu Yi rose from the ground, he felt dizzy and disoriented, taking a moment to comprehend what had just occurred. He grumbled, "Damn unscrupulous developers, isn't this a trap for the undead? Lucky for me, I fell from above. An ordinary person would have been smashed to bits." After venting his frustration, he shook his head to regain his bearings and set off towards the fresh food supermarket outside the community. Unbeknownst to him, just as he stepped beyond the confines of his building, a rat the size of a palm watched him leave from beneath the electric bike shelter with fearful eyes. In a flash, it darted into the building's lobby, sniffing the air, following the scent of blood as it hastened towards the 10th floor where Wu Yi resided. It ignored the corpses that had been gnawed upon by zombies scattered on the ground. However, when this large gray rat arrived at Wu Yi's door, it suddenly halted, uncertainly sniffing towards his home before wandering to Li Qian's door to investigate. Ultimately, it discerned that the sanguine aroma emanating from Li Qian's residence was far more potent. Revealing its sharp claws, it began to dig fervently at the corner beside the security door. The speed at which it excavated was not that of a mere rodent, but rather reminiscent of a small excavator. In mere seconds, it had created a hole large enough for it to pass through. Thus, in the wake of the heavy rain, which enriched the atmosphere with spiritual energy, it became one of the first beneficiaries. On the verge of joining the ranks of the demon race, upon entering the room, it beheld Li Qian, who was nearly lifeless. The rat's level of evolution seemed not to lag behind Wu Yi's. Its tiny eyes gleamed with excitement as it climbed into the wound on Li Qian's neck, voraciously sucking her blood. Gradually, it moved along her neck and spine, delving into her body until it reached her heart. This sudden intrusion jolted the seemingly dead Li Qian awake, and she clutched her head in agony. She staggered to her feet, revealing a frenzied expression akin to a jilted lover. That a guttural sound erupted from her throat, resembling a rat's squeak, as she resentfully uttered, "Ji, Wu Yi." Chapter 8. Awakening spatial abilities. Meanwhile, still unaware that the first person he had killed after his rebirth had come back to life, Wu Yi arrived at the cold food supermarket at the entrance of his community, feeling he had indeed come to the right place. Presumably, since the meat was frozen and odorless, and separated by the refrigerator, it had not attracted any zombies. Additionally, being located outside the community, no humans had ventured in for the time being. Thus, when Wu Yi used his sharp nails to slice open the shutter door and entered, he quickly searched several large freezers. Soon, his eyes lit up as he opened one of the glass doors. However, as he pulled it open, a putrid stench wafted from within, causing him to wrinkle his nose in distaste. Upon retrieving a piece of chicken breast, he discovered that it, which should have been preserved in a frozen state, had thawed and was now drenched, coated in a milky, viscous substance, clearly spoiled, that if consumed by a human, it would likely lead to severe gastrointestinal distress. Pondering where the nearest large supermarket was, he decided to seek out some canned goods for sustenance. Just then, his peripheral vision caught sight of the supermarket having a second floor, that he heard something moving above, as if items were being hung out to dry. Driven by curiosity, Wu Yi ascended the dimly lit staircase to the second floor. There, he clearly saw a 2-meter-long drying rack adorned with several men's garments. Not far from the clothing, he spotted a plethora of dried sausages packed in plastic containers. Roughly estimating, there must have been at least 100 pounds. Whether for the store owner's personal consumption or for sale remained uncertain. Regardless of the reason, these sausages seemed destined for Wu Yi, and he was confident that consuming them would enable him to awaken a spatial ability. Without hesitation, he reached for a plastic box, tore it open, and began to devour the sausages one after another. He consumed the sausages, rapidly digesting them into the purest energy, which surged towards his dantian, forming a corpse dan. Simultaneously, Wu Ye's appearance underwent another transformation. His hair lengthened, cascading below his shoulders. Even the explosive musculature he had possessed before became more refined, causing him to slim down considerably within a short span. However, Wu Yi felt that his strength had not diminished. On the contrary, it had significantly increased. Thus, not only had he grown stronger, but his appearance also began to resemble that of an ordinary person. He believed that should he venture outside, no one would mistake him for a zombie, provided they did not catch sight of his razor-sharp teeth. Yet, the most delightful surprise came after he finished the sausages. He finally awakened the spatial ability he had possessed in his previous life. Now manifested as a corpse Dan with but a thought, he executed a spatial leap, instantly teleporting to the lobby on the first floor. With a flick of his hand, a freezer vanished from its spot, transported into his currently modest storage space of over 1,000 cubic feet. Subsequently, he employed the same technique to place the freezer back on the second floor. With the awakening of the spatial ability, I should now be considered a corpse officer. It is high time to settle accounts with those contemptible fellows at the logistics transfer station. The term officer has two interpretations. In ancient times, it referred to a military position, while in modern context, it denotes a military rank. Regardless of the interpretation, both pertain to a low-ranking commander capable of leading troops in a battle, certainly surpassing that of mere foot soldiers. According to the classification system established by the human shelters prior to his rebirth, successfully acquiring an ability elevated a zombie from being a corpse soldier to that of a corpse officer, equivalent to a human cultivator in the core formation stage. Beyond that, there exist ranks such as corpse general, corpse king, corpse lord, corpse emperor, and corpse sovereign, corresponding to the human cultivator ranks of nascent soul. Divine transformation, void refinement, integration, and great ascension, as well as the demon race's ranks of demon general, demon king, demon lord, demon emperor, and demon sovereign. However, prior to his rebirth, we had only encountered the highest-ranking zombies, specifically the various regional corpse kings. And he had only heard rumors of corpse lords. Whether such zombies had truly evolved to that level remained a matter of speculation. Moreover, unlike humans and demons, zombies awaken active skills related to their abilities each time they surpass a threshold. For instance, Spatial Leap became Wu Ye's active skill, while the storage space was a passive ability that came with the spatial skill. As for why he intended to head to the logistics transfer station now. Wu Yi, besides noticing the ample supplies at the logistics transfer station, also took the opportunity to eliminate Zhao Kong, the troublesome individual who enjoyed creating problems for him, that if his memory served him right. There was also a generator at the logistics transfer station capable of supporting its normal operations, conveniently located and perfectly suited for him to establish his presence there. After all, once the heavy rain subsided, the three factions, the humans, the demons, and the undead, would soon erupt into a fierce struggle for survival. Without his own power, he might not even know how he met his end. having made up his mind. Wu Yi surveyed his surroundings, not forgetting to gather the remaining sausages he had consumed into his storage space, but he also donned the clothes hanging on the drying rack. The torrential rain continued to pummel the ground. Yet it seemed different from when Wu Yi had arrived, likely due to the enticing aroma of the sausages exposed to the air. Following the instinct of the undead, a considerable number of zombies had congregated outside the cold food supermarket, easily numbering in the thousands. However, driven by their primal instincts and sensing the oppressive presence of higher-level zombies within the supermarket, they stood silently in place, refraining from recklessly charging inside, in the rain. They appeared as if attending a funeral, paying their respects. This scene even caught the attention of several survivors peering out from the windows of nearby apartments, casting doubt on whether it truly was the end of the world. As the tide of undead had arrived, Chapter 9, I won't give it to you. No one can snatch it away. What a lively scene. Earlier, while devouring the sausages, Wu Yi had discerned through his keen hearing that many zombies had been lured by the enticing aroma emanating from the cold food supermarket. However, due to their low ranks, none even qualified as corpse soldiers, prompting Wu Yi to disregard them. Yet, when he stepped outside the cold food supermarket with an umbrella, even his seasoned experience as a corpse captain was momentarily startled by the sight before him. Soon after, a wave of delight washed over him. For as previously stated, Wu Yi aimed to establish his own faction after the revival of spiritual energy, to stand against humanity, the demon race, and even other zombies. This horde of undead presented a splendid opportunity for him to recruit followers. With this thought in mind, he cautiously advanced forward, and with each step, the massive zombies retreated like hungry wolves confronted by a fierce tiger, creating a pathway approximately 1 meter wide for Wu Yi to swiftly reach the center of the horde. With a flick of his wrist, a box of sausages materialized in his hand. Upon opening the lid, the mouth-watering aroma wafting from the sausages nearly brought the surrounding zombies to tears of longing. They gazed at him with yearning, yet due to their innate hierarchical suppression, they dared not approach to snatch the food. Satisfied with their reaction, Wu Yi nodded approvingly and declared, From this day forth, follow me, and I shall ensure you never go hungry. However, before he could finish his sentence, a towering zombie, over 2 meters tall and weighing more than 300 pounds, a veritable tank among the undead, could no longer withstand the enticing aroma of the sausages. With a guttural roar, it lunged at the sausages in Wu Yi's hand, only to miss and stumble forward, falling flat on its face. In that fleeting moment, as the giant made its move, Wu Yi executed a spatial jump. Reappearing behind the audacious creature, in full view of the assembly, he swiftly kicked the hulking figure to the ground, then placed his right foot firmly on its head. Gradually applying pressure, he forced the creature's skull into the hard concrete, eliciting a piteous wail from it. Its decayed hands flailed desperately against the ground, signaling its plea for mercy. This indicated that among the horde, this zombie was among the more evolved, having developed a semblance of intelligence. With a bit of nurturing, it could potentially become a formidable ally in Wu Yi's ranks. However, Wu Yi had no intention of letting this challenger of his authority escape unscathed. Surveying the area, he coldly declared, If you wish for food, you may ask me for it. What I choose to give you is yours. What I refuse, no one shall take. Otherwise, this creature shall be your fate. With that, Wu Yi exerted more force, leading to a sickening pop as the giant's head exploded, splattering its innards across the surrounding undead. Surprisingly, rather than exhibiting a lack of thought, the zombies instinctively recoiled at the gruesome sight. Only one female zombie, clad in a tattered JK uniform and appearing no older than 18 or 19 in her former life, remained rooted to the spot. When her gaze met Wu Yi's, she stepped forward and bowed her head, signaling her submission. Now that's more like it. Tell me, what is your name? Observing the diminutive figure before him, it was evident from her reaction that her level of evolution was not much lower than that of the earlier giant. Wu Yi inquired about her name, but her vacant gaze revealed a hint of confusion, clearly indicating she could not recall any details of her former life. Thus, although her evolution surpassed that of most zombies present, she still fell short of being classified as a corpse soldier. After scrutinizing her tattered JK uniform, reminiscent of those so-called anime welfare girls revealing ample skin, he decided, Very well, since you do not know your name, I shall bestow one upon you. Henceforth, you shall be called Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji. Though this little zombie had yet to evolve to the point of independent thought, she appeared instinctively resistant to the name Wu Yi had given her, raising her head reflexively. However, upon seeing Wu Yi extend the sausages toward her with a smile, she ultimately chose to accept the box, devouring it in mere bites that Wu Yi noted the sight of the surrounding 1,000-odd zombies, saliva dripping to the ground, and realized that to truly recruit these creatures, he first needed to satiate their hunger. Spotting a nearby fresh food supermarket, he waved his hand and called out to the horde. "Do you all wish for food? Then follow me." As he spoke, Wu Yi opened his umbrella and made his way toward the fresh food supermarket. Xiao Ji was the first to follow, while the remaining zombies, though unsure of Wu Ye's intentions, regarded him as their leader or perhaps their king. That a procession of undead followed him to the vicinity of the supermarket. Satisfied with their reaction, Wu Yi nodded approvingly and, upon arriving at the supermarket entrance, forcibly pulled open the roll-up door, stepping inside. Inside the supermarket, it was evident that human survivors had taken refuge there. Hearing the door being opened, their first instinct was to prepare for a confrontation over resources. A dozen individuals brandishing various weapons peered out from behind shelves, glaring at Wu Yi. Particularly, a bald man wielding a butcher's knife emerged from behind the cash register, sneering, "Kid, who the hell gave you the right to break in here? Didn't your mother teach you to knock? Let me make myself clear. You're here for food, aren't you? Want to join us? If you're willing to be our companion, we might spare you a morsel. But if you refuse, don't blame us for kicking you out." Before the bald man could finish, a tall, lanky individual in a corner interrupted him, offering an apologetic smile to Wu Yi that "We won't hold the door incident against you." Chapter 10. Dinner time for the young ones. "Kid, our elder brother is talking to you. Are you deaf or what?" Seeing Wu Yi standing there like a wooden statue, a young man behind a shelf could no longer contain himself. Brandishing a metal rod, he approached Wu Yi, hurling insults along the way. The bald man and the lanky individual made no effort to intervene, clearly eager to teach Wu Yi a lesson. However, they quickly sensed something was amiss. As the young man drew closer, he suddenly halted, dropping his iron rod and rubbing his eyes in disbelief, especially when he glimpsed the horde of grotesque zombies standing quietly just beyond the supermarket entrance. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, and his legs trembled uncontrollably in fear. Noticing the young man's reaction, the lanky individual furrowed his brow and scolded, "Liu Zai, what are you standing there for?" After speaking, he boldly stepped forward, eager to ascertain what had caused the young man, referred to as Liu Zai, to be so terrified. However, upon witnessing the scene behind Wu Yi, the fire axe in his hand fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Yet, the elder brother was indeed formidable. The tall and slender figure reacted with greater composure to the imminent threat of death than the young man named Liu Zai, that he bolted towards the back door, shouting a warning to the bald man. "Baldy, there are zombies, run." What essay zombie, after all? Hadn't they just dispatched several before arriving here? What was there to fear? Look at your pitiful resolve. It must be noted that this bald man was no ordinary individual. He was a fishmonger from the market adjacent to the community. After a decade of killing fish, his heart had grown as cold as the knife in his hand. Following the deluge, he had witnessed numerous people turning into zombies after being drenched by the rain. In order to survive, he had teamed up with a dozen others from the market to fight their way out, commandeering a delivery truck to stake their claim in this supermarket. Were it not for the slender man's agility, surpassing his own, the position of leader would never have been bestowed upon him. Thus, upon hearing the slender man's words, the bald man scoffed. He brandished his boning knife and, with a few strides, approached within mere meters of Wu Yi, intending to cleave the encroaching zombies to pieces. Yet, as he discerned the situation outside the supermarket, his earlier bravado evaporated. Without a second thought, he mirrored the slender man's choice and took off running towards the back door, calling out to others, "Don't just stand there. Hurry, run. There are countless zombies, countless zombies." Upon hearing the bald man's exclamation, the surviving humans within the supermarket hesitated no longer. The fierce determination to consume Wu Yi dissipated, and they fled with all haste, inwardly lamenting why their parents hadn't gifted them with a couple more legs. The only exception was the young man named Liu Zai, who, pushed by the slender man, knelt before Wu Yi, nearly in tears in a desperate attempt to rise. He pleaded, "Big brother, I was wrong before. I offended you. Please, for the sake of our shared humanity, spare me. If I can miraculously escape the jaws of the zombies, I will never forget your immense kindness." Humanity? I'm afraid you are mistaken. I am not human. Observing Liuzi's panic-stricken visage, Wu Yi revealed a menacing smile. Exposing his sharp fangs, he waved dismissively behind him and commanded, "Boys, it's time to feast." As soon as Wu Yi finished this statement, the ever-eager Xiao Ji, poised nearby, sprang into action like a rabbit. Did I in the blink of an eye? She darted past Wu Yi, sinking her blood-stained jaws into Liuzi's neck, tearing away a chunk of flesh and swallowing it whole. Following Xiao Ji, more zombies surged forth like unleashed tigers, pursuing the humans fleeing towards the back door. Wu Yi, witnessing this, paid them no mind, leisurely wandering through the approximately 200 to 300 square meter supermarket, but he collected all the food and drink he could find, stashing them in his storage space. Just as Wu Yi was clearing out several shelves, the roar of car engines reached his ears that a horde of incompetents, and they allowed themselves to escape. Frowning, Wu Yi vanished from sight, reappearing by the supermarket shutter door. With his exceptional vision, he clearly saw a delivery truck emerge from the alley beside the supermarket, colliding with several of his subordinates as it sped down the road. Once again, Wu Yi executed a spatial leap, instantly appearing in the back seat of the delivery truck. Inside, the occupants remained blissfully unaware of the additional presence in their midst. The bald man, intently focused on the road, slammed his fist on the steering wheel. Cursing, what the hell was that young man? Why didn't those zombies attack him? Aren't zombies supposed to be mindless? Yet this time, it seemed as if they were being commanded by someone. I can't say for certain, but if they were being directed, it must be that young man. The bald man concluded that the zombies' reluctance to attack Wu Yi indicated he was indeed their leader. Otherwise, it simply did not add up. The bald man's face was once again etched with surprise as he glanced incredulously at the slender man. However, he had to refocus on driving, dismissing the notion with a rebuttal. What nonsense. How could those zombies possibly heat a human? The truck's interior fell silent, save for the sound of the windshield wipers swishing through the rain. Pat, pat, pat. But Wu Yi, seeing the vehicle distance itself further, felt no inclination to prolong the encounter. He mused, indeed. But what if he isn't human? Not human? What could that possibly mean? The bald man instinctively responded, but quickly felt something was amiss upon their escape from the supermarket. Only he and the slender man had boarded the truck. So why was there a third voice? Suddenly, with a screech, the truck came to an abrupt halt in the middle of the road. The bald man and the slender man exchanged a glance, their instincts prompting them to turn towards the back seat. Upon seeing Wu Yi, they instinctively reached for the car door, clearly intent on abandoning the vehicle. They no longer cared about the torrential rain or the risk of infection. After all, becoming a zombie was preferable to dying inside the truck, was it not? Alas, Wu Yi had no intention of letting them go. With a flick of his fingers, he lunged for the bald man and the slender man's necks. His 5 sharp claws effortlessly pierced their throats, blood gushing forth in torrents. Chapter 11. Clearly a small fortress before long. As the bald man and slender man drew their last breaths, they remained bewildered, unable to comprehend what manner of creature Wu Yi truly was, possessing an appearance so akin to humanity that in adherence to his principle of not wasting resources. Wu Yi waved his hand, storing their bodies into a storage space. That a swift spatial leap later, he reappeared in the supermarket where he had just been. Curiously, the zombies seemed to have grown accustomed to Wu Yi's sudden appearances, paying no heed to his arrival, and continued to devour the corpses of the humans. Only Xiao Ji, blood still staining her lips, lowered her head before Wu Yi, as if the earlier incident with the bald man and slender man was solely her fault. Seeing her in such a state, Wu Yi chuckled, patting her head in a manner akin to soothing a child. Well, I didn't expect you to be quite so responsible, but I must clarify some points. It's fine to crave food, but you mustn't let it escape before we feast. Wasting food is not a commendable habit. With that, Wu Yi produced the corpses of the bald man and slender man from his storage space, placing them at Xiao Ji's feet. Here, as a reward for your commendable performance, these 2 corpses are yours. Hurry and eat, so we can move on to the next location, after feasting on some flesh. Xiao Ji appeared to draw closer to humanity, her throat emitting a sound akin to C that Wu Yi needed no guesswork to understand she was attempting to say yes, though her articulation was somewhat muddled due to her slow evolution. Nonetheless, it marked a promising beginning that Wu Yi believed that with sufficient sustenance, Xiao Ji would soon awaken her intelligence, becoming a valuable ally. Thus, after all the human survivors in the supermarket had been consumed by Wu Yi's zombies. He led them onward, directing them towards the next supermarket in his memory to gather supplies while simultaneously expanding his influence point 3 days later. As they approached the logistics transfer station, Wu Yi's ranks had swelled significantly, having absorbed countless new corpses along their journey. The total number of zombies had surged to nearly 20,000, and Xiao Ji, after consuming a substantial amount of flesh, had evolved into a soldier zombie. However, her intelligence remained concerningly low, comparable to that of a 6- or 7-year-old child. This was to be expected. Not every zombie could retain the vast majority of their memories as Wu Yi had, nor could they even recall their rebirth so clearly. Besides Xiao Ji, another male zombie had also acquired intelligence. Initially, Wu Yi had considered naming him Old 8 due to his awkward gait. However, he insisted on a name change, claiming Old 8 was beneath him. Reluctantly, Wu Yi named him Fatball, based on his rotund physique, assigning the management of the 20,000 zombies to him and Xiao Ji. At this point, Xiao Ji displayed unparalleled organizational skills, managing her zombies with remarkable efficiency, while Fatball struggled to command his subordinates, who disregarded him entirely. Nonetheless, his height of nearly 2 meters lent him increasing physical prowess, especially when attacking a certain supermarket or shopping mall. There are no gates that can withstand his powerful impact. Thus, if we merely consider strength, even 10 of the smaller G would pale in comparison to him. Given the abilities displayed by the two, Wu Yi decided to entrust all his subordinates to Xiao Ji for management, focusing on cultivating the fat ball towards a more forceful direction. Until that evening, as the horde of zombies swept through the area like locusts. They finally arrived near the logistics transfer station. Considering the number of people inside the logistics station, which had accumulated over 10 days, it was likely that they had united into a formidable force. Recklessly launching an attack would undoubtedly result in significant casualties among his subordinates, who had yet to evolve into zombie soldiers. That Wu Yi called upon Xiao Ji and Fat Ball, instructing them, Xiao Ji, do you see that logistics station over there? I need to pay a visit, and I cannot say how long I will be gone. Therefore, I am entrusting all these little brothers to you. If you need anything, I will signal you. And Fat Ball, stop indulging solely in your own gluttony. You should share some with your subordinates as well. Just look at how plump you've become. After briefing the two for quite some time, he instructed them to have their subordinates set up camp around the logistics transfer station, ensuring they remain unnoticed by those inside. Only then did Wu Yi disappear in an instant. Meanwhile, within the logistics transfer station, located in the Eastern Development Zone of Blue Sea City, the logistics sector required loading and unloading even during night shifts. Many truck drivers and workers delivering goods were resting here. The number of survivors within the logistics transfer station was far greater than anticipated, totaling perhaps over 1,000. Moreover, in addition to the sheer number of people, the defensive system constructed here was terrifyingly robust. The warehouse, which had previously been used to stack parcels and measured approximately 5,000 square meters, had all its windows and doors welded shut with steel pipes. They had also salvaged numerous compound bows from other people's shipments. These bows could be drawn even by a 10-year-old child. And even at a mere 40 pounds, their power exceeded 25 joules. It is worth noting that in the past, China had enacted laws prohibiting the private purchase or possession of firearms exceeding or equaling 1.8 joules per square centimeter. 1 can only imagine the immense power of these compound bows, which could effortlessly slay many common creatures. Not to mention, they were not using ordinary arrows. They were merely small iron rods procured from who knows where. Thus, even Wu Yi could not guarantee he could withstand a single shot from a compound bow. In addition, there were electric batons, chainsaws, and various artisanal blades. From Wu Ye's concealed vantage point on the second floor, he observed that the entire logistics transfer station was almost equipped with firearms, that if he could not find a way to breach the defenses, his subordinates would likely suffer grievous losses regardless of their numbers. As for food and drink, there was no shortage. After all, this was a logistics transfer station. Among those sending out goods, there would inevitably be individuals shipping food and drink, often in truckloads. Damn it, this isn't a logistics transfer station. It's clearly a small fortress. No wonder when I saw Zhao Kong at the Blue Sea Sanctuary in my previous life, he not only hadn't lost weight, but was also plump and prosperous. Chapter 12. The Comfort of Abundance. No one would know that long before Wu Ye's rebirth during the previous Aura revival, he had been at the logistics transfer station. Zhao Kong had set his sights on the female manager, Zhou Yao, from the very first day. However, just as Zhao Kong was about to take action, Wu Yi intervened and saved Zhou Yao. Unable to contain his frustration, Zhao Kong decided to give Wu Yi and Zhou Yao a car, expelling them from the logistics transfer station in hopes of earning their plea for mercy. Did I in Zhao Kang's own words? Isn't Wu Yi fond of the hero saving the beauty? Then I shall give him that opportunity. Whether he lives or dies depends on his capabilities. But in truth, Zhao Kong underestimated both Wu Yi and Zhou Yao, believing that staying here would likely lead to them becoming Zhao Kang's prisoners. They chose to leave in their vehicle on the very first day of the aura revival. However, this decision led to their own hardships. They were chased and nearly became zombie fodder several times. Ultimately, they found refuge in a restaurant, managing to survive the initial difficulties. After the heavy rain ceased, they fled to a sanctuary established by humans in the city center, thus managing to survive in the aftermath of the aura revival. Fortunately for them, being expelled by Zhao Kong turned out to be a blessing. With the increasing evolution of the zombies, the logistics transfer station was breached within less than half a month after the rain ended. Zhao Kong himself didn't even have the chance to turn into a zombie. He was devoured entirely. Living like a local tyrant within the logistics transfer station, he had no idea why he enjoyed such a comfortable life until Wu Yi personally witnessed everything there. Only then did Wu Yi realize the plethora of survival equipment and food available to as the supervisor of the logistics transfer station. With only Zhou Yao as the female manager, it would be difficult for Zhao Kong to avoid becoming a local despot. Strange. What is that smell? However, just as Wu Yi pondered how to breach the seemingly impregnable fortress of the logistics transfer station without bloodshed and turn it into a base for himself and his subordinates, his keen sense of smell detected a pungent odor in the air, reminiscent of rotten eggs left to linger for far too long. Yet it seemed reasonable. The entrances of this factory were sealed tight. And with Zhao Kong and the 1,000 or so people consuming their needs within the factory, it was only to be expected that the odor would be rather unpleasant. However, as Wu Yi dismissed the thought and intended to search for food, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. The smell of rotten eggs was eerily similar to the sulfur scent he had encountered while setting off firecrackers during the New Year. Following the source of the odor, Wu Yi quietly made his way into a room within the factory without alerting anyone. Inside, he discovered an array of bottles and jars. Upon opening one of the boxes and taking a whiff, he could almost definitively conclude that these containers were filled with prepared black gunpowder. The total quantity, if combined, could likely blow the entire factory sky high. Good heavens, thank goodness I didn't send my subordinates to recklessly attack the logistics transfer station. Otherwise, if Zhao Kong felt cornered, we would all be sent to our doom. Holding the jar of black gunpowder, Wu Yi was uncertain of its origin, but felt a wave of trepidation to eliminate the danger at its source. He wasted no time in collecting all the jars into his storage space before exiting the room. Having gained this experience, Wu Yi soon devised a plan. Relying on his keen sensory abilities, he began to search each room on the second floor of the factory. Where no one was guarding, he walked in boldly. Where there were guards, he used teleportation to slip inside. Soon, he located several rooms where Zhao Kong stored food and water. Planning to witness the expression Zhao Kong would display upon discovering that all the supplies from the logistics transfer station had vanished, in fact, it wasn't long before a dramatic scene unfolded right before Wu Ye's eyes. The reason being, with their bellies full, human desires began to surface. Having no worries for food and drink, Zhao Kong, now the local despot, coerced many women at the logistics transfer station into relations with him, including the cashier and accountant. However, as is often the case, once he grew bored of them and handed them over to his subordinates for their enjoyment, Zhao Kong, just like in Wu Ye's previous life, could no longer suppress his restless heart and set his sights on Zhou Yao. He strode toward the manager's office on the second floor, accompanied by a few lackeys, completely unaware of Wu Yi. The zombie, lurking in the shadows nearby, he instructed his subordinates, "You lot, stand guard outside, that I've had my eyes on that Zhou Yao for quite some time. And no matter what happens inside, don't interfere. Just keep the door secure. Rest assured, Brother Zhao, we won't let anyone disturb your good fortune," his subordinates replied, their minds racing with fantasies of what it would be like to share a moment with the manager. Their expressions were lewd, reflecting their lascivious thoughts. Yet, it was hardly surprising. After all, Manager Zhou Yao was exceptionally beautiful. With a captivating face, a high nose, and a pair of sparkling almond eyes that seemed to speak, she often donned OL skirts paired with black stockings at work, her long legs nearly reaching Zhao Kang's neck. Truly a vision of allure. Who wouldn't yearn to experience her charms? Understanding the thoughts of his lackeys, Zhao Kang, too, felt a surge of excitement, envisioning the cries of pain that would soon escape the goddess everyone desired. With a nod, he opened the door and stepped inside. Zhao, what brings you here? Chapter 13. Delving into life upon hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, Zhou Yao, seated on the sofa with her legs drawn up, furrowed her brow as she quietly peered through the gaps in the steel bars at the torrential rain outside. She instinctively heightened her vigilance, sensing that the visitor likely bore ill tidings. Zhao Kang, observing Zhou Yao's reaction, refrained from responding immediately. Only after securely closing the door and locking it from the inside did he turn with a lecherous grin and say, "Manager Zhou, I have come, of course, to discuss the intricacies of life with you." Discuss the intricacies of life? More like a harbinger of doom. Zhou Yao's face blanched in terror, and without even putting on her shoes, she dashed to her desk and grabbed the sharpest weapon she could find, a steel pen. Trembling, she aimed it at Zhao Kang and declared, "I warn you, do not act recklessly. If you proceed, beware that once this deluge subsides, you might find yourself in a police station." Police? Had this storm arrived a mere day ago, I might have given credence to your words. But now, it has been 10 days and the streets are teeming with flesh-eating zombies. What makes you think the police would come here to apprehend me? They can hardly take care of themselves, Zhao Kang sneered. Advancing a few steps closer to Zhou Yao, he continued unabashedly, "Manager Zhou, as a woman in this apocalyptic environment, you must find a reliable man to lean on. Otherwise, you cannot simply sit idly by while resources are squandered. With so many people at our logistics hub, food is exceedingly scarce. If you acquiesce to me, I assure you that you shall want for nothing in the days to come. But should you refuse to acknowledge your situation, do not blame me for resorting to force, only to cast you aside once I am done. You dare." Zhou Yao was horrified by Zhao Kang's brazen words and the unabashed longing in his gaze. Her delicate features paled, and she instinctively retreated until her back met the wall, where she finally halted. Unbeknownst to her, her vulnerable demeanor only served to further excite Zhao Kang, who yearned to overpower her right then and there. Yet, before he could act, he noticed the steel pen in her hand and continued to erode her psychological defenses, derisively stating, "Dare I? We are in the midst of an apocalypse. What do I have to fear? Remember Wu Yi, the dockworker who had been here for quite some time? He was dismissed for wishing me dead, and now he is likely a zombie himself." Wu Yi. Zhou Yao recalled the name. Just a month prior, he had diligently worked without error, and she had even contemplated promoting him to a group leader position, albeit a modest one, which would have increased his income significantly compared to that of a regular dockworker. However, Zhao Kang had vehemently opposed her decision, granting the position to a distant relative instead. Now, Zhou Yao pondered how to make amends to Wu Yi, but it seemed that was no longer an option. Not only was the logistics hub under Zhao Kang's control, but it appeared she too was ensnared in her fate. Yet, she was resolute in not yielding to Zhao Kang without a fight. With newfound determination, she pressed the pen against her alabaster neck and declared, "Zhao Kang, I misjudged your character by allowing you to oversee the logistics hub. But let me make this clear. Even in death, I will not submit to you." Manager Zhou, in this apocalypse, order has crumbled and the law of the jungle prevails. How can you not grasp such a simple truth? Do you intend to threaten me with death? Very well. Go ahead and die. I have yet to experience the thrill of a corpse. Outside the room, hidden in the shadows, Wu Yi flinched upon hearing their exchange that on one hand, he wondered if Zhao Kang had spotted him and discerned his fate of becoming a zombie. On the other, he was appalled at Zhao Kang's depravity, as he was even lustful enough to consider corpses fair game. Inside the room, Zhou Yao was paralyzed with fear, her desire for death overshadowed by the reality of her situation. The steel pen slipped from her fingers, and she collapsed onto the floor, devoid of her earlier bravado. Seeing her surrender, Zhao Kang was elated, eager to claim his prize. Just then, a loud banging echoed from outside the door. No, it was more akin to someone attempting to break in, accompanied by urgent shouts. "Zhao, we have a crisis. Damn it, those little brats forgot my earlier warnings." just as Zhao Kong was on the brink of embracing the beauty before him. The commotion outside ignited his fury that he licked his lips, casting a reluctant glance at Zhou Yao before turning toward the door, his mind racing with thoughts of whether the disturbance was indeed a grave matter or merely a trivial inconvenience that would ruin his pleasure. However, his departure provided Zhou Yao with an opportunity. Realizing the impending doom of being ravaged by such a beast, she seized the moment, picking up the steel pen and lunging at Zhao Kong. Plunging into the flesh, just below his right shoulder, Zhao Kong let out a pained scream. Utterly taken aback by the sudden ferocity of the seemingly frail woman, he swung his left hand, striking Zhou Yao's face and sending her sprawling onto the nearby sofa. Meanwhile, the banging at the door intensified, as if a truly catastrophic event was unfolding. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Zhao Kong pressed on toward the door. Seething, what on earth is happening? Zhao, our food and water supplies have vanished. Yes, Zhao, not only the food and water, but other essential supplies have also disappeared. The room where we stored the gunpowder is completely empty. Chapter 14. A switcheroo, how could it be emptied? Outside the door, Zhao Kang's subordinates, oblivious to the injury he bore, chattered in disbelief. Upon hearing their words, Zhao Kong realized that these supplies were the very foundation of his control over the logistics hub. And chaos ensued within him that he disregarded the pen still lodged in his back, shoving one of his men aside as he stormed toward the storeroom. But after only a few steps, a thought struck him, and he angrily commanded his lackeys, yes, Zhao. That as Zhao Kong exited the room, it was evident that the pen was protruding from his back by a good third, yet his men were too fearful to provoke him further. One remained to guard the room, while the others swiftly followed Zhao Kong to the supply storage area. Upon opening the door, Zhao Kong quickly realized that the rooms were entirely devoid of contents. Not a single morsel or drop of liquid remained. It was as if the space had never housed anything at all. That moment, one of Zhao Kang's subordinates, who had been riding his coattails since the first day of the storm, could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Zhao, what do we do next? What else can we do? We investigate. All routes in and out have been sealed. These supplies couldn't have vanished into thin air. If necessary, search every nook and cranny, that I am certain they are still within the hub. Moreover, who was in charge of guarding these supplies today? Capture them and beat them senseless until they reveal where the goods are hidden. Zhao Kong, convinced that an insider was attempting to leverage the supplies to usurp his position as the head of the logistics hub, wasted no time formulating a plan, finishing with a frustrated outburst. Damn it, how did I end up with such a useless bunch, having to teach you everything? Indeed, Zhao, how could you be the leader among us? Awakened by Zhao Kang's tirade, his subordinates quickly mobilized, rallying manpower to scour the premises. The individuals responsible for guarding the supplies were stripped and hung, subjected to severe interrogation. 10 minutes later, after Zhao Kong had his men extract the pen from his back and bandage the wound, his lackeys returned, reporting one by one. Zhao, we have searched the factory thoroughly, leaving no stone unturned, yet we still cannot locate the supplies. Indeed, Director Zhao, the brothers tasked with overseeing these rooms have apprehended everyone as per your instructions. However, they remain baffled as to how these items vanished right under their noses. One of them, before being brutally beaten to death, insisted he had no knowledge of the whereabouts of the supplies. Thus, I believe they are speaking the truth. This is troubling, Director Zhao. Just now, the brothers made quite a commotion, which has already raised alarm among many that if we cannot locate those supplies, it could lead to serious repercussions. After hearing his subordinate's report, Zhao Kong, although still skeptical about the possibility of so many items disappearing into thin air at the logistics transfer station, recognized his undeniable responsibility as the current head of the station. The loss of supplies necessitated an explanation to the others. But considering the apocalyptic circumstances, who could predict how the people inside the logistics transfer station would react upon learning that they would soon face a shortage of water and food? They might even suspect that Zhao Kong had hoarded everything for himself, and he could already envision how disgraceful his demise would be if it came to that. Moreover, without supplies in hand, could those sycophants remain loyal to him as they once had? To avoid becoming the target of their ire, Zhao Kong felt compelled to devise a strategy to divert their anger. A thought struck him. There's that wretched woman. Feeling the pain from the wounds on his back, Zhao Kong suddenly had an idea and spoke up. I know. It must be that Zhou Yao, unwilling to accept her fate, colluding with certain individuals at the logistics transfer station to hide these supplies. I will go confront her immediately. I am certain I can extract the whereabouts of those supplies from her. Furthermore, you all should not remain idle. Do everything in your power to contain the information. If things spiral out of control, do your utmost to placate everyone's emotions that we cannot allow them to incite a riot, that if absolutely necessary, I will arrange for everyone to evacuate this place. Zhou Yao, isn't she confined to your office? Who could she possibly be colluding with? Upon hearing Zhao Kong's assertion, his subordinates were taken aback, doubting Zhou Yao's capacity for such orchestration. They responded in unison and hurried off to the open area on the first floor to calm everyone's nerves. Only Zhao Kong advanced quickly toward the manager's office. Little did they know, everything had been clearly overheard by Wu Yi, lurking in the shadows, who mused to himself. Zhao Kong, I initially thought you would be the first to suffer from the disappearance of these supplies. I never imagined your audacity would allow you to shift all the blame onto a woman. What a masterful sleight of hand you've executed. As Wu Yi, even in his undead state, found Zhao Kong's actions increasingly intolerable. He remained silent, guarding the door and repeating his mantra. No one enters without my command. Any matters can wait until I emerge. Yes, 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 rest assured, Director Zhao. With me here, not even a mosquito will get through. Thus, Zhao Kang's orders were followed without question, and his subordinate even patted his chest in promise. Satisfied with their response, Zhao Kong nodded, but as he prepared to open the door, he noticed a shadow lurking in the corner. Given the recent disappearance of all supplies, he immediately grew wary. Who is there? Step forward. Chapter 15. Food must jump from the plate. Following Zhao Kang's gaze, his subordinates peered into the darkness, which, while shadowy, did not seem to conceal anyone. Confused, one of them hesitantly suggested, Director Zhao, there is no one there. Perhaps you're hallucinating due to blood loss. To hell with that. You're the one hallucinating. Zhao Kong retorted, adamantly insisting he had seen someone. Determined, he approached the shadow, only to find nothing there, leading him to doubt whether his eyes had deceived him. Frustrated, he entered the manager's office, still scolding his subordinate, who had cast him a confused look. What are you staring at? Keep an eye on the door. Don't forget what I just said. As he slammed the door with a loud bang, Zhou Yao, who had been sobbing on the sofa, slowly lifted her head. Upon seeing Zhao Kong return, and realizing that the earlier incident with the pen had not caused him significant harm, her heart sank, and she instinctively curled up. Noticing her reaction, Zhao Kong felt his earlier fervor wane, his plump cheeks trembling as he confronted her. Zhou Yao, tell me, have you conspired with someone at the logistics transfer station to hide all the supplies? What? Zhou Yao could hardly fathom that Zhao Kang's first action upon entering was not to assault her, but rather to accuse her of colluding with others to hide the station supplies. Bewildered, she gazed into Zhao Kang's eyes, which were filled with confusion, disbelief, and shock, pondering if he had lost his mind to utter such foolishness. After all, she had been confined there since the storm began, and all her food and water had been delivered by individuals Zhao Kong arranged, not by her collusion with anyone. However, Zhou Yao, being shrewd enough to manage such a large logistics station, quickly realized that Zhao Kong was attempting to pin the blame on her, eager to make her a scapegoat. Recognizing this as a potential opportunity to turn the tables on Zhao Kong, she resolved that even if she were implicated in the disappearance of the supplies, she would never admit any connection. Wiping away the tears from her face, she coldly retorted, Zhao Kong, one can eat recklessly, but one must not speak recklessly that I have been confined in this room. What does your lost property have to do with me? You wretched woman, still in denial. Are we? Had only a portion of food and water been lost, Zhao Kong might not have resorted to using a woman as a shield. However, with the thief leaving them without any sustenance, he had no choice. Realizing Zhou Yao had seen through his ruse and refused to take the fall for him, and with no way to recover the supplies in the short term while needing a scapegoat to quell the crowd's anger, he steeled his resolve that he bent down, rolled up his pant legs, and brandished a military knife. All right, since you refused to hand over those supplies, you have forfeited your right to live that I shall send you on your way now. Once you are gone, I will lead the others away from the logistics transfer station. After all, where we go is irrelevant. We have plenty of vehicles. With that, he advanced toward Zhou Yao, knife in hand. Unbeknownst to him, their entire conversation had been overheard in its entirety by Wu Yi, who sat in the office chair with his back turned to them. Initially, when Zhao Kong had entered, he had not been hallucinating. The shadow he saw was indeed Wu Yi himself. Yet, Wu Yi, wanting to observe the chaos that would inevitably ensue among the personnel at the logistics transfer station due to the supply shortages, did not rush to reveal himself that a sudden spatial leap brought him into the room, where he continued to act as a mere observer. It is worth noting that originally, after seizing the supplies from the logistics transfer station, Wu Yi had no intention of involving himself further. However, upon hearing Zhao Kang's plan to evacuate the survivors from the station, Wu Yi felt compelled to intervene. After all, in his eyes, these survivors were food, sustenance for his subordinates. With supplies no longer resting comfortably on their plates, but instead about to jump off, how could Wu Yi remain indifferent? If they truly fled in all directions, it would render his previous efforts futile. Thus, as Zhao Kang menacingly approached Zhou Yao, knife poised to stab her in the abdomen, Wu Yi executed a spatial leap, appearing right in front of Zhou Yao, gripping Zhao Kang's wrist with a firm hold, providing Zhou Yao with a sturdy shield behind him. Who goes there? To Zhao Kang's astonishment, it felt as though his left hand was ensnared in a vice, refusing to budge despite his desperate attempts to free himself. Only when illuminated by the room's light did he finally recognize Wu Ye's face, prompting him to calm down slightly and speak first. Well, I thought it was someone else so it's you. Wu Yi, you dog. As he spoke, Zhao Kang suddenly sensed something amiss. All the entrances and exits to the factory had been welded shut. Where had Wu Yi emerged from? Moreover, in just a few days. How had his hair grown so long? He seemed taller too. Had he been wearing platform shoes? In addition, since Wu Yi was able to appear in Zhou Yao's room, could it be possible that he has taken all the supplies from the logistics transfer station? Upon contemplating this, Zhao Kang felt not fear, but rather a wave of relief wash over him, that he believed he had finally found the lost supplies and chuckled. What does the old saying go? When there is a way in the heavens, yet you do not take it, you break into hell without a door. To Wu Yi, hand over my supplies, and I might consider sparing your life. Otherwise, now that you have come, there is no need for you to leave. Stay here and be a pair of ill-fated lovers with Zhou Yao. Chapter 16. What are you doing taking off your clothes? How strange. How does Zhao Kang know that all the supplies are in my possession? Upon hearing Zhao Kang's words, Wu Yi was not a mind reader, so he could not fathom what the other was thinking. For a moment, he felt a flicker of curiosity about how Zhao Kang had deduced that the supplies were with him. Yet, this curiosity was fleeting and did not inspire him to delve deeper. What truly concerned Wu Yi was Zhao Kang's boldness in threatening him that it was one thing for Zhao Kang to bully Wu Yi when he was a mere dock worker, devoid of money or power, struggling for a meager livelihood. Now that the spiritual energy had revived and he had transformed into a zombie, if Zhao Kang dared to bully him still, what a waste that transformation would be. Moreover, did Zhao Kang not consider that if Wu Yi were without any capability, how could he possibly be present in this place? Thus, upon noticing Zhao Kang's failure to break free from his grasp on his left hand, attempting to switch the military knife to his right hand, Wu Yi could not help but sneer, "Oh really? I would like to see how you plan to keep me here." He spoke. Wu Yi deliberately flashed his sharp teeth, which instantly terrified Zhao Kang, causing him to tremble involuntarily as he stuttered, Zombie, you are a zombie, hurry. Realizing that his ominous words had indeed come true, Wu Yi had transformed into a zombie. Although Zhao Kang could not comprehend why Wu Yi appeared different from other zombies, seeming almost indistinguishable from a human, he understood all too well that, alone, with only a small military knife in hand, he could never be a match for Wu Yi. Regrettably, before Zhao Kang could utter the words hurry, Wu Yi swiftly reached out with his other hand, clamping it over Zhao Kang's mouth, lifting him off the ground, and said, "Zhao Kang, do you remember how you treated me before? Now that you are in my grasp, I want to hide it from you. Yes, I have become a zombie, and the supplies here are indeed in my possession. Moreover, it won't be long before the logistics transfer station is overrun by zombies so your continued existence would merely make you fodder for the undead. It would be better for me to send you on your way early. Consider it retribution for the grudge of you driving me out of the logistics transfer station." As soon as he finished speaking, in the midst of Zhao Kang's terrified gaze, Wu Yi seized the military knife from Zhao Kang's hand and thrust it into his chest. Zhao Kang could not grasp the bitterness of Wu Ye's hatred, as it did not stem from this lifetime, in his final moments, his eyes widened in disbelief, unable to understand why he had merely dismissed Wu Yi from his position. What grudge, what animosity could there be? Was it really necessary? With a thud, having dealt with Zhao Kong as one would discard garbage, Wu Yi did not bother to explain everything that had transpired before his rebirth. Instead, retaining a vestige of human habit, he instinctively brushed off his hands before approaching the window, forcibly tearing down the welded steel pipes that he intended to replicate this process in other vacant rooms to prepare for his subordinate's assault on the logistics transfer station. However, just as Wu Yi was about to utilize space, jumping to leave, a faint voice emerged from behind him. Wu Yi, are you leaving? Could you take me with you? You? Hearing this voice, Wu Yi almost forgot the presence of Zhou Yao in the room, who was, after all, his former comrade. Nevertheless, Wu Yi had no intention of taking Zhou Yao with him. The reason being, having witnessed the fickleness of human nature in his past life, Wu Yi had completely darkened in this new existence. It was not as if he would be responsible for her safety or protect her. Thus, upon hearing Zhou Yao's plea, Wu Yi halted his actions but coldly reminded her, Manager Zhou, did you not hear what Zhao Kong just said? I am a zombie. As a human, what makes you think I would take you with me? Are you not afraid that I might eat you? Afraid? Of course, I am afraid, but I am even more terrified of being trapped here, unable to survive or die. Noticing Wu Yi still referred to her as Manager Zhou, despite his transformation, Zhou Yao felt an unspoken relief. She believed that as long as Wu Yi recognized her, he would not consume her. The reason she sought Wu Yi's assistance was that she had no other options. Through Zhao Kong's treatment of her, Zhou Yao had come to realize that as a woman in a world akin to the apocalypse, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to survive alone. Particularly, her previously admired beauty had now become her greatest disadvantage, easily attracting unwanted attention. Moreover, without offering any benefits, why would anyone listen to her if she tried to rally a group? Thus, to survive, it seemed she had no choice but to humble herself and seek the support of a formidable individual. Yet, had she not just heard Wu Yi mention that the logistics transfer station would soon be overrun by zombies, and that he had taken all the supplies, remaining there was nothing short of a death sentence. Hence, in her desperation to survive, Zhou Yao had to appeal to Wu Yi, hoping he would recall their past as colleagues and take her away, anywhere but the logistics transfer station. However, the outcome was destined to disappoint her, as the once affable Wu Yi at the logistics transfer station did not hesitate to refuse. I'm sorry, but I decline. Upon saying this, he noticed Zhou Yao's face instantly pale, her expression filled with despair. Intending to give Zhou Yao a chance, he scrutinized her and bluntly stated, the same question remains. What gives you the right to make me take you away from here? After all, you are the owner of this logistics transfer station. Do you not understand the concept of equivalent exchange? If you want my help, then you must present something that can genuinely entice me. Something enticing? Noticing the glint in Wu Yi's eyes, Zhou Yao mistakenly thought he was coveting her body, prompting a bitter smile to appear on her lips, internally lamenting that all men were the same. Even zombies were no exception. She helplessly proposed, then, I wonder, would I be able to exchange myself? You? That is not entirely out of the question. Wait. What are you doing taking off your clothes? Chapter 17. I am willing. Wu Yi's thoughts were quite simple. After conquering the logistics transfer station, it would serve as a stronghold. Relying on zombies to manage his daily life was undoubtedly implausible. Therefore, Wu Yi contemplated keeping Zhou Yao around as a housekeeper to handle chores, as he could not be expected to do everything himself. After all, even as a zombie, he did not wish to live amidst filth. But what happened next? As Wu Yi had not even finished his sentence, Zhou Yao swiftly removed her outer coat, and even the white shirt beneath had several buttons undone, revealing a glimpse of her black lace lingerie. Seeing this, Wu Yi hurriedly intervened, saying, Sister, I'm a zombie, not a human. I have no interest in you. Ah! To Wu Yi's surprise, Zhou Yao was taken aback by his words, her face flushing crimson as she quickly turned away, donning her coat again and tidying her disheveled hair. So, what you mean is, my meaning is straightforward. Taking you away is absolutely out of the question. To put it bluntly, the outside world is far more chaotic than you can imagine, and I cannot guarantee any place will be safe. Moreover, the rain outside carries a virus that can transform humans into zombies. Without any protection, your chances of becoming one of us are quite high. Therefore, if you are willing, you may temporarily stay at the logistics transfer station and serve as my housekeeper. I am willing. After briefly outlining his thoughts, upon seeing Zhou Yao's face light up with joy without a moment's hesitation, Wu Yi felt compelled to douse her excitement with a bucket of cold water. However, do not get your hopes up too high. The logistics transfer station is not solely under my control. Before this, I need to leave for a while. There are matters I must attend to. I cannot say how long it will take, so what you need to do is stay put in the room. Otherwise, if you are caught by outsiders and something happens, do not blame me for not being able to rescue you in time. All right, I understand. Upon hearing Wu Ye's words, Zhou Yao immediately recognized the gravity of the situation and nodded earnestly. After Wu Yi finished his instructions to Zhou Yao, he felt that time was of the essence. With a leap through space, he vanished from his original location. Along with him, Zhao Kang's lifeless body also disappeared. Hurriedly, he arrived at the door to check if it was securely fastened, for added safety. He painstakingly moved the office desk, chair, and even the sofa, along with everything else visible to his eyes, to block the door, effectively sealing it shut. Meanwhile, after leaving Zhou Yao's position, Wu Yi did not remain idle. According to his prearranged plan, he ventured into some unoccupied rooms, demolishing the welded windows before making his way to a corner of the first-floor hall to ponder how to acquire the compound bows that posed the greatest threat from the zombies. However, upon seeing that most of these bows and arrows were being carried by numerous individuals, Wu Yi ultimately decided to abandon that pursuit, but he swiftly appeared outside the main entrance of the factory, extracting nearly 10 kilograms of black powder and pouring it into the crevice beneath the door. Once he completed this task and glanced at the awning above the factory's entrance, he felt assured that the powder would remain dry for the time being. Boss. Given that it had only been a little over 2 hours since Wu Yi left upon his swift return, he found the rotund zombie, who was currently gnawing on a human arm, looking somewhat dazed. As if his brain had overloaded, that it was only when Xiao Ji noticed Wu Ye's presence that he hurriedly approached him. Wu Yi, seeing the zombie's state, couldn't help but deliver a kick, chiding, "Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating. Get up and get to work. Once we finish this job, you'll have enough food to last you 3 days and nights. All right, boss." Initially, the rotund zombie, being a creature of the undead, did not comprehend the impropriety of his actions. However, upon hearing Wu Yi mention food sufficient for 3 days and nights, he swiftly discarded the half-eaten arm, now reduced to mere bones, and hastily rose to his feet. Even Xiao Ji, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Boss, what do you need us to do?" "What I need you to do is to see that logistics transfer station over there. Just like before, we need to storm in. There is plenty of food inside. From my rough estimate, there are about 1,000 people in there. 1,000 people. As more individuals succumbed to the virus in the rain and transformed into zombies, the survivors, having mostly found places to hide, had not encountered such a large group of humans during their recent scavenging trips to the logistics transfer station. Thus, as soon as Wu Ye's words fell, the rotund zombie and Xiao Ji's eyes lit up with a fiery hunger, eager to rush over and feast. The other higher-level evolved zombies also grew restless upon hearing Wu Ye's declaration, itching for action. Wu Yi, noticing their eagerness, cautioned them, "Hold on a moment. I have 3 warnings for you. First, the second-floor windows also provide access to the factory's interior. Xiao Ji, you take a portion of the zombies to the second floor. Second, 1/3 of those humans are armed with compound bows. You know what those are, right? If not, they are similar to the guns you've seen before. Those weapons could inflict serious harm upon us. Therefore, when we engage, you must prioritize eliminating those wielding such weapons. Third, there is a woman on the second floor. None of you are to harm her." After conveying these instructions, Wu Yi realized that it had been over 10 minutes since he left Zhou Yao's office, that he wondered if she was still alive. Deciding not to delay any further, he addressed Xiao Ji and the rotund zombie. "Xiao Ji, fatball, did you both understand what I just said?" "Understood. Don't worry, boss, we've got it covered. Just make sure you understood. Now, let us get to work." Chapter 18. If you don't speak up soon, I'll send you on your way. On a moonless night with a brisk wind, as a multitude of zombies stealthily approached the logistics transfer station under Xiao Ji's orders, the atmosphere in Zhou Yao's office grew increasingly tense. As time passed, more and more survivors became aware of the lost supplies. Starving, they rushed to the second floor, surrounding the office door, clamoring for Zhao Kang to provide an explanation. In response, the sycophant stationed at the door, recalling Zhao Kang's last instructions before entering the room, could only steel himself and attempt to calm the crowd. "Everyone, please be quiet and listen, since the supplies have gone missing. The best solution is to find them. Moreover, Supervisor Zhao mentioned that Zhou Yao conspired with certain individuals to hide them, that we ought to give Supervisor Zhao some time for questioning, right? Questioning? What nonsense, tell me. What on earth has he been doing for the last half hour? For all we know, he is likely having a good time with Zhou Yao in there. Exactly. Why should he be enjoying himself while we starve outside? I bet Zhao Kong is the one who hid those supplies. That's right. We need Zhao Kong to come out and explain himself, that he must give us an account today. Yes, he must provide an explanation. Is there a misunderstanding about Supervisor Zhao's resilience here? The sycophant, who was tasked with guarding the door and was loyal to Zhao Kong, did not believe that Zhao Kong was engaged in anything untoward with Zhou Yao. The rationale was simple. Amidst the crumbling order, he had witnessed Zhao Kong with other women before. Based on his knowledge, it was remarkable if Zhao Kong could last 3 minutes without succumbing. Half an hour? Even with a box of sildenafil, he couldn't manage that. However, these thoughts were ones he dared not voice. Instead, he cast a desperate glance toward those who typically flattered Zhao Kong. Under normal circumstances, they would stand up for him. But with the crowd's anger directed at Zhao Kong and their own hunger fueling their impatience, they chose to ignore the guard's gaze. Left with no other option, the guard gritted his teeth, turned and gently knocked on the door, calling Supervisor Zhao, "Are you in there? The brothers are looking for you. How about you come out and say a few words? It would give everyone some clarity, right?" Inside the room, due to the soundproof design of the manager's office, Zhou Yao had no choice but to eavesdrop by the door, her dignity forgotten, especially when she heard the guard being forced to compromise under the crowd's pressure. Calling out to the room, her heart tightened, unsure of what to do, even holding her breath in fear. The crowd exchanged glances, speculating about the situation. However, someone soon lost patience, shoving the guard aside and shouting, "Zhao Kong, get out! Don't be a coward hiding in there. If you don't come out, we're coming in." After saying that, he pressed his ear against the door, listening intently. When he heard nothing but silence from within, he began to feel increasingly uneasy. Taking 2 steps back, he kicked the door. Under normal circumstances, a wooden door could not withstand such force. Yet this time, it did not budge. Something was clearly blocking it from behind. The crowd's faces shifted in alarm, and they gathered around the man who had kicked the door, joining him in assaulting it. Noticing the escalating situation, someone fetched an axe from the side, shouting, "Everyone, step aside. Let me handle this." Sitting on the cold floor, the guard responsible for watching the door could foresee the punishment Zhao Kong would inflict upon him once he emerged after a moment of hesitation. And seeing a supporting column nearby, he decided to headbutt it in a bid to knock himself out, hoping to evade Zhao Kang's wrath. Little did he know, his misguided attempt would lead him straight into the jaws of a zombie. As the individual wielding the fire axe swiftly smashed the door, revealing the sofa and other furniture behind it, the crowd united and quickly pushed aside the obstructing items, rushing into the room. However, upon surveying their surroundings, they found only Zhou Yao, with the welded windows having been broken. They immediately assumed that Zhao Kong had fled, redirecting their fury toward Zhou Yao. One individual swiftly approached Zhou Yao, who was trembling in a corner, seizing her hair and dragging her to the center of the room, demanding, "Where's Zhao Kong? Did he run away? Why are you still concerned about him at a time like this? You filthy woman? Where are the supplies? Did you hide them? Speak up." Compared to Zhao Kong, the crowd was far more concerned about the missing supplies. After all, with no food or water and so many people trapped within the logistics transfer station, it would not be long before they succumbed to hunger and thirst. Therefore, when I heard that the person who had captured Zhou Yao was still pressing for Zhao Kang's whereabouts, I felt a chill run down my spine. One individual, his eyes glinting with malice, approached Zhou Yao without a hint of mercy, despite her being a woman, that he kicked her hard in the abdomen, causing her delicate face to contort in pain. It soon became evident that Zhou Yao's instincts had not betrayed her. With a knife pressed against her fair neck, he continued to threaten her. "I'm asking you a question. Will you speak or not? If you choose silence, I shall send you on your way right now." Just as he finished his threat, a man appeared at the entrance of the logistics transfer station, holding an umbrella against the pouring rain. With a flourish, he produced a lighter, igniting it before tossing it at the entrance. The resulting explosion was akin to the heavens collapsing, shaking the entire building. As the dust settled, the people on the ground floor could finally see the scene clearly. The heavily fortified door they had painstakingly welded shut had collapsed, and standing before them was not only the man with the black umbrella, but also countless zombies. their crimson eyes fixed upon them. Poised to strike. Chapter 19. The man has returned. What was that sound? On the second floor of the logistics transfer station, in the manager's office, the deafening blast had startled everyone present, Zhou Yao included. Suddenly, there were cries of alarm from outside, mingled with the desperate screams. It's bad. The zombies have broken in. Quick, run. Oh my God, so many zombies. Who cares who it is? Just flee for your lives. Help me. Help me, zombies? How could this be possible? Don't tell me that explosion was caused by the zombies blowing open the door, that if they had that kind of intelligence, we wouldn't have survived this long. The more they listened, the more they felt something was amiss. Among them, there were those undeterred by death, who seized their weapons and ventured out of the room. However, upon stepping outside, they were met with the horrifying sight of the ground floor swarming with agile zombies. Feasting on their fallen comrades to the entrance, countless zombies surged in from either side of the man with the umbrella. But they had just destroyed the door in a frantic attempt to block the entrance again. They hastily moved the sofa back into place. The group was left in a state of panic, like ants in a hot pan, unsure of what to do. Even the man with the knife at Zhou Yao's throat was growing increasingly anxious. At that moment, he noticed Zhou Yao appeared far calmer than anyone else, as if she had anticipated this outcome. Coupled with the mention of Wu Yi, a former employee of the logistics transfer station. The man instinctively suspected that Zhou Yao and Zhao Kong had summoned the zombies to consume their supplies. Gripping her collar tightly, he seethed. It's you. These zombies are here because of you and Zhao Kong. You intend to hoard those supplies for yourselves, don't you? It's not me. Then who could it be? I told you it wasn't me. Believe it or not, though Zhou Yao wished to absolve Wu Yi of the blame. She understood all too well that even if she had time to explain everything before the zombies burst into the room, someone would need to believe her. The man's self-righteous demeanor spoke volumes. Moreover, since Wu Yi had already arrived and had done all he could, it seemed they had no choice but to leave their fate to chance. Zhou Yao decided to forego further argument. Turning her head away in frustration, the man with the knife, perceiving this as a sign of guilt, growled, feeling guilty, are we? Since you and Zhao Kong dared to lure the zombies for food, let us all die together. Hearing this, Zhou Yao instantly realized the gravity of the situation and turned her head in shock. She could see the madness in his eyes, a clear indication that he intended to take someone down with him in his final moments. In a panic, Zhou Yao reached out, grasping his wrist in a desperate attempt to avert disaster. Yet, as a woman accustomed to office life, she was no match for the strength of a robust middle-aged man. The knife pressed closer against her alabaster neck, the blade piercing her skin, threatening to sever her blood vessels and lead to her demise from blood loss. After all, there was no doctor within the logistics transfer station, let alone anyone capable of suturing her wounds. Just as the situation became critical, a loud crash echoed through the room as the glass window shattered, that a small, agile figure appeared at Zhou Yao's side, seizing the man's arm with lightning speed. Before anyone could react, she opened her mouth wide, revealing a set of razor-sharp teeth, and bit down. The man shrieked in agony, losing grip of the knife as he struggled violently to free his arm from her jaws. In that moment, he paid no mind to Zhou Yao. The onlookers finally had a clear view of the newcomer, a female zombie clad in a JK uniform. However, unlike the other zombies, her skin showed no signs of severe decay. Apart from her tattered clothing, which barely concealed her modesty, her face was striking, rivaling that of Zhou Yao. Her fair legs, resembling jade, gave the impression of being more human than undead. Yet, this illusion shattered when someone in the crowd noticed her drenched hair, clearly soaked from the rain, as she chewed on a piece of flesh torn from the man's arm. That don't just stand there. It's a zombie. Kill her. A zombie? Let me handle it. Perhaps underestimating the zombie's threat, one person charged forward with a large machete. Unfortunately, just as the blade was about to strike the JK zombie, another zombie leaped in from the window, knocking the attacker to the ground. The small window had become a gateway to hell. As one zombie after another flooded into the room, lunging at the humans inside, more and more bodies fell. Blood quickly soaked the floor, mingling with the sounds of ravenous feeding. The manager's office transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Witnessing this carnage, Zhou Yao's face turned pale as she feared becoming the next meal for the undead. She cowered in a corner, retreating as far back as possible, her stockings torn and stained with blood. Her movements caught the attention of the JK zombie, who had just finished off the man and was now nibbling on his remains. Lifting her head and glancing disdainfully at Zhou Yao, she remarked, "Not that pretty. Why doesn't he the boss let us have a go at you? Hey, what is your name?" "My name is Zhou Yao." Realizing that, like Wu Yi, the JK zombie possessed normal human intelligence, Zhou Yao deduced that the boss mentioned was indeed Wu Yi. Relieved, she had no intention of concealing her name. Upon hearing her answer, the JK zombie tilted her head thoughtfully before saying, "All right, I'll call you Zhou Yao. You can call me Xiao Ji from now on." Chapter 20. What a waste of food, Xiao Ji. Zhou Yao mused, wondering if this name had been given to her by Wu Yi. Although she could easily deduce that Xiao Ji was likely younger than herself, she felt a rush of gratitude for her recent rescue. With so many zombies lurking in the room, survival took precedence over her reservations. After all, what was in a name? Without a second thought, she nodded. "All right, Sister Ji. Now tell me, what is your relationship with the boss?" Perhaps her evolution was still lacking, for Xiao Ji's intelligence seemed limited. Zhou Yao's casual address of Sister Ji sent the JK zombie into a fit of delight as she moved closer. Yet, Zhou Yao couldn't shake the eerie and nauseating feeling as she observed Xiao Ji's bloodied teeth and the surrounding horde of zombies feasting on human flesh. Yet, with great reluctance, she forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears and slowly spoke. "I have known Wu Yi for quite some time. It was long ago when he came to apply for a position, and I happened to pass by the HR office. At the same time, while Zhou Yao, this human, and Xiao Ji, this zombie, seemed to be engaging in a rather strained conversation. Reminiscing about how Zhou Yao and Wu Yi had first met, a multitude of slightly more evolved zombies were infiltrating the factory through the windows from other rooms on the second floor. If the rooms contained any survivors, the zombies would halt their advance to feast. However, if the rooms were empty, they would burst through the doors, leaping down to the first floor of the factory like dumplings falling into boiling water. Thus, the chaos on the first floor of the logistics transfer station was far more brutal than that in the manager's office on the second floor, that if the second floor could be described as a hell on earth, then the first floor had already transformed into a battlefield of carnage after being trampled by thousands of zombies. Limbs and severed heads were strewn about, abandoned after being devoured by the undead. Had it not been for Wu Ye's concern that too many zombies might wreak havoc within the factory, these thousands of survivors would have surely found themselves swallowed whole by the horde. Nevertheless, despite Wu Ye's fierce and relentless assault on the zombies, the remaining humans, who were desperately clinging to survival by leveraging the terrain, numbered scarcely 50, that they were primarily concentrated at a defensible corner of the factory, utilizing compound bows for their final stand. "Get out of the way. I'm coming." Seeing this small group of humans inflicting heavy losses on the zombies, the portly figure known as Fat Xiao, who had always taken the lead under Wu Ye's command, suddenly erupted in anger. After having indulged himself to the point of a swollen belly, he strode towards the forefront of the zombie army. Wu Yi, stationed at the factory entrance, could not help but furrow his brow upon hearing Fat Xiao's declaration, muttering to himself, "Does this fool Fat Xiao wish for death? I wouldn't he dare to withstand a blow from a compound bow, who gave him the audacity to step forward now? Is he a Liang?" However, before Wu Yi could utilize his spatial leap to intervene and restrain Fat Xiao, a hand suddenly seized his ankle from the side. Looking down, Wu Yi saw a young man, his right leg reduced to nothing more than a skeletal frame. Before he could utter a word, the young man began to sob uncontrollably, exclaiming, "Wu Yi, it's you, isn't it? I'm your former colleague, Wu Hao. Please take me away from here. I don't want to die. I truly don't want to die." Wu Hao, upon hearing this name and recognizing the familiar face, Wu Yi recalled that there had indeed been a colleague by that name, who had been nicknamed Wu Ri Tian by many co-workers. However, they were not in the same team and had never been particularly close. That is for why Wu Hao was seeking his help now. Wu Yi could hardly believe that Wu Hao was foolish enough to think a zombie could save him from this predicament. Thus, bending down, Wu Yi revealed his sharp teeth and coldly retorted, "I'm afraid you have mistaken me." As the words left his lips, Wu Hao's incredulous gaze met Wu Yi's as he was hoisted from the ground. Noticing a few zombies nearby, indulging in their feast, occasionally casting furtive glances in their direction, Wu Yi tossed Wu Hao in their direction, saying, "Here, a treat for you." The zombies, though lacking in intelligence, were keenly aware of who treated them well, especially when they saw such enticing prey being offered to them by their leader. They immediately expressed their gratitude,
launching themselves at Wu Hao's body and tearing into him with ferocity. To at that moment, Wu Hao was utterly despondent, finally grasping why the zombies did not attack Wu Yi. It dawned on him that Wu Yi was the king of these zombies, and how foolish he had been to seek help from Wu Yi, as if he were a long-lived person wishing for their own demise. Here he was, merely 22 years old, and yet he was about to meet his end, with a sense of bitterness and the feeling of his life force rapidly ebbing away. Wu Hao closed his eyes in resignation. Within moments, he was completely consumed by the surrounding zombies. Meanwhile, Wu Yi, having been momentarily delayed by Wu Hao, found himself unable to prevent Fat Xiao from charging towards the crowd, but he could only watch helplessly as Fat Xiao became the prime target for the multitude of zombies. Given his ample frame, he was, without doubt, the perfect living target. The survivors at the logistics transfer station would not let this opportunity pass. They quickly bent their bows and launched arrows made of thin iron rods towards Fat Xiao. If struck, Fat Xiao would undoubtedly become a pincushion that it's over. After all this effort to cultivate a formidable warrior, he is about to meet his end here. What a waste of resources, as the arrows whistled ever closer to Fat Xiao. Wu Ye's mind was filled with curses for Fat Xiao's reckless bravado. Great. Now all he does is eat, and this is the result. Yet, just as Wu Yi concluded that Fat Xiao was doomed, a singular thought surged in Fat Xiao's mind amidst the peril. He must block the incoming arrows. Suddenly, a wall of earth manifested in the path of the arrows, deflecting them all, before the survivors could launch their second volley. Fat Xiao broke through the earthen barrier and plunged into the midst of the crowd. Simultaneously, his appearance underwent a dramatic transformation, resembling a clay statue. His entire form was enveloped in a suit of armor made of soil. With only his eyes visible, coldly surveying the surrounding survivors, a monster. Most of the survivors were instantly paralyzed with fear upon witnessing Fat Xiao's transformation, that a few, however, mustered their courage and raised their blades and axes against him. Yet, none could so much as breach Fat Xiao's defenses. Chapter 21. Children do not understand. I underestimated Fat Xiao. He has awakened, hasn't he, as a reincarnator. Wu Yi immediately discerned the nature of Fat Xiao's transformation from a distance. It was evident that he had awakened one of the more common elemental abilities, particularly the earth-based powers focused on defense among the 5 elements. Like Wu Yi, he had successfully reached the level of a zombie general. With a corpse core within him, the armor he bore was likely his passive skill, while that earthen wall was his active ability. Given Fat Xiao's tendency to charge headfirst into danger, the earth-based powers suited him remarkably well. It is worth mentioning that following the awakening of spiritual energy, aside from the 5 elemental abilities commonly seen in zombies, there are also 2 other powers that surpass these. 5.1 of these is the rare lightning-based ability that integrates both attack and defense. Yet it is exceedingly uncommon. One might not find even a single awakened individual with this power among 10,000 zombies. The other, of course, is the spatial ability that Wu Yi possesses, considering their rarity. Even 10 years post-rebirth during the spiritual energy revival, Wu Yi was aware of only a handful of individuals who had awakened such powers. Their strength was formidable, each one a zombie king. If one were to calculate proportions, it would be nearly impossible to find even one among 1,000,000 zombies. Alas, Wu Yi, as a small Karamite, had suffered the misfortune of being captured and turned into a spatial ring before he could fully develop. Thus, the thought of this made Wu Ye's teeth itch with resentment, solidifying his resolve to become the strongest zombie king in this life that is for the survivors. Wu Yi knew without needing to observe that. With Fat Xiao having awakened earth-based powers, they stood no chance against him. And indeed, the reality bore this out. Unable to even breach Fat Xiao's defenses, he swiftly dispatched the survivors by seizing 2 of them and using them as weapons to strike down the others. The nearby zombies, witnessing this display, erupted in excited howls, rushing forward. "Damn it, these are my spoils. You can eat, but can't you leave some for me?" Having dispatched the last wave of resisting survivors, Fat Xiao, feeling the strain of his efforts, grew displeased at the sight of lower-tier zombies swooping in to claim the spoils, but he promptly retracted his armor and joined the feeding frenzy. Thus, the entire factory of the logistics transfer station transformed into a banquet hall for the zombies, each relishing their hard-won spoils. For the zombies that could not enter the factory, Wu Yi directed them towards the employee dormitory within the logistics transfer station, given the downpour mingled with the zombie virus. Wu Yi had reason to believe that within the vast expanse of the transfer station, there were indeed survivors in the dormitory, and as the logistics transfer station gradually descended into silence, save for the sound of zombies feasting. Wu Yi executed a spatial leap, vanishing from his location and reappearing in the manager's office on the second floor. Upon noticing Wu Yi's arrival, Xiao Ji, who had been chatting with Zhou Yao, eagerly picked up a dismembered leg of some unfortunate soul and excitedly offered it to him, saying, "Boss, this is for you. I saved it just for you," gazing at the numerous strands of hair adorning his thigh. Wu Yi found it impossible to entertain any desire for food. With a huff, he waved his hand dismissively, stating, "You can keep it for yourself. I shall refrain from eating." Furthermore, he assigned her a task: gather the composite bows and arrows used by humans from the room with these zombies. "Understood, boss." Noticing Wu Yi's reluctance to consume the food she had reserved for him, Xiao Ji appeared quite disheartened. However, upon hearing Wu Yi entrust her with a task, she instantly lit up with excitement, cradling the precious items as if they were treasures, and made her way toward the door. Before leaving, she did not forget to greet Zhou Yao, saying, "Wait a moment, Xiao Ji. What did you just call Zhou Yao?" To Wu Yi's astonishment, Xiao Ji referred to Zhou Yao as younger sister, prompting him to question if he had misheard. Xiao Ji, oblivious to any impropriety, justified her address, reasoning that since she was among the first to follow the boss, the subsequently joined Zhou Yao should naturally call her big sister. Thus, when Wu Yi inquired, she tilted her head in confusion and replied, "Younger sister? I arrived first. She came later, so she should call me younger sister." "Young sister, my foot. She must be several years your senior. From now on, you shall address her as Yao Jie." After receiving a gentle reprimand, Xiao Ji rubbed her slightly aching head, casting a disgruntled glance at Zhou Yao's chest. Lowering her gaze to her own form, a look of realization dawned on her face as she exclaimed, "All right, boss, I understand now. But rest assured, I will surely develop further. There will come a day when Yao Jie calls me sister." "What do you even comprehend? Go on, attend to your duties." Silently cursing the absurdity of the situation, Wu Yi, feeling somewhat embarrassed in front of Zhou Yao, decided to refrain from arguing with Xiao Ji. However, with Zhou Yao present and representing a race that was fundamentally different from their own, Wu Yi couldn't help but feel a tinge of shame for the zombies. Fortunately, with Xiao Ji hastily departing, Wu Yi collected his thoughts and approached Zhou Yao, who was still seated on the ground, addressing her from above. "I apologize. The child lacks understanding and has caused you to witness something amusing." "Not at all. It's merely a title. The name holds little significance." Had Zhou Yao not witnessed Xiao Ji's gruesome act of cannibalism, she might still regard her as a mere child. Yet now, she found herself wanting to inquire of Wu Yi if he considered Xiao Ji a child. What would he deem an adult? However, this question remained unvoiced, as Zhou Yao hesitated to speak it aloud. Thus, upon hearing Wu Yi's words, she quickly waved her hand and tentatively asked, "Wu Yi, does our previous agreement still stand?" "Agreement? What agreement?" Seeing Zhou Yao's anxious demeanor, Wu Yi felt a mischievous urge to tease her, though it was not merely a whim. He desired to savor the thrill of their shifted dynamics. Yet his words struck Zhou Yao like a bolt from the blue, leaving her momentarily stunned. She mistakenly assumed Wu Yi was reconsidering their pact, instinctively curling her bloodied legs toward her chest, fearing that in the next moment he would pounce and devour her. Chapter 22. The Butler and the Maid Outfit. All right. I won't tease you any longer. Since it is an agreement, it shall indeed be honored. However, prior to that, I am quite curious about what you and Xiao Ji were discussing just now. After momentarily indulging in his playful spirit, Wu Yi, noticing Zhou Yao's evident fright, lost interest in teasing her and grew more concerned about what idea she had instilled in Xiao Ji, given Xiao Ji's current mental state. If equated to a human, she would barely be in her teenage years. Thus, adhering to the responsibility of educating his subordinates, Wu Yi deemed it necessary to understand why Xiao Ji had taken such a liking to conversing with Zhou Yao right from their first meeting. Why didn't she engage with the rotund creature instead? Was it simply a matter of personal preference, or was it perhaps because both she and Zhou Yao were females? Conversely, Zhou Yao, upon hearing Wu Yi's admission that he had merely been teasing her, felt a profound shift in her perception of him. He was no longer the Wu Yi she remembered. He had transformed into a cold and unfeeling being that in this context. His playful demeanor left her uncertain whether to trust him. Yet, apart from Wu Yi, it seemed she had no one else to rely on, therefore. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhou Yao decided to speak candidly. We didn't discuss much. She merely asked how I came to know you. It appears she is quite interested in your past, past. Realizing that their conversation had revolved around him, Wu Yi nodded but refrained from delving into emotional implications. After all, he was acutely aware that, in a strict sense, zombies belong to a completely different category of beings than humans, with their abnormal physiology possessing abilities that could potentially grant them a lifespan far exceeding that of ordinary humans. Procreation was unnecessary. Likewise, they harbored no sexual impulses, rendering romantic relationships moot. Surely Xiao Ji could not have developed feelings akin to those of a human girl toward him. While Wu Ye's thoughts were valid, he overlooked one crucial aspect. Whether human or animal, any creature capable of self-preservation instinctively revered the strong within their species. For Xiao Ji, Wu Yi represented that strength among the zombies. Otherwise, why would she inquire about his history with Zhou Yao? Was it not simply a desire to learn more about him? It would be absurd to assume she was simply bored and seeking conversation with Zhou Yao for the extent of her admiration for Wu Yi. That was something that could not be discerned in the short term. Very well, I have no further inquiries that as for the agreement we previously made. I shall provide you with sufficient resources for survival, ensuring that my subordinates do not harm you. After the storm passes, whether you stay or leave is entirely your choice, that if you truly wish to depart, I will not impede you. That sounds agreeable. But I do have one small request. Surprised that Zhou Yao would dare to make demands after he had already permitted her to stay, Wu Yi raised an eyebrow, feeling perhaps he had been too accommodating in her presence. Irritated, he inquired, "What is this request?" "Well, as you can see, I have not changed my clothes in quite some time. Having just been soaked in blood, could you please help me find 2 sets of clean clothing?" Blood, following Zhou Yao's curvaceous silhouette downward. Wu Yi noticed her legs were smeared with blood. The area around her thighs bore not only torn stockings, but also several noticeable abrasions. Suddenly, Wu Yi recalled the research conducted in human shelters before his rebirth, revealing that the saliva of zombies contained a virus capable of transforming humans into zombies, akin to rabies. This virus primarily spread through wounds inflicted by bites or scratches, though there were exceptional cases. If a zombie were to drool while feeding, and that saliva mixed with blood and subsequently came into contact with an open wound on a human, the virus could enter the body. Thus, if care were not taken, Zhou Yao might soon find herself transformed into a zombie. While Wu Yi bore no particular concern over Zhou Yao becoming one of them, he was nonetheless apprehensive about who would handle the cleaning duties afterward. Therefore, for the sake of safety, he swiftly pulled Zhou Yao up from the bloodied ground. With a wave of his hand, several boxes of bottled water materialized in the room, as he stated. The saliva of zombies also contains a virus that can turn humans into zombies, transmitted through the blood to prevent any mishaps. It would be wise for you to clean your leg wounds and cover them properly. As for clothing, I will have Xiao Ji bring some to you shortly. Once he had explained, Wu Yi exited the room, leaving Zhou Yao feeling a renewed sense of anxiety, watching his retreating figure. She disregarded the fact that the manager's office lacked a door. Hastily, she removed her tattered stockings and began rinsing her leg wounds repeatedly with the bottled water Wu Yi had left behind. As she did so, the skin surrounding the abrasions appeared to peel slightly, prompting her to pause. Cautiously, she approached the office door, peeking outside with furtive glances, upon confirming that all the zombies were preoccupied with their meals, and that Wu Yi had vanished. She took the opportunity to rinse her long, lustrous hair, which had begun to emit an unpleasant odor. However, just as she stood there, vulnerable and unclothed, a voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. Quite ample indeed. Much more than mine. No wonder the boss asked me to call you Yao Jie. Xiao Ji, you're here." Upon hearing this voice, Zhou Yao instinctively grabbed nearby clothing to cover herself, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Whether from embarrassment or discomfort at Xiao Ji's remarks about her physique, she could not discern. Fortunately, Xiao Ji paid no heed to Zhou Yao's reaction and directly entered the room. She placed several garments on the adjacent table. She spoke, "Here you go, Sister Yao. These are sent by the boss, that I've left them here for you." "Thank you, Xiao Ji," Zhou Yao replied gratefully, casting a wary glance around, fearful that Wu Yi might suddenly appear unannounced. She hastily gathered the clothes, preparing to put them on, but as she unfolded them, a sense of unease washed over her.
How peculiar. Why is this a maid outfit? In Wu Ye's worldview, a housekeeper should embody the essence of their role. For a male, it was undoubtedly a sharp suit. For a female, naturally, it was a maid's attire. How else could it exemplify her position as his housekeeper? He vividly recalled that during a previous raid through a certain mall with his subordinates, he had casually collected a number of garments, among which were two maid outfits, one black with a white apron, and the other black adorned with a pink bow at the back. Wu Yi had unceremoniously retrieved these, along with some intimate women's clothing and 2 pairs of women's shoes from his storage space, entrusting them to Xiao Ji for delivery to Zhou Yao. Upon hearing Zhou Yao's remark, Xiao Ji appeared slightly perplexed, her head tilting in confusion as she mused, "Aren't you the housekeeper? What else would a housekeeper wear besides a maid outfit? I actually think it looks quite nice. Though it's a pity the boss hasn't given me any new clothes." Although Zhou Yao was uncertain whether this was Wu Ye's twisted sense of humor or merely a reflection of his limited wardrobe, she understood that one must lower their head when under a roof. Just as she had donned the maid outfit with the pink bow, Xiao Ji reminded her of Wu Ye's demands. Continuing to relay his message, "All right, Sister Yao, our boss said that now that you've joined us, it's time to start working. You must clean your room thoroughly by tomorrow morning, or else you won't have any food to eat. But don't worry, I'll try to save some food for you. Here, I have a few leftover snacks. Would you like to eat something to fill your stomach?" "Ugh, thank you, but I'll pass." Zhou Yao felt a wave of nausea as she glanced at the snacks in Xiao Ji's hand, which clearly resembled bitten-off fingers. She quickly waved her hand in refusal, not disheartened by Zhou Yao's rejection. Xiao Ji popped a snack in her mouth, leaving behind a casual remark of, "Work hard," before turning to leave. Watching Xiao Ji's departing figure, Zhou Yao couldn't help but silently curse Wu Yi, branding him a heartless capitalist. It was bad enough that she had to work the night shift on her very first day. At the very least, she ought to have been provided with some tools, right? Without any means to clean, how was she supposed to tidy up? In her moment of frustration, her gaze fell upon the outfit she had just removed, and a spark of inspiration ignited within her, grabbing the short skirt from her office attire. She dampened it slightly with some mineral water and scurried to the corner, diligently beginning to scrub the floor. Hours later, as night descended and the torrential rain continued to pour outside the logistics transfer station, Zhou Yao was still busy cleaning the floor of the manager's office. Meanwhile, within the factory, most of the zombies had finished their meal, and following several days of raids, the number of self-aware zombie soldiers among Wu Ye's subordinates had gradually increased to about 40 or 50. This prompted Wu Yi to realize that it was time to establish rules and outline the direction for their future development. Thus, he decreed that only self-aware zombies and above would be permitted to enter the factory's interior, while the rest would remain stationed outside the logistics transfer station. Seizing the opportunity, he inquired of Xiao Ji and Fatball. "Xiao Ji, Fatball, do you know why I brought you to take over the logistics transfer station?" "Of course, it's because there's plenty of food here," Fatball blurted out, punctuating his statement with a satisfied belch as he patted his round belly. Xiao Ji, rolling her eyes at Fatball's lack of subtlety, tilted her head thoughtfully before tentatively responding, "Is it because the space is quite large?" "Well, both of you are partially correct, but that's merely a fraction of the reason," Wu Yi replied, recognizing that it was remarkable for them to have come up with even that much. He continued, "The logistics transfer station we are currently at is situated at the entrance of the Economic and Technological Development Zone in East Blue Sea. Further east lies a cluster of large factories supported by the government, along with coastal shipping docks that my aim in bringing you here is to use this as a stronghold that we must seize control of the entire East District before the rain ceases. Unlike the newly developed residential areas in the southern part of the city where Wu Yi resided, or the older districts in the west and north, as well as the administrative district at the city center, East Blue Sea is a coastal city with a resident population of 20 million. The most densely populated area is undoubtedly the East District, which is home to numerous factories and coastal docks. This district's total population accounts for nearly half of the entire city, approximately 10 million people, according to Wu Ye's memories from his previous life. Once this month-long torrential rain subsides, more than 80% of the 10 million residents in East District will have turned into zombies. 80% means 8 million, that if he could bring all of them under his control, the power he would wield is unimaginable. Moreover, only by doing so could Wu Yi contend with humans and the demon race after the rain ends. However, the humans still possess a significant number of firearms capable of inflicting considerable damage on zombies.
Eventually, they even took the initiative to eradicate the zombies scattered throughout the city, establishing a vast sanctuary in the center of Blue Sea. As for the demon race, they are the favored children of this realm, effortlessly absorbing spiritual energy and evolving at a pace far quicker than that of zombies. Although later on, their elite fighters may not measure up to those of humans or zombies. That is a concern for another time. Hence, Wu Yi must secure East District and firmly grasp it in his hands. However, upon finishing his explanation, he noticed that Fat Ball and Xiao Ji appeared somewhat bewildered. Losing interest in further elaboration, he simply commanded, "If you encounter other zombies willing to join us, direct them to report to Xiao Ji at the logistics transfer station. Xiao Ji, you'll stay here to receive new recruits and ensure they are settled. Also, keep an eye on those compound bows. Make sure the self-aware zombie soldiers practice regularly, that I expect them to hit 9 out of 10 shots from 100 meters away at the very least. The better they train, the more food they earn. If they don't practice well, they can go hungry." "Understood," they replied. Xiao Ji, looking slightly puzzled, asked, "Boss, what about you?" "As for me, I have far more important matters to attend to." Wu Yi was acutely aware that as the leader of these zombies, the stronger he became, the further he could lead his subordinates in the wake of the spiritual revival. After instructing Xiao Ji and Fat Ball on their upcoming tasks and checking that Zhou Yao had cleaned the manager's office reasonably well the next day, he left her with enough food and water to last over 10 days while she continued to tidy the factory, that he then moved into the manager's office to focus on enhancing his own strength. Given that the number of zombies capable of producing Corpse Dan and Demon Dan is exceedingly rare, and even less so among humans who have yet to cultivate any techniques, relying on killing to seize Dan for power was simply impractical. Thus, Wu Yi resorted to the slow method of strengthening himself through consumption, just as zombies had done 3 years after the spiritual revival in his previous life. However, unlike the large chunks of flesh he had devoured before, now that he had become a corpse officer and began generating Corpse Dan within him, anything edible he consumed would transform into the purest form of spiritual energy, continuously flowing into his Corpse Dan and becoming part of his strength. After instructing Zhou Yao to relay to Xiao Ji and Fat Ball that they should not disturb him unless necessary, Wu Yi retrieved various food items he had collected from supermarkets, malls, and even the logistics transfer station, laying them all out before him. Among them were beer, sunflower seeds, ham sausages, and authentic Daoko roast chicken, among others that he then buried his head into the feast, transforming into a glutton and indulging in a frenzied consumption. Unfortunately, despite the substantial amount of supplies Wu Yi had prepared, his relentless eating, even swallowing sunflower seeds whole without spitting out the shells, led to a rapid depletion of food that in just 5 days. He had consumed nearly 70 to 80% of it that by the 7th day. The remaining food would likely only suffice for Zhou Yao until the rain ended. "Wow, has the food run out so soon?" Wu Yi lamented in disappointment, feeling that he was not far from becoming a corpse general. Thus, in his eagerness to awaken his second spatial skill, he realized that spatial jumps could not be executed over vast distances. Moreover, he did not wish to venture out alone from the logistics transfer station in search of food, that Wu Yi unconsciously approached the window, his gaze fixed upon the torrential downpour outside, pondering where he might procure something to eat. Soon, his attention landed upon the ornamental trees at the logistics transfer station. Can trees be consumed? Certainly. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, plants have become one of the beneficiaries of the Earth's aura. Much like humans, zombies, and the demonic creatures, that if Wu Ye's memory served him right before his rebirth, he often heard tales of extraordinary treasures emerging in various locations, prompting experts from the 3 factions to vie for them. These treasures were none other than certain plants that absorbed vast amounts of celestial energy. Thus, having set his sights on the target, Wu Yi, eager to enhance his strength, wasted no time and vanished in an instant. Coincidentally, just after Wu Yi departed, Zhou Yao, who was responsible for tidying up the garbage for Wu Yi, appeared in the room, upon discovering that Wu Yi, who had not left the room for several days, had suddenly vanished, leaving a mess of refuse behind. She couldn't help but mutter, "This Wu Yi, always calling others gluttonous, yet isn't he just as guilty?" With that thought, she recalled how, aside from eating and sleeping, she had diligently followed Wu Ye's instructions, tirelessly cleaning the entire logistics transfer station. She felt like a robotic cleaner, and one without pay at that. The more she pondered, the more frustrated she became.
and she threw down a piece of ham casing she had just picked up, grumbling. Eating so much, and everything too. Are you a zombie? You might as well be a pig. However, barely had Zhou Yao's words left her lips when she heard a rustling sound from outside the window. Curiosity piqued. She cautiously moved to the side of the window to peer outside. But soon, upon realizing what was happening outside, her cherry lips formed a na shape as she murmured in awe. Meanwhile, on the ground floor of the factory, in stark contrast to Zhou Yao's astonishment, Xiao Ji, who had been practicing archery with a group of 40 or so zombie minions as per Wu Ye's orders, heard the commotion outside. She and her companions couldn't help but gather at the factory's entrance, peering out with intrigue. Especially upon discovering the source of the disturbance, their reactions were even more pronounced than Zhou Yao's. The zombie minions began to chatter. What is going on here? Why is our boss gnawing on tree bark? You ask me. I ask who? Could he be so hungry he has lost his mind? If he has lost his mind, wouldn't he eat human flesh instead? Why choose tree bark? I see now. No wonder our boss is stronger than us. It must be because he is vegetarian. As the absurdity of the situation mounted, Xiao Ji, mimicking Wu Yi, gave a light smack on the head of the one who claimed Wu Yi was vegetarian. She then glanced at Wu Yi, who was in the midst of a downpour, clutching a tree trunk thicker than her arm and gnawing on it like sugarcane. Xiao Ji was at a loss for why Wu Yi was acting so strangely. But to uphold his image as the boss, she sternly admonished. What nonsense are you spouting? We're zombies, for heaven's sake. What vegetarianism are you talking about? Then, Sister Ji, if the boss isn't a vegetarian, why is he gnawing on tree bark? Well, faced with the probing eyes of her zombie subordinates, Xiao Ji could only helplessly fabricate an excuse, saying, the boss is gnawing on tree bark because he is saving the meat for you all. So let me ask you, if you don't practice archery diligently, how can you repay the boss's kindness? Oh, so the boss is doing this for us. Well, the boss is truly a good leader, and I am not a good subordinate. Had I known earlier, I wouldn't have slacked off just now. That I've decided to honor the boss's good intentions. From now on, I will practice archery diligently. I aim to become the best archer among zombies. Believe me, one day you will all call me the Arrow King of the Blue Sea. Chapter 25, New Skill, Spatial Blade. Meanwhile, amidst the torrential rain outside the factory, Wu Yi, with his keen sense of hearing, was still stuffing a chunk of tree trunk into his mouth. He had indeed caught wind of Zhou Yao's complaints, but his first thought was to settle the score with her once he became a zombie general. He wanted her to know the limits of her words while under someone else's roof. How dare she compare him to a pig? It seemed he had been too lenient and hadn't assigned her enough tasks. However, when he overheard Xiao Ji and the others discussing his tree gnawing as an act of saving meat for the minions, Wu Yi paused momentarily, secretly admiring Xiao Ji's ability to spin a tale. Surely, only a fool would believe such childish rhetoric. Yet, Wu Yi seemed to forget that the intelligence of these zombies might not even surpass that of a fool, as he felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He couldn't help but reflect on how quickly things had changed. Here he was, gnawing on tree bark, and now it was seen as an act of selflessness towards his subordinates. What would happen if he ever consumed something like a golden core? Would he be regarded as a saint? Forget it. Enhancing my strength is the priority. That a few more trees should suffice to elevate me to the rank of a zombie general. Besides, Xiao Ji's antics seemed to work in my favor after all. Determined to focus on his strength, Wu Yi quickly dismissed these trivial matters from his mind and continued his ascent in power. After about 10 more minutes, with nearly all the trees in the logistics transfer station having met their grim fate at Wu Ye's hands, they had all been consumed, providing the last bit of spiritual energy needed before he could become a zombie general, which now coalesced within his zombie core. That Wu Ye's hair visibly grew longer, almost reaching his waist, while his muscles became increasingly taut, shimmering with a faint glow. It was safe to say that not even blades or bullets could pierce his skin at this point. As for rocket launchers or more advanced missiles, those would have been rendered useless after the initial chaos of the storm. Not to mention, who among ordinary humans would dare to venture into military zones to retrieve such weapons? Simultaneously, Wu Yi could feel his sensory abilities sharpening. For instance, from his position at the center of the logistics transfer station, he could sense every movement of the zombies within. Zhou Yao's every breath sounded like thunder in his ears, accompanied by a persistent buzzing noise. Wait a minute, there aren't any mosquitoes or flies here, right? Initially, Wu Yi thought the buzzing was merely the sound of flies or mosquitoes, but he quickly realized something was amiss. After all, it was the coldest time of the year, and all insects had retreated, only to emerge in the warmth of spring. Even if there were any, they wouldn't be flying in this downpour unless they had mutated. The sound clearly emanated from outdoors, and Wu Yi could pinpoint it as coming from directly above him. This realization startled him, and he abruptly looked up. Through the sheets of rain, he swiftly spotted the source of the sound, a drone equipped with a camera, hovering about 100 meters above him, clearly operated by humans for reconnaissance purposes. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Yi bent his legs and launched himself into the air like a cannonball, his sharp claws extending, intent on destroying the drone. However, while his plan was sound, the drone proved to be remarkably agile, flipping away and darting off into the distance. Trying to escape? I'll see if you can get away. With a swift motion, he unleashed a blade of energy formed from the spiritual energy within his core. This energy blade vanished in an instant, only to reappear behind the drone, maintaining its momentum as it cleaved the drone in two. This technique was the second active skill Wu Yi had awakened after becoming a zombie general, which he had aptly named the Spatial Blade. However, Wu Yi felt a twinge of annoyance. While the Spatial Blade was incredibly powerful, it had a critical flaw. It required him to lock onto a target using his sensory abilities that in other words, if he couldn't pinpoint the target's location, the Spatial Blade would be rendered useless. Fortunately, when paired with his spatial jumping ability, it became a remarkable skill for ambushing and looting. After dispatching the drone, Wu Yi noticed Xiao Ji and the group of zombie minions peering curiously in his direction once again. And he couldn't help but scold. "What are you all staring at? Get back to work." With that, he executed a spatial jump, reappearing in the manager's office on the second floor, clearly intending to settle the score with Zhou Yao. Meanwhile, in the central district of Blue Sea City, within a large underground air defense base buried dozens of meters deep, a secretary-like woman hurriedly entered a secluded corner of the base, clutching a notebook. She approached a middle-aged man who was monitoring external surveillance on a screen at his desk and said, "Mr. Zheng, this is footage captured by the drone sent out for reconnaissance that it's quite extraordinary. And I hope you could take a look at it personally. Certainly, I shall provide the refined translation." "Very well, let me take a look." After receiving the notebook and placing it on the table, the man known as Zheng Zong, whose full name is Zheng Jun, is the president of Jaime Technology, a large tech company within Huagua. This air defense base was previously utilized by their company to store vital documents and conduct special experiments. Following the arrival of the significant rainstorm that heralded the resurgence of spiritual energy, he promptly relocated here, that he has been incessantly gathering information from the outside world, contemplating how to become a dominant force in a realm where apocalyptic chaos reigns and zombies roam freely. Indeed, a ruler. Humans are inherently ambitious, and Zheng Jun is no exception. Upon realizing that the country and government could no longer be relied upon after the storm's onset, he conceived the idea of establishing his own faction. Especially after a Taoist named Feng sought him out. Claiming to sense the revival of spiritual energy in the world, he asserted that humanity could transcend its physical limits and, through cultivation, become celestial beings capable of soaring through the skies. Zheng Jun's ambition spiraled uncontrollably. Utilizing the considerable stockpile of food he had accumulated, he established a system of rewards and punishments to compel his employees to labor for him, venturing out to gather supplies and seek weapons. He also planned to commence the construction of a sanctuary as soon as the rain ceased, aiming to attract more human survivors. Furthermore, he deployed the company's most advanced drone equipment for reconnaissance of the outside world, striving to ascertain the current evolutionary state of the zombies. They needed to understand whether they could withstand a zombie assault should they establish a sanctuary post-storm. Thus, upon hearing his secretary mention that the drone footage was utterly astonishing, Zheng Jun gazed at the video file on his notebook and slowly pressed the play button. Chapter 26. Human or monster? As the video commenced, the screen of the laptop revealed, through the torrential rain, what initially appeared to be a humanoid creature consuming something. However, the drone operator soon recognized that the image was too blurry to capture a clearer shot. The drone descended slightly, allowing Zheng Jun to discern that the creature was unmistakably human. Yet, in the next instant, he sensed something amiss. That if the figure were indeed human, why could it move freely in the downpour without succumbing to zombification? Moreover, there had been instances where higher-tier zombies bore increasingly human-like appearances, making it difficult to differentiate them purely by looks. Before Zheng Jun could conclude that this being might be a zombie, the drone continued its descent, and he suddenly felt that this creature was neither a zombie. The reason was simple. If Zhengjun was not hallucinating, this being was currently embracing the trunk of a tree, voraciously gnawing at it. What a jest! Which zombie feasts on vegetation? If it is neither a zombie nor a human, then what could it possibly be? Could it be a monster? Perhaps it truly is a monster. That he recalled the footage captured by the drone in a neighborhood called Jiangshanju in the southern city, where countless rats scurried about, yet a woman sat calmly on the roof of a building, surrounded by a swarm of rodents. She bore a ghastly wound on her neck, one that would have surely claimed the life of an ordinary person. Yet, she appeared to be thriving, not consuming much, simply sitting there as if meditating. Zhengjun had consulted Taoist Feng about this, and according to him, the woman was to be categorized as a member of a race entirely distinct from humans and zombies. A demon race that he had even ordered the drone to approach her, designating the center of the southern city as a forbidden zone. Thus, instinctively, Zhengjun categorized the man in the footage as a member of the demon race as well. However, at that moment, the man in the video suddenly turned to face him, his eyes sharp as blades. Although Zhengjun understood that he was being observed by the drone, not by him, he could not help but shudder, feeling as though he were being targeted by a predatory beast. Yet the absurdity did not end there. After noticing the drone's presence, the man bent his legs slightly and leaped into the air, positioning himself directly in front of the drone, that he then extended his sharp claws toward it. Fortunately, the drone operator was no novice. With a swift roll, the drone evaded and darted away, quickly covering nearly half a mile. Only then did Zhengjun's heart, which had been in turmoil due to the video, finally begin to settle as he murmured, "It seems he is indeed a zombie, likely of a higher evolutionary tier." However, compared to ordinary zombies, he merely possesses enhanced physical prowess, which appears manageable. After contemplating what he had observed, feeling he had gleaned sufficient understanding of the being's strength, Zhengjun reached out to close the notebook. Suddenly, the video screen went black, accompanied by crackling electrical sounds, clearly indicating that the drone had been deliberately damaged. What was happening? Hadn't the drone managed to escape? Sensing that the situation was more complex than he had imagined, Zhengjun hastily operated the notebook to switch to the feeds from the other, lower-resolution hidden cameras on the drone that he sought to uncover what had transpired just before the drone-S screen went dark. As he brought up the other camera feeds, he saw that in the moments leading up to the drone's failure, the man did not chase after it with brute strength as Zhengjun had anticipated. Instead, he casually waved his hand, and a faint white energy blade erupted from within him, distorting the surrounding space. The blade vanished only to reappear, severing the drone cleanly in two. After a prolonged silence, Zhengjun closed the notebook and lit a cigarette, gradually calming his tumultuous emotions. That he turned to his secretary and inquired, "Where did the drone encounter its demise? Have we determined the location?" "East District." Upon learning that the incident occurred in the densely populated East District of Lanhai, a wry smile crept across Zhengjun's face that he instructed his secretary, just like in the Southern District. "Ensure our people keep their distance from the East District, that we must concentrate our efforts on the Central District and gradually expand towards the Northwest. Additionally, take this video to Taoist Feng and inform him that I have treated him well. Not for him to enjoy a leisurely life here. If he does not provide something useful soon, he ought to leave." "Understood." President Zheng had asked the secretary retrieve the notebook from Zhengjun's desk. She prepared to follow his orders and seek out the Taoist Feng. However, just as she reached the doorway, Zhengjun suddenly called out to her, saying, "Wait. Earlier, I had someone procure some weapons from the armed police unit. What is the status on that? Have they found anything?" Chapter 27. "Boss, you must stand up for me." Meanwhile, at the logistics transfer station where Wu Yi resided, he remained unaware that although he had destroyed the drone, the video footage had already been transmitted. In retaliation for Zhou Yao's earlier audacity to compare him to a pig, Wu Yi had unceremoniously assigned her the task of cleaning the restroom, that he then contemplated whether to venture out to gather some supplies. After all, since becoming a corpse general, relying solely on food to provide the meager spiritual energy for his corpse core was hardly sufficient, yet it was better than nothing. Moreover, a week had passed since his arrival at the logistics transfer station, and several zombies like him and Fatball must have successfully evolved into corpse commanders, generating corpse cores within them. Instead of subsisting on nutritionally deficient fare to upgrade, why not opt for something more nourishing? He hoped to encounter a few skilled opponents for a good sparring session.
just as Wu Yi decided to take action and inform Xiao Ji of his intention to explore alone. He sensed a corpulent figure bursting into the logistics transfer station with great urgency. The figure proceeded directly to Wu Ye's office, none other than Fatball, whom Wu Yi had previously dispatched to consolidate other forces in the East District. Particularly when Wu Yi and Pang Xiu faced each other, they could clearly see that each other's faces were so charred and burnt that their original appearances were nearly unrecognizable to Wu Yi. Unable to suppress his confusion, inquired at Pang Xiu, "What on earth happened to you? How did you end up like this? Whoa, boss, you must take charge for me. Other zombies attacked me. They even set me on fire. If it weren't for my swift escape and high defense, you might have never seen me again." Upon hearing this, Wu Yi couldn't help but frown and remarked, after Pang Xiu's tearful account. Wu Yi gradually pieced together the situation. Pang Xiu, it seemed, had not wasted a moment, promptly leading over 10,000 subordinates to scour various factories. Following Wu Ye's instructions, those willing to join them were left in peace, while those unwilling were forcibly expelled from Dongqing District. Should any insist on remaining despite their refusal to join, a fierce battle was unavoidable. Thankfully, Pang Xiu had already attained the rank of a zombie officer, placing him among the more evolved zombies globally. Thus, during Wu Ye's days of seclusion to replenish his strength, Pang Xiu had indeed achieved remarkable feats. Not only had he successfully claimed several large factories, but he had also expanded his ranks from an initial 10,000 to a formidable army of 200,000. However, today, as Pang Xiu arrived at a clothing factory intending to continue his rampage, he unexpectedly encountered a formidable adversary, facing unprecedented resistance. Even Pang Xiu himself was nearly incinerated by the opposing leader's fire-based abilities. Is it possible the opposing zombies have such a high level of evolution? Tell me, how many zombies are there in the clothing factory? Don't you know to employ a sea of corpses strategy and overwhelm them with numbers? As a reincarnator, Wu Yi understood better than anyone that while there were interactions of strengths and weaknesses among awakened abilities, Earth-based powers were clearly not suppressed by fire-based powers. Given Pang Xiu's current state, his eyebrows burned away, his head resembling a polished gourd, Wu Yi was certain that the zombie in the clothing factory was of a significantly higher evolution level than Pang Xiu. After pondering Wu Ye's words, Pang Xiu replied, "I would like to do that, but the number of zombies in the clothing factory is not any less than ours. I don't know exactly how many there are, but I'm certain they outnumber us. You don't even know how many enemies you face." Wu Yi was taken aback by Pang Xiu's admission, suddenly regretting entrusting such an important task to him. Had he known this, he would have insisted that Xiao Ji accompany him. Nevertheless, Pang Xiu did provide some useful information. After all, hadn't he just mentioned that their enemies outnumbered his subordinates? This implied that the zombies in the clothing factory far exceeded the 200,000 he commanded. What circumstances could lead to such a number within a single clothing factory? It could only mean that the opposing faction, like Wu Yi, was also intent on establishing their own power, continuously recruiting. Wu Yi knew he had to eliminate this thorn in his side. Otherwise, the East District was simply too small to cede any territory to the opposition. One mountain cannot harbor two tigers. Furthermore, as Wu Yi had recently become a zombie general, he was eager for an opportunity to hone his skills. He turned to Pang Xiu and declared, "Enough of your blubbering. Stop acting like a coward. Go fetch Xiao Ji. Your boss will personally seek revenge for you." "All right, boss." Upon hearing Wu Ye's decision to personally intervene, Pang Xiu immediately ceased his weeping, a smile breaking across his face, albeit with a bubble emerging from his nose. He hurried downstairs to find Xiao Ji and relay the situation. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Ji could not help but scold him. "Pang Xiu, how could you be so foolish? Just because you're outnumbered doesn't mean you shouldn't think of other strategies." "What other strategies?" Pang Xiu's eyes widened at Xiao Ji's words. Wu Yi, following closely behind, found their exchange intriguing and turned his attention to Xiao Ji, curious about her ideas. Xiao Ji confidently puffed out her chest and suggested, "You could challenge the opposing leader to a duel." Chapter 28. Let us revisit the 36 stratagems. Upon hearing Xiao Ji's so-called plan, Wu Yi couldn't help but feel that she and Pang Xiu were quite the pair of fools. And he sighed in exasperation. So from now on, when faced with a problem, think it through first before speaking. Don't develop a habit of blabbing without consideration. After a brief pause, he continued, "All right, Xiao Ji, set aside your current tasks and come with me and Pang Xiu. I want to see what kind of opponent we're up against."
Yes, boss. After being admonished by Wu Yi, Xiaoji lowered her head obediently. However, as soon as we stepped outside the factory, Xiaoji swiftly delivered a sharp slap to Pang Xiu's head. The sudden pain made Pang Xiu jump 3 feet high, and he grumbled, Xiaoji, why did you hit me? Hitting you is precisely right. While you waste time chatting with me, I could slap you again if you don't stop. Waving her sharp fingernails as a warning, Xiaoji retorted, you eat so much every day, yet you can't even handle a mere zombie outside. Tell me, where does all that food go? Honestly, it's a good thing the opposing faction doesn't recognize our boss, or else we'd be utterly disgraced thanks to you he has been saving for you. Yet you can't even repay his efforts. Huh? Initially, Pang Xiu felt somewhat indignant and was ready to argue with her. But upon realizing that Wu Yi had resorted to gnawing on tree bark, he was suddenly struck with a sense of remorse, especially when they exited the factory and saw that every tree in the logistics transfer station had vanished as if a typhoon had swept through. Confirming Xiao Ji's words, Pang Xiu finally understood that although Wu Yi seemed not to have done much for them, he had been silently toiling behind the scenes. This realization filled him with gratitude, and he clenched his fists, determined to evolve diligently and become Wu Yi's right-hand man, thereby honoring Wu Yi's investment in him. Meanwhile, Wu Yi, walking ahead, overheard their banter, and he wished to clarify to Xiao Ji and Pang Xiu that his bark eating was not due to reluctance, but rather because all his stored food had been consumed. With a breakthrough imminent, he had no choice but to resort to trees. However, he knew that as Xiao Ji and Pang Xiu's evolutionary levels increased, they would soon realize that there were far tastier options than human flesh in this world. Pang Xiu, stop lagging behind and lead the way. All right, boss. Following Wu Yi's command, Pang Xiu hurried to the front, guiding them towards the clothing factory that no troublesome individuals dared to approach them along the way, allowing them to swiftly arrive at the entrance of a clothing factory named Zhuoming. Surrounding them were numerous charred zombie corpses, clearly indicating that a fierce battle had taken place not long ago. However, Wu Yi found it peculiar that, according to Pang Xiu, there should be no fewer than 200,000 zombies within the Zhuoming clothing factory. Yet, as he and Xiao Ji surveyed their surroundings, not a single shadow of a zombie was in sight. This left Wu Yi puzzled, prompting him to ask Pang Xiu, are you certain the opposition is holed up in the clothing factory? Absolutely, boss. When we came here earlier, there wasn't a single zombie in sight. But when I sent my subordinates to investigate, they emerged from several nearby buildings. When I suggested they surrender, their leader refused. And when the fight broke out, as he spoke, Pang Xiu pointed to several larger buildings within the factory. To further convince Wu Yi, he gestured to the charred bodies nearby, adding, look, boss, these are our brothers who perished in the previous battle. All right, I understand. Nodding in acknowledgement, Wu Yi approached one of the corpses to examine it closely. Under the heavy rain, the charred exterior of the corpse was continuously washed, yet it remained as black as ink. Wu Yi felt something was amiss and reached out to touch the body. With his touch, the corpse crumbled into several pieces, revealing that it had been completely incinerated. It was astonishing that even in the midst of a downpour, such flames could reduce a zombie to such a state. And oh wonder Pang Xiu had come so close to meeting his end to confirm whether this was an isolated case. Wu Yi proceeded to inspect several other corpses, reaching a startling conclusion. The strength of this zombie could very well surpass Wu Yi's expectations. Even if it had not yet evolved to the rank of zombie general, it would not be long before it awakened new active skills. Much like Wu Yi himself, as the time approached, when Wu Yi faced off against him, the outcome remained uncertain. Boss, should I go call him out? Pang Xiu inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his voice as he approached. Upon hearing this, Wu Yi decided to seize the opportunity to impart a valuable lesson to Pang Xiu, responding, Pang Xiu, oftentimes, a confrontation need not be conducted with utmost transparency. Previously, you commanded 200,000 subordinates. Whether it was through feigned retreats or strategic diversions, or even luring the enemy away, eliminating his minions would have sufficed. With sheer numerical superiority, you could have easily overwhelmed him. As he spoke, noticing yet another look of bewilderment on Pang Xiu's face, Wu Yi ceased his explanation and simply stated, all right, boss, what about now? Have you thought of a good strategy? Chapter 29. The nourished prey chuckling, Wu Yi remarked, there are indeed countless methods to eliminate the foe, but I find no need for them. Furthermore,
You and Xiao Ji must remember that in the face of absolute power, any scheme or trickery proves futile. Here's the plan. You two will wait here to receive the captives, while I go avenge Pang Xiao. Remember, until I return, do not venture into the garment factory. Wu Yi was not boasting, let alone the fact that the opponent was merely a lowly corpse officer. Even if he were a corpse general, he possessed a myriad of ways to dispatch him. For instance, he still had a substantial amount of black powder obtained from the logistics transfer station. As long as he could track the enemy's whereabouts and ignite it all at once, even if the foe survived, he would undoubtedly be severely injured. However, since Wu Ye's strength surpassed that of his adversary, there was no necessity to resort to such tactics. Thus, after instructing Pang Xiao and Xiao Ji to await his return, Wu Yi executed a spatial leap, vanishing from his location and reappearing beside one of the factory's buildings. He was uncertain whether he could defeat the enemy leader, and if he could match Wu Yi. He certainly would not have had his eyebrows singed off in their previous encounter. Yet aside from admiration and envy, Pang Xiao was filled with concern, wondering if Wu Yi could handle the enemy leader. After all, he had seldom witnessed Wu Yi in action. The few times he had, it was with such nonchalance that the enemies were dispatched, rendering it impossible to gauge Wu Ye's true strength. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji, who had seen Wu Yi effortlessly destroy a drone from hundreds of meters away, held unwavering confidence in him, stating with a smile, "You needn't worry at all. The boss's power is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Did I ask that true?" "Of course it is. Would I deceive you?" As Pang Xiao and Xiao Ji conversed, Wu Yi, alerted by his keen senses to the commotion within the adjacent building, refrained from entering hastily, but he first looked up and observed the three-story structure, sensing that the top floor was devoid of any zombies. Only then did he utilize his spatial leap once more, arriving at the corridor on the third floor. From his elevated position, Wu Yi peered downward and clearly saw that the factory housed no fewer than 30 to 50,000 zombies, most of whom donned identical uniforms. Presumably, they had once been employees of Zhuoming Garment Factory. Given such a substantial number, it was not surprising that many had reached a considerable level of evolution. Among the throngs of corpse soldiers, there were nearly 300, with several nearing Xiao Ji's prowess that Wu Yi surmised that, given sufficient sustenance, they would soon evolve to a level akin to Pang Xiao's. Awakening as higher-tier corpse officers, however, this posed little concern for Wu Yi. What truly astonished him was the sight of two enormous iron cages at the center of the factory, seemingly repurposed from previous shelving. One cage contained merely 20 to 30 zombies, a few of whom looked familiar, indicating they were likely among Pang Xiao's subordinates captured during the earlier skirmish. It was evident that these zombies had been taken prisoner and were confined for not joining the opposing faction, most being mere corpse soldiers. The other cage was even more astonishing, containing over 100 humans, predominantly young men and women. It was known that for zombies of a superior rank, they might still manage to suppress their primal instinct to devour humans. However, for ordinary zombies, humans represented a delectable feast. Despite the multitude of living beings within, the regular zombies merely observed from a distance, not daring to advance. Wu Yi was intrigued. Could these zombies truly exhibit such remarkable restraint? His curiosity was soon satisfied as one zombie, unable to suppress its hunger, approached the cage, extending its arm toward the humans. In an instant, a corpse soldier darted over, seizing the lower-ranked zombie by the hair and forcefully slamming its head against the ground. "You dare touch our boss's food? Seeking death, are you? I'll make sure you eat." With each impact of the lower-ranked zombie's head against the floor, the surrounding corpse soldiers remained unfazed, accustomed to the scene. Only when the lower-ranked zombie was bloodied and gasping for breath did the corpse soldier clap his hands and instruct his fellow zombie soldiers, "Don't just stand there. Come carry it out and dispose of it. The boss will be here for dinner soon, and I need to prepare." Without even glancing at the fallen zombie, he retrieved the key from his waist and entered the cage holding the humans. Scanning the interior, the humans he met with their gaze retreated in terror to the edges of the cage. The corpse soldier, seemingly disinterested in choosing, quickly fixed his attention on a male target, who, reacting swiftly, shoved a young woman beside him into the soldier's grasp, pleading, "Don't eat me. I haven't bathed in over half a month. I'm filthy. Eat her instead. She must taste better than I do." "Fine, our boss isn't picky. You can live a few more days." Seemingly indifferent, the corpse soldier dragged the woman away, who flailed and kicked in a desperate attempt to escape, but ultimately resigned, casting a resentful glare at the man who had pushed her. At this point, we finally understood why these humans were confined in cages. They were nothing more than the food cultivated by the enemy leader. This also elucidated the rapid increase in the opposing faction's strength following the resurrection of spiritual energy. However, considering the corpse soldiers mentioned that the enemy leader would soon arrive, Wu Yi did not rush to take action. Instead, he sought a concealed corner on the third floor, patiently awaiting the enemy's appearance. Chapter 30. The Grief of Fire After a While. Just as Wu Yi began to feel a tinge of boredom and contemplated seeking out the enemy leader himself, the factory's main door swung open. A robust zombie, accompanied by several corpse soldiers, stepped into Wu Ye's line of sight. This one-eyed giant, with a hollow eye socket that flickered with an ominous light, exuded an aura that clearly surpassed that of Pang Qiu. Wu Yi believed that if this creature continued to feed, it would soon evolve into a corpse general, akin to himself. Recognizing the enemy's considerable strength and strategic mind, evidenced by the choice to cultivate humans for a steady supply of fresh meat, Wu Ye's thoughts turned to the prospect of recruiting him. However, this notion was quickly dismissed. Setting aside the fact that Pang Qiu's hard-won army of 200,000 had been utterly defeated by this foe, the one-eyed corpse officer, upon entering the factory, did not immediately indulge in the feast prepared by his subordinates. Instead, he inquired about the captured enemy zombies, questioning whether they would be willing to join his ranks. He even boasted if we so much as touch a hair on their heads. Their boss will surely come for revenge. Their boss will come for revenge. Haha, it must be that fool whose eyebrows I singed off. Not that I look down on him, but he is far from capable of confronting me. As the one-eyed giant conversed with his subordinates, Wu Yi was taken aback upon hearing the title of Corpse King. However, he quickly realized that this Corpse King was not the same as the one classified in his memory of zombie hierarchies. After all, it had only been a little over half a month since the resurgence of spiritual energy. Having fallen so low as to gnaw on trees, it is evident how arduous the journey to becoming a Corpse King must be. According to Wu Ye's calculations, unless one consumes tens of thousands of golden pills or corpse pills, it would be nearly impossible. Among the entire Blue Sea, the only zombies that have evolved to the rank of corpse officer, as far as Wu Yi knows, are himself and Fatball, leaving only this Cyclops before him. Just as Wu Yi began to feel that he might be overly cautious, the next words from the Cyclops ignited a furious blaze within him. The Cyclops declared, "Wu Yi, what a thing! I've never heard of it, but if he dares to come, I shall make him experience the might of this Corpse King. I guarantee that even his parents would not recognize him." Furthermore, he insisted that all the rebellious zombies be slain. Were they not hoping for Wu Yi to assist them in seeking vengeance? Then let him fulfill their wishes. What a fine fellow! I hadn't even sought trouble with you, yet you dare to scheme against me. It seems I must show you a thing or two, so you understand how many eyes the King of Horses possesses. Wu Yi felt that the Cyclops was exceedingly arrogant, even intending to kill all the imprisoned zombies. With a swift spatial leap, he vanished from his position, appearing directly behind the Cyclops and delivering a swift kick. Taken by surprise, the Cyclops fell to the ground in a humiliating manner, rising in fury and shouting, "Who dares to ambush this king? With such meager skills, you dare to call yourself a Corpse King?" A smirk crept across Wu Ye's lips, as he reflected that had he not decided to thoroughly torment his opponent and teach him a lesson for his unrestrained tongue, he could have easily utilized a spatial blade to end him in a single blow. Thus, Wu Yi did not rush his next move, choosing instead to stand and observe the Cyclops' fire-based abilities. Inquiring, "As for who I am, were you not just waiting for me to come knocking at your door?" "You are Wu Yi." Despite being somewhat more astute than Fatball, the Cyclops was still not particularly sharp. Failing to comprehend how Wu Yi had appeared behind him so suddenly, with a sinister grin, he retorted, "Very well. Heaven has a path you do not tread, and hell has no door you dare to enter. Since you have come, you shall remain here forever." As the words left his mouth, flames erupted from the Cyclops' body, and he hurled a fireball towards Wu Yi. Yet Wu Yi, possessing the skill of spatial leap, easily evaded it. Upon witnessing Wu Ye's agility, the Cyclops ceased underestimating him, that a series of fireballs materialized in his hands, which he then launched at Wu Yi. With such a barrage of attacks, Wu Yi did not dare to confront them head-on, opting instead to utilize his spatial leap once more to evade.
This decision proved to be wise, as one of the fireballs struck a low-level zombie near Wu Yi's previous location, instantly incinerating it and leaving nothing but charred remains. Wu Yi was taken aback by the sight of the unfortunate creature's demise. Upon hearing Wu Yi's astonishment, the Cyclops, though baffled by how Wu Yi had vanished in an instant, could not suppress his pride, stating, "Now you recognize my prowess? I shall not hesitate to tell you that this flame of mine, upon contact with human or zombie flesh, is nigh impossible to extinguish. Reducing all it touches to ash, accompanied by your wails of agony, I have named this technique the sorrow of fire." Quite fitting, wouldn't you agree? The sorrow of fire. Indeed, it is quite fitting. Upon realizing that the Cyclops had also named his awakened ability, Wu Yi felt a surge of confidence. Believing that as long as he avoided the fireballs, he had little to fear, he smiled and replied, "What a coincidence. I too possess a technique, called the Joy of Water. I wonder if you can withstand it, Dutto." "Do show me," the Cyclops urged, intrigued. Chapter 31. 18 meals a day, one for each person. Wu Yi's sudden appearance and immediate kick to the Cyclops had left the latter's minions momentarily stunned. As the Cyclops unleashed fireballs that indiscriminately struck out, one low-level zombie was quickly reduced to cinders. The surrounding minions, fearing for their lives, scrambled to avoid becoming the next victims of the Cyclops' wrath. Huddling in a corner to discuss, "Relax. Our leader's technique has obliterated countless challengers to his authority. Now, let us see if this Wu Yi meets his demise for daring to stir trouble in our territory. Indeed, we always knew our leader's power was great, but to have a name, the Sorrow of Fire, sounds impressive. That I can't believe that this Wu Yi could possibly have a technique of equal caliber." They continued to chatter, oblivious to Wu Yi's declaration of his own technique, the Joy of Water, leaving the minions momentarily speechless, while even the Cyclops contemplated whether Wu Yi's power was of the water element, a natural adversary to his fire. Thus, he instinctively wished to witness Wu Yi's technique to gauge his strength. However, Wu Yi's next action took everyone by surprise. He cleared his throat and spat a mouthful of phlegm directly onto the Cyclops' face. This spectacle left not only the Cyclops' minions dumbfounded, but also the Cyclops himself, who could hardly believe what had just transpired. His lone eye nearly bulged from its socket as he reached up to touch his face. Feeling the slimy texture, the phlegm evaporated, producing wisps of steam. The Cyclops' anger intensified. His gaze now akin to that of a predator, Wu Yi noticed the Cyclops' glare and chuckled. "So, how does my joy of water compare to your sorrow of fire? You seek death." The Cyclops, already enraged, felt his fury escalate further at Wu Yi's mockery, that he conjured a multitude of fireballs, which soared toward Wu Yi. However, due to the sheer number of fireballs he attempted to manipulate, their speed was notably sluggish to Wu Yi. They moved as slowly as an elderly person crossing the street. Just as the fireballs approached him, he effortlessly dodged to the side. Yet, in the next moment, Wu Yi sensed danger. Despite his evasion, the fireballs suddenly accelerated, now homing in on him, clearly under the Cyclops' control. Realizing he could not evade them, Wu Yi executed a spatial leap, vanishing again. The fireballs struck the nearby horde of low-level zombies, resulting in a cacophony of anguished cries as they were consumed in flames, swiftly turning to ash. Where did he go? The Cyclops, oblivious to the fate of the low-level zombies, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Scanning for Wu Yi's form, he noticed his minions staring wide-eyed behind him. The Cyclops quickly conjured another fireball, hurling it towards the direction he had seen Wu Yi last. Yet, as before, Wu Yi had already vanished. This left the Cyclops in a frenzy, shouting, "Wu Yi, weren't you quite bold earlier, spitting on my face? Come out and face me. Hiding like a coward is no show of strength. Those who know you are a zombie, and those who don't would think you a turtle hiding in its shell. Damn coward. Since you were so eager to meet your end, I shall oblige." Wu Yi's voice echoed from behind him, clearly not wishing to prolong the encounter any further. However, this time, before he could even contemplate unleashing another fireball to attack Wu Yi, all eyes, both human and zombie alike, were fixed upon him. With a swift motion of his right hand, Wu Yi conjured a spatial blade that sliced through the air with a thunderous roar, hurtling towards the Cyclops with astonishing speed. The Cyclops, sensing the formidable power of the spatial blade, was momentarily taken aback and,
without hesitation, launched 3 massive fireballs in retaliation. Yet to his horror, the spatial blade, having materialized from Wu Ye's hand, did not approach him in a direct manner. Instead, it vanished instantaneously from sight. When it reappeared, it was merely a meter away from him, aimed directly at his heart. To avert a potentially fatal injury, the Cyclops hastily shifted to the right. Alas, despite his swift reaction, the spatial blade was swifter still, reaching his left shoulder in the blink of an eye. With a swift whoosh, the Cyclops' left arm was severed cleanly, plummeting to the ground, its flames extinguished in an instant. Ah! The pain radiating from his body elicited a wretched howl from the Cyclops, as the 3 fireballs he had hurled at Wu Yi fell into the horde of zombies, inciting further chaos among them. Yet, compared to these fireballs, it was Wu Yi who instilled a deeper sense of dread in these lowly zombies. After all, who would have anticipated that their seemingly invincible leader, who relied solely on the power of fire, would be outmatched by Wu Yi? Chapter 32. Those who recognize the times are the true talents in stark contrast to the earlier bravado of the Cyclops. His concern now lay not with the physical pain, but with the bewildering realization that Wu Yi was indeed stronger than him. The Cyclops, originally named Qin Yu, had been the head of a sewing workshop at Zhuomeng garment factory prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy. In his leisure time, he was an avid fitness enthusiast. Following the arrival of the cataclysmic rain heralding the spiritual revival, he had been infected while still within the workshop, subsequently consuming all of his former colleagues. In a remarkably brief span, he evolved into a zombie soldier. Upon regaining his self-awareness, he recognized that consuming flesh would enhance his strength, leading him to recruit numerous underlings and imprison the remaining humans within the factory. He would feast on them routinely, fantasizing about one day becoming the strongest zombie and unifying Blue Sea City, reigning as its undisputed king. Indeed, prior to Wu Ye's arrival, after evolving a fire-based ability, he had faced no challengers. Within a few short days, he had amassed all the zombies from the Zhuomeng garment factory, which boasted nearly 100,000 employees. Even the zombies from 2 neighboring factories were coerced into joining his ranks, swelling his numbers to an astounding 250,000. That he was convinced that as long as he continued to consume, it was merely a matter of time before he ascended to the title of Zombie King. It was no wonder he had dismissed Fatball after his arrival, failing to regard the awakened Earth-type abilities of Fatball with any seriousness. Thus, after Wu Yi severed his left arm with the spatial blade, Qin Yu could not fathom how Wu Yi had managed to surpass him in strength. Conversely, upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Wu Yi couldn't help but sneer. I already mentioned, you are merely a zombie officer. No different from Fatball, yet you dare to call yourself a zombie king. Whatever, that I can't be bothered to engage in further banter with you, since you refuse to surrender and have slain so many of my subordinates. Then you shall meet your demise. Wait. Before Wu Yi could finish his sentence and dispatch Qin Yu, the latter realized that he was merely a zombie officer, on par with the previously threatening Fatball. He immediately understood that Wu Ye's level of evolution was undoubtedly superior to his own. Moreover, the nature of Wu Ye's abilities was shrouded in mystery, appearing extraordinarily peculiar. Convinced of his inability to defeat Wu Yi, Qin Yu pondered, why fight a losing battle? Perhaps he could join forces with Wu Yi instead, leveraging the loyalty of his numerous subordinates to secure a position of power. After all, as the saying goes, those who recognize the times are the true talents. Therefore, witnessing Wu Ye's murderous intent, he clutched his wounded area and hastily pleaded, I am willing to submit. Could you grant me a chance? A chance? Where were you earlier? Weren't you just reveling in your insults? Had Qin Yu not insulted Wu Yi earlier, perhaps Wu Yi would have considered granting him an opportunity. However, given the scathing remarks Qin Yu had hurled at him, even likening him to a cowardly turtle, Wu Yi had no intention of disregarding it. Coldly, he replied, I'm sorry, but I have no need for your self-righteous subservience. Qin Yu was taken aback by Wu Ye's utter lack of mercy. A surge of anger coursed through him. He yearned to drag Wu Yi down with him. Realizing the futility of such thoughts, he made a frantic dash towards the 2 iron cages that held both zombies and humans captive. In the blink of an eye, he found himself positioned between the 2 cages that Wu Yi observed this scene. Yet he could not decipher Qin Yu's intentions, remaining intrigued as he refrained from intervening. He wanted to see what trickery Qin Yu would employ next, or if he would attempt a desperate struggle. Indeed, Qin Yu did not disappoint Wu Yi. Upon reaching the midpoint between the 2 cages, Flames erupted once more from his body. Simultaneously, he raised his right hand skyward, a fireball coalescing and swelling in his grip. Before long, it exceeded a diameter of 10 meters, nearly grazing the factory's ceiling. The humans and zombies within the cages, sensing the heat and energy emanating from the fireball, recoiled in fear, bewildered by Chun Yu's intentions. Even Wu Yi felt the temperature in the factory rise significantly. Perplexed as he inquired, "What are you doing?" "What am I doing? Haha, since you refuse to spare my life, then let us all perish together. To be frank, once this fireball detonates, I cannot guarantee anything for other places. But within this factory, everyone here will accompany me to the grave." "What?" Upon hearing Chun Yu's declaration, the majority of the low-level zombies within the factory, devoid of intellect, were unperturbed. However, the self-aware zombie soldiers under Chun Yu's command were instantly struck with fear. Those zombies who had previously resisted Chun Yu's authority now looked towards Wu Yi for salvation, their eyes pleading for him to rescue them. That it was evident that they hoped Wu Yi would liberate them. As for the humans confined within the cages, most wore expressions of despair, though a few bore looks of relief at the prospect of impending liberation. Among them, one individual even chastised Wu Yi in a hushed tone. "What a foolish zombie! He was willing to submit to you. Why did you not accept him as a subordinate? That way, I might have lived a little longer. Now look, a cornered dog will jump over the wall. If he throws that fireball, we are all doomed." Wu Yi, instead of responding to the chaos within the cages, turned his attention to the human who had placed blame upon him. With a swift spatial leap, he materialized inside the cage, seizing the individual by the collar and lifting them into the the person gazed at him in shock and terror. Wu Yi spoke, "I can understand your desire to survive. But to lay the blame for this predicament at my feet is clearly misguided. Therefore, to atone for your error, you shall die first." With that, Wu Yi extended his sharp claws, slicing through the individual's throat before discarding them aside. He then continued to use spatial leaps, appearing not far from Chun Yu, calmly stating, "Cyclops, do you truly believe you can perish together with me using that fireball? Perish together with you? No, I know you are powerful. Far beyond my capabilities. Attempting to drag you down to hell with me would be nothing more than a delusion. But your subordinates, they are fiercely loyal to you, unwilling to join my ranks. Surely, you cannot bear to watch them die. Thus, let us make a deal. Spare me, and I shall let your subordinates go free. What do you say?" Upon hearing Wu Ye's words, a smile spread across Chun Yu's face as he sought to leverage the lives of the captured zombie soldiers to coerce Wu Yi. However, had it been Fatball, he might have been compelled to acquiesce. But Wu Yi was no ordinary adversary. As he had previously stated to Fatball, in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and machinations are futile. Thus, while advancing towards Chun Yu, Wu Yi remarked, "I must concede, you are quite clever. Not only do you nurture the humans to gradually enhance your own strength, but you even resort to using my zombie soldiers as leverage to secure a glimmer of hope. However, there is one point I believe you have misjudged." "Misjudged? What do you mean?" As Wu Yi approached, the distance between them narrowing, Chun Yu felt an overwhelming pressure. The flames surrounding him flickered erratically, indicating that his internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted, signaling his imminent exhaustion. Upon witnessing the situation, Wu Yi immediately discerned that his opponent had reached the end of his tether. With a smile, he remarked, "It seems you have yet to fully grasp the extent of my capabilities." No sooner had he spoken than he ceased to hold back. A blade of spatial energy manifested in his hand, swiftly appearing at the right side of Chun Yu's neck. Taken completely off guard, Chun Yu found himself effortlessly decapitated by the spatial blade. Even in his final moments, he could not fathom how devastating Wu Ye's spatial blade could be. Despite his cautiousness, he had unwittingly succumbed to an unexpected strike. It was evident that during their previous skirmish, Wu Yi had not unleashed his full power. However, Chun Yu could not comprehend whether Wu Yi truly intended to disregard the lives of his subordinates. Just then, while Chun Yu perished, the fireball in his hand erupted, exploding like a blooming firework and scattering in all directions within the factory. The nearby cages containing the captured corpse soldiers bore the brunt of the explosion. Observing this, Wu Yi did not rush to rescue the corpses. Instead, he approached Chun Yu's lifeless form. He reached into Chun Yu's abdomen and extracted the corpse core from within. With a single spatial leap,
He appeared at the edge of the cages, seizing one corner of the cage and hoisting it up with sheer brute force. Following that, another spatial leap brought him and the corpse soldiers outside the factory, into the torrential downpour. Just as they departed the building, a raging inferno erupted within, accompanied by the anguished cries of both humans and zombies. Yet a number of zombies managed to escape, with Chun Yu's group of corpse soldiers being the most numerous among them. However, upon spotting Wu Yi outside, they were momentarily stunned. They couldn't help but lament their misfortune. It was bad enough that their leader, Chun Yu, had perished, but he had also unleashed a tremendous final attack. After barely escaping, they now found themselves face to face with a Reaper. It was as if they had just fled from a wolf pack only to stumble into the jaws of a tiger. Wu Yi, noticing the group of zombies that had emerged from the factory, recognized them as the most advanced among the corpse soldiers in the Zhuomeng clothing factory, that it would be a pity to eliminate them all. Instead, he preferred to absorb them into his ranks, entrusting their leadership to Pang Xiu and those corpse soldiers who were more loyal to him. With this thought in mind, Wu Yi refrained from striking and, under the watchful gaze of the wary zombies, declared, "Your leader is dead. I now offer you two choices. Either join my forces or venture to another world to continue following your leader. The decision is yours." Even with their limited intellect, the zombies understood Wu Ye's message: surrender or perish. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, they all stepped forward, choosing to align with Wu Yi. Satisfied with their response, Wu Yi nodded approvingly and released the previously captured corpse soldiers. Addressing them, having been held captive for so long, "You must have a decent understanding of the situation inside the clothing factory that I observe that there are at least 10 factory buildings. This group of zombies is now under your command. Swiftly gather all the zombies within the factory and bring them to the entrance to meet me, that if any of you prove disobedient, I trust you know what to do." "Understood, boss," to be frank. Upon witnessing Chen Yu force Wu Yi into a corner with their lives, the corpse soldiers had initially believed they had backed the wrong leader, thinking that Wu Yi had never valued their lives. Yet, who could have anticipated that in their moment of crisis, Wu Yi would not abandon them, but instead choose to lead them to safety? Consequently, after being rescued, their loyalty to Wu Yi deepened. Following his orders, they set off toward one of the factory buildings with the newly surrendered corpse soldiers in tow. After observing this, Wu Yi felt confident that with so many corpse soldiers at his disposal, and having slain their leader, the situation should pose no significant challenges, that he did not hasten his departure. Instead, he retrieved the corpse core he had extracted from Chen Yu, which was still stained with blood and bits of flesh. After rinsing it briefly in the rain, he consumed it like a sweet candy, chewing a few times before swallowing. Almost immediately, Wu Yi felt the core transform into pure energy, converging within his dantian and becoming part of his own energy reservoir. In the same breath, his strength surged significantly, prompting Wu Yi to muse. Indeed, to become a corpse king, consuming this substance is far more effective than indulging in that junk food. Meanwhile, not far from the entrance of the Zhuomeng clothing factory, Pang Xiu grew increasingly anxious as nearly an hour had elapsed since Wu Yi entered the factory, that he turned to Xiao Ji and inquired, "Xiao Ji, do you think something might have happened to the boss after being inside for so long? Can you keep your ominous thoughts to yourself? The boss told us to wait here, so we should do just that. Besides, with our boss's strength, what could possibly go wrong?" From the moment Xiao Ji first laid eyes on Wu Yi at the cold food store beneath his building, she had developed a near-blind admiration for him. This sentiment stemmed from Wu Yi's nonchalant destruction of what she thought was impossible, crushing a zombie's head effortlessly, leaving a profound impression on her. However, the pressure Wu Yi exuded had not diminished even as Xiao Ji's own strength grew. Especially when facing Wu Yi alone, he loomed over her like an insurmountable mountain. Thus, when Pang Xiu expressed concern about Wu Yi's prolonged absence, Xiao Ji felt no anxiety. Instead, she rolled her eyes at him, preparing to deliver a playful smack to his head. Noticing her gesture, Pang Xiu quickly covered his forehead and stepped back a couple of paces, exasperatedly replying, "I'm just worried about the boss. After all, you haven't faced that zombie. You don't know how formidable he is. That guy's flames are toxic, and once they latch on, they're nearly impossible to extinguish. Even this heavy rain is of no use. Under the high temperatures, not a single hair is left on my body." As he spoke, his peripheral vision caught sight of the closest factory building to Wu Yi suddenly engulfed in flames. Without thinking, Pang Xiu pointed at the building exclaiming, "Look, just like that fire. What a joke! How could there be flames that rainwater can't extinguish?" However, since she had not yet awakened her powers, Xiao Ji's face, which bore no traces of the supernatural, displayed skepticism upon hearing Pang Xiu's words that is there really fire that isn't afraid of water? But no sooner had she spoken than Xiao Ji realized something was amiss. That very building was precisely where Wu Yi had been moments ago. With that thought in mind, she wasted no time and rushed into the factory. Pang Xiu, noticing her movement, quickly grabbed her arm, saying, Hey, Xiao Ji, where do you think you're going?" "What do you think?" "I'm going to save the boss." "What if he's trapped inside?" "Stop it. If even the boss is trapped, what good would it do for you to go? You'd only end up causing more trouble. Besides, don't you remember? The boss specifically instructed us to stay put and not enter the factory. Are we just going to stand by and watch? If that fire is truly as fierce as you say and cannot be extinguished, wouldn't that put the boss in danger? As the saying goes, concern breeds chaos. The more Wu Yi tried to reason with her, the more anxious Xiao Ji became, itching to enter the factory and uncover the truth. She repeatedly shook her arm, seemingly attempting to break free from Pang Xiu's grip. Even extending her other hand with sharp nails, she turned to him with indignation, saying, "Pang Xiu, are you trying to get yourself killed? If you don't care about the boss, I do. Let go of me, or I won't hold back." "Hey, what are you saying?" "Of course I'm worried about the boss. Fine. I can't be bothered to argue with you that if you're going to save the boss, then I'm coming with you. If anything happens to him, I won't live through today either." Provoked by Xiao Ji's words, Pang Xiu's anger flared, and his eyes widened in determination. But just then, from not far away, Wu Ye's calm voice echoed. "What are you two discussing? Why the talk of not living? Boss, you're okay." "Of course. What could possibly happen to your boss?" It turned out that after swallowing Chun Yu's corpse core, Wu Ye's energy reserves were replenished by the vast amount of spiritual energy expended during multiple uses of spatial leap. Wu Yi steadfastly adhered to the principle of teleportation over walking, having long since utilized spatial leaps to arrive at the side of Xiao Ji and Pang Xiu. His silence was a deliberate choice, as he sought to gauge the loyalty of these two individuals. Would they presume he was not a match for the one-eyed dragon, Qin Yu, and choose to betray him? The outcome proved that Xiao Ji's loyalty was undeniably commendable, albeit somewhat impulsive. Conversely, while Pang Xiu had previously exhibited a lack of intellect, he now demonstrated a composure that far surpassed Xiao Ji's. This indicated that, despite depleting their resources in the previous battle, Pang Xiu had gleaned some insights and began to think critically. However, just as Wu Yi revealed himself, a cacophony of shouts and the roars of zombies erupted within the garment factory that a horde of over 100 low-level zombies surged from the nearest building towards the factory's entrance, clearly attempting to flee the area. Yet, before they could reach the door, they were intercepted by a dozen corpse soldiers, resulting in a fierce clash among them. One corpse soldier stood out, retreating from the fray to command the others, encircling the low-level zombies and dispatching several stragglers with ease. Upon witnessing this, Pang Xiu immediately recognized the figure, exclaiming, "Isn't that Scarface? Scarface? Yes, he was one of my subordinates before. It seems he was once a member of the military. When I saw him, he was still clad in uniform. Now, however, he looks tattered and ragged, like a beggar, and he was also a small leader among hundreds of low-level zombies, having earned the name Scarface due to the prominent scar on his face. I found him quite agreeable, and he chose to join us without much resistance. That I have always regarded him as a trusted confidant, especially during the attack on the garment factory, when he advised me against acting rashly. Unfortunately, I did not heed his counsel, which ultimately led to a significant defeat. Who would have thought he was still alive? It's truly wonderful. A soldier in life." Hearing Pang Xiu's words, Wu Yi cast his gaze towards the zombie. Indeed, as Pang Xiu had described, the creature bore a scar measuring over 10 centimeters, running from his forehead to his chin. That Wu Yi then recalled that Scarface was among those imprisoned by the one-eyed dragon, Qin Yu. His eyes gradually ignited with fervor, as if he had encountered a rare treasure. Chapter 35. The Warmonger in the wake of the resurgence of spiritual energy. What holds the utmost importance? If humanity still prevailed, Wu Yi would undoubtedly assert that food was paramount. After all, without sustenance, one would perish from hunger, leaving no possibility for survival. However, as a zombie, he found himself in a different predicament. With an ample supply of food and the general lack of intelligence among zombies due to their low evolutionary state, what truly mattered was talent, or rather, the capability of the undead. Thus, upon learning that Scarface had once been a soldier, possessed situational awareness, and demonstrated a certain degree of loyalty that would not lead to easy betrayal, Wu Yi quickly formulated a plan in his mind, posing several inquiries to Pang Xiu regarding Scarface. As time passed, the garment factory gradually fell silent. The low-level zombies emerged from the buildings, swiftly filling a vast open space within the factory, leaving little room to maneuver. They resembled a military force awaiting inspection. Leading the group of corpse soldiers, Scarface approached Wu Yi with a composed demeanor, stating, "Boss, the task you entrusted to us has been accomplished and I conducted a rough estimate, and we currently have approximately 200,000 low-level zombies willing to submit to us. Due to the limited space outside, I retained a portion of them within the factory. The only challenge is their loyalty, which is somewhat uncertain. However, the leader of the zombies we just defeated has been eliminated. For the time being, even if someone attempts to incite trouble, they are unlikely to stir up much of a storm." "Well done, Scarface. I never realized you were so capable." Before Scarface could finish, Pang Xiu excitedly patted him on the shoulder. Unable to contain his praise, Scarface appeared unfazed, as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He turned his gaze back to Wu Yi and continued, "It's nothing extraordinary, but I must report something to you." "Boss Dedo, do tell." Unlike Pang Xiu, Wu Yi had been closely observing Scarface's every movement as he spoke. Noticing the clarity and orderliness in Scarface's words, Wu Yi increasingly felt that Scarface embodied the very talent he needed at this moment. Thus, when he heard that Scarface had something to report, Wu Yi's interest was piqued, and he listened intently as Scarface began, "Boss, I learned from the one-eyed dragon subordinate that not far from here, another factory is also overrun by a horde of zombies. Their number should be around 100,000, and the leading zombie is only slightly weaker than the one-eyed dragon. What do you think? Should we seize the opportunity and take them down while we have the numbers? Are the zombies outside this bold? Their subordinates number in the tens of thousands." Given his past experiences, Wu Yi was uncertain about the current state of the outside world, especially since he had been trapped in a small hotel with Zhou Yao during the torrential rain that had only been a few days. Yet the scale of the zombie hordes had expanded to such a degree, with each group starting at several 100,000. Remarkably, it had been less than 20 days since the storm had struck. Nevertheless, Wu Yi was resolute in not neglecting this new group of zombies, especially as he needed a victory to establish his authority among the newly recruited undead. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded and declared, "Since we're here, let's eliminate the leader of that horde. It's also a chance for these new recruits to witness my strength and understand the consequences of betrayal." Pausing for a moment, Wu Yi continued to observe Scarface's expression, seeing no signs of collusion or deceit. He felt reassured and added, "Scarface, relay my orders for the corpse soldiers to guide the low-level zombies to the location you mentioned." "Yes, boss." Upon hearing Wu Yi's command, a smile finally graced Scarface's face as he acknowledged and turned to leave. Wu Yi couldn't help but admire his demeanor, reflecting on the fact that he had indeed been a soldier, truly a warmonger. However, before Scarface could vanish from sight, Pang Xiu voiced his discontent, saying, "Boss, if you send Scarface to relay orders, what about me? I could lead them in a battle once they understand the situation." Cursing the author of the 36 stratagems, Pang Xiu felt frustrated but dared not go against Wu Yi's wishes. He stood alongside Xiao Ji, like two formidable guardians. After some time, under Scarface's arrangement, the horde of zombies departed from the garment factory and advanced towards the southeastern direction amidst the rain that Wu Yi then followed closely behind with the two of them. However, upon reaching the factory Scarface had mentioned, Wu Yi found that, whether in terms of individual strength or the number of subordinates, the opposing side was overwhelmingly outmatched. They failed to mount any significant resistance. With a mere gesture, Wu Yi swiftly dispatched the newly awakened leader, who had just gained water-based abilities, using his spatial blade, that he even consumed the corpse core on the spot. This scene not only compelled the opposing group's subordinates to submit without hesitation, but also astonished Wu Yi's own corpse soldiers and low-level zombies. "Boss, may I inquire about the nature of your awakened abilities? They seem far superior to my Earth-based powers. Curious. Are we?" "Yes, I am indeed curious," Pang Xiu interjected, unable to suppress his eagerness. Even Scarface, who was a short distance away,
found himself straining to listen that Wu Yi had no reason to conceal the truth. So he replied, "I have awakened spatial abilities." Spatial abilities? Indeed, spatial abilities are quite rare. However, in terms of practicality and combat effectiveness, they far surpass those of more common abilities. After a brief explanation, Wu Yi recalled that Scarface was eavesdropping on their conversation and decided to mention something important, but he turned to Scarface and instructed, "By the way, Scarface, if any of these subordinates awaken spatial abilities in the future, be sure to inform me at the earliest opportunity." Chapter 36. The rain stops in the blink of an eye. More than 10 days had passed, and the relentless rain that had persisted for a month finally came to a halt. As the skies began to clear, the air, too, felt notably fresher in the wake of the resurgence of spiritual energy. During these past days, Wu Yi had indeed reaped considerable rewards. Aside from occasionally venturing out to scavenge, filling the vast storage space of over 10,000 cubic meters with supplies, his subordinates, under the leadership of Scar, have been waging campaigns to the north and south, successfully bringing nearly two-thirds of the eastern district under Wu Ye's dominion. The remaining third consists of the coastal areas to the far east, which are simply too distant from the logistics transfer station. Meanwhile, the number of zombies has surged from an initial count of 300,000 to nearly 2 million. Fortunately, with this increase in quantity, the quality of the zombies has also improved. According to Scar statistics, Wu currently commands over 2,000 zombie soldiers, and there are no less than 100 awakened zombie officers among them. Thankfully, Scar, having learned from Qin Yu, established a comprehensive system of rewards and punishments, and most of the lower-level zombies are merely wandering within Wu Ye's territory. Generally, they are not needed. Otherwise, Scar would indeed find it challenging to both expand territories and manage so many underlings. As for Fatball, he has been in a state of constant agitation, his head swollen from daily requests to Wu Yi, seeking permission to venture out and compete with other zombies for territory. Thus, despite being utterly frustrated, Fatball has had no choice but to harden his resolve and confine himself within the logistics transfer station, engaging daily with 2 books that it is worth mentioning that both Scar and Xiao Ji have awakened as well. Scar's awakening manifested as the most common of the 5 elemental abilities, the metal ability, while Xiao Ji's was even more impressive, awakening the lightning ability, which enhances her speed passively when she unleashes her power. Even Wu Yi finds it challenging to keep up with her pace, that Wu Yi couldn't help but marvel at his own discerning eye. Even as zombie, he casually named possesses such talent. Meanwhile, with the cessation of the torrential rain, humanity seems to have been equally industrious. According to reports from Scar's subordinates, just today alone, they captured numerous human survivors attempting to gather supplies from the central and northern districts. Unsurprisingly, all of them became fodder for Wu Ye's minions. However, the neighboring southern district presents a rather peculiar situation. Not only have no human survivors ventured over, but from their vantage point on the outskirts, it appears that the southern district harbors not a single zombie, that an unsettling feeling washed over Scar, prompting him to dispatch several zombie soldiers for reconnaissance. The circumstances in the southern district seem awry. With such a large population base, there should at least be some zombies, even in the absence of humans. After hearing this report from one of his subordinates, Wu Yi rifled through his memories from his past life. Recalling that he had never encountered such an anomaly, that he sensed that the situation in the southern district was not as straightforward as it seemed. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed, relayed to Scar that he should refrain from further expansion to the east for now and send a few zombie soldiers to the southern district. If zombie soldiers are insufficient, dispatch zombie officers. If that fails, then he must go personally. It is imperative to ascertain what has transpired in the southern district. Understood, boss. Following Wu Ye's orders, the subordinate hastily departed the logistics transfer station to convey Wu Ye's message to Scar. Once the subordinate left, Wu Yi rose from his office chair and approached the window, quietly pondering his next course of action. Should he eliminate the Blue Sea Sanctuary before it even takes shape? Or should he adopt a pig farming strategy, allowing them to recruit human survivors and gradually regain stability, just as in his past life? He could wait until a core formation stage cultivator emerged, providing him with a continuous supply of golden cores. As Wu Yi contemplated, the sound of cheerful laughter reached his ears. He glanced down, surprised to see Zhou Yao, the steward, lounging in the sun in a deck chair, clad only in her undergarments. The laughter belonged to Xiao Ji, who was also sunbathing nearby. Wu Yi couldn't help but sigh, realizing that perhaps he hadn't assigned Zhou Yao enough tasks in an instant.
Wu Yi teleported beside the two women and addressed them. "Zhou Yao, what on earth are you doing?" Startled by Wu Ye's sudden voice, Zhou Yao, despite having confirmed over the past month that Wu Yi harbored no interest in her, instinctively let out a shrill scream. Flustered, she hurriedly grabbed a nearby garment to cover the expanse of her fair skin exposed to Wu Ye's gaze, her face flushing crimson as she lowered her head, stammering, "I wasn't doing anything. I just finished my work and thought I'd come out to bask in the sun since the rain stopped." That Wu Yi found it somewhat amusing that Zhou Yao perceived him, a formidable zombie, as akin to a human. Turning his attention to Xiao Ji, he inquired, "And you, Xiao Ji, what were you laughing about just now? It was quite the commotion. Boss, look, am I pretty or not?" Xiao Ji, without a hint of hesitation, spun around, revealing her new appearance. That Wu Yi noticed that Xiao Ji, who previously had long hair cascading down her shoulders, now sported two playful pigtails, complemented by a brand new pink JK outfit and white stockings she had scavenged. Wu Yi was tempted to ask her if she had forgotten she was a zombie, as it seemed she intended to charm her opponents to death, but he could easily surmise that Zhou Yao was responsible for styling her hair. With a month having passed since their initial agreement, Wu Yi reproached Zhou Yao. "Zhou Yao, put some clothes on and come see me in your previous office." After issuing his command, Wu Yi vanished from the spot, leaving Xiao Ji feeling somewhat dejected. "Hey boss, you didn't tell me if I looked good." Chapter 37. The right choice. 10 minutes later, clad in proper attire, Zhou Yao nervously appeared in Wu Ye's office, uncertain of the reason for his summons. Noticing her anxious demeanor, Wu Yi chuckled. "Don't be tense. I'm not going to eat you. Please, have a seat, and let's talk." "Oh, all right." Taking a seat not far from Wu Yi, Zhou Yao remained unclear about his intentions, especially upon seeing Wu Ye's smile. Memories of previous occasions when he had worn a similar expression flooded her mind, either assigning her to clean the restroom or burdening her with a slew of heavy tasks. Instead of relaxing, Zhou Yao grew increasingly vigilant. Observing her reaction, Wu Yi decided to be direct. "Zhou Yao, according to our prior agreement, you have been my steward for a month. Did I guarantee your safety and provide you with the food necessary for survival? Now, a month has passed since the heavy rain, and only a few days remain until our agreed-upon time. Therefore, I want to ask you, have you made a decision about whether to leave or stay here?" "So it's about this matter." Realizing that Wu Yi had summoned her regarding the impending expiration of their agreement, Zhou Yao felt a mix of emotions. After spending so many days here, becoming familiar with Fatball and Xiao Ji, she found that zombies were not so terrifying after all. With food and drink provided, she had no need to worry about safety. She could simply ask Wu Yi for anything she lacked. However, the thought of leaving the logistics transfer station filled her with reluctance. Ultimately, she was still human, and Wu Ye's continued development could inevitably lead to conflict with humanity. Would she not then become a traitor to her kind? At this moment, Zhou Yao found herself in a dilemma, hesitating as she replied, "I haven't made up my mind yet. Can you give me a little more time to think it over?" "That's acceptable. But you must provide me with a definitive answer before the deadline." "All right, I will." For Wu Yi, although keeping a human around posed no significant issue, it was crucial for Zhou Yao to remain attached to this place. Otherwise, as she grew more acquainted with the zombies within the logistics transfer station, the complexities of their existence would only intensify. Thus, rather than waiting for the problem to surface later, it was better to clarify things now. If she chose to leave, Wu Yi would not obstruct her. However, should she decide to stay, the opportunity for her to leave so easily might not present itself again. Once he had conveyed everything that needed to be said, Wu Yi watched Zhou Yao exit the room. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, he decided to conjure an assortment of snacks from his storage space, continuing to enhance his strength through consumption. Although this method was rather slow in improving Wu Ye's power, it was certainly better than doing nothing. Days passed, and ultimately, Zhou Yao chose to remain in her view, regardless of whether humanity and Wu Yi were adversaries. It made little difference to her as a vulnerable woman. After all, she had food and drink here, and aside from cleaning, there seemed to be little else required of her. In contrast, leaving the logistics transfer station to seek out other humans posed significant risks. Not only would she lose Wu Ye's protection, but she also couldn't guarantee a more comfortable existence if she encountered other humans. What if she were to run into someone like Zhao Kong, who would covet her beauty? Would she not instantly become his captive? Upon learning of Zhou Yao's decision, Wu Yi could not help but privately acknowledge that she had indeed made a prudent choice. Unlike before, he refrained from insisting that she maintain a spotless cleanliness within the logistics transfer station. Upon discovering that Zhou Yao's greatest passion was cooking, he instructed Xiao Ji to direct the zombies who came to practice archery. To set up a rudimentary kitchen for Zhou Yao within the logistics station, he even retrieved some ingredients from his storage space and handed them to Zhou Yao, requesting that she also improve his own meals in the process. However, just as Zhou Yao was busy preparing several dishes in the newly constructed kitchen, and Xiao Ji was drooling beside her after indulging in a fair share of delicious food, Wu Yi had barely settled into a chair to sample her culinary skills when he heard, "Boss, I have gathered information on the situation in the Southern District." The enticing aroma wafted through the air, and Zhou Yao approached him with a plate of braised pig trotters. Wu Yi ultimately succumbed to the allure of the food. With a casual wave of his hand, he conjured a pair of chopsticks out of thin air and swiftly picked up a piece, chewing it to the bone within moments. Yet before he could reach for another morsel, the scarred man began to relay the current circumstances of the Southern District, causing Wu Yi to gradually cease his eating. According to the scarred man's account, shortly after receiving Wu Ye's order to investigate the Southern District a few days prior, he dispatched nearly 20 zombie soldiers through the adjacent streets from the Eastern District into the Southern District. This immediately alerted him to the possibility that the situation in the Southern District was far more intricate than he had anticipated. To ensure safety, he also sent along 11 awakened zombie officers. Confident that they would not encounter any formidable opponents, as these zombie officers ventured deeper, they soon stumbled upon something peculiar. The entire Southern District was devoid of not only living humans, but also zombies. Instead, the streets and buildings were overrun with ferocious rats that swarmed towards them with a cacophony of squeaks. Had it not been for the 4 among the 11 zombie officers who possessed fire-related abilities, they might have fallen victim to the sheer numbers of the rodents. Thus, they pieced together why there were neither humans nor zombies in the Southern District. The previous zombie soldiers dispatched to scout the area had likely been consumed by the rats. Just then, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. A woman, appearing human, suddenly blocked their path, declaring that they could not simply walk away after slaying so many of her subordinates. In the next moment, a colossal phantom of a rat emerged from behind her, devouring 10 of the zombie officers in one swift motion. Only one officer managed to narrowly escape due to his agile reflexes. After recounting this, the scarred man appeared somewhat perplexed and turned to Wu Yi, inquiring, "Boss, how could this human be so formidable?" Chapter 38. The Laws of Heaven and Earth. Yao Clan. So, they are akin to monsters. Indeed, that is one interpretation. Much like the abilities possessed by zombies, the Yao Clan not only exhibits rapid cultivation speeds in their early stages, but also possesses unique skills. Particularly upon reaching the Yao officer level, a faint phantom resembling their true form appears behind them, capable of offensive actions as their cultivation deepens. This phantom becomes increasingly solid and larger, thus referred to as the laws of heaven and earth. As a reincarnator, Wu Yi immediately comprehended from the scarred man's description that the individual in question was certainly not human, but rather a member of the Yao clan. He could not help but wonder. In his previous life, there seemed to be no powerful Yao rulers in Lanhai City. How could a Yao general have emerged so soon after the resurgence of spiritual energy? Moreover, it was particularly puzzling that she appeared as a rat spirit. Typically, members of the Yao clan present themselves in their true forms unless they have attained the status of a Yao king. Why then did she assume the guise of a human woman? The more he contemplated, the more he sensed an abundance of oddities that Wu Yi could not resist asking the scarred man. By the way, did that woman have any distinguishing features? Boss, what distinguishing features could a human possess? They all have 2 eyes and a nose, right? Unbeknownst to them, the rotund ball, who had been memorizing verses in a room on the 2nd floor, had appeared by their side, instinctively responding while eyeing the plate of braised pig trotters before Wu Yi. Seeing his eager expression, Wu Yi suddenly lost his appetite upon learning of the unexpected emergence of a Yao general in the Southern District. Tio silenced the rotund ball. He pushed the plate of pig trotters toward him and addressed the scarred man. "Do not mind the rotund ball's words. Please share what you know." "Yes, boss." Casting an envious glance at the rotund ball, the scarred man was also quite curious about the taste of the braised pig trotters. The only notable feature was a wound on her neck, resembling a cut made by some sharp object. That a cut made by a sharp object? Unbeknownst to him, the person in question was, in fact, Li Qian, a neighbor he had previously killed. After hearing the scarred man's words, Wu
Wu Yi boldly speculated whether a rat had infiltrated this woman's body, resulting in her appearance as a Yao general, indistinguishable from a human. Regardless of whether this theory was correct, Wu Yi was uncertain if he could defeat a Yao general. After deliberating for a moment, he concluded that since she was unwilling to leave the southern district anytime soon, it would be prudent not to provoke her, that he instructed the Scarred Man, "Scarred Man, please take extra care to inform all our subordinates to avoid provoking her in the southern district. Additionally, send some skilled fighters to garrison the border with the southern district to prevent any attacks from her or any other foolish individuals seeking trouble, mistakenly believing we are provoking them. Come on, boss, it's just a little rat, right? Why not just go over and eliminate her?" The speaker was not the Scar Man, but the rotund ball, who had polished off an entire plate of braised pig trotters in the meantime. Wu Yi couldn't help but shoot him a disgruntled glance. "Why are you always here? Is there no food that can silence your mouth? Besides, don't you think before you speak? If it were that easy to eliminate her, would I need your advice? Now, go back to your room and continue memorizing the 36 stratagems in the art of war." After a pause, Wu Yi felt that if this continued, the rotund ball might not even manage to memorize them in another 10 days or half a month. As he watched the rotund ball's dejected figure depart, he called out, "Forget it, don't memorize them anymore, don't memorize them anymore." "Boss, are you finally willing to let me go?" A delighted expression spread across the rotund ball's chubby face. But it quickly faded as Wu Yi produced a stack of notebooks and a pen seemingly out of thin air, tossing them to him. "Go out? You think you can just leave, after all this time? You still don't even know what the 36 stratagems are. Now, copy both the 36 stratagems in the art of war 10 times each, and in a couple of days, I will check your work." "What?" Reluctantly trudging back to his room, the rotund ball muttered to himself, cursing his own impulsive words. How long would it take to copy 10 times each of the 36 stratagems in the art of war? After the rotund ball left, Xiao Ji returned with another dish of braised ribbon fish for Zhou Yao. Wu Yi took a bite. Though it was quite decent, he was not particularly fond of fish and noticed the Scarred Man was practically drooling. Thus, he once again retrieved a pair of chopsticks from his storage space and handed them to the Scarred Man. "I see you are also tempted. Here, have some." "Thank you, boss," surprised to find that he could partake in such a delectable dish. The Scarred Man eagerly accepted the chopsticks and began to eat, exclaiming, "Delicious, truly delightful. This is far superior to human flesh. You have no idea. Recently I have felt that human flesh tastes quite peculiar. Of course, human flesh is not particularly palatable. Your previous craving was merely the result of the instinctual desire of zombies to consume blood and flesh. Wasn't it? If you want to eat, you ought to seek out the corpse cores of officers or the golden cores of humans, not to mention the demon cores as well. Otherwise, do you think I would be averse to eating human flesh?" Noticing the Scarred Man's swift aversion to consuming human flesh, Wu Yi chuckled softly as he spoke. Upon hearing Wu Yi mention humans, the Scarred Man seemed to recall something and wiped his mouth. "By the way, boss, there is something else I forgot to tell you. According to our brothers who captured a zombie soldier fleeing from the Central District yesterday, it seems that a shelter has been established in the Central District after the rain, recruiting human survivors. They have somehow acquired a large cache of military arms and are continuously hunting the zombies in the Central District. Should I take some of our men to give them a taste of our strength?" "Oh, they have established a shelter so quickly. Have you ascertained who they are? Is it the CEO of Jaime Technology, Zheng Jun?" Indeed, it is he." Chapter 39. The crystals within high-level zombies as expected, although there are some discrepancies with the timeline of my previous life. The Blue Sea Sanctuary was still constructed by Zheng Jun from Black Rice Technology Company. Thus, there is nothing to be concerned about. Upon learning that humanity had also begun establishing sanctuaries with the same leader as in his memories, the CEO of Black Rice Technology, Zheng Jun, there was essentially no change from his past life that we finally resolved to implement the pig farming strategy, allowing humanity to develop first, thereby providing him with an endless supply of elixirs that he declared. "All right, I understand. However, since they have not reached out to us, we shall temporarily disregard them and focus on firmly establishing our control over the East District. Here is the plan. 10 days. I will give you 10 days. Within this time frame, there must not be any other factions present in the entire East District apart from us." "Understood, boss. We will ensure the task is completed." After responding, Scar continued to indulge in his feast of the fish dish. He aimed to enhance his strength as much as possible in a short period.
However, the emergence of the demon generals in the South District genuinely took Wu Yi by surprise. That is for why he did not venture elsewhere to hunt isolated zombie officers for their elixirs. The current number of zombie officers was still insufficient. For a zombie without a faction to become an officer, the required flesh and blood was astronomical. Finding other factions to eliminate them outright would essentially be doing a great service for the humans in that region. Who could guarantee that other areas would not produce zombies that evolved into generals? Much like we. Thus, for safety's sake, it would be prudent to evolve into a zombie king in Blue Sea before seeking sustenance elsewhere. Wu Yi waved his hand and retrieved a substantial amount of food from his storage space, then resumed his culinary pursuits. However, unbeknownst to both Wu Yi and Scar, at that very moment, in a military port in the East District of Blue Sea City, a group of over 10 fully armed individuals appeared within a dormitory building. Subsequently, numerous other armed humans, led by a middle-aged man, surrounded them. They approached a young man among the group, who appeared to be no older than 18, and inquired, "Wei Ting, how did it go? What did you bring back?" "Brother Chu, look what I have brought you." Upon hearing the inquiry from the middle-aged man, the young man named Wei Ting carefully extracted a box from the pocket of his combat uniform. When he opened the box, a small, dark, blood-stained spherical object emerged, instantly capturing the attention of the man named Chu. Rather than expressing any disdain, Chu cautiously took the spherical object and examined it under the sunlight, saying, "Is this the crystal from within a high-level zombie?" "Indeed, I've named it the zombie elixir. Why not give it a try, Brother Chu? Once you consume it, you will understand its benefits. That is quite an apt name." "Very well, I shall give it a go." Seemingly trusting Wei Ting, the man named Chu did not hesitate to swallow the elixir that as it entered his stomach. He instantly felt a surge of power. As if he could strike down a bull with a single punch, his pores opened wide, and he sensed a force from the heavens continuously flowing into his body through them, to test whether he had truly become stronger. He punched the adjacent wall. While the wall did not collapse dramatically, it bore a deep imprint of his fist, with spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. "Ha ha, this is indeed a marvelous item. This is not the apocalypse at all. It is clearly a paradise for humanity." Having personally experienced the miraculous effects of the zombie elixir, Chu Sun's previously oppressive mood, which had been prevalent since the resurgence of spiritual energy, vanished entirely. The power of the zombie elixir, as you can see, speaks for itself. Now, what should we do next? You all understand, right? Rest assured, Brother Chu, nowadays there is no shortage of zombies outside. Moreover, the zombies in the military port alone will provide us with an abundance of zombie elixirs. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry. Remember, we must target the higher-ranked ones, especially those capable of using skills. Got it? Witnessing Chu Sun swallow the zombie elixir and then punch a wall, leaving a massive crack, the gathered crowd erupted with excitement, grabbing their weapons and rushing toward the dormitory building. This time, the zombies charging toward them no longer appeared as mere monsters, but rather as treasures waiting to be unearthed. It turns out, the man named Chu Sun was originally from Blue Sea, belonging to a family of fishermen for generations. During the torrential rain that marked the onset of spiritual energy resurgence, he was aboard a fishing vessel. Upon witnessing his family transform into zombies after coming into contact with the rainwater, Chu Sun barely escaped by hiding in the vessel's cabin. Then, with a sudden inspiration, he piloted the fishing boat into the military port, hoping to acquire some firearms. That it soon became evident that he was not the only fisherman harboring such thoughts. Like Wei Ting, others had also converged here, having previously exchanged pleasantries as fellow fishermen. Unfortunately, the landing site of the warships was far too distant from the dormitory building. Most of the soldiers in the military port had become zombies, wandering aimlessly throughout. They spent the initial month in their respective fishing boats, with many perishing from starvation. When the skies finally cleared, realizing this course of action was unsustainable, they decided to take a desperate gamble. As one person bravely stepped off their fishing boat, the rest followed suit, collectively storming the military port's dormitory building. During this endeavor, a zombie capable of setting fires nearly claimed Wei Ting's life. But he managed to shoot it down with a rifle he found, discovering a pill-like object rolling out from within the creature. Wei Ting quickly grasped it in his hand, seeing more zombies closing in. Escape was no longer an option. For reasons unknown, he consumed the zombie elixir, Chapter 40, the ultimate panacea, instant effects, just as Wu Yi yearned for the elixirs within the bodies of human cultivators to enhance his own strength. The zombie elixir holds similar benefits for humanity, particularly for ordinary individuals devoid of any trace of spiritual energy. The zombie elixir is akin to an ultimate panacea, providing immediate and remarkable effects. Thus, upon consuming the elixir, Wei Ting felt a transformative change in both strength and speed. Brandishing his empty rifle, he forcefully broke through the encirclement of zombies. Successfully reuniting with the others, they entered the military port's barracks, a structure commonly referred to as a dormitory. However, uncertain whether consuming the elixir would turn him into a zombie, the young Wei Ting feared being cast out by the others, so he kept his consumption a secret. Yet his youth was evident, especially as he showcased his prowess in battle against the zombies that as night fell. Chu Sun, who had been elected as their leader, approached Wei Ting with several bottles of unmarked liquor found within the military port. After a vigorous drinking session to uncover the source of Wei Ting's newfound strength, he finally revealed the truth behind his transformation, startling everyone and prompting them to call for his confinement. Only Chu Sun recognized this as a potential opportunity for them to dominate their surroundings to prevent Wei Ting's abilities from being squandered. Chu Sun not only persuaded the others, but also formed a hunting team dedicated to gathering all available firearms in the military port, while seeking to procure another zombie elixir for Wei Ting to sample. Though he was still young, Wei Ting felt deeply grateful for Chu Sun's trust. Over the next few days, not only did they equip everyone with rifles and ample ammunition, but they also located the military port's armory. Today, they managed to secure another zombie elixir for Chu Sun. Meanwhile, the others, having witnessed both Chu Sun and Wei Ting consume the elixir without turning into zombies, but instead growing remarkably stronger, went wild with excitement. The military port became a cacophony of gunfire and explosions, reminiscent of New Year's Eve celebrations. Over the course of an afternoon, they dispatched over 5,000 zombies, far surpassing their cumulative kill count from the preceding days. The group of fishermen, along with the survivors who sought refuge here, numbered well over 100, yet there were only 5 corpse elixirs to share among them. The question of how to distribute these precious items, and to whom, became a contentious issue. In light of the dissatisfaction that arose when it came to claiming the elixirs, the crowd inevitably called upon Chu Sun to offer his counsel. My goodness. 5 corpse elixirs. Just how many zombies did you all slay this afternoon? Chu Sun exclaimed, taken aback by the 5 elixirs displayed on the table before him. Despite having heard the commotion outside that afternoon, he could hardly fathom that his companions had managed to eliminate 5 zombies endowed with extraordinary abilities. It is worth noting that these creatures not only possessed remarkable offensive capabilities, but also formidable defenses. As he spoke, a glint of greed flickered in his eyes. After all, these were 5 elixirs that if he were to consume all of them, he could potentially transform into a being akin to Sun Wukong from the classic tale Journey to the West. A superhero with his underwear worn outside. Though, of course, this would only be feasible if he could fly. However, as Chu Sun raised his gaze and noticed the intense scrutiny from the crowd, his expression shifted to one of clarity. The reason was simple. In the military port, despite the abundance of food and weapons brought by Wei Ting for their self-preservation, each of the 100 or so individuals was armed with a firearm and ample ammunition. Thus, if Chu Sun were to claim all 5 corpse elixirs for himself, he would likely be met with a barrage of bullets from the others. Despite his newfound strength, he was still vulnerable to gunfire. Additionally, since Wei Ting had only consumed 1 elixir, no one knew if there would be adverse effects from ingesting a second. Recognizing the need to win the goodwill of the others, Chu Sun picked up one of the corpse elixirs from the table and handed it to Wei Ting. Addressing the crowd, "Everyone, we have been here for several days now. During this time, who has ventured out to gather supplies, and who has enlightened us about the existence of these valuable corpse elixirs? It is none other than Wei Ting. Therefore, I believe it is only fitting that one of these elixirs be given to him. What do you all think? I have no objections, neither do I. It is only right to grant him one." Upon hearing Chu Sun's words, the crowd unanimously expressed their agreement. That a few astute individuals surmised that Chu Sun intended to experiment with Wei Ting to determine whether a human could safely consume 2 corpse elixirs. Being younger and less cunning than the others, Wei Ting felt deeply moved by the recognition he received, nearly brought to tears as he accepted the elixir. "Thank you all. with a taste of sweetness still lingering from his previous experience. Wei Ting swallowed the elixir before the watchful eyes of his companions. The crowd watched intently, fearful that he might either transform into a zombie or meet a fatal end. Chu Sun directly inquired. Wei Ting, how do you feel? How do I feel? I feel fantastic. Can you describe it in detail? Well, after consuming this elixir, my strength has at least doubled compared to the last time I took one. I feel warm all over, as if something is burrowing into my lower abdomen, concentrated in one spot. Though I cannot see it, it feels as if a corpse elixir is forming within me. Just like those zombies. Chapter 41. We are all family. It shouldn't be so bad. If Wu Yi were to hear Wei Ting's words, he would deduce that Wei Ting's assumption was indeed correct. After ingesting the 2 corpse elixirs, his body began to manifest a new form of elixir. Not a corpse elixir, but a golden elixir. Thus, in terms of human strength, Wei Ting had surpassed the qi refining stage, attaining the status of a golden elixir stage cultivator. His power rivaled that of an initial awakened being that if he were to continue consuming more corpse elixirs or engage in sustained cultivation, his strength would only grow. Unfortunately, without any cultivation methods at his disposal, Wei Ting found himself akin to a treasure trove, unaware of how to harness its potential that he could only perceive an increase in his strength and speed, while other aspects remained largely unchanged. Nonetheless, this revelation ignited a fiery longing in the eyes of the others as they gazed upon the remaining 4 corpse elixirs on the table, while Chu Sun too coveted the remaining 4 elixirs. He lacked the audacity to claim them. After surveying the eager faces around him, he hesitated for a moment before addressing the crowd once more. As for the remaining 4 corpse elixirs, I recognize that no matter how I choose to distribute them, there will inevitably be dissent. However, since you all have chosen to trust me, Chu Sun, and have not directly consumed these elixirs, I propose that they be prioritized for the members of the Special Forces team. What do you all think? That's absurd. You acknowledge Wei Ting's contributions, but what about the rest of us? We risked becoming zombies ourselves to retrieve these elixirs. Exactly. We painstakingly extracted these from the zombies. Giving one to Wei Ting is one thing, but why should anyone else receive one? It's as if no one else has exerted effort. My hands were still shaking from the recoil of the gun this afternoon. I can relate. Tossing grenades left my arm in cramps. No way. We can't just hand over these elixirs to them. Upon hearing Chu Sun's suggestion to allocate the remaining 4 corpse elixirs solely to the members of the Special Forces team, discontent rippled through the crowd. The reasoning was straightforward. Wei Ting, as the leader of the team, had already received 1 elixir. If the remaining 4 were to be granted to the Special Forces, then what of their own efforts that afternoon? Moreover, it was no secret that Chu Sun had strategically placed the fishermen closest to Wei Ting within the Special Forces team, ensuring that as they grew stronger, conventional firearms would become ineffective against them, that in the face of Chu Sun, with the rest of them not akin to fish on a chopping block. Thus, as soon as Chu Sun finished speaking, a cacophony of dissent arose from the crowd. Feeling increasingly flustered by their uproar, Chu Sun raised his voice. Everyone quiet down. Allow me to finish speaking. Shut up. Just shut up. Seeing that he was being treated as though he had committed some heinous crime, the crowd continued their chatter without any sign of abating. Chu Sun's irritation surged, and he shouted in frustration, drawing his pistol and firing 2 rounds into the ceiling. The resounding echoes of the gunfire sent a shiver through the crowd, finally silencing their bickering as they turned to look at Chu Sun in astonishment. One individual chuckled nervously. Are we really resorting to gunplay now? We are all on the same side. You all still regard each other as comrades? Let me ask you this. Before arriving at the military port, had you ever encountered a zombie capable of setting fires? No, right? Then why is it that such zombies exist within the military port? Moreover, have you noticed that these zombies are becoming increasingly intelligent? Some are hardly distinguishable from humans at first glance. What does this indicate? It signifies that the zombies are evolving. If one of them were to suddenly emerge as a powerful leader, it wouldn't matter if we had 4 corpse elixirs or even 100. What could we use to stand against them? Indeed, while Chu Sun had his own ulterior motives in suggesting that the 4 corpse elixirs be consumed by the members of the Special Forces team, he had also observed the unsettling changes occurring among the zombies within the military port. Thus, at that moment, he poured out his anxieties in one breath and continued. Therefore, I believe that the corpse elixirs we acquire initially should be entrusted to the Special Forces team.
Once they grow stronger, they can hunt zombies and gradually elevate our own power. Otherwise, if a more formidable zombie appears, what makes you think we can compete with them, just based on the few shabby guns we have? In the heat of the moment, his agitation caused him to grip his firearm with increasing intensity. With a resounding crack, the crowd witnessed the grip of Chu Sun's pistol deform under his grasp. The sound of the magazine clattering to the floor echoing around them. Though the gathered individuals were aware that both Wei Ting and Chu Sun had grown significantly stronger after consuming the corpse elixirs, they had only grasped that their strength was superior to that of an ordinary person. Yet, witnessing Chu Sun effortlessly deform a pistol brought them a clearer understanding of the elixir's potency. One person, seemingly struck by an epiphany from Chu Sun's words, murmured, "I thought the bullets we fired at that zombie had no effect. In the end, we had to rely on grenades to take it down." Could it be that zombies can evolve too? Where did their corpse crystals come from if they cannot evolve? Go outside and casually slay an ordinary zombie. See if there are any corpse crystals within them. Having clearly heard the other party's words, Chu Sun retorted irritably in that direction to the same time, noticing that some individuals were still gazing fervently at the corpse crystals before them. He steeled himself and administered a stern remedy to the crowd, stating, "I have said what I needed to say. It would be best if you were willing to let the Special Forces team consume these corpse crystals that if you lack even this basic awareness, then there is no need for us to stay together. We might as well pack our things and part ways. That I ask for these corpse crystals. Whoever brought them should take them back. Whoever wishes to consume them may do so. I can no longer be bothered to interfere." Chapter 42. A battlefield of gunfire. Upon hearing Chu Sun's words, the previously scheming crowd was momentarily thrown into disarray. After all, it appeared that Chu Sun had devised a little scheme to prioritize the consumption of these corpse crystals for the Special Forces team. Otherwise, why wouldn't they have chosen to secretly consume the corpse crystals themselves and instead come to him to decide who should consume them? As for the Special Forces team, their significance was undeniable. Without them, how could the others procure such an abundance of firearms? One single corpse crystal could not possibly repay the debts of gratitude they had accrued over the past few days. Moreover, if they were truly sent out to gather supplies, they would be risking their lives at every turn. Even if given a corpse crystal, they might not dare to venture out. Therefore, the notion of parting ways was something they could not entertain. After exchanging glances with one another, a clever individual in the crowd attempted to mediate, chuckling, "Chu Sun, it seems you're just saying this because the brothers momentarily couldn't wrap their heads around it. Since you've already stated that the Special Forces team should be prioritized, I personally have no objections. However, I wonder if you could elaborate further, Chu Sun. For instance, how many corpse crystals will each member of the Special Forces team consume before it's our turn to have a taste?" "Indeed, Chu Sun, these corpse crystals can be given to them, but we ought to establish some rules, right? Otherwise, if they consume all the corpse crystals, we might not get any for the next decade." In the crowd, the primary concern was fear that the corpse crystals would be consumed by the Special Forces team, leaving them without any share. Thus, when someone took the lead to voice this concern, others quickly chimed in. Hearing this, Chu Sun found their response somewhat reasonable, alleviating his previously aggressive stance. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded solemnly. "Very well, no rules, no order. Give me some time to think, and I will certainly provide everyone with a satisfactory explanation." Having said that, noticing the 4 corpse crystals still lying on the table, he realized he could not take them away, so he tentatively inquired, "Then these corpse crystals, since you, Chu Sun, have said so, just tell me who they should be given to. Whoever you designate, the brothers will have no objections." "Excellent." After affirmatively stating this, he allocated the corpse crystals one by one to the other members of the Special Forces team alongside Wei Ting. In essence, each member of the Special Forces team consumed 2 corpse crystals before allowing others to start taking theirs, provided there were enough in quantity. Fortunately, within this military port, there were over 50,000 zombies. Furthermore, with the Special Forces team benefiting first due to the efforts of the crowd, Chu Sun convened everyone for a small meeting that it was decided that starting tomorrow, the Special Forces team would take the lead in organizing personnel for zombie hunting. Once the zombies in the military port were eliminated, they would have secured a foothold to that time. The Special Forces team would venture out to continue hunting and simultaneously recruit nearby survivors. This proposal was met with overwhelming approval from the majority present. Some even went so far as to suggest foregoing sleep that night,
as the military port was equipped with an independent power supply, illuminating the area brightly. With the ability to flood the military port with light akin to daytime, it was deemed the perfect opportunity to develop further. Thus, soon after, the crowd excitedly armed themselves with rifles and grenades, emerging from their dormitory to engage in the hunt for zombies. The zombies within the military port, however, were not to be underestimated. After being disoriented by the afternoon onslaught, the higher-ranking corps soldiers and corps lieutenants conferred and concluded that they could not remain idle any longer. They needed to unite and launch a counterattack against humanity, organizing the lower-tier zombies to charge at them relentlessly. Meanwhile, approximately 5 kilometers from the Eastern District coastline, after departing from the logistics transfer station where Wuyi was located and having established a military order, Scar, with determination, began organizing the zombies to slowly advance 2 kilometers towards the eastern coastline. Currently, he was resting within a shopping mall, planning to conquer the remaining territory of the Eastern District within 3 days. However, upon receiving reports from his subordinates who had observed flickering flames near the coastline from an elevated position, Scar became intrigued and remarked, "Oh, I shall go take a look." After saying this, he headed towards the stairs of the shopping mall, intending to gain a clearer view from the rooftop. Along the way, many corps lieutenants and corps soldiers resting within the mall lowered their heads upon seeing Scar, indicating that he had established considerable prestige among the troops after several days of battle. Moreover, as Scar approached the stairs, a corps lieutenant, nicknamed Monkey, eagerly approached him, inquiring, "Scar, is someone seeking trouble with us? Should I gather people to take care of them now?" "No, there has been a situation. I'm going up to check. You should rest and conserve your strength for tomorrow's tasks." Casting a casual glance at the lieutenant he recognized as Monkey, who had contributed significantly during the battles, aiding Wuyi in expanding territory, Scar patted his shoulder. With Monkey looking at him with a mixture of awe and respect, Scar continued up the stairs, swiftly reaching the rooftop. There, utilizing his exceptional vision, he clearly discerned that what appeared to be flickering flames along the coastline was, in fact, a cacophony of artillery fire. The location of the conflict, if Scar remembered correctly, should be the military port of Blue Sea City. Thus, he couldn't help but murmur to himself, how could there be fighting at the military port? This intensity clearly indicates the use of firearms. By the way, are there still so many survivors in Blue Sea City? In these past few days, I haven't seen many living souls. Could they all be there? Or are these firearms being wielded by the zombies? After standing in place for a considerable time, realizing that the military port was their final destination and that it would take at least 2 days to advance there, Scar shook his head, dismissing his concerns, and descended from the rooftop to prepare for the battle the following day. Chapter 43. Trouble arises the next day. As dawn broke, Scar's forces completed their preparations. During the night, several corps soldiers had already gathered intelligence, revealing that in the adjacent 2 blocks, there were 2 groups of zombies, each exceeding 50,000 in number. Scar did not rush to attack but instead opted for a diplomatic approach, sending a few corps lieutenants to persuade them to surrender. Scar believed that given the vast disparity in strength between the 2 sides, as long as the opposing zombies were not as foolish as the group from the previous day, they would likely surrender willingly. After all, he had brought nearly half of Wuyi's corps lieutenants with him, over 50 awakened zombies with various abilities. The number of corps soldiers was also substantial, amounting to around 1,000, that the low-tier zombies were countless, easily numbering over 200,000. Moreover, if necessary, Scar could command over 300,000 low-tier zombies to arrive within 2 hours for where the remaining corps soldiers and lieutenants had gone. Aside from a small portion taken by Xiao Ji for archery training, the vast majority had been dispatched by Scar, as per Wuyi's orders, to establish a presence on the streets adjacent to the eastern and southern districts. In truth, Scar's strategy was undoubtedly sound. Observing the dense horde of zombies lurking near their lair, he knew they were poised to strike at any moment. Even the awakened corps lieutenants sent to persuade the leaders of these 2 zombie factions did not hesitate. They immediately cowered and expressed their willingness to join Wuyi's ranks. However, they each made one demand, that the other zombie faction be eliminated first. So these 2 factions have a grudge against each other? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Scar couldn't help but chuckle, but he had no intention of compromising. That he stated plainly, "Tell them, surrender or vacate the Eastern District. Their past grievances are of no concern to me. If necessary, let the leaders of the 2 factions fight it out.
The victor can bring their subordinates to join us. Understood. Following Scar's instructions, his subordinate quickly conveyed the message. Ultimately, under Scar's pressure, the two factions of zombies reluctantly chose to surrender, allowing Scar to seize these two blocks without shedding a drop of blood. At this point, there remained only 4 kilometers to the military port. As the formidable army continued its relentless advance, the scarred leader had not forgotten to summon the corpse officer nicknamed Monkey, instructing him with a commanding tone. All right. Yet, this appeared merely as the commencement of a series of developments. For in the subsequent 2 days, every time the scarred leader dispatched Monkey, it invariably heralded good news. Whether it involved seizing a territory or recruiting new subordinates, even Zhou Yao and Xiao Ji could not help but marvel at the scarred leader's remarkable capabilities. Occasionally, during mealtimes, Zhou Yao would warmly invite Monkey to share in the repast, and in acknowledgement of this hospitality, Monkey, ever mindful of his benefactor, would ensure to bring back a portion for the scarred leader. However, upon witnessing the scarred leader savoring Zhou Yao's culinary creations, a flicker of enjoyment gracing his features, Monkey began to question whether this was the true objective behind the scarred leader's request for him to deliver good tidings. After all, during the earlier conquest of the majority of the Eastern District, the scarred leader had not felt the need to report every detail to Wu Yi. Even Wu Yi himself had grown somewhat desensitized to the incessant stream of positive updates. It was not until that evening, calculating that according to the scarred leader's prior reports, he should be poised to completely secure the Eastern District, that Monkey burst into the logistics transfer station in a state of urgency. Wu Yi, who was seated at the dinner table with Xiao Ji and Fat Ball, immediately sensed that something was amiss. As anticipated, Monkey approached Wu Yi directly, panting heavily. Boss, something has gone awry. What is it? Speak slowly and clearly. It is like this. With all the composure he could muster, Monkey recounted the unfolding events that Wu Yi learned that earlier that afternoon, after the scarred leader had incorporated all territories of the Eastern District. Save for the military port, under Wu Ye's dominion, he had refrained from hastily attacking the military port, opting instead to send subordinates to probe the internal conditions, aiming for a strategic advantage. However, before the scarred leader could issue any commands, enemies within the military port, leveraging the advantages of the structures, had opened fire upon them. Several corps soldiers and officers fell victim to this assault, igniting the scarred leader's fury, but he promptly dispatched over 10 awakened fire-type corps officers to retaliate from a distance. As the building harboring the enemies was demolished, the majority of them retreated, leaving behind a single unfortunate soul who met his demise in the ensuing explosion. Upon discerning that the corpse was unmistakably human, the scarred leader cast aside his reservations, ordering his lower-tier zombies to charge in, intending to overwhelm the adversaries with sheer numbers. Yet, to his astonishment, it appeared that the enemy had anticipated their approach, having concealed a plethora of explosives within the military port. This resulted in the obliteration of thousands of zombies that were the first to breach the military port. Witnessing such destructive power, the scarred leader realized that not even he could withstand such an assault. To avoid unnecessary casualties, he was compelled to halt the offensive and contemplate a new strategy. With over 10 individuals armed with firearms emerging from within the military port, each possessing speed and strength comparable to that of the corps officers, they targeted a specific corps officer, successfully eliminating him from a distance. In their departure, they audaciously extracted the corpse core from his body. By the time the scarred leader and his men arrived, there were no traces left of the humans. Faced with this unprecedentedly formidable human adversary, he was at a loss as to how to proceed. If all else failed, he would have no choice but to send in lower-tier zombies as cannon fodder. After all, if he could not even subdue a mere military port, the previously allied zombie leaders might harbor ulterior motives. Chapter 44. I do not believe this was merely a group of humans armed with firearms. Was it not? Did such a trivial matter necessitate the intervention of the boss, upon hearing Monkey's account? Fat Ball displayed a clear disdain upon learning that their adversaries were indeed a faction of humans. Yet we held a different perspective that hadn't Monkey just mentioned that these humans were exceptionally strong, nearly matching the physical prowess of the corps officers. Furthermore, they had brazenly extracted a corpse core from one of their kind. But why specifically a corpse core and not some other organ? Thus, Wu Yi surmised that these humans had already recognized the significant advantages that corpse cores could confer upon them.
Alternatively, the source of their formidable strength might very well stem from the consumption of corpse cores. In addition, the presence of firearms undeniably posed a considerable challenge for the zombies. The combination of these two factors was far from a simple equation of 1 plus 1 equating to 2. Contemplating this, Wu Yi turned to Fatball and cautioned, "Do not underestimate humanity. Though the world is now teeming with zombies, humans will remain one of the principal players in this realm, moreover akin to us. They too can continue to evolve and hunt for corpse cores within zombies, accelerating their evolutionary process that if you do not begin to regard them with due seriousness, we might very well suffer significant losses in the future." What? Does that mean we are merely seen as their food? This was the first time Fatball had learned from Wu Yi that humans could also evolve by consuming corpse cores. Not only did Fatball's eyes widen in shock, but Xiao Ji also gasped in surprise. Although Wu Yi found Xiao Ji's remarks somewhat unflattering, the truth remained, and he smiled. That is indeed the case. But in their eyes, are we not also a form of sustenance? Having said this, Wu Yi then turned his attention back to Monkey, instructing, "Any issues? Wait until I arrive to discuss." Receiving Wu Yi's directive, Monkey nodded and promptly exited. That it was only after Wu Yi had savored the meticulously prepared feast laid out by Zhou Yao, finishing every last morsel in his bowl, that he addressed Xiao Ji. "Xiao Ji, have you finished? If so, come with me to see the scarred leader." "Wait, boss, what about me?" Hearing Wu Yi mention taking Xiao Ji to see the scarred leader while neglecting to mention him, Fatball immediately expressed his dissatisfaction, hastily inquiring what he was supposed to do to this. Wu Yi replied rather brusquely, "You? Naturally, you will stay behind to guard the home front. Besides, have you completed transcribing those 2 books I assigned you? Come on, boss, there is only Zhou Yao here to protect. Why not leave Xiao Ji behind instead? As for myself, I assure you, I am almost able to recite those 2 books from memory. Just give me a chance to lead the brothers and eliminate them. I promise, without losing a single soldier, we will seize the military port. I do not believe you." Upon hearing Wu Yi's outright disbelief, Fatball became somewhat agitated. Meanwhile, as Zhou Yao came over to clear the table, she seemed to have a decent rapport with Fatball and chimed in, "Wu Yi, while I was cleaning, I noticed Fatball was quite diligent in his room. Why not give him a chance? Furthermore, Xiao Ji and I had already agreed to teach her how to make sweet and sour ribs tonight." "Very well. For your sake, I shall grant him a chance." After some contemplation, having confined Fatball for over half a month, it was time to see what he was truly capable of. After all, one could not entirely dismiss Fatball's abilities due to a single failure, considering he had once commanded an army of over 200,000 zombies. Thus, seizing this opportunity, Wu Yi nodded in agreement to give Fatball another chance. However, to prevent him from repeating past mistakes and squandering their resources, Wu Yi added, "But Fatball, I can grant you this opportunity. But should you fail to capture the military port this time, do not blame me for assigning you to the front lines in the future. Rest assured, boss, this time, I will not let you down." But what? But can those brothers also fall under my command?" Pointing to the over 100 subordinates practicing archery with composite bows, Fatball clearly had some intentions. With the matter having reached this stage, Wu Yi was not one to hesitate and directly agreed. Thus, after leaving Xiao Ji at the logistics transfer station to ensure Zhou Yao's safety, Wu Yi and Fatball, accompanied by over 100 subordinates, hastened to the current location of the scarred leader. The humans were not idle either, as they surged out from the military port once more. Before Wu Yi's side could even react, they had managed to sniper a corpse officer with their firearms and, as before, extracted the corpse core as well to top it off. They even fired a shot in their direction. While it did not inflict any harm on the scarred leader, the provocative intent was unmistakable. Thus, upon hearing the scarred leader's remarks, Wu Yi could not help but turn to Fatball and inquire, "Fatball, what do you plan to do next?" "Well, since they are so arrogant, then perfect. Tonight, I will draw them out, capturing a prisoner to thoroughly investigate the internal circumstances of the military port. You even know how to lure out the snake from its hole. It is common sense to first draw out the enemy and ascertain their situation before proceeding with the next step." Having piqued his interest, Wu Yi curiously asked, "But how do you intend to entice them out? It's nearly dark. Do you think they will fall for it?" Just you wait and see, boss. However, Scar, could you kindly ask the brothers to step back a bit? I fear that our sheer numbers might intimidate the other side, making them hesitant to approach." "No problem.
I shall issue the command for the brothers to retreat 1 kilometer. After Fat Ball's suggestion, and noticing Wu Yi giving him a knowing glance, Scar readily agreed. Subsequently, as the horde of zombies withdrew, taking advantage of the remaining daylight, Fat Ball led the zombies within the logistics hub to observe from the exterior of the military port's entrance. Soon he pinpointed a narrow alley flanked by 2 buildings. Ideal for concealment, he positioned the zombies that had been practicing archery inside the logistics hub within this alley. Once all was arranged, Fat Ball stealthily made his way towards the main entrance of the military port. Akin to a thief in the night. Chapter 45. 1 down, 2 down, boss. Do you think Fat Ball will encounter any danger by doing this? From atop a building directly opposite the military port, Scar watched Fat Ball's every move unfold. It wasn't difficult for him to deduce that Fat Ball intended to act as bait, luring the humans within the military port out. However, this very thought caused him to worry for Fat Ball's safety. After all, those humans were armed with firearms, including grenades among their arsenal. Upon hearing this, Wu Yi recalled how even a composite bow had failed to breach the earth walls Fat Ball created. Reinforced by his earth-based abilities, that he chuckled, reassured that as long as missiles weren't aimed at Fat Ball, he would likely remain unharmed. Rest assured, Fat Ball is not so easily vanquished. Scar, you have no objections, do you? Seizing the opportunity, Wu Yi cautiously probed Scar. Scar, the Eastern District is on the verge of unification that I plan to divide the zombies into 2 factions. Point 1 will remain internal, tasked with maintaining the security of our territory, while the other will be external, responsible for expansion and repelling incoming threats that I may need to draw some personnel from your ranks. You wouldn't mind? Would you, boss? What are you saying? Once a boss, always a boss. Back at the Zhuomeng clothing factory, when faced with the threat of that Cyclops, you chose not to abandon us, but instead saved us that moment. I vowed to follow you for life. And as for you taking some of my personnel, rest assured, even if you withdraw them all, Scar will have no complaints. After all, my brothers and I are your loyal subordinates. Hearing Wu Ye's plans and inquiries, Scar promptly declared his unwavering loyalty, his sincerity evident in his expression. Good, then I shall rest easy. I dare say that within 2 months, humans, demonkind, and zombies will ignite a protracted war across the globe over the coveted dam within other species. Scar is indeed a talent. Yet in Wu Ye's eyes, a lack of loyalty renders even the most gifted individual inconsequential. Thus, for a fleeting moment, Wu Yi resolved that should Scar display even a hint of reluctance, his life would be forfeit. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a building within the military port, someone, equipped with binoculars, quickly spotted Fat Ball stealthily approaching the main gate under the cover of the port's wall. Without hesitation, he grabbed a walkie-talkie and announced, "Attention, Special Operations Team. Attention, Special Operations Team. A high-level zombie is advancing towards the interior of the military port, currently located 20 meters to the right of the main gate." Receive, damn it. Where did these zombies come from? We've taught them so many lessons, yet they remain undeterred. Indeed, had we not stumbled upon this group of zombies while searching for Corpse Dan last night, they might have made off with all the explosives from the armory within the military port that I doubt we could have withstood that wave of zombies. The words of Wei Ting echoed in the ears of a middle-aged member of the Special Operations team beside him, who interjected, if Wu Yi were present, he would easily discern that both Wei Ting and this middle-aged man, along with the other members of the Special Operations team, had all reached the essence formation stage. It turned out that since discovering the benefits of Corpse Dan, the survivors within the military port had been working tirelessly to, in just 2 nights and 1 day, they had eradicated the tens of thousands of zombies inside the port. However, due to the limited number of zombies, a few clever ones had slipped away. They had only managed to collect a mere dozen Corpse Dan, sufficient to elevate the entire Special Operations team to the essence formation stage. Thus, following Chu Sun's established rules, to allow others to benefit from Corpse Dan and enhance their strength, the Special Operations team began hunting higher-level zombies, namely the Corpse Officers. Little did they expect that last night they would encounter Scar's group stationed near the military port. Upon seeing their overwhelming numbers, which could only be described as countless, Chu Ting promptly ordered the evacuation of all explosives from the armory. They filled every corner of the military port, except for the dormitory building, with explosives, barely managing to withstand Scar's assault of low-level zombies in the afternoon. Recognizing that the remaining explosives would not suffice for another round, Chu Ting and Wei Ting conferred and decided that if they could not hold their ground, They would retaliate until the enemy was frightened into retreat. Thus, the Special Operations Team, led by Wei Ting, made 2 daring sorties from the military port, successfully slaying a corpse officer and claiming its corpse Dan as a display of strength. Yet, who could have anticipated that despite their efforts, the horde of zombies remained relentless, even sending another zombie in a bid to infiltrate their ranks. Consequently, amidst the middle-aged man's remarks, the members of the Special Operations Team began to voice their concerns. Let us not dwell on past events. We should focus on the immediate situation. How do we deal with this zombie? We can't just let it slip in. If they discover us, we lack sufficient explosives to pose a threat that a horde charging in would spell trouble. How do we resolve this? The answer is simple. We take 1 down at a time, 2 for a pair. I concur. These high-level zombies at least possess some wit that as long as we instill fear in them. They should hesitate to approach the military port further. All right, hold on. Let me consult Chu Boss before we act. Hearing the discussions unfold, Wei Ting deemed it prudent to seek Chu Sun's input before making any decisions. Fortunately, Chu Sun had already received word of the situation through the walkie-talkie. Without needing Wei Ting and the others to come to him, he descended from the upper floor and, upon seeing everyone, remarked, "Oh, why are you still here? Hurry up and eliminate that zombie outside." Chapter 46. Despicable humans still toying with corpses exchanging glances, the members of the Special Operations Team, including Wei Ting, recognized that with Chu Sun issuing orders, there was nothing more to discuss. They each checked their weapons and swiftly made their way outside. However, just as they reached the entrance of the dormitory building, Chu Sun's voice suddenly rang out behind them. "Wait a moment. Chu Boss, is there something else?" They all halted in surprise. Turning to face Chu Xun, it appeared that Chu Sun was somewhat indecisive, tentatively glancing at Wei Ting. "Wei Ting, you have more experience in combat with zombies. Do you think there could be a trap involved?" "A trap? I can't say for certain." After a moment's hesitation, recalling that although the zombies that evolved into Corpse Dan were not as clever as humans, they had become quite similar in essence. Especially leaders commanding a horde of this magnitude. Even without having seen them, Wei Ting could easily surmise they were not to be underestimated, that if they were indeed setting a trap to lure them away from the military port, it was certainly a possibility. Moreover, if they were numerous, Wei Ting might have some reservations. But a single zombie, what threat could it possibly pose? Thus, he concluded that as long as everyone remained cautious, there should be no significant issues. Wei Ting then assured, "Rest easy, Chu Boss. Regardless of whether there's a trap or not, I will ensure the brothers proceed with caution and attempt to eliminate it from a distance that we can't simply ignore it. Can we? That's reasonable. You all must exercise extra caution." Acknowledging the validity of Wei Ting's points, Chu Sun refrained from further comments. After giving a brief warning, he watched the members of the Special Operations Team rush towards the military port's main entrance. Yet, for reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling lingered in Chu Sun's heart, his right eyelid twitching incessantly. It felt as though some misfortune was on the verge of occurring. How peculiar. Why do I feel this sense of foreboding? I need to be prepared. After lingering in place for some time, recalling that several military jeeps within the port remained in pristine condition, Chu Sun decided to personally fetch them and drive them downstairs. Meanwhile, as Wei Ting led the Special Operations Team to a building adjacent to the main entrance of the military port, Whiting could clearly see that apart from the main entrance of the military port, a corpulent zombie was peering curiously into the depths of the harbor. Not long ago, hundreds of thousands of zombies had been stationed here, but now they had all retreated far away, which immediately put him at ease. He thought to himself that this plump zombie truly seemed oblivious to the concept of danger, or perhaps it possessed some hidden prowess to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Whiting discreetly signaled to the other members of the Special Operations Team. The group instantly understood, finding suitable positions and raising their rifles. Then, with a swift motion of his hand, the sound of gunfire erupted in rapid succession, bullets whizzing towards the rotund figure. This scene caused a sudden tension in Wu Yue and Scarface, who were positioned atop a nearby building. Fortunately, despite the fat zombie being a mere corpse lieutenant, Wu Yue had provided it with ample sustenance during its stay at the logistics transfer station, significantly enhancing its strength compared to before. Almost the instant the gunfire commenced, the plump zombie became aware, its body enveloped in armor formed by its earth-based abilities. However, to avoid arousing suspicion from Whiting and his team,
It dared not cloak its entire head, instead opting to shield it with its arms. As bullets impacted the armor, the zombie, recalling its mission to lure the enemy out, steeled itself and withdrew the armor from its left arm. It was just then that a bullet struck true, splattering blood as it staggered backward, emitting a wail. Fatty. The performance of the plump zombie appeared so convincingly real that Scarface instinctively gasped, preparing to rush down to its aid. Observing this, Wu Yue chuckled and grasped Scarface's arm, saying, "Scarface, what are you doing?" "But boss, Fatty has been shot. I have to save him. Save him. If he doesn't act a little more convincingly, how will he lure them out? Just stay put and watch." Noticing Scarface's palpable anxiety, Wu Yue, as a corpse general, possessed a perception far superior to that of Scarface, but he marveled at how convincingly Fatty was performing. Even his own allies were deceived. He glanced in the direction from which the bullets had come, towards the building where Whiting and his team were concealed, quickly spotting their figures through a window. Originally, since he had located the enemy, Wu Yue could have teleported directly to them to capture someone for questioning. However, given Fatty's commitment to the ruse, he decided to refrain from intervening, opting instead to observe how Whiting's group would react after Fatty was shot. To his surprise, Whiting and his team exhibited more patience than Wu Yue had anticipated. Upon seeing Fatty lying motionless, they did not rush down to retrieve the corpse crystal as before, but instead remained silent, as if the incident had never occurred. That it was only after nearly 10 minutes had passed. And even Fatty himself felt puzzled that someone from Whiting's group finally spoke up. "Let us wait a bit longer. This could very well be a trap set by the enemy. A trap? There isn't a single zombie around. What kind of trap could it be? If you're really worried, just shoot a few more rounds." Seeing Whiting's caution, the individual grew increasingly impatient, drawn in by the overwhelming allure of the corpse crystal. As he spoke, he raised his weapon and fired 2 more shots at Fatty. "Damn it, these humans are despicable. They won't even spare a corpse, continuing to desecrate it." Feigning death on the ground, Fatty had waited in vain for the enemy's appearance, only to be met with 2 more bullets. That he cursed inwardly, lamenting the utter disregard for honor displayed by his adversaries. Yet, having already endured an actual bullet wound, he could not simply abandon the act. Thus, he resolved to continue playing dead, biding his time to show the enemy the might of their fat lord upon capturing them. Chapter 47. One must not be greedy. How about it? Whiting. Look, this zombie appears to be thoroughly dead. I should be able to retrieve the corpse crystal without issue now, right? Observing the stillness of the plump zombie after his 2 shots, Whiting contemplated for a moment. While he did not oppose the idea, he did not intend to let the other individual proceed alone. Instead, he firmly grasped the person's arm and said, "How about this? I will go, and you all cover me from behind." "Sounds good." Assuming that retrieving a corpse crystal from a deceased zombie was a simple task, the Special Operations team member made no objections. Under Whiting's leadership, they swiftly exited the first floor of the building. Whiting advanced towards Fatty's position, with the others maintaining vigilance and ready to assist from a distance. As Whiting's footsteps drew closer, Fatty's heart soared with joy, secretly rejoicing in the success of his ruse. Soon, as the distance between them diminished, Whiting's vigilance heightened, a sense of unease creeping in. Remembering that his team had already fired 2 shots, he thought it reasonable to fire another couple. Without further ado, he pulled the bolt of his rifle, producing a decisive click. What the hell? Is he really going to shoot again? Noticing Whiting's action, the seemingly lifeless Fatty felt a tremor of fear at such close range. Enduring 2 bullets without protection was unfathomable. Using his Earth-based abilities for defense without being detected would be nearly impossible. If the enemy fled, all his efforts would have been in vain. Just as Fatty was caught in this dilemma, Wu Yue, fully aware of the unfolding scene, understood that the success of Fatty's plan hinged on this critical moment. Scarface, standing beside him, felt the palpable pressure from Wu Yue, his legs trembling involuntarily as he retreated several steps. Whiting, though at a slight distance, also sensed Wu Yue's formidable presence, looking up in astonishment to meet Wu Yue's gaze. Especially when their eyes locked, and Wu Yue flashed a smile revealing his sharp, triangular teeth, Whiting instantly realized that Wu Yue was a zombie, one of a higher caliber than any he had encountered before. Without a second thought, he unleashed a volley of bullets towards Wu Yue while simultaneously remembering the corpse crystal within Fatty. After expending his ammunition, he drew his combat knife, hastening towards Fatty, to deliver a vicious stab to its abdomen. However, the reality proved that one must not be overly greedy. When desire overwhelms reason, one inevitably pays a hefty price. Just as Whiting's knife was poised to pierce Fatty's body, the plump zombie, which should have been dead, suddenly opened its eyes wide. That it reached out with its left hand, seizing Whiting's right wrist with a vice-like grip. Whiting instantly realized the precariousness of the situation and hastily reached for his sidearm with his left hand. Unfortunately, before he could even make a move, Fatty exerted a powerful tug, pulling Whiting down to the ground, and then delivered a swift chop to Whiting's neck. Not to mention whether Whiting's body, bolstered by 2 corpse crystals, could match Fatty's resilience. Even in terms of physique, the two were incomparable. Thus, tragically, under Fatty's decisive strike, Whiting promptly lost consciousness. The rapidity of these events unfolded so swiftly that the members of the Special Operations Team barely comprehended Whiting's sudden gunfire directed at a rooftop before witnessing him collapse. Struck down by Fatty, they instinctively gasped, raising their rifles towards Fatty. Yet before they could pull the trigger, Fatty, seeing the approaching figures, swiftly hoisted Whiting and dashed towards the ambush set in the adjacent alley. The team, fearing they might inadvertently harm Whiting, had no choice but to pursue him. Observing this from the rooftop, Wu suppressed his presence and turned to Scarface, saying, "Let us go. We should follow and see what happens." With that, Wu executed a spatial leap, arriving atop one of the buildings flanking the alley. This sudden movement alerted a nearby corpse lieutenant, who, eager to investigate, was halted by Wu's voice. "It's me. The boss is here too? Looks like I really need to perform well this time." Recognizing Wu atop the building, the lieutenant resolved to make a notable impression. Had Xiaojia been present, she would have easily recognized this lieutenant as the one who had previously declared his ambition to become the Blue Sea Arrow King. In fact, he had even changed his name to Jian. According to his own words, killing a man required only 1 arrow. Firing a second would be a sign of disrespect to oneself. Thus, upon seeing Fatty's figure emerge at the entrance of the alley below, he rushed in without a second thought. The arrow, in an instant, seemed to be infused with an invigorating energy as he swiftly knocked it and drew the bowstring, taking aim at the rear of the plump figure. However, to his astonishment, after maintaining this stance for nearly 30 seconds without catching sight of any pursuers behind the rotund individual, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why was the plump one so fearful if there was no one chasing him? Little did he know, the plump figure himself was equally perplexed that if no one was pursuing him, why had he run so hard that sweat dripped from his brow? Moreover, just before he entered the alley, he had clearly seen at least 8 or 9 humans fiercely chasing him with weapons in hand. So, where were they now? In truth, like Wei Ting, the other members of the Special Operations Team had initially been hot on the heels of the plump figure. Yet upon witnessing him dart into the adjacent alley, their instincts prompted them to halt, deliberating whether to continue the pursuit. After all, any sensible person would recognize that this alley was an ideal ambush site. Should Wei Ting fail to be rescued and they too fell into the trap, it would be tantamount to losing both their comrade and their own lives. Thus, after a moment of silent contemplation, one member finally broke the tension, cautiously inquiring, "So, what do we do? Do we chase or not?" "Chase? What nonsense. Just look at the terrain here. If we enter, won't we be trapped like dumplings?" That's not entirely true. If someone were pursuing me with a gun, I'd certainly dive into the alley as well. It doesn't necessarily mean it's a trap, that if he dies, won't we be left to fend for ourselves? I believe this is indeed a trap. Have you all forgotten how cunning that plump fellow was? He remained motionless when we fired at him, indicating he was undoubtedly prepared and perhaps even aimed to lure us away from the military port. And if it is a trap, what of it? Doesn't that mean we shouldn't rescue Wei Ting? Exactly so. Are we pursuing or not? Let's have a clear decision. If we keep hesitating, that plump one will have fled far ahead. Chasing him almost exhausted me earlier. Enough with the chatter. Let us vote. Raise your hand if you think we should abandon Wei Ting. As the members engaged in a cacophony of discussion, it became evident that if the plump figure truly intended to escape, he might well have put considerable distance between them. Ultimately, someone suggested a vote to decide whether to give up on Wei Ting, but not a single hand was raised. This wasn't surprising. After all, Wei Ting had indeed been captured. What if he hadn't perished and had instead escaped from the clutches of the zombies? If he later learned that his comrades had abandoned him in a crucial moment,
How would he react? With these thoughts in mind, they made their decision and ventured into the alley, continuing their pursuit. Haha, you've all fallen for my trick, just as the group provided mutual cover while advancing. At the alley's corner, the plump figure, holding Wei Ting, suddenly appeared before them, at that moment. He realized why his earlier capture had provoked such relentless pursuit. It seemed that the individual he held was either a significant figure within the military port or the leader of this group. As expected, upon seeing the plump figure, the Special Operations team members erupted in fury, with one shouting, "That fatso! Release Wei Ting immediately, or I swear I'll turn you into a sieve with my gun." Wei Ting, so that's his name? I might consider letting him go, but before that, you'd best worry about your own safety. No sooner had he spoken than the plump figure whistled, prompting zombies armed with bows and arrows to emerge from the windows of the buildings on either side. This was the prearranged signal for attack, in the next instant. With the sound of arrows being loosed from composite bows, a barrage of projectiles flew toward the members of the Special Operations team. Damn it, we have been tricked. Fall back, quickly. With no cover available in the alley, the realization that they had been ensnared struck them hard. They desperately dodged the arrows while simultaneously retreating and firing back at the oncoming threats. However, they had severely underestimated the archery skills of the zombies, particularly those led by the skilled archer. These creatures, having practiced their craft relentlessly at the logistics transfer station, had ingeniously integrated their supernatural abilities with archery techniques. Thus, some arrows were imbued with various elemental powers. Even arrows that missed their targets would explode upon impact with the ground, rivaling the force of grenades, sending the Special Operations team members reeling. One arrow, formed through water manipulation, appeared to have a mind of its own, curving mid-flight to pierce one of the team members. Consequently, during this first wave of arrows, the team suffered nearly 50% casualties. After the second volley, only a single member managed to escape the alley, and he was so terrified that he dared not retaliate, merely fleeing in blind panic. Simultaneously, he couldn't fathom how zombies had learned to employ such cunning tactics. Perhaps they had evolved to a higher level. But where had these bow-wielding zombies emerged from? If they were armed with firearms, wouldn't they become even more formidable? Just as the last surviving member of the Special Operations team sprinted away, he found himself halted by an arrow, seemingly crafted from water, hovering just inches from him. With no choice but to stop, he raised his hands in surrender, too frightened to move. Meanwhile, a zombie-esque voice taunted him from behind. "Run. Keep running. I'm curious to see whether you're faster or if my arrows are quicker," to his utter disbelief. This human survivor never anticipated that these zombies not only wielded bows, but even had the audacity to give themselves nicknames. Driven by curiosity, he slowly turned to see a tall, slender zombie, bow in hand, glaring coldly at him. After a brief moment, the plump figure finally emerged from the alley, still clutching Wei Ting. Upon spotting a survivor, his spirits soared, and he quickly approached the trembling member of the Special Operations team. With a swift kick to the survivor's abdomen, he sent him crashing to the ground, continuing to rain blows while cursing. "Damn it, you despicable humans. Killing zombies is one thing, but to dare to abuse them, I'll make you pay for that." After a considerable time of kicking the member of the Special Operations team into a near-unconscious state, he finally ceased his assault, crouching down with a cold glare. "Now tell me, how many humans are there in the military port? How many firearms do you possess? And how many experts like yourself are left? If you dare conceal anything, I'll send you straight to the afterlife. I swear, I'll tell you everything. Just please, stop hitting me." The title of Special Operations team member may sound impressive, but in reality, this group, formed by Chu Sun around Wei Ting, consisted of mere fishermen who had previously fished at sea. Thus, when faced with life-and-death situations, the resolve of this so-called Special Operations team member paled in comparison to that of true soldiers. Especially after enduring the plump figure's relentless kicks, he was more than willing to cooperate upon hearing the interrogation. Before the plump figure could finish his question, the survivor hastily pleaded, "There are over 100 humans in the military port, with enough firearms and ammunition to arm over 1,000. However, due to the previous zombie attack, we have very little explosives left, for experts like me." Recalling his own helplessness against the plump figure, he sought to ingratiate himself, adding, "In your presence, I'm hardly an expert. The only one comparable to me is our appointed leader, Chu Sun. Most of the others have been shot down by you." At this revelation, he cautiously glanced at the archer. The plump figure, astonished by how smoothly the conversation had unfolded, decided to trust the survivor's words, asking, "What is your name?" "Jiang Qingxing. My name is Jiang Qingxing." "All right, Jiang Qingxing, now tell me, what is Wei Ting's relation to you?" "He is our captain, and it was precisely because of Chu Sun that he specially assembled the hunting squad, in a bid to survive." Jiang Qingxing could no longer afford to be cautious. He recounted in detail all the events that transpired during their days at the military port. Particularly, upon hearing that the primary function of the hunting squad was to eliminate zombies of the rank of corpse lieutenant and above, extracting the corpse cores within them to enhance their own strength. Pang Qiu was instantly enraged and kicked out again. Even the nearby Jian, he could barely contain his inner fury. Yet who could blame them? Anyone would feel discomfort to learn that they were perceived as mere sustenance by others, especially considering they were all zombies. While it was commonly known that zombies consumed humans, the notion of humans feasting upon zombies was unprecedented. In contrast, after being knocked down once more by Pang Qiu, Jiang Qingxing instinctively shielded his head with his hands while emitting a wailing sound akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Please, stop hitting me. I've told you everything you wanted to know. Why are you still attacking me? Why am I still hitting you? Don't you have any sense of the situation? How could I possibly know if what you said is true?" Feeling that he had divulged all he knew, Jiang Qingxing was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Pang Qiu express lingering doubt that it was only when he noticed the weapon in Wei Ting's hand that a thought struck him. And he hastily pointed at Wei Ting. "If you don't believe me, you can ask him." "Indeed, how could I have forgotten about him?" "Very well, I shall spare you for now. What to do with you will be decided later. Follow me." Thus, Jiang Qingxing, following closely behind Pang Qiu and under Jian Yi's watchful gaze, dared not flee, only to witness a scene that filled him with dread that a long-haired zombie, whose locks nearly reached its waist, was slowly extending its right hand into the bodies of his former comrades. After rummaging around within for a while, a smile appeared on its face as it extracted a bead that emitted a faint golden glow. Subsequently, it shoved the bead into its mouth like a candy. However, one bead was not enough. Nearly all the fallen members of the Special Operations team fell victim to its gluttonous grasp, and that very fiend was none other than Wu Yi. Only after devouring all the golden cores from the bodies did Wu Yi seem to take notice of Pang Qiu and the others, turning his head to reveal a smile. Pang Qiu. "So, have you clarified everything?" "Boss, I've clarified everything." Pang Qiu relayed Jiang Qingxing's previous words to Wu Yi in detail. Upon finishing, Wu Yi's expression turned contemplative as he spoke. "Now that you have a fair grasp of the situation, what do you plan to do next?" "What to do?" Glancing at the bodies of the Special Operations team scattered on the ground, Pang Qiu chuckled. "I intend to employ a ruse, allowing our people to don these human garments and infiltrate the military port from within, launching an internal assault. However, before that, I must ensure that everything this fellow has said is indeed true. Did I ask that so?" "Pang Qiu, you actually know about employing a ruse." Upon hearing Pang Qiu's plan, we finally realized that Pang Qiu's growth had surpassed his expectations, prompting a sense of relief. "Very well, I shall eagerly await your next move. You just wait and see, boss." Meanwhile, under the influence of pain, Wei Ting quickly regained consciousness, instantly feeling an indescribable pain in his cheeks, which burned fiercely. Upon catching sight of Pang Qiu's round face mere inches away, he was startled into remembering that he had unwittingly fallen for the other's trick, now finding himself a captive of this portly zombie. In a panic, he exclaimed, "What do you want? I have many brothers. If they learn I've been captured, they will surely come to rescue me at any cost, so please don't act recklessly." "Your brothers? You must mean them, right?" Pang Qiu pointed to the bodies of the other Special Operations team members, as if he had heard a particularly amusing joke. "I'm afraid if you're counting on them to save you, you might have to wait until your next life." Having said that, Pang Qiu noticed that Wu Yi had disappeared somewhere, but he paid it no mind, instead gazing at Wei Ting with a bemused expression. "I'll fight you." Following Pang Qiu's indication, Wei Ting looked at the comrades with whom he had once shared laughter and fought side by side, now cold and lifeless. Anger surged within him, and he charged at Pang Qiu, fueled by an unknown courage. However, before Wei Ting could even lay a finger on Pang Qiu, the latter anticipated the desperate move and swiftly sent him flying with a single slap, but he then leisurely approached Wei Ting. squatting down with a cold voice. Want to die? It's not that easy. Now tell me, how many people are inside the military port, and how many human powerhouses like yourself are there? Never. You dream of me, betraying my comrades. In stark contrast to Jiang Qingxing, who had been nearly terrified to death by Wu Yi, Wei Ting displayed far more backbone as he spat defiantly at Pang Xiu's clothing. This action, undoubtedly, ignited Pang Xiu's fury, and without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly seized Wei Ting's left arm, breaking it with a brutal force, causing Wei Ting to scream in agony. Ah, how about transforming you into one of us? So you can savor the taste of your former comrades' corpses? What do you think? You're not human. Never had Wei Ting anticipated Pang Xiu's cruelty. Not only did the latter intend to turn him into a zombie, but he also wished for him to feast upon the remains of his once-brother fighters that I in that moment. Wei Ting regarded Pang Xiu with the eyes of one who beheld a devil. However, Pang Xiu could not help but chuckle at his words. You're absolutely right. I am not human, and do not think for a moment that some fabricated lies will suffice to sway me. Jiang Qingxing, why are you hiding behind Jianyi? Jiang Qingxing, is he still alive? As he followed Pang Xiu's gaze to Jianyi, a surge of excitement washed over Wei Ting upon seeing Jiang Qingxing standing unharmed. But just then, Pang Xiu leaned in close to his ear and whispered, Then I wouldn't mind turning both of you into zombies. I'll say anything. Ask me what you wish, with Pang Xiu's repeated threats to transform him into a zombie. Wei Ting felt his defenses crumble. Coupled with Jiang Qingxing's presence and his prior betrayal, his guilt began to dissipate significantly. Moments later, he divulged information that mirrored Jiang Qingxing's earlier revelations. Satisfied, Pang Xiu turned to Jian Yi and commanded, Jian Yi, find a few brothers of corpse lieutenant rank and have them change into these clothes. Understood. With Pang Xiu's order, Jian Yi nodded and gestured. Numerous zombies of the corpse lieutenant rank leaped down from the adjacent buildings. One eager zombie, after stripping a member of the special operations team and adorning the attire, couldn't help but ask Pang Xiu, Boss Pang Xiu, what should we do with their bodies? What else can we do? We eat them. It was evident that these minions had long craved human flesh, especially with over 100 humans still residing within the military port. Pang Xiu generously waved his hand, signaling that they could take care of the corpses. Hearing Pang Xiu's words, Wei Ting rushed to confront him, angrily questioning, Haven't I already provided you with the information you sought? Why do you still allow these zombies to consume my comrades' bodies? But from the beginning, I never said my subordinates couldn't eat them, did I? Besides, tell me, if zombies don't consume humans, what else can they possibly eat? So you'd best cooperate with me and help me infiltrate the military port along with my people. Otherwise, watch out, or I might just eat you too. Feeling deceived, Wei Ting could hardly articulate a response. Yet if one were to observe his eyes, it was clear he was far from the submissive Jiang Qingxing. He pondered how he could escape from Pang Xiu's grasp. Especially when he caught sight of a rifle dropped by a comrade not far away. Hope sparked in his mind, pretending to accept his fate. He began to move towards the rifle. However, just as he reached for it, an intense pain suddenly surged from his lower abdomen near the dantian. As he lowered his gaze, he was astonished to find a large hand piercing through his body from behind with 5 sharp claws. In the palm lay an object reminiscent of a corpse's core. If Wei Ting had not misjudged, it was evidently the source of power within him. Fatball, this fellow looked suspicious at first glance. Why waste words with him? If you need someone to smuggle you and your brothers into the military port, isn't one of Jiang Qingxing's men sufficient? Who is it? Hearing this voice and feeling his vitality swiftly draining away, Wei Ting, in his final moments, sought to discern the identity of this brutal assailant. Summoning all his strength, he turned his head towards the source of the voice. He then clearly beheld the high-level zombie that had emanated a terrifying aura from the rooftop of a building, imposing immense pressure upon him. While speaking to Fatball, he moved to place the golden core he had obtained from within himself into his mouth. Meanwhile, Fatball grinned sheepishly at the zombie and remarked, Yes, boss, your lesson is well taken, that I will certainly be more cautious from now on. Wei Ting perished, and his corpse was not wasted. It was soon reduced to a mere skeleton by Fatball's insatiable appetite. This gruesome scene nearly caused Jiang Qingxing to soil himself in fear, making him regard Wu Yi with the trepidation one would reserve for a ferocious beast, far exceeding his dread of the cannibalistic Fatball. Fortunately, once a person is thoroughly frightened, they tend to refrain from causing further trouble. Thus, when Fat Ball revealed his intention to disguise himself as a captured zombie, escorted by other zombies masquerading as members of a special operations team to the military port. Intending to deceive the humans there, Jiang Qingxing, in a bid to save his own life, readily acquiesced without hesitation. Chapter 51. Jiang Qingxing's golden core after Fat Ball and his companions departed. Wu Yi remained rooted in place, a faint smile lingering on his face. The reason was that, initially, Fat Ball had intended to masquerade as a member of the Special Operations team. But he was simply too corpulent. He was so large that he could not even fit one of his legs into the pants designed for the Special Operations team. Assuming the guise of a captive was thus an unavoidable predicament. Indeed. Moreover, Wu Yi had recently calculated that within the previous half hour, including Wei Ting's golden core, he had acquired a total of 9 golden cores. The significant enhancement to his strength made him ponder how many assorted items he would need to consume in order to rival such power. The combination of these two factors rendered Wu Yi exceedingly elated. Meanwhile, Scar, observing the retreating figures of Fat Ball and his group, approached Wu Yi with a furrowed brow, expressing his concerns. "Boss, should we not follow them? What if those 2 humans were not truthful? Wouldn't Fat Ball and his crew be in grave danger?" "There's no need for concern. I just took a look inside the military port, and the situation aligns closely with what Wei Ting and Jiang Qingxing described. The arrows led by Fat Ball are, at present, among the strongest, alongside you and Fat Ball and Xiao Ji. That should suffice to deal with these humans. You want to take a look?" When Scar was nearly astounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. As Wu Yi seemed to have never strayed from the spot, Wu Yi chuckled. "Have you forgotten that I awaken spatial abilities?" "Oh, that makes sense." Realizing Wu Ye's uncanny ability to appear and disappear at will, Scar nodded in understanding, acknowledging that it was no trivial feat for Wu Yi to have traversed the military port in such a short time, that he ceased further inquiries and patiently awaited the outcome. Thus, half an hour passed, and the military port remained silent. An hour elapsed, and not a trace of Fat Ball or any humans was to be found, and as 2 hours went by. Just when Scar felt his anxiety rising and was about to consult Wu Yi about sending someone to check the situation, Fat Ball and his companions emerged from the military port, bloodied and battered. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that none of that blood belonged to them. It turned out that once Fat Ball and his crew entered the military port without concealment, the lookout humans noticed the presence of this formidable zombie. Yet as Jiang Qingxing led the way, they merely inquired over the radio about the situation. Conversely, Chu Sun, who overheard their dialogue, sensed something amiss. After all, it had always been Wei Ting, the leader, who communicated over the radio, so it was quite unusual for Jiang Qingxing to be speaking on the channel. The most plausible explanation was that Wei Ting had encountered trouble. To confirm his suspicions, Chu Sun took out binoculars and observed their route back to the dormitory. Noticing the unfamiliarity in the eyes of the masked Special Operations team members, he immediately gathered a few trusted companions, descended to the first floor, and sped off towards the coast in a prepared vehicle. Chu Sun boarded a fishing boat early on, and through his binoculars, he spotted someone jumping from the dormitory building. Evidently fleeing from pursuers, he hastily directed his companions to start the boat and escape north along the coastline, planning to assess the situation in the northern district that if all else failed, he would have to abandon Blue Sea City. However, while Chu Sun successfully escaped, others within the military port were not so fortunate. Particularly in light of the absence of their leader, Fat Ball ordered his followers to attack swiftly, leading to a massacre of the unarmed humans by Arrow One and others, who wielded their awakened abilities with lethal precision. Even Jiang Qingxing did not escape Fat Ball's wrath. After all, he had not forgotten that the latter had intended to hunt zombies and consume their cores as food. Adhering to the principle of an eye for an eye, Fat Ball extracted the golden core from Jiang Qingxing's body before swallowing it whole. What followed was simple. Once the humans were eliminated, it was time to feast. And this feast lasted a full 2 hours, until over 100 lives were consumed, after which Fat Ball and his companions joyfully departed the military port to report back to Wu Yi. Noticing the uncontainable grin on Fat Ball's face, Scar eagerly approached Wu Yi after Fat Ball arrived at the same waiting spot and inquired, "So, how did it go? Task completed?" "Pretty much, aside from not locating Chu Sun and a few others. There should be no humans left in the military port." "Didn't he find them?" "Yes, they must have sensed something amiss and fled by boat." Seeing Scar's perplexity regarding Chu Sun's disappearance, Fatball offered his speculation. Scar, upon hearing this, realized that if the escape had indeed occurred via the sea, then Fatball could not be held accountable. After Fatball finished speaking, he did not forget to present the golden core he had extracted from Jiang Qingxing. Proudly exclaiming to Wu Yi, "Boss, look what I brought you, a golden core." Jiang Qingxing's. "Indeed, boss, did you not say these things enhance strength rapidly? I saved this one just for you." "Save it for me? Why not consume it yourself?" Upon hearing Fatball claim the golden core was meant for Wu Yi, the latter appeared somewhat astonished. Unable to fathom why Fatball, knowing the merits of such a treasure, would not partake in it himself. He was met with Fatball's response. "Boss, you are unaware that these humans have acquired over 20 corpse cores in total, that if they all fed one person, we might not have so easily seized the military port. They, on the other hand, each had 2 cores which limited their strength enhancement. Therefore, I believe, such a precious resource should be reserved for you. Your spatial abilities are formidable enough. Consuming these golden cores would only bolster your strength further. The stronger you are, the safer we will be under your protection. Right?" Chapter 52, A Bountiful Harvest. Goodness, Fatball, you're becoming increasingly astute. Not only had he learned to employ strategies, but his intelligence seemed to be soaring, as he grasped the principle that one cannot have complete security under a collapsing roof. Thus, after complimenting Fatball, Wu Yi could not resist a playful jab. Others recruit underlings to alleviate their burdens. "Yet it seems I am destined to become your caretaker at this rate." "Huh. Boss, what are you saying? If your strength increases, no one would dare to trouble us. Our safety would be assured, and as we forage for food, our power would only grow." Fatball, having absorbed Wu Ye's words, earnestly shared his perspective, quite unlike Wu Ye's lightheartedness. To Wu Yi, while acknowledging the logic behind it, and indeed acting accordingly, could not shake the feeling that Fatball's words had a preachy tone. Thus, he waved his hand dismissively, retorting, "Oh please, do you think I need you to instruct me?" Having finished speaking, Wu Yi did not disappoint the goodwill of Pang Qiu, extending his hand to take the golden elixir that Pang Qiu had offered, consuming it as if it were a mere candy. Within moments, he had chewed it to bits and swallowed it, simultaneously sensing a faint increase in the strength of the corpse elixir within him. Meanwhile, Pang Qiu, upon hearing Wu Ye's words, could not help but murmur, "What use is it to seek a human when I'm injured? It would be better to find Scar." After awakening, his ability was indeed of the gold element. Having said this, and in response to Wu Ye's astonished expression, Pang Qiu quickly approached Scar, smiling as he said, "Scar, could you lend me a hand?" "Sure," Scar nodded, extending his right hand, without any visible action on his part. The bullet that had previously lodged itself within Pang Qiu's body, which had not been dealt with, shot out as if drawn by a magnet, leaving Wu Yi, who had never witnessed such a scene even in his past life, wide-eyed in shock as he exclaimed, "Wow, the gold element ability can be used like this." Before long, as Wu Yi, alongside Pang Qiu and Yi Jian, embarked on their return journey, the last wave of humans in the military port had either perished or fled. Thus, the entirety of the East District had completely fallen under Wu Ye's control, resulting in the number of low-level zombies under his command reaching 4 million, that although this was a full half less than Wu Ye's earlier prediction of 8 million. Many ambitious zombies unwilling to submit had voluntarily departed from the East District. Furthermore, after the military port also came under Wu Ye's command, he had acquired over 1,000 automatic rifles and a substantial amount of ammunition. This allowed the zombies honing their archery skills at the logistics transfer station to trade their primitive weapons for firearms, marking a significant windfall. Only Yi Jian continued to practice with the composite bow, stating that with the enhancement of his abilities, firearms would eventually become obsolete, that he believed that cold weapons, when combined with special abilities, possessed tremendous lethality, often displaying unimaginable effects during confrontations. The battle against the Special Operations Team led by Wei Ting was a prime example of this. Upon hearing this, Wu Yi recalled that in his previous life, regardless of whether they were humans, zombies, or demonic beings, they all sought to forge suitable cold weapons in the later stages that he could not help but praise Yi Jian for his discernment. However, with the unification of the East District, many troublesome issues began to arise. For instance, the daily food consumption of such a large army was an astronomical figure. Fortunately, zombies did not require sustenance, which merely meant that their strength would not increase. Otherwise, it would not be long before they became the first batch of zombies starved to death after the resurgence of spiritual energy. Yet, similarly, if their strength could not be enhanced, what use was there in sheer numbers? A zombie army of 10,000 had been formed, stationed around the logistics transfer station, with the intention of allocating a portion of food from his storage space to them, striving to expedite their evolution into corpse soldiers. Thus, several days passed. Time gradually advanced into mid-February, with only 2 days remaining until the new year. After completing the task of assembling the army and ensuring their encampment near the logistics transfer station as per Wu Ye's instructions, Scar approached Wu Yi once more, reporting, "Boss, as per your command, I have stationed those 10,000 low-level zombies near the logistics transfer station. Additionally, I have recounted the numbers, and you currently have over 150 corpse officers under your command. While the number of corpse soldiers is approximately 3,000, that this does not even include Yi Jian and the others who were practicing archery here. Quite a considerable number, isn't it?" Upon learning that he had such a large contingent of high-level zombies, a smile unconsciously crept onto Wu Ye's face. Yet he did not forget to acknowledge Scar's contributions, responding with a smile. "Not at all hard work, that I was just wondering, boss. When do you plan to expand outward?" "Expand? What nonsense. Let us first secure our own territory." Hearing Scar's words, Wu Ye's mind involuntarily recalled the rat spirit Scar had mentioned in relation to the South District, but he sought to understand the changes in this life that differed from his memories. After considerable deliberation, Wu Yi finally spoke. "As for you, take all the corpse officers and station them in the areas adjacent to the South District. The corpse soldiers should each be assigned a section, evenly distributed throughout the East District. This way, while they manage the low-level zombies, we will be the first to know of any disturbances in the East District. Got it, boss? I will take care of it right away." Chapter 53. Toll Fee. Having received Wu Ye's orders, Scar hurriedly went to coordinate with Peng Xiu, that he then led a group of awakened corpse officers with great urgency to the neighborhoods adjacent to the South District. Following Wu Ye's instructions, they roughly delineated areas for the corpse soldiers and dispatched them accordingly to AS for Yi Jian and the others, since they had been stationed inside the logistics transfer station and shared provisions with Xiao Ji. She continued to oversee their training, preparing to mold them into Wu Ye's personal guard. With his subordinates working diligently, Wu Yi, as the leader, naturally felt obliged not to remain idle. Furthermore, after distributing food to the over 10,000 low-level zombies encamped around the logistics transfer station, the supplies in his storage space were rapidly dwindling, and he decided to take advantage of the fact that the human shelter had been established for a few days to venture into the Central District, both to investigate the situation and to gather food. Thus, on February 16th, after exchanging greetings with Xiao Ji and Zhou Yao, Wu Yi quietly donned clean clothing, tied back his hair with a cloth strip to avoid inconvenience, and wore a mask to present himself more like a human, that he then stealthily departed from the East District and stepped into the territory of the Central District. However, before Wu Yi could venture far into the Central District, he sensed that he was being watched by a group of individuals. Not overly concerned, he continued forward, but as he passed an intersection, 3 humans intercepted him from a nearby alley. One of them, brandishing a handgun, pointed it at Wu Yi and said, "Kid, I've been watching you for a while, but if I'm not mistaken, you've come from the East District, right? Do you know the rules?" "Rules? What rules?" Observing that only one of the 3 held a handgun while the other 2 wielded machetes, Wu Yi began to speculate whether they belonged to a faction that had opted not to join the shelter, choosing instead to fend for themselves. After all, the shelter was indeed a refuge for the unarmed ordinary people. However, once one joined the shelter, they forfeited their freedom, having to contribute to its construction for food or participate in hunting teams established by the shelter to search for supplies and eliminate zombies around it. The shelter was not a charitable organization. After all, it could not simply sustain them without compensation. Thus, during the initial months of the resurgence of spiritual energy, many humans, emboldened by their numbers or armed with firearms, or perhaps possessing ample supplies, chose not to join the shelter immediately. Zhao Kong, who was killed by Wu Yi at the logistics transfer station, was one such example that it was only later, as the zombies became increasingly powerful, that humans realized they had to join the shelter to gain access to cultivation methods and become part of the immortal community. Only then did the shelters in various regions truly unite the surviving humans. The reason Wu Yi made such a judgment was simple. Not everyone could establish a shelter, and the hunting teams were composed of the elite within the shelter.
Even the most rudimentary weapons would hardly be as inferior as what he was currently facing. Therefore, Wu Yi feigned ignorance, responding to the trio as if he were a complete novice. Upon hearing this, the armed individual sneered coldly and pointed the gun at Wu Yi, saying, "What other rules could there be? Do you know where this is? This is the Central District. You came from the East District. Don't you need to pay a toll? Toll fee." Realizing his guess had been confirmed, Wu did not rush to retaliate, but instead wanted to ascertain whether there were any additional accomplices among them. If so, then the food for his subordinates would indeed have a source. Hence, upon hearing them demand a toll, he shrugged and replied, "To be honest, if I had food, I wouldn't have fled to the Central District." "Oh, you're not being truthful, are you?" one of them retorted. "You don't look like someone who's been starving." "Damn it, I don't believe it. Let me search you," aside from the armed individual shaking his gun menacingly at Wu Ye's head. Another approached to search his pockets. The moment the stranger's hand brushed against Wu Yi, he involuntarily frowned, forcibly suppressing his urge to kill. After all, Wu Ye's pockets were indeed empty. There was not even a single hair, let alone food. The individual searching him, visibly frustrated, exclaimed, "Damn it, after following you for so long, you are just a broke loser." Having said that, he turned back to the armed man and asked, "Shinjie, what should we do?" "What to do? We can't just let him go that easily, that if it comes to it, we can always keep him here." The man known as Shinjie pondered for a moment, his gaze fixated on Wu Ye's long hair for quite some time, before finally uttering a remark that he then turned to Wu Yi and inquired, "So kid, what do you say? Are you willing to accompany us on a little journey?" "Sure, as a lone wanderer. If someone is willing to take me in, I could not wish for anything more." Although Wu Yi found the peculiar look in Shinjie's eyes unsettling, the realization that this group comprised more than just the three in front of him filled him with delight, and he readily agreed. Subsequently, he followed Shinjie and the others through the winding alleys of the Central District. Eventually, they came to a halt in front of a kindergarten. With his keen perception, Wu Yi could distinctly sense that there were at least 200 humans inside the kindergarten. Furthermore, 2 individuals among them had likely consumed corpse pills, exuding a formidable aura that surpassed even the earlier individual named Wei Ting, who had merely reached the core formation stage through external means. Strangely, all 200 individuals were men, with not a single woman in sight. However, since they were food, did it matter whether they were male or female? Wu Yi felt an overwhelming urge to immediately stash them away in his storage space and devour the golden pills of those two, that impatiently, he exclaimed, "Come on, why are we not moving? I'm starving." "Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask, will joining you come with meals?" "Hey, you little glutton, are you a starving ghost or something?" "Wait here, I'll go report to our boss." Shinjie, somewhat speechless at Wu Ye's words, instructed the 2 individuals beside him, "You two keep an eye on him. I'll be right back." "Understood." With their acknowledgement, Shinjie turned and made his way into the kindergarten, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, running into a broke guy is bad enough, but he seems like quite the eater. I wonder if the boss will want to keep him." After some time had passed, and Wu Yi was growing increasingly impatient, Shinjie finally returned, waving from within the kindergarten. That Wu Yi was then led inside by the 2 individuals. That it is worth noting that although the kindergarten appeared rather unremarkable from the outside, its area was quite substantial, at least 600 to 700 square meters. Besides a playground, there was also a 3-story building. No wonder it served as the lair for this group, accommodating over 200 individuals. However, as Wu Yi stepped into the lobby on the first floor of the building, he began to sense something amiss. The lobby was littered with bones, stripped clean of even the slightest remnants of flesh, more thoroughly devoured than by dogs. That be why, examining the fragmented clothing and various trinkets, it was evident that these bones belonged solely to women. Coupled with the incessant downpour that had lasted a month, it was clear that this group consisted entirely of men. That Wu Yi had ample reason to suspect that these women had been consumed by the males. Though he felt no fear, one could only imagine the reaction of a normal person upon witnessing such a scene. To better blend in with humanity, Wu Yi paused, feigning shock as he pointed at the bones and remarked, "You mean to say they were simply killed for not obeying? What is so surprising about that?" Glancing in the direction Wu Yi indicated, Shinjie, standing beside him, replied with irritation, "Come on, you think this is something to make a fuss over?" Yet the fleeting glint of coldness in his eyes betrayed his insincerity. Wu Yi chose not to expose Shinjie's lie, continuing to act frightened as he timidly asked, "So, if I decide not to join you now, can I still leave?" You little brat, do you think this is a place you can just come and go as you please? Before Shen Jie could respond, one of the men behind Wu Yi kicked him in annoyance to their surprise. Wu Yi seemed unfazed, while the man felt as if he had kicked a steel plate. Wincing in pain. You can leave, but it will have to be carried out. Seeing Wu Yi with his head bowed in contemplation, the man continued, Enough with the thoughts. Let us go meet our boss. If he gets impatient, we want to have a good time. After saying this, he patted Wu Yi on the back, indicating for him to move along, albeit rather awkwardly, given that the pat landed on Wu Ye's rear. Before long, they arrived at the third floor, where they entered a room resembling a conference hall, where they encountered the leader of the group. One of the two individuals Wu Yi had sensed earlier who had reached the core formation stage. Strangely enough, the more Wu Yi looked at the bald man, the more familiar he seemed. Even with Wu Yi wearing a mask, the man recognized him instantly, exclaiming, You're Wu Yi. Who are you? Unable to recall who this person was, Wu Yi opted to wait for the man to reveal himself. Fortunately, the man did not disappoint, standing up with a smile and saying, It's me, Qian Biao. Remember that day during the torrential rain? You mortgaged a house with me and borrowed 300,000. What? Have you forgotten so soon? By the way, did your hair used to be this long? Oh, so it's you. Upon hearing this, Wu Yi recalled the encounter. Marveling at how small the world truly was, that it was his first visit to the Central District after the awakening of spiritual energy, and he had run into an acquaintance. Qian Biao, noticing Wu Yi's recollection, maintained a smile, yet his tone shifted slightly. Now that you remember, shouldn't we settle the score between us? Without money, if it comes to that, you can take the house. It was clear that Qian Biao sought to leverage Wu Yi's debt to exert pressure on him. Wu Yi displayed a nonchalant demeanor. No money. Take the house. The house is in the South District. You have the deed. Sell it if you wished out, of course. That is, if you can survive that rat demon and find someone willing to buy it. Conversely, Qian Biao had not anticipated Wu Yi's straightforwardness. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, the streets were teeming with zombies. Had it not been for the shelter in the Central District dispatching people to clear out the undead recently, they might still be holed up in the kindergarten. What use would the house serve? Even if Wu Yi handed over money, it would merely be a pile of worthless paper. Reflecting internally on how those who owed money truly wielded power, Qian Biao, seeing Wu Yi's bluntness, felt no inclination to continue the banter and cut to the chase. All right, Wu Yi, we are all intelligent individuals here. You owe me money, so I am your creditor. If you know what is good for you, stay and comply with my wishes. I might consider taking you in. If you're not wise about it, I'll behave. Will there be food? I'm hungry. Upon hearing Qian Biao's remarks, Wu Yi, understanding that the primary objective of this venture was to gather food, interrupted before Qian Biao could finish. Eagerly agreeing, he sought to ascertain where the food was stored. Qian Biao, caught off guard by Wu Yi's interruption and his declaration of hunger, was momentarily speechless, struggling to regain his composure. Then he turned to the other two who had accompanied Wu Yi. Besides Shen Jie, and instructed, You two, take him to an empty room. I'll find someone to get him something to eat shortly. After giving a knowing glance to the two, they understood Qian Biao's intent. With one of them promptly addressing Wu Yi, right? Follow us. All right. Trusting them, Wu Yi rose and followed the two as they led him outside, quickly arriving at an empty room. Meanwhile, once assured that Wu Yi had gone far enough, Qian Biao furrowed his brow and fixed his gaze on Shen Jie, saying, Shen Jie, is this the guy you mentioned who is even more delicate than a woman? To me, he seems more like a man than I am. Boss, isn't he sporting braids? Just cover his face, and he'll look just like a woman. Once I'm done enjoying myself, I'll let you have your turn. As time progressed, the relentless downpour outside rendered any possibility of venturing out impossible. Fear, despair, and the primal instincts of desire and hunger gradually warped the minds of many individuals. For instance, Qian Biao became infatuated with a rather handsome young man, treating him as a mere plaything. This obsession spiraled out of control, leading him to indulge in several other attractive males, all of whom met a fate akin to that of women in similar predicaments. There were even a few men who, without any external coercion, willingly engaged in intimate relations with one another, embodying the terms commonly referred to as 0 and 1, or perhaps both being 0 and 1. In the wake of the resurgence of spiritual energy, Shen Jie and the few subordinates acquired by Qian Biao initially struggled to comprehend the peculiar behaviors exhibited by Qian and his companions. However,
Upon realizing the absence of women and the discomfort that arose from their own suppressed desires, they soon found themselves aligning with Qian Biao to alleviate their pent-up urges. Recently, after they managed to eliminate a zombie capable of utilizing skills and obtained a precious corpse core, which Qian Biao consumed, they discovered that it significantly enhanced human strength. This revelation shifted their focus toward hunting higher-level zombies. Nevertheless, some habits, once formed, are as difficult to abandon as the allure of fishing. Upon first laying eyes on Wu Yi, with his long flowing hair and lack of provisions for sustenance, Qian Biao's thoughts were drawn to the tactile appeal of that hair, persuading him to approach Wu. As for Qian Biao, his interest in women had long since waned. He had exhausted his options. Now, with a newcomer in sight, he was eager to explore uncharted territory. However, Wu Yi remained blissfully unaware of these intentions. When ushered into a room, Wu Yi, with his keen senses, overheard the unsettling conversation between Qian Biao and Xinjie. It dawned on him why Xinjie's gaze had been so peculiar upon first seeing him. The memory of Xinjie having audaciously slapped his backside sent a wave of revulsion coursing through Wu Yi. "You vile creatures think you can prey upon me. This is an affront. An absolute disgrace. Damn it, not one of you shall live." This was the first time Wu Yi felt such fury since the resurgence of spiritual energy that he struggled to suppress the urge to annihilate them all immediately while carefully observing Qian Biao's next actions. Upon noticing Qian Biao leading Xinjie to a basement-like area beneath the kindergarten, where he conversed with another human of the core formation stage, Wu Yi suddenly felt that simply killing Qian Biao would be too merciful. Instead, he resolved to toy with him, to teach him the true meaning of cruelty. Before long, a series of thuds echoed at the door. After instructing Xinjie to remain outside, Qian Biao entered, carrying several bags of bread, one of which was visibly moldy. Upon spotting Wu Yi, Qian Biao instinctively fixated on Wu Yi's long hair, his gaze taking on an unsettling quality, reminiscent of a man viewing an unclad woman. He closed the door behind him and addressed Wu Yi. "Brother Wu Yi, you must be famished. Here, I brought you something to eat." Yet, despite his words, he had no intention of offering the bread. He moved closer to Wu Yi, continuing, "It's been over a month since we last met. Come, take off your mask so I can see if you've changed." "What if I refuse?" Wu Yi retorted, stepping back in disgust, feeling that proximity to such a man was an insult to his very existence. Qian Biao, though slightly irked, leaned on the experience gained since the resurgence of spiritual energy. Asserting that no one could resist the allure of food, he persisted, "Brother, have you forgotten your promise to me? Just be obedient, and all this bread will be yours." That he even waved the bread enticingly. Wu Yi, intrigued by what Qian Biao would do upon discovering his true identity as a zombie, maintained his composure, responding with mockery, "What are these pathetic loaves? They're moldy enough that even a dog wouldn't eat them. Are you trying to con me?" "Ah, I didn't realize you were so picky," Qian Biao replied, his mind having twisted into abnormality from prolonged deviance. Despite his perception of Wu Yi as merely an ordinary human, Qian Biao felt a surge of desire at the sight of Wu Yi. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Yi's demeanor masked a lethal threat that Qian Biao instinctively reached for his belt, intending to unbuckle his pants. Wu Yi, having never received such flattery from a human before, felt an unshakable chill in his bones. "Oh, is that so?" Wu Yi replied coldly. In that moment, the peculiar shape of Wu Yi's teeth caught Qian Biao's attention, leading him to suspect he was hallucinating. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he saw the triangular, razor-sharp teeth and felt his desire evaporate, leaving him completely sober. Yet, despite recognizing Wu Yi as a zombie, his actions remained unimpeded. He swiftly withdrew his belt and swung it toward Wu Yi while his left hand reached for a dagger hidden in his boot. However, even as fast as he was, Wu Yi, now evolved into a formidable zombie, was faster still. Having awakened spatial abilities that in the blink of an eye, before the belt could even reach its apex, Wu Yi vanished from sight, reappearing on the opposite side of the room. In that instant, a spatial blade severed Qian Biao's left hand, eliciting a blood-curdling scream from him. "Ah, is this too much for you? After all this, you're not the dominant one, but rather the submissive," Wu Yi retorted, unamused by Qian Biao's cries. The realization of Qian Biao's intentions, compounded with the earlier humiliation of having his identity exposed, ignited a fury within Wu Yi. "You think you can prey on women and men alike?
You've even set your sights on me? I shall engrave an unforgettable memory upon you this day." With that, Wu Yi unleashed another spatial blade, leaving a trail of blood between Qian Biao's legs, clearly indicating that something had been severed. He then extended his sharpened claws toward Qian Biao's abdomen, carefully extracting a blood-soaked core, mindful not to end Qian Biao's life too swiftly, for Wu Yi had no desire to grant him such a merciful fate. As he reflected on the scene outside the door, Xinjie initially harbored fantasies that once Qian Biao had his fill, he too might indulge in a taste of the illicit. However, upon hearing the anguished screams emanating from the room, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. The cries did not seem to belong to Wu Yi. Rather, they resonated more closely with the voice of Qian Biao. Without a moment's hesitation, he flung open the door, only to witness Wu Yi poised to consume a spherical object. The sight of the blood pooling between Qian Biao's legs tightened Shun Jie's stomach, and he inwardly cursed the depravity of the two men. Drawing his handgun, he bellowed at Wu Yi, "Don't move. Raise your hands." Just as Wu Yi was about to swallow Qian Biao's golden core, he heard Shun Jie's thunderous shout. He was tempted to inquire whether Shun Jie had mistakenly entered the wrong scene, aiming a gun at what was clearly a zombie and demanding it to raise its hands. Had he been kicked in the head by a mule? Wu Yi, noticing that he had not even had the chance to seek Shun Jie out, decided to make the first move. With a sinister grin, he advanced toward Shun Jie. Upon catching sight of Wu Ye's teeth, which clearly marked him as a zombie, Shun Jie swiftly realized the danger and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, the bullet was expelled from the chamber, heading straight for Wu Ye's heart. Yet, the now undead Wu Yi couldn't even be bothered to dodge, allowing the bullet to strike him, only to produce a sound of metal clashing as it fell to the ground. This shocking sight left Shun Jie momentarily paralyzed with fear as he stumbled backward, desperately shouting, "Help! Someone please!" However, the commotion had indeed drawn the attention of nearly every human in the vicinity. Converging upon the source of Shun Jie's cries, the Wu Yi remained unperturbed, waiting until dozens had appeared in the corridor, rushing towards him like a swarm. It was then that he unleashed his formidable physical prowess and sharp claws against them. The reason he refrained from using his spatial blades was simple. The fury boiling within him needed an outlet, but if he did not vent his frustrations over the day's events, it would surely leave him with lasting psychological scars. Thus, as Wu Yi faced the ordinary humans, it was akin to slaughtering chickens and pigs. Countless vibrant lives fell before him. The survivors under Qian Biao's command had attempted to resist. However, against a zombie general like Wu Yi, their chances of turning the tide were slim. With a body impervious to knives and bullets, their weapons barely grazed his skin. Blood soon saturated every corner of the third-floor corridor of the kindergarten, starkly contrasting with the cheerful cartoon drawings adorning the walls. Once Wu Yi had sent every last intruder to their demise, he still felt a lingering sense of insatiability and made his way downstairs. In just a few minutes, alongside the human at the Golden Core stage and Xinjie, the remaining survivors in the kindergarten were all annihilated by Wu Yi. He collected the bodies and any usable supplies into his storage space. Upon spotting Qian Biao, who was on the brink of death after extensive blood loss and the extraction of his golden core, Wu Yi murmured, "It's about time to send you on your way." Chapter 57. The traitor Han Chi with a swift motion, fearing that the taint of the other's filthy soul might sully his storage space. Wu Yi completed his task. He then took out 2 boxes of mineral water to cleanse himself and found a fresh change of clothes. Donning his mask once more, he emerged from the kindergarten as if nothing had happened, continuing towards the direction of the human sanctuary. However, it must be noted that after the rain ceased, there were numerous ambitious individuals among the humans. Within just 2 to 3 kilometers, Wu Yi encountered 3 groups intent on causing him harm. Yet these attempts not only failed to yield any benefit for them, but instead provided Wu Yi with over 400 corpses, a golden core, and a significant amount of supplies. That was only when his spatial ring was nearly filled to capacity that Wu Yi finally reached a street opposite the Blue Sea Sanctuary established by the Jaime Technology Company. At this juncture, the presence of humans began to increase, likely members dispatched from the sanctuary to scavenge for supplies or newcomers seeking to join. Based on Wu Ye's assessment, a gaunt individual in tattered clothing indicated that the latter was more probable. Furthermore, the walls of the Blue Sea Sanctuary were not as imposing as he had witnessed in his previous life. They stood only about 5 meters high and lacked barbed wire or electric fencing. While insufficient against a zombie general like Wu Yi,
They would suffice to repel lesser zombies and zombie soldiers that he believed they could withstand even a tide of hundreds of thousands of zombies. Development is indeed swift. Should I venture inside to take a look? Wu Yi pondered, contemplating the rapid growth of the Blue Sea Sanctuary. Barely a month after the rains had ceased, he recalled that in his previous life, the human sanctuaries had been equipped with numerous traps to counter higher-level zombies, culminating in the formidable Nine Heavens thundercloud formation capable of summoning divine thunder. Wu Yi, cautious by nature, did not underestimate the potential dangers of the sanctuary. Just as Wu Yi hesitated, a figure clad entirely in black robes approached him from the entrance of a nearby alleyway. She walked briskly towards him, and as she drew near, spoke in a gentle tone. "Handsome, are you here to join the sanctuary?" Upon discerning the voice and the glimmering eyes peering from beneath the black hood, Wu Yi was taken aback, realizing she must be a young woman. This marked the first time since entering the urban district that he encountered a woman venturing out alone. That he cautiously replied, "What if I am? And what if I am not? There's no need to be nervous. Allow me to introduce myself. That my name is Han Chi, but you can call me Chi Chi. That I mainly assist in guiding newcomers who wish to join the sanctuary. You may not be aware, but joining the sanctuary comes with conditions. You need to provide food equivalent to one adult's daily ration for entry. However, I only require half of that to sneak you in through the back door." The girl, identifying herself as Han Chi, spoke softly, her voice as gentle as a breeze. Her feminine demeanor inspired an immediate sense of trust. Upon hearing this, Wu Yi began to grasp the situation. She was merely a scalper leveraging her resources for profit. Given her explanation, it was logical that the sanctuary, being newly established, would have limited capacity and thus charge an entry fee. A rather unsurprising practice that in his previous life, Wu Yi had traded a vehicle for his and Zhou Yao's chance to enter a sanctuary. Consequently, with a scalper presenting herself, Wu Yi resolved to explore the sanctuary and discern the extent of human progress. Feigning to rummage through his pockets, he retrieved a piece of chocolate from his storage space and inquired, "Will this suffice?" "Absolutely. I haven't seen such high-calorie food in ages." Han Chi's eyes sparkled at the sight of the chocolate, akin to a glutton spotting a feast. She extended her slender fingers to take it from Wu Yi, but he withdrew his hand abruptly, asking, "Are you certain you can get me into the sanctuary?" "Of course. Do you know who established the Blue Sea Sanctuary?" "Zheng Jun?" "Well, that's not entirely incorrect, but the upper echelons are predominantly composed of former employees from the renowned Jaime Technology Company in Blue Sea City. My uncle is one of their researchers." After posing a question and proudly revealing her uncle's connection to the company, she eagerly swallowed hard and said, "Now can you hand over the chocolate?" "Fine." Upon hearing this, Wu Yi let down his guard slightly and handed the chocolate to her. Han Chi wasted no time, pulling down her mask and devouring the chocolate as if she were a starving soul, finishing it in mere bites. Throughout the encounter, Wu Yi quietly observed her, noting that, according to human standards of beauty, Han Chi was quite attractive. Like Zhou Yao, she had large, expressive eyes and a prominent nose. However, she appeared significantly younger, likely no more than 25, and stood over 1.70 meters tall. Strangely, her skin looked somewhat parched, and her eye sockets were slightly sunken, clearly indicative of prolonged malnutrition. This was perplexing. Wasn't her uncle a high-ranking executive at Jaime Technology? Yet, Wu Yi considered that perhaps she had only recently sought refuge with her uncle after the storm, and he chose not to pry further into her circumstances. Until the other party finished eating the chocolate, did they finally speak. "You've had your share. So shouldn't you take me to the shelter now?" "All right, follow me." Nodding slightly, Han Chi spoke as she strode forward with her long legs concealed beneath her dark robe, quickly heading towards the alley where she had been standing moments before. Just as Wu Yi intended to follow suit, he noticed a man in the distance casting a sympathetic glance at him, and Han Chi, even shaking his head. Upon realizing Wu Yi was also observing him, the man averted his gaze. This made Wu Yi feel a twinge of alertness. He quickened his pace to keep up with Han Chi, inquiring from behind, "Aren't you supposed to take me to the shelter? Why are we walking in the opposite direction?" Chapter 58. Brothers, take him down. "Handsome, this is the main entrance to the shelter. It's crowded and chaotic here, and if I were to take you in openly through the front, would I still be able to earn a living?" Han Chi retorted, her tone tinged with annoyance. "Besides, you're a grown man, and I'm just a weak woman. Are you really worried I might eat you?" With that, she swiftly entered the alley, though Wu Yi had to admit there was some truth to her words. Yet he remained vigilant.
Using his keen perception, he confirmed that there were indeed no hidden threats within the alley before choosing to follow Han Chi. Venturing deeper into the shadows, "Relax, handsome. Don't be so tense to be wide away. I haven't asked your name yet, and I'm Wu Yi. Where are you from?" Han Chi's incessant chatter began to irritate Wu Yi, who understood all too well the adage that too many words lead to mistakes. After hearing this, Han Chi couldn't help but feel that Wu Yi was rather resistant to conversation, expressing her frustration. These days, things are different from before. With no laws to bind us, there is no trust between people. It is either you guard against me, or I guard against him. Unlike before the heavy rain, when no matter how we felt inside, we at least appeared to coexist harmoniously. How wonderful it was. As she spoke, Han Chi led Wu Yi into another alley. After traversing several alleyways and passing through a housing complex, Wu Yi couldn't help but think that Han Chi was indeed quite the chatterbox. Her voice incessantly prattling on. Finally, he could bear it no longer and, feeling somewhat exasperated, said, "Could you please stop talking? It's giving me a headache. What's the matter? Can't you wait a little longer? Fine then, you lot. Stop hiding and come out." In her usual gentle tone, Han Chi suddenly took several steps back. That moment, for figures emerged from the buildings on either side of the alley, their rifles aimed squarely at Wu Yi. It was only then that Wu Yi realized he had been so engrossed in listening to Han Chi that he had failed to notice the presence of these individuals. Furthermore, they were no ordinary humans. They all bore the mark of the corpse soldiers, possessing the strength of the Qi refinement stage. Unlike those who relied on devouring corpse dan, they were surrounded by a faint aura of spiritual energy, clearly indicating they were cultivators drawing upon the spiritual essence of the world. This revelation nearly dropped Wu Ye's jaw in shock. After all, it had been less than 2 months since the resurgence of spiritual energy, strictly speaking. Only 47 days that in such a brief period. Humans had already emerged as cultivators capable of enhancing their strength by absorbing the world's spiritual energy. Where had they acquired their cultivation techniques? In his previous life. Cultivators first appeared in the public 3 months later. Thus, in an effort to extract some useful information from Han Chi, despite realizing he had been deceived, Wu Yi considered that she might have deeper connections with the shelter. Rather than reacting immediately, he feigned fear, stepping back as he asked Han Chi, "Chi, what do you intend to do?" "Oh, calling me quite affectionately. Are we?" A tall, scraggly man among the armed group smirked upon seeing Wu Ye's demeanor. He then turned to Han Chi, continuing to taunt, "Han Chi, why don't you explain this to him?" "All right." Nodding, Han Chi, seemingly experienced in such situations, maintained her composure as she stated, "I apologize for deceiving you earlier. I am not a guide for the shelter, nor do I have an uncle working at Heimi Technology Company. I brought you here solely to acquire the resources you possess, so be wise and hand over your food. And we may let you leave. Otherwise, do not blame us for being unfriendly. So you have no ties to the shelter at all." "The shelter? Who would want to go there? It's far more comfortable out here." The tall, scraggly man interrupted Wu Yi and Han Chi's conversation. Exhibiting disdain for the shelter, Wu Yi could easily surmise that they indeed had no connection to the shelter, yet uncertainty lingered in his mind. Really no connection? "Kid, what nonsense are you spouting? If I say there's no connection, then there's no connection. Are you trying to buy time? Hand over everything you have, or don't blame me for feeding you lead." Clearly irked by Wu Ye's repeated inquiries, the tall, scraggly man raised his rifle. Upon hearing this, Wu Yi revealed a grotesque smile from beneath his mask, replying, "If there's truly no connection, then I can relax. Killing you won't invite any retaliation, right? Kid, are you insane?" The tall, scraggly man, sensing Wu Ye's audacity even under the threat of 4 guns, felt a sense of dread as he realized they had provoked a terrifying presence. Without a second thought, he pulled the gun's bolt and squeezed the trigger, shouting to his companions, "Brothers, take him down." Due to the rapidity of these events, the others, including Han Chi, were momentarily stunned as the rifle fired. The terrifying scene unfolded. Wu Yi seemed to vanish from their sight. When he reappeared, he was already behind the tall, scraggly man, and his right hand extended razor-sharp claws with a swift motion. The man's head was severed, blood spraying like a fountain from the severed neck. After dispatching the tall, scraggly man, Wu Yi turned his attention to the remaining armed men. "Not good. He is not human. He is a zombie. Quick, kill him." Chapter 59. Blood is Bait. void as canvas unlike the humans Wu Yi had encountered before. Upon realizing he was not human but a zombie, Han Chi seemed greatly frightened, retreating in haste until she found herself pressed against a nearby wall, collapsing to the ground. The three remaining armed men, however, did not flee. They aimed their weapons at Wu Yi and pulled the triggers. When they saw Wu Yi disappear from their sight once more, they drew gleaming daggers from their waists, infusing their spiritual energy into the blades, which now emitted a faint white light as they cautiously scanned their surroundings. It was clear they had encountered high-level zombies before. Yet, they overlooked one crucial fact. Wu Yi was no ordinary zombie, but a corpse general awakened with spatial powers. Not even a few Qi refinement stage cultivators, let alone those at the core formation stage, would stand a chance against him. Thus, when Wu Yi once again materialized, he was already behind one of the men. Sensing movement behind him, the man instinctively swung his dagger backward without a second thought. However, it was as ineffective as a bullet against Wu Yi's defenses. Instead, Wu Yi seized the man's wrist and twisted it violently, his claws slicing through flesh to deliver another fatal blow. Damn it! This zombie has evolved too far. He is not someone we can handle right now. Retreat. Witnessing two of their number fall to Wu Yi in such a short span, the remaining two men lost their courage to face him, turning to flee in a panic without sparing Han Chi a glance. Yet, Wu Yi was not one to let them escape easily. With a spatial leap, he vanished from his position and appeared behind one of them, swiftly decapitating him with a single swipe that he then reappeared before the last remaining man, taunting him like a cat playing with a mouse. Why aren't you running anymore? Damn it. I'll fight you. The last man hurled his dagger at Wu Yi's head. As the dagger gradually enlarged within the pupil, Wu Yi slightly tilted his head and managed to evade it. However, the masked strings on his face were severed by the dagger, revealing his visage in the next moment. He appeared utterly deflated, as if his very essence had been siphoned away. A thunderbolt, as thick as an adult's thigh, materialized above Wu Yi's head, striking down upon him with an unrelenting force. Boom! Accompanied by a cataclysmic roar, the spot where Wu Yi had stood transformed into a circular pit, 3 meters wide and over a meter deep. The earth within the pit was charred black, as if scorched by flames. The individual who had engaged Wu Yi in battle seemed to be experiencing this form of magic for the first time, his eyes widening in disbelief as he murmured, "It has drained all the spiritual energy from my body, that I wonder how long it will take to regain my former strength." Yet before he could finish his sentence, Wu Yi's voice resonated from behind him. "You are not dead." He pondered how even a zombie awakened with extraordinary abilities would have succumbed to that thunderbolt. Upon hearing the voice behind him, he turned in shock, only to find himself staring into Wu Yi's eyes, dark as ink. This sight caused him to lose his composure, exclaiming in astonishment, "How is this possible? What is impossible? It was merely a thunderbolt. The fact that I am still alive means it is now your turn." Wu Yi mused. Had that strike been delivered by a cultivator at the core formation stage, he might have felt some trepidation. However, in the hands of someone at the Qi refinement stage, Wu Yi's meager spiritual energy was hardly a concern. Nevertheless, this incident served as a wake-up call for him. Setting aside the issue of cultivation levels, with the resurgence of spiritual energy in the world, human cultivators would undoubtedly master an increasing array of spells. The release of such spells would become less cumbersome, no longer requiring blood as a medium or the intricate painting of the void. The utilization of internal spiritual energy, along with physical prowess and reflexes, could not be matched by the likes of Wei Ting or Qian Biao, who relied solely on consuming zombie cores that in future encounters. He would need to exercise caution for the present, just as Wu Yi had stated. Since he had survived, it was now time for him to take action in the next instant. With a swift motion of his right hand, another head soared into the air. After dispatching all 4 adversaries, he realized that killing them only to wash his hands of the matter would be far too troublesome. Thus, he stored the 4 corpses in his spatial pouch and retrieved a bottle of mineral water to cleanse his hands. Following the revelation of his zombie identity, Wu Yi paid no mind to the fallen mask that he slowly approached Han Chi, squatting down before her, and inquired, "Han Chi, why did you choose to target me? Surely there were better options." "Indeed, I never anticipated that a random choice would lead me to encounter a zombie rated as a level danger by the shelter." Han Chi mused bitterly, gazing at the face so close to her. Uncertain whether her luck was exceptionally good or lamentably poor, she had hoped to find a plump prey among those who joined the shelter, only to stumble upon someone like Wu Yi. Conversely, upon hearing Han Chi's words, Wu Yi felt somewhat perplexed that it took him a moment to realize that the term zombie she had used was indeed referring to him. Coupled with the earlier adversaries, who possessed the strength of Qi refinement practitioners following the resurgence of spiritual energy, and had even mastered the spell Thunderbolt Summoning, Wu Yi found himself overwhelmed with questions. Before he could voice his inquiries, Han Qi seemed to recall something and hurriedly interjected, "If I confess that I was coerced in alluring you here by those 4 individuals, would you spare my life? I promise not to reveal your presence in the Central District." Upon hearing Han Chi's words, Wu Yi was indifferent to the nature of her relationship with those 4 men. After all, her decision to deceive him meant she would have to face the consequences. Therefore, after a moment of silence, he coldly replied, "I'm afraid you're overestimating your importance. However, there are a few questions I need you to answer. Only then might I consider granting you a more merciful demise to this." Han Chi closed her eyes in despair, tears streaming down her delicate face in contrast, Wu Yi remained largely unfazed by the sight of a beautiful woman in distress. Growing increasingly impatient, just as he was about to tell her to stop crying, Han Chi resignedly opened her eyes and said, "Fine, I accept my fate. Ask whatever questions you wish." "Very well. Tell me, why do you refer to me as a zombie? You're not actually a zombie, are you? Surely you have a name, Wu Yi?" Surprised, Han Chi shot a glance at Wu Yi, initially intending to dismiss his question as absurdity. However, upon realizing her imminent demise, she ceased her previous chatter. After a few taps on her phone, she handed it to Wu Yi, saying, "Here, this is the official forum of the shelter. You can see for yourself that so the network signal has been restored." Wu Yi exclaimed in astonishment as he accepted the phone and noted the full signal strength. It had been a while since he had used such a device, and he couldn't help but marvel at the advancement. He then examined the screen, where the words "official forum of the Blue Sea Shelter" caught his eye. The pinned post detailed the most dangerous locations and individuals in Blue Sea City, categorized into 7 levels of danger: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, and D. Among the dangerous areas, the first and second rankings were held by the South District, rated as SSS, and the East District, rated as SS, respectively. The remainder predominantly comprised certain streets in Blue Sea City or the surrounding counties. As for dangerous individuals, the list was extensive, with the highest ranking being a woman from the South District, rated S-level danger, accompanied by a video. Wu Yi clicked on the video, his eyes widening in disbelief. The woman in the video, surrounded by countless rats on a rooftop, was none other than his former neighbor, Li Qian, whom he had killed with his own hands. The scar on her neck was nearly healed. Damn it, so all that commotion in the South District was caused by Li Qian. Could it be that she retained some memories from her life to seek revenge on me? He pondered. If she were to learn of his presence in the East District and lead her rat army in an assault, it would spell trouble. After viewing Li Qian's video, Wu Yi noticed the next individual labeled as a level danger, referred to as Zongzi. Clicking on the corresponding video, he finally witnessed himself gnawing on tree bark in the pouring rain and destroying a drone. It became clear why humanity had assigned him such a moniker. Sighing at their creativity in naming, he noticed that among the remaining dangerous individuals, none exceeded a C-level rating, prompting him to lose interest in further viewing. He couldn't help but feel indignant. Why was it that Li Qian, a mere demon general, held an S-level danger rating, while he, a formidable corpse general, was only rated at such an underestimation of his capabilities was preposterous. As he perused the second pinned post on the Blue Sea Shelter's official forum, titled Cultivation Method, Yin Huang Gongyan Spell, Thunderbolt Summoning, Wu Yi's attention was immediately captivated, and he clicked on it. The post revealed that the spiritual energy in the world had begun to revive, and anyone with talent could become a soaring cultivator by practicing the published Yin Huang Gong. There was even a chance to touch the path of immortality and truly ascend as an immortal. Given that this was a free publication, Wu Yi could easily imagine the uproar it would cause upon release. Conversely, the spell Thunderbolt Summoning seemed rather ordinary in comparison. Finally, Wu Yi glanced at the post-publication date, discovering it had been released on February 1 ST, a mere fortnight prior. This revelation clarified why those 4 had possessed the strength of Qi refinement practitioners. The unfolding events were increasingly beyond his comprehension. After all,
In his previous life, he had never heard of a shelter publicly sharing human cultivation methods without charge. Typically, survivors would have to accumulate contribution points to exchange for such knowledge. Why was the Blue Sea Shelter doing this? Unable to fathom their intentions, Wu Yi decided to abandon further speculation regarding the shelter's motives. However, he was certain of one thing: entering the shelter was not an option. To step into the shelter would be akin to inviting disaster upon himself. The remaining posts were mostly mundane updates from the shelter, detailing recent activities such as the extermination of zombies in specific areas or the acquisition of supplies for recruiting survivors. Many posts were trivial exchanges from ordinary people, including trade offers and requests for weapon purchases, that he even came across a post titled Shiny Crystal Kindergarten that was seeking capable individuals to join. Upon recalling the glimmering kindergarten, it dawned on Wu Yi that it was indeed the former hideout of the deceased Qian Biao and his associates. Lost in contemplation, he suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. An idea emerged, one that could provide a continuous supply of sustenance for his minions. Those undead subordinates that he turned to Han Qi, whose face was ashen, already resigned to her fate. Han Qi, do you wish to live? What did you say? Han Qi exclaimed, raising her head in disbelief, questioning whether she had misheard. Of course I want to live. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you ask. All right, you said it. Wu Yi nodded in satisfaction and began striding towards the direction of the East District. Han Qi, observing Wu Ye's retreating figure, realized there was no escape from his grasp. Several companions, who had treated her as a mere plaything after the awakening of spiritual energy, had already met their demise at Wu Ye's hands. No one would come to her rescue now. Stumbling to her feet, she hurriedly followed him, both of them heading towards the territory of the East District. Chapter 61. This defies logic. Hey, what did you mean by that? Should I call you Wu Yi or Tao Tai from now on? Where are we headed? The East District. Han Qi inquired, her curiosity piqued. By the way, I once saw a post on a forum stating that shelters categorize zombies and humans into 7 evolutionary levels. Which level have you reached? You can't possibly be a corpse general, can you? I've figured it out. You must be a corpse general, otherwise you wouldn't have so easily defeated my former companions. Bah, they were not my companions, just a bunch of scum, she continued, her tongue running rampant. Throughout their journey, Han Qi, having narrowly escaped Wu Yi's clutches, showed no signs of surrender, launching into a chattering spree. However, this time, Wu Yi displayed no impatience that he gleaned from her words that she too was a victim of fate, having survived solely due to her looks. Yet, upon the shelter's announcement of the Yin Huang technique, she tragically discovered her lack of any cultivation talent. Consequently, she had to rely on her inherent feminine charms to earn the trust of men, engaging in deceitful practices to lure those seeking entry into the shelter to desolate areas, where her former companions would then rob them. However, as they drew closer to the East District, perhaps realizing they were heading into zombie territory where life and death were uncertain, Han Qi's chatter diminished, and her demeanor became increasingly taciturn. Upon entering the East District, every street, every residential area, and even within each building, there were zombies wandering about, casting looks of reverence towards Wu Yi, while regarding her with a hint of suspicion. Han Qi clung tightly to Wu Ye's back, fearful that a zombie might leap out and devour her. As they passed the border with the South District, Scar, having received word from his subordinates, hurriedly approached with a multitude of corpse warriors, inquiring of Wu Yi, "Boss, you've arrived? Why didn't you have the underlings notify me beforehand so I could come to greet you?" "Nothing much, just feeling bored, so I took a stroll and happened to pass by." Remembering the bountiful spoils he had acquired during this excursion, Wu Yi waved his hand, discarding half of the human corpses not far away. Addressing Scar, "Here, this is part of the loot, distributed among the brothers." Having mentioned the rat spirit residing in the South District, whose true identity was Li Qian, Wu Yi reminded Scar, "By the way, Scar, while you're stationed here with your brothers, do not let your guard down. If anything arises, make sure to notify me immediately." Understood. Seeing the hundreds of human corpses nearby, along with the scent of blood wafting through the air, Scar, whose appetite for human flesh had waned with his increasing strength, felt little excitement. However, the other corpse warriors were practically salivating, eager for Scar's command to devour the corpses. Noticing their eagerness, Scar wasted no time, grinning as he declared, "Hungry, are we? Why are you all just standing there? Thank the boss first." "Thank you, boss." The deafening chorus erupted, and with a wave of his hand, Scar signaled to the dozens of corpse warriors to rush towards the corpses. Witnessing this scene, Han Chi realized that these zombies were of a considerably higher evolutionary level, their strength far surpassing that of her former companions. Her face turned pale, and she instinctively recoiled behind Wu Yi. At that moment, Scar noticed a human female accompanying Wu Yi and curiously inquired, "Boss, who is this human?" Waving his hand dismissively, Wu Yi did not linger, making his way directly towards the logistics transfer station. Though Han Chi felt slighted by Wu Ye's labeling of her as a mere tool, her legs ached from walking several kilometers. Yet for the sake of survival, she dared not show any discontent and hastily followed suit. As they continued on, she grew anxious about delaying their arrival and potentially missing the dinner prepared by Zhou Yao. That Wu Yi seized Han Chi by the collar, employing spatial jumping to traverse the distance. In just 2 minutes, having expended nearly a third of his spiritual energy, they arrived outside the logistics transfer station, greeted by the sight of thousands of low-level zombies. With a casual wave of his hand, countless corpses fell before them. "Eat. Don't just stand there." Seeing that the low-level zombies were hesitant to approach due to Wu Ye's overwhelming presence, he prompted them. The throngs of low-level zombies surged forward. Meanwhile, within the logistics transfer station, the sound of gunfire echoed. "What's that gunfire?" "Nothing much, probably just some target practice." "Follow me." It was easy to deduce that the gunfire originated from within the logistics transfer station, where Xiao Ji was managing the hundreds of zombies as they practiced shooting. As Wu Yi spoke, he strode towards the factory, but his words thoroughly shattered Han Chi's understanding. How could she fathom that zombies were not merely mindless, bloodthirsty creatures with immense strength? With this perplexity in mind, Han Chi stepped into the logistics factory, where she beheld not only dozens of zombies practicing shooting, but also one zombie, having procured a compound bow from somewhere, training against a makeshift moving target. Further away, she spotted a human female and a female zombie chatting amicably while preparing a meal. Consequently, her long-held impressions of zombies were dramatically challenged, prompting Han Chi to exclaim in disbelief, "No, this is impossible. This defies logic. You humans can cultivate immortality, yet you still believe in science." Wu Yi retorted with irritation at Han Chi's outburst that he waved to Zhou Yao, who had been drawn by Han Chi's exclamation. "Zhou Yao, come here, coming!" Placing down the spatula she had been wielding, Zhou Yao, clad in a maid outfit, hurried over. Once she stood before Wu Yi, he spoke, "Allow me to introduce this person. Zhou Yao, my housekeeper. This is Han Chi, whom I brought from the central district. Zhou Yao, please arrange a place for her to stay in the logistics transfer station. I have some matters that require her assistance later." "All right, leave it to me." Chapter 62, Cosplay Bunny Girl. Show me to my room. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji had been eyeing Han Chi's chest for quite some time, realizing that like Zhou Yao, she was considerably more endowed, which sparked a deep-seated animosity within her. However, since Han Chi was brought by Wu Yi, none of them dared defy his orders and found a vacant room to temporarily accommodate her. After the others finished their meal, Zhou Yao even brought her a portion of food. Observing this, Xiao Ji, unsure of what to make of it, hurriedly followed suit. "So delicious. This is unbelievably good. I'm not joking. Ever since that storm hit, I haven't enjoyed a warm meal like this in ages." In the room, Han Chi savored the stir-fried shredded potatoes cooked by Zhou Yao, along with cola chicken wings prepared by Xiao Ji, and a large bowl of rice. Ever since the storm, she had not experienced such a satisfying meal. Zhou Yao, through Han Chi's delighted reaction, confirmed that her decision to remain in the logistics transfer station was indeed the right one. Even if the rain had ceased, life outside was likely far from pleasant. In her eagerness to learn more about the outside world, Zhou Yao cautiously initiated a conversation with Han Chi. Their rapport grew, revealing a sense of camaraderie, as if they were long-lost friends. Xiao Ji soon warmed up to Han Chi as well, inquiring, "I don't know either." Upon hearing Xiao Ji's question and after their interactions, Han Chi, despite knowing Xiao Ji was a zombie and a corpse warrior with awakened abilities, felt less fear. Yet, at the inquiry, a hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. Suddenly recalling something, she turned to Zhou Yao and asked, "Sister Yao, do you think Wu Yi has taken a liking to me?" "He likes you. How could that be possible? I must confess, he is indeed a monk." When comparing herself to Han Chi, Zhou Yao possesses both beauty and figure, though she is slightly older. How could Zhou Yao be so incredulous upon hearing this? Thus, when she heard Han Chi's words, Zhou Yao couldn't help but criticize how utterly clueless Wu Yi was about romantic matters. She even recounted the absurdity of having a delicate beauty like herself tasked with cleaning the restroom. However, just as Zhou Yao was passionately articulating her thoughts, a sudden knock on the door interrupted the trio. When Zhou Yao approached and opened the door, she was met with Wu Ye's darkened visage, who snapped at her, "Zhou Yao, has no one ever told you that speaking ill of others behind their backs is inappropriate?" Wu Yi, what brings you here?" Zhou Yao stammered, caught off guard by his unexpected arrival, her embarrassment nearly prompting her to retreat into a corner. Fortunately, Wu Yi seemed to have business to attend to and disregarded her, tossing several items her way. Among them was a bunny girl outfit, a headband, a pair of fishnet stockings, and high heels. Zhou Yao couldn't help but think, had Wu Yi somehow evolved? Even if he had developed an interest in women, did it necessitate an immediate foray into cosplay? Wait, could it be that Wu Yi genuinely has such a penchant? Suddenly struck by a thought, Zhou Yao glanced at Xiao Ji, who was clad in a JK uniform, then looked down at her own maid outfit. Finally, her gaze settled on the bunny girl costume, further solidifying her conviction. Han Chi, upon receiving the items hurled by Wu Yi, appeared equally bewildered. After all, Zhou Yao had just claimed that Wu Yi had no interest in women. How could he, in the blink of an eye, present a bunny girl outfit? Thus, with a hint of curiosity, Han Chi tentatively inquired, "Is this for me? What else could it be?" "Zhou Yao, you shall give Han Chi a bath. Dress her up nicely, and then send her to my room, what?" Upon hearing Wu Ye's words clearly, not only were Zhou Yao and Han Chi taken aback, but even Xiao Ji widened her eyes in astonishment. They began to question what Wu Yi had experienced during his outing that could have prompted such a drastic change in demeanor. Fueled by admiration for Wu Yi, Xiao He, her modest chest barely budding, "Piped up, boss. I can do it too. You?" Wu Yi cast a disinterested glance at Xiao Ji, who, if not for her sharp teeth that occasionally revealed themselves in conversation, could easily be mistaken for a human woman. She was certainly more attractive than the average woman, and with Zhou Yao having styled her hair in twin ponytails, she exuded a kawaii charm that would likely appeal to many men. Wu Yi pondered for a moment before replying, "All right, then you can join as well." "Huh. Wu Yi, you're being too open-minded." Zhou Yao felt compelled to ask Wu Yi if he could handle two of them at once. And she was also somewhat displeased, wondering where she stood among the women. If it was merely a matter of youth, she could accept that. But what about Xiao Ji? That seemed a tad too youthful, as she hadn't even fully developed yet. Hence, driven by a stubborn sense of competition, Zhou Yao could no longer contain herself and blurted out, "What about me? Forget it. You can come too. One more won't make a difference." After sizing Zhou Yao up, Wu Yi, still oblivious to the fact that none of the three women were considering the situation seriously, invited her along, that he then exited the room, closing the door behind him as he left. Back inside the room, the three women exchanged glances, each reacting differently to Wu Ye's absence. Xiao Ji appeared overly excited, as if anticipating a reward, while Zhou Yao was left questioning whether Wu Yi had been possessed by something sinister. A mix of worry, confusion, and unease washed over her, alongside a hint of anticipation, for what she was anticipating. It startled even her. Only Han Chi's face was etched with fear as she ventured, "What do you think Wu Yi wants with me?" Chapter 63. Springtime Splendor, Fishing for Lawbreakers. What could he want? Since Wu Yi instructed Han Chi to don the bunny girl outfit, it surely wasn't for the four of them to gather for a game of mahjong. Rest assured, this is likely just a personal whim of Wu Ye's. Perhaps he merely wishes to feast his eyes. Feast his eyes? Zhou Yao wanted to question whether Han Chi believed her own words. Before Han Chi could respond, Zhou Yao hastily retreated to prepare warm water for Han Chi's bath that I end the following hour, aside from giving Han Chi a relaxing soak and helping her change outfits. Zhou Yao and Xiao Ji also took the opportunity to wash up. Anxiously, they all congregated at the door to Wu Ye's office. Just as Zhou Yao reached for the doorknob, Han Chi swiftly grasped Zhou Yao's wrist and exclaimed, "Sister Yao, what if we escape?" Escape? Upon hearing Han Chi's suggestion, Zhou Yao realized that if Wu Yi were indeed in the room, his keen hearing would allow him to catch every word of their conversation. Moreover, Xiao Ji was not merely a decorative addition. Thus, Zhou Yao adopted a commanding tone and said, "Stop fooling around.
There are so many zombies outside that do you really think we can make it out of here? Let alone the logistics transfer station. Even if we escape the transfer station, how would we leave Dong District? So, since we're here, we might as well make the best of it, that I won't allow Wu Yi to lay a finger on you. Otherwise, I'll fight him. You'll fight whom? Inside the room. Wu Yi had overheard the entire conversation. Realizing the women had misunderstood his intentions, that in the next moment, he appeared at the door, swinging it open and saying, "You all seem to be mistaken. I summoned you for a reason. Let's discuss it inside." Casting a mild glance at Han Chi, Wu Yi chose not to dwell on her earlier suggestion to flee. Instead, he slightly turned to the side, gesturing for the women to enter. After they all filed into the room, Wu Yi closed the door behind them, noticing that the three women had put on light makeup to accompany their outfits. Revealing ample fair skin with every gesture, he nodded in satisfaction before explaining, "I believe you may have misinterpreted my intentions, that I called you here because I have a plan that requires your cooperation." It turns out that earlier in the evening, after seeing the Bright Crystal Kindergarten recruiting individuals on the official forum of the Blue Sea Shelter, Wu Yi had devised a bold strategy. To ensure a steady supply of food for his subordinates, he resolved to find a location in Dong District to masquerade as a human faction, luring others to join. In simpler terms, it was a trap to catch fish. Wu Yi had even formulated the plan. First, to take some alluring photographs of beautiful women to attract attention. Then he would pile up the food in his storage space, photograph it, and upload it to the forum. He believed that a faction boasting both beauty and sustenance would be irresistible to many. Once people arrived, wouldn't his subordinates be well fed? Moreover, Wu Yi possessed the capability to ensure that newcomers wouldn't leave without his permission, thereby securing a continuous food supply for his gang. "Wow, boss, you're a genius, as the humans say. How did you come up with such an idea?" After hearing Wu Ye's description, Xiao Ji exclaimed like a sycophant. Yet, her expression revealed her genuine admiration. Even Zhou Yao had to concede that if the Blue Sea Shelter's official forum had a wide reach in the vicinity of Blue Sea City, many would likely fall for Wu Ye's trap and seek him out. After all, in the aftermath of the revival of spiritual energy, with zombies roaming freely, food remained a primary concern for survival. The mere availability of ample provisions would send countless individuals into a frenzy, prompting them to seek out the Blue Sea Shelter. Given the current strength of Wu Ye's subordinates, would any newcomers even dream of escaping? That would be akin to wishing for the impossible. The only one who hesitated was Han Chi, clad in the bunny girl outfit. After a moment of contemplation, she bit her lip, seemingly mustering considerable resolve before declaring, "I refuse." Wu Yi was taken aback, surprised that she was unwilling to simply take a few photos and post a message on the official forum of the Blue Sea Shelter, but he shot her a bewildered glance, questioning what had gotten into her. After all, her life was still very much in his hands. Was she truly tired of living? Even Zhou Yao was equally shocked by Han Chi's words, particularly when noticing that Wu Ye's expression gradually turned icy. As if he would not hesitate for a second to snap Han Chi's neck. She hurriedly moved her feet, positioning herself between Wu Yi and Han Chi, and implored Han Chi, "Han Chi, have you lost your mind? It's clearly a trivial matter. Why refuse? Why not agree? Sister Yao, I don't know if you've been here too long and forgotten that you are also a member of humanity. If we act this way, aren't we just becoming accomplices to the zombies, no different from traitors to humanity?" Observing Zhou Yao's protective stance, Han Chi felt no gratitude towards her. Instead, she regarded Zhou Yao with a hint of disdain, as if she had forgotten that she too was once human. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yao's face instantly drained of color, leaving her momentarily speechless. The room fell into a silence so thick that one could almost hear a pin drop. Fortunately, this tense atmosphere did not last long, as it was shattered by Wu Ye's cold laughter from behind Zhou Yao. "Han Chi, your words remind me of a saying, to be both a whore and to erect a monument. It sounds more appealing than it is in practice. Here, I am merely a pawn of the zombies. Tell me, when you deceive me into your companion's presence, do you think they would have let me go easily if I lacked the ability to kill them and had no provisions on me?" In this lifetime, Wu Yi had transformed into a zombie from the very beginning. However, in his previous life, he had witnessed too much treachery and deceit among humans after the revival of spiritual energy. Therefore, even by mere conjecture, he could easily imagine the grim fate that would befall him if he were merely an ordinary person without any supplies, lured by Han Chi to her four companions. The outcome would be nothing short of tragic. He might even be killed to vent their frustrations. Yet now, Han Chi had the audacity to claim she was unwilling to deceive other humans on his behalf. To Wu Yi, that was nothing short of being both a whore and erecting a monument. However, Han Chi held a different perspective. She circumvented Zhou Yao and stood defiantly before Wu Yi, arguing, "Regardless of my past transgressions, we are all still human. But you are different. You are a zombie, an entirely different species. So give up on this notion. Humans, once upon a time, which of the zombies here was not human? Many of them had not willingly become zombies like Wu Yi. But since they were a newly emerged species, there must be a reason for their existence. Just as humans do not wish to become zombies, do zombies desire to starve. Survival of the fittest. Whichever side possesses greater strength will prevail and stand firm in this era of revived spiritual energy. Otherwise, only extinction awaits them." Thus, upon hearing Han Chi's words, Wu Yi could not help but laugh in anger and said, "Haha. Well said. Han Chi, I suddenly find myself admiring you." Wait, is Wu Yi really so easy to talk to? Upon hearing the exchange, Zhou Yao's first instinct was to urge Han Chi to stop speaking. But she could not find the right moment to interject. However, once Wu Yi uttered his final remark, Zhou Yao could not help but question whether Wu Yi had truly changed, after all, in her eyes. Wu Yi was nothing short of a god of death. Just days ago, she had heard from Fat Qiu that during the last battle to seize the entirety of the Eastern District, a human named Wei Ting, who merely appeared to have ulterior motives, was mercilessly disemboweled by Wu Yi on the spot. Now, Han Chi not only refused to assist, but was also speaking to Wu Yi from a human perspective. And Wu Yi claimed to admire her. How could that be possible? Even Xiao Ji, who had remained silent but was secretly preparing to act on Wu Ye's behalf, looked at him in astonishment, questioning whether this was still the same cold-hearted leader they once knew. Yet, Wu Yi had not changed at all. After a brief pause, he continued, "However, it seems you have forgotten one thing. I am not asking for your help. Nor am I negotiating with you. Your life is still firmly in my grasp. So what? You can just kill me." Facing Wu Ye's threat to her life, Han Chi feigned calmness, stating this defiantly. Yet, the beads of sweat forming on her forehead betrayed her true feelings. Wu Yi, upon noticing this, discerned her fear and revealed a menacing grin, baring his sharp teeth. "Kill you? You think it's that simple? Since you refuse to act as a human, how about I turn you into a zombie? Once you become one of us, you won't need to worry about species anymore, that I knew it." Wu Yi is definitely not so easy to deal with. Upon hearing Wu Ye's intention to turn Han Chi into a zombie, Zhou Yao thought to herself, confirming her suspicions while also being startled by Wu Ye's words that if Han Chi became a zombie, wouldn't she be the only remaining human in the entire logistics transfer station? Although Zhou Yao had grown accustomed to coexisting with Wu Yi and Xiao Ji, there were certain things she could not share with them. Therefore, when faced with Han Chi, Zhou Yao felt a strong desire to assist her. The reason being, compared to pleading for someone she barely knew, Zhou Yao, who understood Wu Ye's temperament, prioritized her own survival. In contrast, while Han Chi had mentally prepared for her demise, she never imagined Wu Yi would actually turn her into a zombie. The thought of the grotesque appearance of low-level zombies, along with the image of them rushing towards human corpses outside the factory, filled her with dread, prompting her to exclaim, "No, you can't do this." "Oh, why can't I do this? You weren't willing to use your human identity to deal with humans, so turning you into a zombie perfectly resolves the issue. Rest assured, the process won't be too painful, and becoming a zombie has more benefits than you can imagine. For instance, your strength will increase exponentially, and your physical condition will surpass that of ordinary humans. That as your evolutionary level rises, you might even develop special abilities." Unlike Han Chi, Wu Yi was not one to ramble. The reason he spoke so much was merely to instill fear in her. After all, if he were to turn Han Chi into a zombie, the process of restoring her appearance would not be brief, and Wu Yi lacked the patience for it. Furthermore, her intelligence would undoubtedly diminish during that time. While there were attractive female zombies among the corpse soldiers, it was challenging for them to communicate with others in a human manner. That if this power structure were to be exposed as fabricated, how could they continue to deceive others for supplies? Relying on Zhou Yao, while she was also human, she lacked Han Chi's experience in deception. Therefore, this task truly required Han Chi's involvement. But if she remained unwilling, Wu Yi would have no choice but to seek out other human females outside. Fortunately, Han Qi appeared utterly terrified at the prospect of becoming a zombie. She stepped back repeatedly in her high heels until she collided with Xiao Ji. Had it not been for Xiao Ji's steadying hand, she would likely have crumpled to the ground. However, upon seeing Wu Ye's ambiguous smile, tears streamed down her face as she pleaded. I was wrong. Okay, I will comply with your request. Please don't turn me into a zombie. Now you realize your mistake? Too late. Acting is an art. If one must perform, they must do so wholeheartedly. Thus, to ensure Han Qi genuinely feared defying him, Wu Yi extended his sharp fingernails and slowly approached her. When he stood directly before her, he cast a shadow that enveloped her entirely. As Han Qi watched Wu Yi raise his hand, her mental defenses shattered, and she let out a piercing scream. Ah. Chapter 65. A touch of elegance, just to scratch away what's happening. Having spent the entire day in the room reading, upon hearing the woman scream, Zhou Yao assumed something had gone awry with the stewardess. In that crucial moment, Fat Xiu's rotund figure barged through the door. Upon seeing Xiao Ji in her JK uniform, Zhou Yao in her maid outfit, and an unfamiliar woman clad in a bunny girl costume, weeping profusely while facing Wu Yi with closed eyes, Fat Xiu thought he had inadvertently interrupted Wu Ye's affairs. His face turned green as he stammered. Boss, I'm sorry. I might have come at a bad time. You carry on. I'll just leave. Seeing Fat Xiu's arrival, Wu Yi contemplated that he might have a use for him later and let out a loud shout, startling the three women nearby. Fat Xiu, feeling utterly helpless, halted and addressed Wu Yi. Boss, I truly didn't mean to intrude. Stop with the nonsense. Just stand there. After uttering this curt remark, Wu Yi shifted his attention back to Han Qi. Taking this opportunity to lower his hand, with a lack of interest, he remarked, Han Qi, compared to your current appearance, I must admit I prefer your previous rebellious demeanor. That he paused momentarily before continuing. However, since you have agreed, I shall spare your life. But remember this. As long as you remain on my territory, do not foolishly entertain thoughts of defying my orders. Otherwise, I possess countless methods to make your existence a torment. Caught off guard by Fat Ball's interruption, Han Qi, who had narrowly escaped death, appeared as if she had been pulled from the depths of water. Her delicate face was now adorned with beads of sweat. And coupled with the tears she had shed earlier, the subtle makeup that Zhou Yao had applied was now smudged, rendering her akin to a painted cat. Yet, before Han Qi could even exhale in relief, Wu Yi had already retrieved a towel and an assortment of cosmetics from his storage space, tossing them to Zhou Yao while commanding, Zhou Yao, stop dawdling and retouch your makeup. We are about to commence. Now, what do you think? Do you believe I summoned you for no reason? As he spoke, he magically produced a brand new, unopened phone from the corner of his storage space that Wu Yi tore open the packaging and, upon discovering the phone still held 70% battery, he expressed his satisfaction and awaited the completion of the makeup. Not long after, Zhou Yao swiftly finished retouching Han Qi's makeup, that Wu Yi seized the phone and began snapping photos with a series of rapid clicks. Although Fat Ball was unsure of Wu Ye's intentions in keeping him behind, he remained curious, standing behind Wu Yi. However, upon seeing the awkward poses displayed on the phone screen, he could no longer restrain his thoughts and exclaimed, Boss, this isn't right. In terms of photography, even before he became a zombie, Wu Yi had merely been an amateur with no substantial skills. Thus, upon hearing Fat Ball's comment, he pondered, sensing that the photos did seem a bit off. But he could not pinpoint the issue, looking at Fat Ball in confusion. What's wrong? Is it my photography? The problem doesn't lie with you, boss. After staring at the photos for a lengthy moment and glancing at Han Qi, who was clad in a bunny girl outfit, Fat Ball's expression shifted to one of realization that he approached Han Qi and inquired, Miss, what is your name? Han Qi, but you can call me Chi-Chi. Through Fat Ball's dialogue, revealing his sharp teeth, it was evident that he too was a high-level zombie. Han Qi did not harbor any disdain towards Fat Ball due to his corpulent appearance. Rather, she felt a sense of gratitude. After all, she acknowledged that had Fat Ball not appeared at that critical moment, Wu Yi might have already ended her life, leaving her no chance to survive. Thus, upon hearing Fat Ball's inquiry, she hurriedly responded. Fat Ball nodded, stating, Here's the thing. When you're posing for the photo, could you bend your waist a little more and lean your body forward? It would be best to showcase your feminine allure and present your advantages to the lens that as he spoke.
Noticing Han Chi gazing at him with her large, watery eyes, he added, "You understand what I mean, right? Is that so?" Following Fatball's suggestion, she slightly leaned forward, revealing the alluring neckline of her bunny girl outfit. Perhaps due to her somewhat tragic past, she had acquired considerable experience in enticing men. Han Chi didn't forget to keep her legs straight, accentuating her dairy her charm effortlessly radiating that it was no surprise that even Wu Yi, the zombie, grasped the issue with the earlier photos. They simply lacked seduction. Seizing the moment while Han Chi was still in fine form, Wu Yi repeatedly pressed the shutter, allowing Fatball to direct Han Chi to strike several different poses before concluding the bunny girl shoot. Turning his attention to Zhou Yao, he declared, "Now it's your turn, Zhou Yao da Wu Yi. May I opt out of this?" Zhou Yao, who had once been the owner of a logistics transfer station, doubted her ability to perform the same alluring poses as Han Chi. Upon hearing Wu Yi call her name, signaling it was her turn, she appeared quite bashful. However, before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Wu Yi's expression growing increasingly cold. Without further ado, she took Han Chi's place and awkwardly struck a pose. After taking a few photos, Wu Yi found himself somewhat dissatisfied. Though Zhou Yao was arguably more beautiful than Han Chi, her long tenure in a position of authority and her greater age imbued her with a demeanor reminiscent of a frosty, aloof queen. Coupled with her maid outfit, which was far more modest than the bunny girl attire, even Wu Yi, as a zombie, found the combination to be somewhat disjointed. After snapping 2 more shots, Wu Yi scrutinized the photos on his phone, muttering, No, this looks too stiff." Upon recalling Fatball's earlier suggestion to Han Chi, Wu Yi turned to Fatball and said, "Fatball, help Zhou Yao find her groove." Huh. To his surprise, Wu Yi assigned him such a task. Although Fatball was uncertain about Wu Yi's intentions behind the multitude of photographs, he had no choice but to comply with his boss's orders. After circling Zhou Yao a few times, an idea struck him, and he suggested, "Sister Yao, why not try pulling up the right side of your skirt a bit?" "Pulling up my skirt?" "Yes, your legs are so fair, tender, and smooth. Wouldn't it be a shame not to showcase them?" Upon hearing Fatball's words, Zhou Yao's face flushed bright red, and even Wu Yi cast a bewildered glance at Fatball, inquiring, "Fatball, how do you know Zhou Yao's legs are fair and tender?" "Could it be? You've touched them, boss. Even if you gave me 100 times the courage, I wouldn't dare." Having spent enough time together, Fatball was well aware that Zhou Yao and Wu Yi had known each other long before the resurgence of spiritual energy. The reasons for keeping her, a human, at the logistics transfer station were likely complex and far from simple maintenance that he quickly laughed nervously, explaining, just a guess. Seeing his flustered demeanor, Wu Yi teased, "With such a cowardly look, I thought you had genuinely touched her." After a lighthearted jab, Wu Yi finally aimed his phone's camera at Zhou Yao. Proved that Fatball's aesthetic sense was indeed commendable. Because as Zhou Yao extended her delicate hand, lifting the right side of her skirt slightly to reveal the creamy white thigh beneath, the sight sparked endless imagination that Wu Yi hastily grabbed his phone. Snapping away with fervored AS directed by Fatball, and likely growing accustomed to the lens, Zhou Yao soon completed her shoot. The petite G, however, was a simpler case, especially since her natural cluelessness about posing fit perfectly with the image of an adorable girl. She completed her photo shoot without needing Fatball's guidance. Just as Fatball thought his work was done and attempted to sneak away, Wu Yi noticed his movement and called out, "Fatball, where do you think you're going? Did I give you permission to leave? Go stand over there. It's your turn next." "Huh. I have to take photos too," to his astonishment, after photographing 3 women. Wu Yi still required a shot of himself. Uncertain about the purpose behind all these photos, Fatball felt a bit sheepish and said, "I'm fine with the photos, but boss, I don't need to change clothes. Right? After all, it would be rather embarrassing for a big man like me to wear women's attire. What on earth are you thinking? Get over there and stand still." Hearing Fatball's remark, Wu Yi was left utterly speechless, responding with an exasperated tone. Eventually, Fatball complied, standing where Zhou Yao and the others had been to Wu Yi, not forgetting to wave his hand, brought forth a plethora of food. Placing it before Fatball, motioning for him to keep his mouth shut while he snapped a series of quick shots, successfully completing the photo collection needed for the posts. Handing the phone to Han Chi, who was waiting nearby, he instructed, "Here you go, Han Chi. All the photos are on this phone. Did I trust you know how to post them on the forum?" "All right, I understand." Carefully accepting the phone from Wu Yi, Han Qi also retrieved her own phone. Following Wu Ye's guidance, she began editing a post on the official forum of the Blue Sea Sanctuary. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Yi outlined the purpose behind his photo shoot to Fatball. As Fatball gazed at him with admiration, Wu Yi reminded him, "You need not be overly impressed. After all, I am your boss, by the way. Keep a close eye on Han Qi. Don't let her sneak in any nonsense in the post. Finally, bring it back to me for a look." "All right, boss, leave it to me. You can rest assured." Following Wu Ye's instructions, Peng Qiu took a few steps and settled beside Han Qian, who was currently seated on the sofa in the room, engrossed in editing a post on her phone. This prompted Han Qi to glance curiously at him, and then at Wu Yi, who was seated at the table, munching on a bag of chips. She expressed her frustration, saying, "What's this? Does Wu Yi not trust me and send you to keep an eye on me? Come on now, what do you mean by keeping an eye? I'm just here to offer you some advice." All right, compared to Zhou Yao, Peng Qiu felt less restrained in front of Han Qi. Moreover, Han Qi harbored a slight fondness for him, leading the two to lean in closer together, peering intently at the small phone screen, brainstorming how to craft the post to attract a multitude of humans to join. After nearly half an hour had passed, Han Qi finally typed the last line on the screen. Peng Qiu then approached Wu Yi, holding the phone, and said, "Boss, please have a look." All right, let me see. Wu Yi took Han Qi's phone and read through the entire post, including the title that the two had just edited together. Satisfied, he nodded and said, "Let's go ahead and post this. Also, Peng Qiu, tomorrow morning, take Zhou Yao and Han Qi to find a spot in the East District to set up an ambush with the brothers. That IT should be a location convenient for humans to reach, with a bit of camouflage, and make sure to include the address in the post, that if any humans come seeking refuge, they will be in charge of receiving them." Zhou Yao is going too? What about the logistics transfer station? That will also allow the brothers to evolve a bit faster. As for the logistics transfer station, she doesn't need to worry about that. Xiaoji can handle it just as well. Hearing Peng Qiu's confusion, Wu Yi patiently explained. After finishing, he recalled that Scarface was still unaware of this matter. Those humans might not easily enter the East District, with the recent announcement of the Yan Huang skill cultivation method by the Blue Sea City Shelter. It was likely that many cultivators had already emerged to be safe. He reminded Peng Qiu. By the way, inform Scarface as well. The brothers for the ambush should be selected from his ranks, and they must be at least at the level of a corps officer. Remember, any humans who come will never have to leave. Additionally, it is imperative to ensure the safety of Zhou Yao and Han Q. Do you understand? Understood. Good. That is all that needs to be said. Now, go attend to your own matters. Having conveyed his instructions, Wu Yi waved his hand, signaling Peng Qiu to leave. After Peng Qiu departed, he noticed that Zhou Yao and the other two women were still in the room. Wu Yi turned to them and inquired, "I trust you all heard what I discussed with Peng Qiu. Any opinions?" "No, none," they replied. Jokingly, they wished they had opinions, but they needed the courage to voice them. Upon hearing this, Wu Yi couldn't help but retort, "If you have no opinions, what are you still doing here? Hurry up and get ready to go." Chapter 67. Twin Tails, Go Go Go. As night fell, with the clear moonlight and twinkling stars within the borders of Huagua, the vast majority of people had gradually accepted the reality of the spiritual energy resurgence. However, the omnipresent zombies, the pressure of survival, and the scarcity of food made it difficult for them to find rest. Coupled with the restoration of network signals in various regions of Huagua, they had developed a habit of logging onto the forums of local shelters to see if there were any new developments each day. Naturally, the crowds in the Blue Sea City area and nearby cities were no exception. Strangely, the official Blue Sea City shelter seemed preoccupied these days, as the most recent posts were still the previously pinned Yan Huang skill and heavenly thunder induction. Consequently, many users had exited the forum. Yet some, undeterred by the depletion of their phone batteries, kept refreshing the forum for new posts, hoping to uncover useful tutorials or tidbits that could aid them in surviving in this world transformed by the resurgence of spiritual energy. It was precisely under these circumstances that a post titled East District Human Alliance Recruiting Survivors, Building a Better Home Together began to surface. Initially, over 10,000 online users in the forum reacted, assuming this was just another small faction starting a recruitment drive, merely employing an imposing name to lure clicks. However, when someone clicked on the post and was greeted by an alluring woman clad in a bunny girl outfit, posing seductively, many men, young and old alike, found themselves captivated. As they scrolled down, they discovered that not only was this woman a member of the East District Human Alliance,
But there were also others, including a JK girl and a high-cold older sister in a maid outfit. Unconsciously, many users found their free hand reaching into their pants, while others hastily finished before an equally round and rotund figure appeared. After carefully reviewing the post once more, confirming that there were no restrictions on joining, and with beautiful women and endless food promised, the online users in the forum erupted in excitement, flooding the comments with remarks like, "What beautiful women! If I could just have a moment with one of them. I'd be willing to turn into a zombie. Indeed, especially that maid girl. I can only imagine her mercilessly spanking me with a feather duster." I disagree. The JK lowly is the most charming. Twin tails, go go go. Nonsense, the bunny girl is clearly the most attractive. What are you all thinking? Just look at the ones above. They must be young lads. Do you even know what defines a mature man? Do you understand the meaning of I want it all? Wait, doesn't anyone suspect this might be a trap to lure us in? After all, according to the information released by the Blue Sea Shelter, the East District is rated just below the South District in danger level, reaching SS grade. SS grade? It could very well be a mistake by the shelter. Look at that fat guy, he eats like a ball. And there is no sign of Photoshop whatsoever. If it's a scam, I don't buy it. I get it now. It's likely because no one has gone to the East District that the survivors there have gathered a considerable amount of resources to establish the Human Alliance. Damn, does that mean they hold 1/5 of Blue CS resources? I need the address. I want to join. Yeah, what is the address? Take me with you. And me too. 5 minutes passed and the post quickly reached trending status. After 10 minutes, the comment section had amassed over 9,000 entries. Aside from a few comments questioning whether this was a phishing attempt, the majority were buzzing with discussions about the 3 women featured in the post. Over 3,000 comments speculated on the food reserves of the East District Human Alliance, while the rest expressed eagerness to join and inquired about the exact location of the alliance within the East District. An hour later, with more users logging onto the forum, the comment section skyrocketed to nearly 100,000 entries, rivaling the fervor seen during official announcements from the Blue Sea Shelter. Even survivors from nearby cities clamored to join the East District Human Alliance after seeing this post. Such an overwhelming volume of comments caused the relatively small server managing the Blue Sea Shelter's forum to lag, drawing the attention of the engineers responsible for its maintenance, in a hurry. They relayed the information up the chain to Wang Sitian, the secretary of Jingjun, the highest-ranking leader of the Blue Sea Shelter. Upon receiving the news from her subordinates, Wang Sitian, not daring to be negligent, quickly pulled out her phone to review the post's content. Especially upon seeing the photos of 3 women who were no less attractive than herself, alongside a chubby man and various food items. She couldn't shake the feeling that this post was a bait and switch. Making her way to the underground shelter, dozens of meters below ground, she hurriedly climbed the stairs in her high heels. Arriving at Zheng Jun's office. "Come I in," Zheng Jun's voice echoed. Wang Sitian pushed open the door, and at first glance, she noticed Zheng Jun seated beside the Taoist priest named Feng, who had provided the Yin Huang skill and heavenly thunder induction to the shelter. She nodded respectfully in acknowledgement. "Greeting, Taoist Feng," he replied nonchalantly. Noticing Wang Sitian seemed eager to discuss something with Zheng Jun, the Taoist stood up from his chair, excusing himself from Zheng Jun, saying, "Zheng, I won't disturb you any longer. Just let me know when you've decided on the matter we discussed." "Of course, I will." After personally seeing the Taoist to the door, Zheng Jun turned his attention to his secretary and asked, "Now, what is so urgent that you rushed over? Could it be that some formidable zombies or demonic beings have set their sights on our sanctuary? Chairman Zheng is overthinking. It is not the zombies or demons, but rather someone has posted a message on our forum. They are similarly recruiting survivors, albeit from a rather unique location, Dongqing District." Dongqing District? Let me take a look. Chapter 68, Reciprocity. Numerous humans who have escaped from Dongqing are claiming that the area has already fallen. Zheng Jun has not paid much attention to Dongqing lately, focusing instead on the northern and western districts. The results have been substantial. For instance, the northern district has been thoroughly swept by the hunting squads he dispatched. Although the western district is slightly worse off, there are still many zombies roaming about. However, that is a deliberate strategy by Zheng Jun, especially after learning that corpse essence can enhance the abilities of cultivators. As for the central district, it is currently satisfactory. After all, the sanctuary has limited capacity and cannot accommodate all the humans fleeing here. It would be better to allow them to fend for themselves in the central district. As the sanctuary develops, we can incorporate some of the more powerful factions nearby Isn't it much better than supporting so many people for no reason? Thus, upon discovering that the new faction posting on the forum is located in Taodai, which is in Dongcheng where Wu Yi resides, Zheng Jun's interest was piqued that he began fiddling with the computer on his desk, quickly logging into the official Blue Sea Sanctuary forum that he soon found the post from the Dongqing Human Alliance recruiting survivors, which was positioned right beneath two other posts published by the Blue Sea Sanctuary. Surely, if those two posts had not been pinned by the administrator, the Dongqing Human Alliance's post would have topped the charts by now. What on earth? Where did all these comments come from? The number of comments is astonishing. Glancing at the post timestamp and comment count, he noted that in just an hour and a half, there were over 150,000 comments. Feeling a surge of curiosity, Zheng Jun clicked on the post, eager to examine its contents. Instantly, a picture of a bunny girl widened his eyes in shock. As he continued to scroll down, he was bombarded with images of beautiful women, leaving him both dazzled and amused. Now he understood why this post had garnered so many comments. However, what truly caught his attention was a hefty individual surrounded by an array of food. For Zheng Jun, food was not particularly precious. But who was he? The creator of the Blue Sea Sanctuary and the president of Jaime Technology. Many ordinary people struggle to secure even a single meal a day, let alone achieve the physique displayed in the pictures. Thus, even he could not help but wonder if the Dongqing district truly had survivors hoarding all the resources that if that were the case, they could move freely on Wu Ye's territory. Should he send someone to Dongqing to investigate? Just as Zheng Jun pondered this, his secretary, Wang Sitian, either sensing his thoughts or voicing her own opinion, spoke up. Chairman Zheng, do you think this could be a phishing post by some opportunistic individuals? Should we send someone to investigate the Dongqing Human Alliance and its origins? Hold on, let me think. Zheng Jun rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on today as soon as he closed his eyes. His mind was filled with the image of Wu Yi destroying a drone, staring at him with an intense gaze. Zheng Jun could still feel the palpable killing intent in that gaze. Therefore, when he opened his eyes again, beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and he managed to feign calmness. Forget it, whether they intend to take advantage of the chaos or genuinely seek to recruit survivors. Since this post has been made and has drawn so much attention, we will naturally learn more about their situation in due time. There is no need for us to wade into this murky water right now. After saying this, he noticed Wang Sitian nodding in agreement, and he continued, instead, I have a matter that requires your immediate attention. What is it, Chairman? It concerns Daoist Feng. He intends to take on a batch of disciples. Let us set the number at around 10, that Daoist Feng is recruiting disciples. Zheng Jun was well aware that his rapid establishment of the vast Blue Sea Sanctuary could not have been achieved without the invaluable contributions of Daoist Feng, whose strength was unfathomable. According to the levels he had helped establish for the sanctuary, he should have reached the nascent soul stage. Hearing of his intention to recruit disciples, Wang Sitian could not help but exclaim in surprise. Zheng Jun, somewhat displeased by her outburst, frowned and said, just from the corpse essence obtained by hunting high-level zombies, I have given him 20 pieces. IS&T, it only right that he takes on a few disciples to help cultivate some high-end combatants for the sanctuary. So that is how it is. Understanding the reason behind Daoist Feng's recruitment, which stemmed from the mutual exchange between him and Zheng Jun, Wang Sitian quickly realized her lapse in composure and hurriedly said, I apologize, Chairman Zheng. I lost my composure. I will proceed as you instructed. Very well, off you go. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Zheng Jun, who was already aware of these developments but had not given them much thought, particularly when he saw that their posted message had accumulated over 150,000 comments in such a short time, another individual was becoming increasingly restless. She approached Zhou Yao's door and knocked. Sister Yao, are you asleep? Not yet. Hearing Han Chi's voice, Zhou Yao quickly opened the door, puzzled. It's so late. Do you have something to discuss? Well, Wu Yi mentioned he would start receiving those humans coming to Dongqing tomorrow. Right? But I just checked the forum, and there are already a whopping 150,000 comments. More than half of them express a desire to join the so-called Dongqing Human Alliance that I did a quick calculation. And even if just 1% genuinely want to join, that would still be around several thousand people. Just the two of us can't possibly handle that. Upon seeing Zhou Yao, Han Chi expressed her concerns without reservation. Little did she know, Wu Yi had already overheard their conversation in its entirety. Eager for more humans to arrive in Dongcheng, he instantly teleported to the door and said to Han Chi, You need not worry about that. I will arrange everything.
Chapter 69. The posters must be fraudulent. How is it going? Did you find the place I asked for? Found it, boss. As per your instructions, I have designated the military port where that group of humans was hiding. It's close to the sea and conveniently located near both the Northern District and Yunmen City, that if necessary. They can also approach by sea, though I'm unsure of the dangers that lurk in the waters. A military port? That's a good spot. That IT must be acknowledged that the military port is indeed the most suitable place to disguise as a human base. Upon hearing this, we nodded in satisfaction and continued to inquire. What about Scar? I've spoken to him, but he still needs to keep an eye on the Southern District and can't spare many corpse soldiers. At most 50. Additionally, he promised that upon learning of your plan, he would instruct his subordinates not to harm any humans stepping into Dongcheng for the next few days. 50 corpse soldiers? That one T do. I'll have Xiao Ji lead the logistics team over. After some contemplation, Wu realized he could not neglect Li Qian from the Southern District due to food issues. Then he suddenly recalled something and looked at Fatball. Fatball. You just said Scar will instruct his men not to harm humans? That one T work. Tell Scar that aside from a few specific streets leading to the military port, humans coming to Dongcheng are to be treated as he sees fit. Otherwise, they will definitely grow suspicious. Understood that he summoned 2 of his subordinates, who had evolved into corpse soldiers among the 10,000 low-level zombies, and relayed Wu Ye's message to Scar. Meanwhile, Wu kept busy by sending Xiao Ji and the Royal Guard team along with Fatball to the military port. He then decided to wake Han Chi, who was still comfortably nestled in bed, and in her drowsy state, he said, "Use your phone to log into the forum and inform those wishing to join the Dongqing Human Alliance to report to the military port." Military port? Oh, all right. Groggily responding, Han Chi grabbed her phone as instructed, suddenly feeling a bit chilly. Wu Yi, could you step outside for a moment while I get dressed? Sure, I'll go wake Zhou Yao. You have 1 minute. Nodding, Wu Yi vanished from the room in a flash. However, before Han Chi could relax, a piercing scream erupted from the adjacent room. 10 minutes later, on the official Blue Sea Sanctuary Forum. Despite nearly 8 hours having elapsed since the sighting of a post from the Human Alliance of Dongqing District seeking survivors last night, it was now 7:30 in the morning. Yet a considerable number of individuals continued to refresh the forum, eager to ascertain the precise location of the Human Alliance in Dongqing District, in Yunmen City, which borders Lanhai City. A group of over 10 armed individuals cautiously advanced towards Lanhai City, ever vigilant of their surroundings, fearful that a horde of zombies might emerge from the shadows to devour them. Nevertheless, some among them could not resist periodically checking their phones. It became evident that, in stark contrast to Lanhai City, which had established a refuge, Yunmen City had been all but completely overrun by zombies. The few remaining humans were struggling for survival. However, upon viewing the post released by Han Chi last night, these individuals felt as if they were drowning, grasping desperately at a floating straw. They resolved to make the journey to Lanhai without delay. Yet, as seconds turned into minutes and minutes into hours, drawing them ever closer to Lanhai City, the forum remained silent regarding the exact whereabouts of the Human Alliance in Dongqing District. Among the group, a man named Yang Lei, their leader, could not help but curse. Damn it, fraudsters. They speak as if it were the truth, yet it's been so long and not a single precise address in sight. How could I have been so gullible? How else could you think? Wasn't it the allure of bunny girls, JK maidens, and a petite maid that clouded your judgment? One of Yang Lei's subordinates mused internally, though he voiced his concerns aloud. So, Yang Gu, what's our next move? Should we still head to Dongcheng in Lanhai City? According to the previous messages from the refuge, that place is a veritable den of danger. Rated at SS level. Indeed. Yang Gu, should we still proceed to Dongcheng? Another chimed in. I told you so. The one who posted is undoubtedly a fraud. You didn't believe me then, did you? Now you see it's true. Staying in Yunmen City is a dead end, and if worst comes to worst, we can always head to the refuge in Lanhai. As voices rose in dissent, others began to subtly blame Yang Lei, which only darkened his already grim expression. Yet he understood that this was not the time for discord. Having led his companions out of their previous hiding place, he felt compelled to provide them with answers. Contemplating his next move, Yang Lei suddenly had an idea, just as a commotion erupted within the crowd. The account that posted yesterday has shared a new update. The address of the Human Alliance in Dongqing is at the military port in Lanhai City. The military port in Dongqing? Splendid. Let us go. With our small band of armed men, I refuse to believe they would turn us away.
having forgotten who had just vociferously denounced the poster as a fraud. Yang Lei's face lit up with joy upon learning the address of the Human Alliance. With a grand gesture, he led his companions into the territory of Lanhai City, heading towards Dongcheng. If a drone were to fly overhead in Yunmen City, it would reveal that numerous small teams, akin to Yang Lei's, were scattered throughout the area. The situation in the counties below Lanhai City was no less dire than that in Yunmen City. Even within the inner city of Lanhai, individuals began to mobilize. Although these people were presently in different locales, they all shared a singular destination, the military port in Dongcheng. Chapter 70. Do you have any special skills? At 8 o'clock a.m. in Dongcheng, Lanhai City, as Wu Yi led Zhou Yao and Han Qi into the military port, Xiao Ji and over 100 guards had long been waiting. Additionally, Pang Xiu had summoned some zombie soldiers to clean the military port from top to bottom. Wu Yi, upon seeing this, nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, he placed about 1/5 of the supplies from his storage space near the entrance of the military port, ensuring that every person who entered would see it at first glance. He also instructed Han Qi and Zhou Yao to change their outfits and provided detailed instructions. Lastly, he distributed masks to all the zombies, including Pang Xiu and Xiao Ji, ensuring they wore them while arming themselves with previously confiscated firearms to guard various locations within the military port. Then they began to wait patiently. However, by noon, not a single soul could be seen near the military port. Not even a ghost. This left Wu Yi feeling somewhat disheartened as he muttered, "What the hell? Where is everyone? Is there not a single bite to attract? Boss, why don't you find somewhere to sit? If anyone arrives, I'll come to get you," suggested Xiao Ji, noticing Wu Yi had been standing motionless for several hours. Wu Yi, suppressing his growing irritation, waved his hand dismissively. "No need that I want to be swayed. I'll wait right here, that I ask for Zhou Yao and Han Qi. Make sure they take turns eating something." "Understood, boss," Xiao Ji replied, nodding before heading over to Zhou Yao and Han Qi. Suddenly, Wu Ye's gaze fell upon several men approaching. They appeared disheveled, hardly resembling potential allies, more akin to refugees. Simultaneously, Han Qi, dressed in her bunny girl outfit, noticed them and hurried over to inquire, "Hello, are you here to join our Human Alliance in Dongcheng?" "Yes, that's right. We've come from Yunmen City." The newcomers, upon seeing Han Qi, whose image had circulated on the forum, were overcome with emotion. The speaker was none other than Yang Lei. However, compared to their earlier bravado, only 4 of them remained now, looking ragged and worn. Without their firearms, they would have resembled beggars. Upon entering Lanhai City, they initially chose to take back roads to avoid encountering zombies in the county. Within just an hour, they had successfully reached the outskirts of the city. Yet, once they stepped into Dongcheng, the unexpected occurred. They were quickly surrounded by a throng of low-level zombies, and after a fierce struggle to escape, they encountered several awakened zombie officers whose strength was markedly superior to those they had previously faced in Yunmen City. That in a mere encounter, they suffered significant casualties. Thus began their arduous escape towards the military port, with their numbers dwindling under the relentless pursuit of zombies. Had it not been for the fact that these 4 had also consumed zombie cores, reaching a breakthrough, they might not have survived the ordeal. Fortunately, they eventually arrived at the military port alive, particularly upon seeing Han Qi in her bunny girl outfit, Zhou Yao in a maid costume, and Xiao Ji in JK attire with a mask. All amid the towering piles of food within the port, the trials of their journey suddenly felt worthwhile. "Yunmen City, city far from here. We're so glad you made it first. Thank you for your efforts. Please follow me, and I'll help you register." With that, she elegantly strode toward Zhou Yao, her long legs clad in fishnet stockings drawing the attention of Yang Lei and his companions. "By the way, could you take a few photos of the situation here and post them on the forum using your accounts? After all, you are the first to arrive, and many still doubt our legitimacy." "Absolutely, it's a trivial task. May I ask how to address you, fair lady?" "My name is Han Qi, but you can call me Chi Chi." "Very well, Miss Chi Chi. However, I propose we shoot a video instead of photos." Upon hearing Han Qi's melodious voice, Yang Lei felt his resolve weaken, hurriedly pulling out his phone to record. Noticing this, Wu Yi recalled that the Lanhai refuge had previously shared his appearance. Even with a mask, he might still be recognized and discreetly stepped aside. Fortunately, Yang Lei was oblivious to him, as he held his phone aloft, proclaiming, "Everyone, this is the military port of the Human Alliance in Dongcheng. I am the first to arrive here and the first to join them. Look here, everyone observe the abundance of food and the environment. Before long, after Yang Lei uploaded the video to the forum, he approached Han Chi with a sheepish grin. Miss Chi Chi, how does this look? Perfect, thank you. Now please follow me. I'll have Sister Yao assist you with the registration. Glancing at Yang Lei's phone, she confirmed that he had indeed posted about the plentiful resources available here. Han Chi couldn't help but secretly think that Yang Lei was indeed someone who had been sold out, yet still had to assist others in counting their gains. Accompanied by a few others, they quickly approached Zhou Yao, and Han Chi spoke up, Sister Yao, could you please help them with the registration? Sure, Zhou Yao replied with a nod, feigning seriousness as she took out a notebook and pen. Proceeding to ask, what is your name? Yang Jie. And your age? 39. Do you have any special skills? Beautiful lady, does 18 centimeters count as a special skill? Zhou Yao chose not to engage with these soon-to-be deceased individuals. Noting their information before stating casually, I have completed your registration. Now please hand over your phones and weapons. Hand over our phones and weapons? What a joke. These are our personal belongings. Exactly. Without our weapons, how can we protect ourselves? Other things can be negotiated, but handing over our weapons means we would be at your mercy, right? Absolutely not. After all, how can we be sure that you aren't using the pretext of recruiting us to engage in treachery? That's right. And why must we also surrender our phones? In an environment akin to an impending apocalypse, many individuals regarded their weapons as more valuable than anything else. Thus, upon hearing Zhou Yao's demand for their phones and weapons, Yang Lei and his companions immediately expressed their discontent, clamoring in protest. The numerous high-level zombies disguised as humans surrounding them, having received Wu Ye's orders to conceal their identities, aimed their firearms at the group to maintain order. Naturally, Yang Lei and the others were unwilling to back down, fiercely pulling their triggers towards Han Chi and Zhou Yao, leading to a standoff. Zhou Yao had never witnessed such a scene before, especially with the dark muzzles of the guns pointed directly at her, causing her to break out in a cold sweat as she glanced towards Wu Yi for help. Even the nearby Pang Xiu turned to Wu Yi and asked, Boss, what should we do? Do you want me to deal with them? At this moment, with not many people around, resolving the matter with force was not out of the question. However, as more individuals joined their ranks, the frequency of such incidents would undoubtedly increase. Should they be discovered as zombies, the secret would be out, jeopardizing the steady supply of food they relied on. Forget it. I'll handle this, just watch closely. And remember to manage such situations in the future according to my approach. Wu Yi was grateful he had come along today. Otherwise, if Pang Xiu and Xiao Ji had to resolve the issue, it would likely end in a brawl. After speaking to Pang Xiu, Wu Yi took a few steps closer to the group and said, Everyone, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Why don't we lower our weapons and allow me to say a few words? And who are you? Upon seeing Wu Yi appear, wearing a mask, Yang Lei glanced at him and shifted the aim of his gun. Wu Yi, having seen countless confrontations, was not intimidated. His expression remained unchanged as he continued to smile. I am but a humble individual, the founder of the Human Alliance in the Eastern District at O. If you claim this is a misunderstanding, then please explain why you need to confiscate our phones and weapons. If your explanation is unsatisfactory, don't blame me for alerting everyone on the official forum of the Blue Sea Sanctuary to be wary of potential scams by those with ulterior motives. Learning that Wu Yi was the founder of the Eastern District Human Alliance, Yang Lei couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect, while simultaneously heightening his vigilance against any sudden orders Wu Yi might give to his subordinates to attack. Wu Yi, still wearing a smile, continued, I am sure you have noticed that the defensive capabilities of our Human Alliance are quite formidable. Once you join us, we will all be one big family. Why would you bring weapons into the military port? Are you planning to defend yourself against your own family? Moreover, I believe many more people will arrive here soon, wishing to become part of the Human Alliance. If any conflicts arise within the base, it could lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, I am unsure if you have visited the Blue Sea Sanctuary, but they also require the surrender of weapons to join them. Now that you mention it, I can understand that, but what about the phones? How do you justify confiscating our phones, which would only serve to prevent us from communicating with the outside world? Wu Yi replied, The purpose of the phones is to verify the information you provided during registration and to ensure that you are not spies sent by other factions to infiltrate our Human Alliance. However, rest assured, once the verification is complete, we will promptly return your phones to you, that we have no real use for them. This, hearing Wu Yi's reasonable explanation, Yang Lei found himself at a loss for a counterargument. As for privacy rights, in a world where lives had become so cheap, what did privacy matter? However, recalling the many unsavory items stored on his phone, Yang Lei expressed his reluctance. What if I still refuse to surrender? Refusing to comply is an option. At this point, seeing the other party's blatant defiance, Wu Ye's smile faded entirely, his demeanor chilling as he stated, "Do you see that door over there? You can leave just as you came in. I guarantee no one will stop you." Yang Lei pondered the immense effort he had expended to reach the Blue Sea City from Yunmen City, only to suffer the loss of so many brothers along the way. What was his ultimate goal? It was simply to join the Eastern District Human Alliance. Now, with the alluring women he had seen on the forum, the mountains of food, and the armed humans surrounding him, it became evident that the strength and resources of the Eastern District Human Alliance surpassed his expectations. Yang Lei began to relent, but before he could formulate a face-saving response, one of his subordinates urgently tugged at his arm, whispering, "Brother Yang, I think what this person said makes sense. Why don't we just hand over our phones and weapons? We can't leave after putting in so much effort, can we? Besides, with so many zombies in the Eastern District, we might not even make it out." "Fine then, since you say so," seizing the opportunity to save face. Yang Lei nodded and turned his gaze back to Wu Yi, stating, "We agreed to surrender our phones and weapons, but I hope that after you arrange accommodations for us, you can provide us with some food. After all, we set off from Yunmen City last night and haven't eaten anything since. You came here to become food for my subordinates and still expect to eat? How ridiculous." Wu Yi internally scoffed at the audacity of the request, but maintained a smile as he extended his hand, saying, "No problem. On behalf of the Eastern District Human Alliance, I welcome all of you to join us. Should any tasks arise or if you need assistance, I hope everyone can contribute to our human alliance." "Absolutely." They shook hands. Yang Lei noted how cold Wu Ye's hand was, that he attributed it to Wu Ye's role as the founder of the Eastern District Human Alliance and his indulgent lifestyle with numerous beautiful women, rather than considering the possibility of his undead nature. Subsequently, he surrendered his phone and the various weapons he carried to Wu Yi, satisfied with the outcome, nodded and instructed, "Peng Xiu, please escort these gentlemen to their accommodations." "Got it." With Wu Yi's command, Peng Xiu stepped forward, addressing Yang Lei and his companions, "Brothers, follow me." "Okay." Nodding, Yang Lei followed Peng Xiu deeper into the military port. Along the way, eager to learn more about the Eastern District Human Alliance, he tentatively asked Peng Xiu, "Brother, judging by your physique, the food here must be quite good?" "Absolutely. We owe it all to our boss. Yes, the one you spoke with earlier, and he doesn't even allow himself to eat until we are all well fed." When Peng Xiu mentioned Wu Yi, he candidly shared his thoughts. Yang Lei, upon hearing this, could not help but feel he had truly come to the right place. However, one of his subordinates, hearing Peng Xiu's words, couldn't help but scoff, saying, "He doesn't even allow himself to eat so you can? What nonsense! Is there really anyone like that in this world? I suspect he has ulterior motives. Do not think of selling yourselves one day. You would still have to assist him in counting the money to HM. What you do not yet comprehend is that they are, in fact, the ones helping others count their wealth, that I in the eyes of Peng Xiu. Wu Yi is akin to a reborn parent, even more cherished than himself. It is believed that even if Wu Yi commanded him to die, Peng Xiu would not flinch in the slightest. The gaze he cast upon the other was rife with murderous intent. Peng Xiu could not help but snicker derisively. Just because you have not seen it does not mean it does not exist. Now, as you stand before me, speaking ill of him, do you seek death? Hey, speak more politely. Who said anything about wanting to die? This was also a result of having grown accustomed to arrogance since the revival of spiritual energy, compounded by having consumed 2 corpse pills, which propelled him into the core formation stage. That he had also practiced the Yin Huang technique for several days, as outlined on the Blue Sea Sanctuary Forum. Upon hearing Peng Xiu declare that his brother sought death, Yang Lei, who also held the position of a leader, could not help but feel a sense of indignation for his brethren. Peng Xiu, upon hearing this, was instantly amused, realizing they truly were oblivious to the situation. With that in mind, he saw no reason to remain courteous and turned away, stating, "Who else could it be but you? Oh, and by the way, you were not entirely wrong earlier. Our boss is indeed not human." "Not human? What do you mean?" Speak clearly. To his astonishment, such a phrase escaped Peng Xiu's lips. The subordinate who had been disparaging Wu Yi suddenly found himself surrounded by large question marks. Conversely, Yang Lei, recalling that most of the people he had seen, aside from Zhou Yao and Han Qi, were all wearing masks, found a dreadful suspicion brewing in his mind that if this conjecture were true, then the human alliance of the Eastern District was far more than just a ruse. Thus, for the sake of safety, his immediate instinct was to retreat, bellowing, "Run! This guy might be a zombie. Are we not on the territory of the human alliance in the Eastern District? If it is the human alliance, where would zombies come from?" Upon hearing Yang Lei's shout, his three subordinates began to question whether they had misheard him. However, before they could process it, Pang Xiu, realizing his identity had been exposed, swiftly tore off his mask. Grinning wickedly, "Congratulations, you guessed right, but alas, there is no reward today." As soon as he finished speaking, armor made of earth emerged from his rotund form. With a swift motion, he seized the heads of Yang Lei's two subordinates. Lifting them off the ground, with a violent exertion, he crushed their skulls. A torrent of blood splattered onto Pang Xiu, prompting him to discard the two corpses aside. He then reached for the last remaining subordinate, who was now thoroughly terrified, grabbing both of his arms. With a gentle twist, the man let out a mournful wail of agony. Perhaps finding him too noisy, Pang Xiu abruptly snapped his neck, then turned his gaze towards the only survivor. Yang Lei. Terrified, Yang Lei's legs trembled, and with no weapon at hand, he could only feign calmness. "Why, you better not come closer. I am a core formation human cultivator, and I have killed countless zombies." "A core formation cultivator? Pang Yi has killed those too." It was evident that Yang Lei was putting on a brave front. Pang Xiu only displayed such navet when dealing with Wu Yi. Xiao Ji, Zhou Yao, and others of his own kind. Faced with Yang Lei, an outsider, his zombie ferocity erupted, and he lunged towards him. Seeing Pang Xiu's movement, Yang Lei nearly wet himself and turned to flee. As expected of a core formation cultivator, he quickly darted far away. Given that speed was not Pang Xiu's forte, catching up to him was far from simple. However, Pang Xiu had no intention of pursuing him and, with confidence, declared, "You think escaping will be so easy?" With that, Pang Xiu focused his mind, and walls of earth erupted around Yang Lei, encircling him entirely. Under Pang Xiu's command, these walls began to constrict towards the center. In mere seconds, accompanied by a scream, crimson blood flowed from beneath the earthen walls. Yang Lei was crushed into a pulp by Pang Xiu's earth-based abilities. Yet Pang Xiu remained unsatisfied, as he dissipated his powers. He spat disdainfully. "Bah, what a thing, daring to speak ill of my boss behind his back. Dying like this is too lenient for you." After a while, as Wu Yi welcomed another group of humans eager to join the Eastern District Human Alliance. Having finally arrived at this location, he discreetly inquired of Pang Xiu, "So, how did it go?" "All taken care of? Rest assured, boss, it's all sorted. Here, these are for you to..." As he spoke, he handed over the golden cores extracted from the four bodies of Yang Lei's group. Pang Xiu, nearly stuffed to the brim, noticed the arrival of newcomers, and it seemed they had also quarreled with Zhou Yao and her companions, which brightened his mood tremendously. Without needing Wu Ye's prompting, he eagerly volunteered, "Boss, you take a good rest here. Let me handle this one." Chapter 73. Wealth should not be exposed. A large tree attracts the wind. With Wu Ye's earlier demonstration, Pang Xiu easily lured and deceived the newly arrived group into the military port. As for their fate, naturally, it was no different from that of Yang Lei before them. It is worth noting that due to Wu Ye's instructions, Scarface refrained from holding back against those who sought to join the Eastern District Human Alliance. To enhance the strength of his subordinates, Scarface had notified all the zombies in the Eastern District in advance, initiating a frenzy of hunting against the humans entering the area. Consequently, upon their arrival at the Eastern District, many of the younger brothers had their stomachs filled to the brim, akin to a festive feast. The number of low-level zombies evolving into corpse soldiers was incalculable. However, this indirectly resulted in the humans arriving at the military port. Much like Yang Lei's group, generally being at the Qi refining stage or higher point, 90% of them were core formation cultivators who had generated golden cores within themselves. Just today alone, he had amassed nearly 50 golden cores. If this pace continued, he believed he could evolve into a corpse king in a remarkably short time. At that point, regardless of whether it was Li Qian from the Southern District or the hidden experts within the Blue Sea Sanctuary, Wu Yi was confident they would not pose a challenge to him. Simultaneously, based on this very notion, Wu Ye's desire to venture into the southern district diminished significantly. As he tossed a golden core into his mouth. He murmured, meanwhile, on the official forum of the Blue Sea Sanctuary, due to the considerable number of humans arriving at the military port today, Han Chi had instructed each of them to post on their phones to verify that the Eastern District Human Alliance was indeed real and not a scam. As people concluded their day's labor and flocked to the forum, it instantly became lively, especially since many were unaware that the first batch of individuals who reached the Eastern District Human Alliance had all met their demise within the bellies of Peng Qiu and his companions. I told you so. Those photos are clearly not edited. Back then, some brat scolded me for not understanding Photoshop, that I know your grandpa. With so much food, how long will it last? Too bad I'm too far from the Eastern District of Blue Sea City. Otherwise, I'd join the Human Alliance no matter what food. Just looking at those girls' photos makes it hard for me to control myself. Those legs, that waist, that alluring figure. No, I have to join the Human Alliance tomorrow. I'm going too. Is there a group going? Yes, yes, yes. Count me in. Me too. And me. Thus, as more individuals posted to validate that the Eastern District Human Alliance was not a scam, an increasing number began to pack their belongings. Over the next few days, they would set off for the Eastern District. Consequently, while Wu Yi received golden cores delivered by Peng Qiu daily, his face remained impassive, yet his heart was brimming with joy. Moreover, Peng Qiu brought Wu Yi good news, saying that while idling in the military port, he had begun to study the various instruments there. He discovered the presence of a signal jammer, which eliminated the need for them to collect phones. It became a seamless assembly line. Every time a group of humans arrived, they would be slaughtered, transforming the interior of the military port into a continuous flow of death. Until a day in late February, as Wu Yi found himself on the verge of another breakthrough amidst the accumulation of numerous corpse pills. Peng Qiu and Xiao Ji were also showing signs of nearing a breakthrough to become corpse generals. Thanks to the bodies of those humans, within the Blue Sea Sanctuary, located in the Central District, Zheng Jun, upon reviewing the daily intelligence compiled by Wang Xiqing, could no longer remain seated. The reason being that, with the emergence of the Eastern District Human Alliance, their prominence was gradually overshadowing that of the Blue Sea City Sanctuary. Not to mention, there had been a noticeable decline in the influx of external survivors joining the sanctuary recently. Just last night, 2 core formation corps members had stealthily slipped out. Through reconnaissance footage from drones, it was revealed that the last place they were seen was at the border between the Central and Eastern Districts. After placing the documents in his hands down, Zheng Jun couldn't help but rub his temples in frustration, muttering to himself, I underestimated the Human Alliance. They have indeed stirred up quite a commotion. Do they not understand the principle that wealth should not be flaunted, and that a tall tree attracts the wind? Zheng is not just the noise they've made, Wang Xiqing interjected, having listened intently to Zheng Jun's words. According to the data from our forum, those humans who posted after joining the Dongqing District Human Alliance, I have reason to suspect that the Dongqing District Human Alliance may very well be a complete conspiracy. Zheng Jun paused, taken aback by her assertion, and instinctively replied, a conspiracy. What sort of conspiracy could it be? Could it be? Suddenly recalling the notion that humans consuming the essence of their kind could rapidly enhance their powers. His expression darkened. After a while, he shifted the topic, inquiring, by the way, Sitian, how is the research on the individual exoskeleton combat equipment progressing? Moreover, these individual exoskeletons not only enhance load-bearing capacity and agility, but I also had the staff consult Daoist Feng on your suggestion. Each set of exoskeleton combat gear contains a corpse essence that can amplify the abilities of cultivators below the core formation stage by 1.5 times. Additionally, it features a built-in defensive formation and is the first to utilize liquid transformable metal. Wang Xiqing responded promptly to Zheng Jun's question, and after a few minutes, she had provided a comprehensive overview of the research status on the individual exoskeletons. Zheng Jun nodded in satisfaction and remarked, since the research is complete, we must put it to the test. By the way, didn't a core formation cultivator with the surname Chu visit our shelter a month ago? If I recall correctly. He came from the military port, right? Yes, there is indeed such a person named Chu Sun. That's him. Arrange a 10-person hunting team to act as guides that we need to venture in a Dongqing district to investigate the Human Alliance. It is crucial to ascertain where those humans who joined them have gone. Understood. Zhengde, Chapter 74, Individual Exoskeleton Combat Equipment. The next morning, in the central square of the Blue Sea Shelter, Chu Sun, who had narrowly escaped from the military port, stood there,
Compared to his departure from the military port, he had not only stabilized his strength, but also received orders from the higher-ups of the shelter the previous night, instructing him to cooperate with a hunting team composed entirely of core formation cultivators to investigate the military port where he once resided. Most importantly, the shelter promised to equip them all with gear specifically tailored for cultivators, referred to as individual exoskeletons. Thus, early in the morning, he arrived to await their arrival. Fortunately, he did not have to wait long before a team of 10 swiftly approached him that he hurriedly greeted them. "Hello, are you the members of the Special Operations Team assigned for this mission? Are you Chu's son?" "Yes, that's correct. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhu Hingyi, the captain of this hunting team. It's a pleasure to meet you." A middle-aged man with a bushy beard extended his hand to shake Chu Sun's. Not daring to be complacent, Chu Sun smiled and replied, "Since this mission has been entrusted to us, let us work together to accomplish it. As for guidance, I'm merely a newcomer and hope for your assistance." "Not a problem, that be by the way. Chu Sun, I heard from the higher-ups that you came from the military port. Could you elaborate on the situation there?" "Sure." Chu Sun recounted how the military port was overrun by zombies, adding, "To be honest, when I left, the military port had already fallen. I'm not entirely sure what transpired afterward that I see, having gained a general understanding of the military port from Chu Sun's account." Zhu Hengyi was about to inquire further when, from a distance, Wang Sitian approached in her office attire, her high heels clicking against the ground. Behind her, several researchers struggled to carry a few boxes. Upon seeing this, the group hurriedly went to assist. Wang Sitian clapped her hands, signaling the researchers to set down the boxes before addressing Zhu Hengyi and Chu Sun. "Is everyone here? Quite early, aren't we? You should all be aware of the mission at hand, right?" "Yes, we understand. There are a total of 11 sets. Each of you will receive one that the staff will assist you in donning the equipment. Additionally, Zhu Hengyi." "Yes, Wang Sitian, being responsible for the shelter's operations and one of the first humans to reach the core formation stage, was well aware of Zhu Hengyi's significant contributions since the establishment of the shelter. She smiled slightly and advised, "Don't be too tense. I want bite. However, I must remind you of two things. First, the Dongqing district is not like the North or West districts. It's the territory of formidable creatures. So be cautious and consult with Chu Sun on any matters. Second, due to material limitations, only 12 sets of these individual exoskeletons have been crafted. They must not fall into the hands of other humans. Otherwise, they could pose a considerable threat to our shelter. Do you understand?" "Understood." "Good. Time is of the essence. Once the staff assists you in wearing the exoskeletons, you should set off promptly. Both Zheng and I await your good news." "Yes, we will ensure the mission is completed." The team soon turned their attention to the boxes before them. The boxes were opened. 11 sets of individual exoskeleton combat equipment, reminiscent of those found in science fiction films, emerged before their eyes. Notably, these exoskeletons appeared black, with what seemed to be some liquid flowing within. When the staff helped them don the gear, merely fastening a buckle and pressing a button caused the exoskeletons to reshape and conform to their bodies. The group could no longer contain their astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, this is incredibly cool. What is this? Why don't you try releasing a thunderbolt?" Seeing the reactions of the crowd, the staff found it amusing and kindly reminded them. One member of the hunting team immediately channeled his internal energy, releasing a thunderbolt into the open space. In an instant, a thunderous bolt, as thick as a barrel, descended from the sky, creating a deep pit in the ground. Startled, the member looked at his palm in disbelief, questioning how his power had become so formidable, as he had previously been able to summon thunder, but never of such magnitude. But he muttered, "Didn't he expect that? Did you? Haha. To be honest, the exoskeletons contain a corpse essence. Not only do they enhance the power of your spells, but Daoist foam also inscribed a formation within them, allowing you to release a protective shield of spiritual energy in critical moments. Come, let me show you how to use it." Before long, after teaching Zhu Hengyi and Chu Sun how to utilize the exoskeletons, the staff added one last reminder. "By the way, I must caution you that once the spiritual energy from the embedded corpse essence is depleted, the spell amplification and the protective shield will cease to function. So, make sure to replace the corpse essence." Chapter 75, A Common Tactic soon, with the assistance of the staff, Zhu Hengyi and Chu Sun, along with their team, completed donning the individual exoskeleton combat gear. Having memorized all the precautions, they departed the shelter, armed with a considerable amount of firearms and ammunition, heading towards Dongqing district. At it must be noted that high technology is indeed remarkable. Wearing the gear felt exceptionally comfortable. Chu Sun and the members of the hunting team were eager to test their newfound power against zombies, while only Zhu Hengyi, the captain, maintained a semblance of calmness. Leading the crowd and following closely behind Chu Sun, they soon arrived at the junction of the Central District and the East District in a bid to partake in the spoils of food. A multitude of low-level zombies had congregated at this location. As far as the eye could see, there were easily thousands of them, particularly upon witnessing yet another group of humans poised to step into the East District. The eyes of these low-level zombies ignited with fervor. It was believed that had it not been for the orders given by Scar, they would have recklessly charged out of the East District. Likely, they would have torn Zhu Hengyi and Chu Sun to shreds without a second thought. Observing this, Zhu Hengyi could not help but furrow his brow and inquired, "Chu Sun, are you certain we must enter the East District here to reach the military port?" "Of course, well, if there is a boat available for the waterways, that wouldn't be impossible. But to be frank, I find the ocean far more perilous than these low-level zombies, having previously experienced a trip from the East District by boat." Circumventing the North District to ultimately arrive at the sanctuary, he recalled the sea beast he had encountered, which was far more terrifying than all the low-level zombies combined. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he believed it was safer to approach the military port overland. Upon hearing this, Zhu Hengyi realized that a forthcoming slaughter was inevitable, and he declared, "In that case, let us fight our way through. Chu Sun, lead the way. The rest of the team will follow me." Pairing up for mutual protection. Kill. Kill. I was just lamenting that I hadn't had the chance to fully experience my new equipment. Hearing Zhu Hengyi choose the simplest and most brutal method of attacking, everyone could not help but feel a surge of excitement, including Chu Sun, who took the lead into the fray. His rifle continuously spat fire, reaping the lives of the low-level zombies. In contrast, Zhu Hengyi and his companions, seasoned from previous encounters with large hordes of zombies, refrained from wasting ammunition. They swiftly drew their military daggers, opting to confront the low-level zombies with their bare hands as they pressed onward toward the military port. However, to their surprise, the number of low-level zombies in the East District far exceeded what they had estimated from their previous vantage point. Moreover, instead of retreating in the face of the massacre, the zombies' ferocity was ignited, surging forward relentlessly. In desperation, Chu Sun was left with no choice but to follow the earlier path of those who sought to join the Human Alliance in the East District, slipping into a nearby alley in hopes of advancing through another street. Yet, unbeknownst to Chu Sun, that very route had been designated by Scar, following Wu Ye's orders, as a corridor for the zombies. Aside from the low-level zombies, the highest rank present was merely that of a corpse soldier. Just as Chu Sun and his companions emerged from the alley, an ice spear shot forth from the distance. Chu Sun, be careful. Recognizing this as a water-based skill released by a superior undead, Zhu Hengyi instinctively lunged forward, intending to shield Chu Sun from the impending strike. However, Chu Sun was not one to be trifled with. Upon seeing the ice spear, he sidestepped without a moment's hesitation. Then, wielding his rifle, he began to fire at the zombies standing at the forefront of the street. Unfortunately, this corpse soldier, much like the previous fat one, bore an armor forged from water-based abilities. The bullets merely splashed harmlessly upon impact. Thus, this volley of bullets not only failed to inflict any damage, but instead provoked the corpse soldier's ire. With a wave of its hand, several ice spears, slicing through the air, surged toward Chu Sun. "Damn it, just a mere corpse soldier. Can I not handle you?" Having been a part of the sanctuary for nearly a month without being given any significant role, Chu Sun understood that this was an opportune moment to prove himself. That he believed that if he could successfully complete this mission and gain Zhu Hengyi's recognition, it would not merely lead to joining the hunting team, but perhaps even securing a position as a team leader. With this thought in mind, Chu Sun stowed his rifle, swiftly performed a hand gesture, and with a sudden downward motion, summoned a bolt of heavenly thunder to strike directly at the corpse soldier. Simultaneously, perhaps influenced by too many novels or movies from the era of spiritual awakening, Chu Sun shouted, "Heavenly Thunder Summon! Another Heavenly Thunder Summon! Can't you come up with something more original?" This move is as common as dirt, the corpse soldier thought to himself. Although he had only recently been promoted, he had witnessed several humans employ this technique in recent days. Thus, upon hearing Chu Sun's proclamation, he couldn't help but scoff internally and raised his head. However, upon sighting the thunderbolt as thick as a barrel, the corpse soldier's composure shattered. After all, the thunderbolts he had previously seen were only as thick as a finger, at most the size of an adult's thigh. Yet this one resembled a thunder dragon. Who could withstand such a force? Unfortunately, by the time he realized the size of the thunderbolt, he had no time to evade. Resigned, he decided to brace himself for the impact to his dismay. Upon contact, the thunder dragon obliterated his watery armor, striking directly upon his crown. Boom! With a resounding crash, a cloud of black smoke erupted from the spot where the corpse soldier had stood, leaving a deep crater. Chu Sun, aided by the exoskeleton combat gear, had successfully slain the opponent with a single heavenly thunder summon. The commotion swiftly attracted the surrounding zombies, and 2 more corpse soldiers arrived almost immediately. Upon seeing this, Zhu Hengyi realized that if they continued to linger, they would only draw more corpse soldiers. Grabbing Chu Sun, he urged the group to flee, shouting, "Run, if we don't leave now. It'll be too late. Run. What about the corpse core from that zombie? I haven't collected it yet." Chapter 76. This bee is more cunning than me. No matter how much Chu Sun lamented the loss of the corpse core from the recently slain corpse soldier, he found himself dragged away by Zhu Hengyi with no time to collect it. Even so, they were soon surrounded by zombies rushing in from all directions, most of which were above the rank of corpse soldiers, with at least 5 or 6 corpse soldiers present. Leading the charge was none other than Scar, as trusted aide, Monkey. Particularly when Monkey spotted the large crater not far away in Chu Sun, who was being shielded by Zhu Hengyi, he quickly surmised the source of the earlier commotion and sneered. "In that case, prepare to leave your lives here." As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of golden light enveloped Monkey, revealing a brilliant golden armor. Just like Scar, he had awakened a golden ability. Pointing his right hand, the rifle on Chu Sun's back instantly melted into a puddle of molten iron, rapidly reconfiguring into 2 blades approximately 50 centimeters long. They flew above Chu Sun's head, aimed directly at his eyes. "Chu Sun, be careful." Sensing the sudden rush of air from behind, Zhu Hengyi, with his wealth of combat experience, quickly realized something was amiss. That he yanked Chu Sun aside and swung his military dagger at the 2 blades, resulting in a series of clanging metallic sounds. "I wonder where you get your confidence from. It seems you truly possess some skill." Observing his opponent's swift reaction, Monkey felt a twinge of respect, but maintained an air of disdain as he remarked, "Let us see if you can withstand my next move." With that, Monkey focused his mind, manipulating the 2 50-centimeter blades to transform into 4, then 8, breaking down into smaller flying knives that swirled in the AI. It was clear that the lethality of these metallic weapons would be minimal against a core formation cultivator. As before, the flying knives were aimed straight at Zhu Hengyi's eyes. Clang, clang, clang. While Zhu Hengyi had encountered awakened golden ability zombies before, he had never faced one capable of controlling so many weapons simultaneously. The more he fought, the more alarmed he became, fearing that these flying knives might transform into an even greater number of steel needles. That he was fortunate to have the exoskeleton combat gear. Otherwise, he would have struggled to cope. Meanwhile, Monkey, realizing he had achieved little after such an extended assault, turned his gaze toward the other team members, declaring, "You're impressive. You managed to block all of that. But I wonder if your companions are equally skilled. Watch out, everyone. Be alert for those flying knives." It was evident from Monkey's words that he intended to target the other members of the hunting team. As the flying knives indeed veered off toward them, Zhu Hengyi hastily shouted a warning. However, he failed to notice that one flying knife had taken a sharp turn, heading straight for his backside. With a soft thud, the knife embedded itself into his flesh. Never had he anticipated that the zombie would be so shameless, targeting not just his eyes but also his backside. Zhu Hengyi's face turned crimson in an instant. The palpable fury eclipsed the pain inflicted by his physical injuries, and he bellowed, "I shall fight you to the bitter end." Upon uttering these words, Zhu Hengyi, resembling a madman, charged at the monkey with a military dagger in hand. This sudden outburst left the other members of the hunting team, who had been oblivious to the unfolding chaos, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why their leader had seemingly lost his mind. Anxiety gripped them as they instinctively tightened their defenses. Wary of the flying blades suspended ominously in the air before them, in contrast, The monkey, upon seeing Zhu Hengyi rush towards him alone, couldn't contain his amusement and responded with enthusiasm. "Come at me." With that, clad in armor forged from his golden abilities, he unleashed a merciless assault with his iron fists aimed directly at Zhu Hengyi. Not only did he shatter the military dagger with brutal force, but he also pressed forward, targeting Zhu Hengyi's face with unrelenting momentum. Should that strike connect, it would surely either kill him or leave him severely injured. Thus, Zhu Hengyi wisely refrained from a direct confrontation, extending his hands instead in an attempt to grasp the monkey's wrists. Despite his already formidable physical prowess, enhanced by the augmentation of individual exoskeleton gear, Zhu Hengyi successfully seized the monkey's wrist with a firm grip. This scene left the surrounding zombies and members of the Special Operations team in a state of shock, and even the monkey himself was taken aback. After all, he was a zombie, possessing physical capabilities far superior to any human. How could it be possible for a mere human to hold onto his wrist? Little did he know that Zhu Hengyi was also suffering, while he had indeed absorbed the monkey's fists. His hands were already cracked and bleeding from the impact, that in a swift motion, Zhu Hengyi kicked out towards the monkey's chest and executed a stylish backflip, all the while his right hand conjured a massive lightning column, thicker than the lightning dragon previously unleashed by Chu Sun, which descended with overwhelming force upon the monkey. This is bad. This guy is even sneakier than I am. The monkey had been unaware of Zhu Hengyi's summoning of the heavenly thunder until it loomed ominously above him. And by the time he sensed the impending threat, the lightning had already enveloped him. Although the monkey was stronger than the fallen zombie officer, he could not withstand such a formidable force, especially as this lightning dragon was even more robust than before. Reacting instinctively, the monkey attempted to evade, but despite his speed, the lightning grazed his left arm, obliterating the golden armor and utterly vanishing his entire left limb. Simultaneously, the previously uncontrolled flying daggers plummeted to the ground. "Duh!" He cried out in agony, glancing at his left shoulder, which emitted a scent of scorched flesh, now charred and crackling with residual electricity. It should be noted that while zombies possessed formidable physical attributes, they lacked regenerative abilities. Thus, the realization that he would henceforth be left with only one arm drove him to the brink of madness. He barked orders to the surrounding zombie officers. "Everyone attack. Leave no one alive." Chapter 77. The intertwining of lightning dragons. "I expected you to be formidable, but it seems you are nothing more than this," Zhu Hengyi remarked, his expression devoid of joy despite having effortlessly severed the monkey's arm with a bolt of heavenly thunder. The moment the monkey issued his command, they found themselves surrounded by zombie soldiers led by several officers that in the distance, a multitude of high-ranking zombies was hastily approaching. The sheer number of zombies Zhu Hengyi beheld was nearly equivalent to the total count of all high-ranking zombies in the entire West District. Realizing they could not linger any longer, Zhu Hengyi decisively commanded his comrades, "Brothers, unleash the heavenly thunder together. We must break through towards the naval port. Kill." Though their ranks numbered only 11, including Chu Sun, the collective roar they unleashed was deafening. As they advanced toward the naval port, they unleashed a barrage of heavenly thunder, while the zombie officers from the East District retaliated with their signature abilities: ice spears, fireballs, earthen walls, all aimed at the humans before them. Unfortunately, amidst the chaos of intertwining lightning dragons, a protective barrier formed around the 11, shielding them from the onslaught. Moving forward toward the naval port, any zombies attempting to obstruct their path were reduced to ashes beneath the relentless barrage of lightning. "Damn it!" The monkey, witnessing his severely wounded comrades fall victim to the relentless lightning strikes, quickly comprehended that their current abilities rendered them incapable of inflicting any harm upon these humans. His brother's reckless charge would only lead to needless casualties. Cursing under his breath, he turned to a nearby officer who had accompanied him and commanded, "You go and report the situation here to Scarface. Let him decide our course of action." "Yes," complying with the monkey's orders. The officer hastily departed towards Scarface's location. In reality, even without the monkey's directive, Scarface was already en route. The commotion caused by the clash between the monkey and the 11 humans had reverberated for miles, the thunderous roars echoing across the landscape. Additionally, anyone looking from a tall building would easily discern that the area surrounding the monkey resembled a scene of explosive flashes. How could Scarface remain idle in such a situation? Before long, he arrived at the scene with a contingent of 20 zombie officers. Meanwhile, Zhu Hengyi and Chu Sun had already made their escape. "Hey, monkey, what happened to your arm?" Scarface exclaimed, noticing from a distance that the monkey was missing a limb. His expression turning grave as he hurried over. The monkey, on the verge of tears, replied, "Scarface, you must avenge me." He recounted the encounter with the 11 humans, and at the end of his tale, he added a warning. "By the way, Scarface, those humans are incredibly strong. That IT seems they were wearing some kind of gear. Their physical prowess was nearly on par with mine, and they even caught my iron fist with their bare hands." "What?" Scarface's disbelief was palpable. Even with armor forged from golden abilities, not even 10 people could withstand a single punch from him. Realizing the formidable strength of their adversaries, Scarface refrained from rushing into battle and instead advised the monkey. "Monkey, I assure you that we will seek revenge, but you must remain patient that I will send someone to follow them and assess the situation, to determine if these individuals are aligned with the previous humans who sought to join the Eastern District's alliance. If they truly wish to join, the matter simplifies that if not, then it may require the intervention of our leader. Otherwise, even if we avenge you, we may suffer substantial losses." "Understood, Scarface. I will heed your counsel." Although the monkey harbored a deep-seated desire for vengeance against the 11, he conceded that Scarface's reasoning held merit and nodded emphatically. Consequently, under Scarface's direction, several officers quickly pursued Zhu Hengyi and Chu Sun, while Scarface and the monkey hastened towards the logistics transfer station. Before long, within the logistics transfer station, Wu Yi, having swallowed a golden pill delivered just the previous night, felt a transformative surge in his strength compared to when he first became a zombie general. His perception had notably heightened. Previously, he could only sense living beings, but now, even the gentlest breeze could not escape his notice. Thus, when Scarface and the monkey arrived, Wu Yi, having just swallowed the golden pill, paused his meal, perplexed. Strange, wasn't Scarface stationed at the border between the eastern and southern districts? Why has he suddenly come here? Wait, why is the monkey here? And what's happened to his arm? Sensing something amiss, he wondered if Li Qian from the southern district was up to something. Without hesitation, Wu Yi executed a spatial leap, appearing before Scarface and the others. Taken by surprise, Scarface's group was momentarily startled. But they quickly regained their composure, greeting him in unison, "Boss?" Wu Yi acknowledged them with a nod, his gaze settling on the monkey's injury, which was evidently fresh, with blood seeping through the makeshift bandage. Fortunately for the monkey, not only was he a zombie, but he had also evolved to the officer level. Otherwise, a regular human would have succumbed to blood loss long ago. The Wu Yi frowned and inquired, "What happened to the monkey? Did something occur in the southern district?" It was not from the south district, but rather a group of humans coming from the central district who had brutally beaten the monkey to such a state. As the superior of the monkey, he now found himself missing an arm, and the scarred man naturally bore an undeniable responsibility for this incident. However, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have never believed that any human could withstand the fists of a monkey. Thus, with half a thought left unspoken, the scarred man turned to the monkey and suggested, "Why don't you speak to the boss about this?" Nodding in agreement, the monkey recounted to Wu Yi the circumstances as described by the scarred man, and that in the end, for the sake of the greater good, the monkey proactively added, "Boss, based on my deductions, those humans might be looking to join the human alliance of the East District." Yet, before he could finish, Wu Yi interrupted him coldly, "Regardless of their intentions, since they dare to sever your arm, they shall not live to leave the East District." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yi executed a spatial leap and vanished from sight, intending to ascertain the extent of these humans' cultivation. To have beaten the monkey to such a degree was certainly not within the capabilities of an ordinary core formation cultivator. Just after Wu Yi departed, the monkey gazed at his vanishing figure, feeling a surge of emotion as he reflected on why Fatball and the scarred man were so devoted to Wu Yi. After all, what does it mean to be a boss? This is what it means to be a boss. With such a leader, how could the subordinates possibly be disloyal? Conversely, the scarred man, seeing the monkey fixated on the spot where Wu Yi had disappeared, assumed he was still troubled and offered words of comfort. "Monkey, since the boss has taken it upon himself to handle this matter and has assured us that they won't leave the East District alive." Acknowledging his words, the monkey turned without hesitation. Meanwhile, Wu Yi, utilizing his keen senses and the convenience of spatial leaps, quickly located Zhu Hengyi and Chu Sun on a street within the East District. However, upon noticing the exoskeleton combat gear they wore, he immediately recognized its extraordinary nature. Particularly under the inky sheen, it appeared as though something flowed within it, coupled with the fact that the others were indeed core formation cultivators. Wu Yi couldn't help but suspect that this gear might be the reason for their superior strength beyond that of typical cultivators at the same level. Aside from this observation, Wu Yi also noted that only one among them seemed to act as a guide. The remaining 10 exhibited an impressive synergy as they faced the surrounding low-level zombies, moving in a coordinated manner, clearly the result of prolonged collaboration. Strange, this group seems somewhat off, coming from the Central District. Could it be? Having nearly deduced their origins and intentions, Wu Yi cast another glance at their exoskeleton combat gear. He refrained from acting hastily, opting instead to utilize spatial leaps to appear in a room within the military port's dormitory building. At that moment, Fatball, who was in the room attempting to force a human leg into his mouth, noticed the shadow before him. "Hey boss, what brings you here? Cut the chit-chat. I have something to tell you." Listen closely. After conveying his instructions to Fatball, indicating he should follow his directives, Wu Yi donned a mask before vanishing in an instant. As time passed, and the sky began to clear. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the military port's buildings, illuminating the entrance. Finally, Zhu Hengyi, Chu Sun, and their companions arrived. Notably, despite their considerable strength and the advanced exoskeleton combat gear developed by the Blue Sea Sanctuary, they were all on the brink of exhaustion from the continuous strain. Rushing into the military port, they confirmed that no zombies were pursuing them before they finally sat down, gasping for breath. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10. Wait a minute. How come there's one missing? Could it be that we lost someone on the way here? Noticing the discrepancy in numbers, Han Chi mentally counted and, despite the mismatch, found that other characteristics aligned closely with what Fatball had described earlier. She strode over with her long legs to approach Zhu Hengyi and Chu Sun, inquiring, "Hello, are you here to join our human alliance of the East District?" "Yes, that's correct," upon seeing Han Chi clad in a bunny girl outfit. With ample fair skin and a towering figure that was hard to look away from, Chu Sun's eyes widened, and he hurriedly responded. Han Chi nodded. "Good, then please follow me for registration." All right, Chu Sun eagerly agreed. About to stand up when Zhu Hengyi, noticing his reaction, pulled him back, exasperatedly saying, "Brother, don't be so distracted just because you see a beautiful woman. Have you ever seen anyone here before?" "I definitely haven't seen this girl." "But the others," Chu Sun responded, recalling that had a beauty like Han Chi appeared during his time at the military port, he would have certainly remembered. However, aside from a stunning maid sitting at a nearby table, surrounded by armed guards wearing masks, he couldn't recognize anyone. Thus, he could only whisper to Zhu, "Captain, look at the masks on their faces. Even if I wanted to identify them, I couldn't. How about we register first to gain their trust?" "What do you think?" Given the circumstances, it seemed they had no other option. Zhu Hengyi glanced around, acknowledging the difficulty of discerning someone he had previously encountered through mere appearance that he called for his subordinates. And together with Chu Sun, they approached Zhou Yao for registration. "Name? Chu Sun. Where did you come from? Central District. Any specialties?" "I have my specialties." Similar to the previous newcomers, upon seeing Zhou Yao, who was remarkably beautiful and dressed in a seductive maid outfit, Chu Sun couldn't help but flirt, causing Zhu Hengyi to feel a headache coming on, silently cursing what kind of personnel had been sent to them. Did he think he had never seen a woman before? If a conflict arose due to his flippant remarks, where would he go to explain? Fortunately, Zhou Yao had grown accustomed to such low-level advances over the days, so Zhu Hengyi's concerns did not materialize. However, at that moment, Zhou Yao recalled Fatball's earlier instructions and suddenly looked up, inquiring, "What is the name of the metallic equipment you are wearing?" "Oh, this is something advanced, to be honest, beautiful lady. Chu Sun instinctively wanted to show off. But before he could utter exoskeleton combat gear, Zhu Hengyi quickly covered his mouth and smiled. "It's nothing special, just something we cobbled together to prevent injury from zombies on our way here." Really, had Fatball not specifically mentioned this issue, Zhou Yao might have believed Zhu Hengyi's fib. But now, shifting her gaze to Zhu Hengyi, she remarked coolly, "Do you believe that, beautiful lady? What's there not to believe? It truly is for zombie protection that if you don't believe me, I can demonstrate." Seeing the skepticism etched on Zhou Yao's face, Zhu Hengyi, eager to prove his words, pulled out Chu Sun's military knife from his waist. He aimed to stab at the chest encased in the exoskeleton combat gear,
only to create sparks upon impact, leaving the exoskeleton unscathed. Witnessing this scene from a nearby rooftop, Wu Yi grew increasingly convinced that the gear's functions and capabilities were far more profound than Zhu Hengyi's demonstration suggested. Why else would Chu Sun be interrupted before he could speak? Since it was indeed a valuable item, it was imperative to find a way to acquire it and understand its usage. Otherwise, it would merely become a heap of useless metal. This was the primary reason Wu Yi had refrained from taking direct action. Meanwhile, Zhou Yao, realizing that further inquiries would yield no truth, nodded and stated, "Joining our human alliance requires the submission of weapons and equipment. You must also remove such protective gear." "What? Joining the human alliance necessitates surrendering our weapons. Who will ensure our safety then?" Despite having demonstrated that the exoskeleton combat gear was merely akin to metal armor, they were still required to submit it. Zhu Hengyi's expression darkened significantly, while a member of the hunting squad, unable to contain their anger, directed a question at Zhou Yao. "You may understand us asking for the weapons. But why must we surrender our protective gear? What gives you the right? Just because this is the human alliance, you shouldn't be spouting such nonsense that if you wish to join, you must adhere to our rules. If you are unwilling to join, then kindly leave this place." Yet behind her, the petite figure of Xiao Ji, who had also been acknowledged by the portly individual, could no longer hold back. She slammed her palm onto the table before her, producing a resounding bang that split the table cleanly in half, startling all the members of the hunting squad. However, when the crowd realized that the one who had shattered the table was merely a masked JK little girl, they inevitably looked down upon her, especially Chu Sun, who, emboldened by the presence of 10 members of the hunting squad in the core formation stage, clad in individual exoskeleton combat gear, teased, "Oh, where did this little girl come from? So strong indeed? What if we refuse to leave? What can you do about it? Refuse to leave? That is simple. I can ask you to vacate the premises." Xiao Ji retorted with a commanding shout. Given that the human alliance had been established in the East District for quite some time, similar incidents had occurred frequently. With her authoritative voice, the armed soldiers surrounding them pointed their weapons directly at the squad. Meanwhile, numerous people emerged from the buildings flanking the naval port, taking positions in the corridors of various floors, also aiming their guns. The total number, when combined, was nearing 100. Witnessing this, Zhu Hengyi felt a surge of frustration. Had it not been for the orders from above instructing him to confer with Chu Sun, he might have slapped him in exasperation. Fortunately, through this probing encounter, he had grasped that the strength of the human alliance in the East District was indeed formidable. In the event of a conflict, their side might not hold the upper hand, prompting him to smooth things over. "Let us not act rashly. Everything can be negotiated. How about this? Grant us a moment to discuss among ourselves." "Discuss? Fine, but don't linger here. Go to the entrance for your discussion." Though Xiao Ji did not hold a grudge regarding their bullying of Zhou Yao, her attitude remained unyielding. Seeing this unfold, Chu Sun appeared somewhat unconvinced and was about to retort when Zhu Hengyi grabbed him. Addressing Xiao Ji, "All right, beautiful. We will discuss and return." As he waved his hand, the members of the hunting squad retreated to the outer side of the naval port. Only then did Xiao Ji signal for the surrounding soldiers to lower their weapons. It was at this moment, standing a good distance away from Xiao Ji, that Zhu Hengyi finally had the chance to reprimand Chu Sun. "Chu Sun, the task assigned to us is to ascertain their true capabilities. We need to uncover the whereabouts of those who have previously joined the human alliance in the East District. Yet, you nearly exposed all our equipment and almost sparked a conflict, Captain Zhu. You witnessed their strength just now, 100 individuals, 100 guns. I took a brief look, and they are mostly at the core formation stage, so what is there to fear? Worst case, we could simply eliminate them. Wasn't that the intent from above? Whether it was the confidence instilled by the individual exoskeleton gear or his propensity to flirt when confronted with beauty, Chu Sun interjected before Zhu Hengyi had finished speaking. His words seemed to shift the blame onto Zhu Hengyi, causing the latter to feel a mix of amusement and anger. How can you be so certain that those before us are the entirety of their strength? What if they have an expert at the nascent soul stage among them? We could be in grave danger. Nascent soul? No, that's impossible, right? Chapter 80. When unexpected events occur, if the chi refinement stage merely involves absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth for one's use, nurturing the meridians and limbs to elevate humanity beyond the ordinary, then the core formation stage signifies the continuous refinement of internal spiritual energy, coalescing into the purest essence,
laying the groundwork for future ascension. As for the nascent soul stage, that truly marks the beginning of the path of cultivation. With just a fraction of their power, one could unleash an attack equivalent to the full strength of the core formation stage. Thus, upon hearing Zhu Hengyi suggest the presence of a nascent soul expert within the human alliance of the East District, Chu Sun stammered, disbelief etched across his face. How can you be so sure there isn't? You've seen the sheer number of zombies in the East District. There must be at least 20 or 30 at the officer level alone. And this is merely the tip of the iceberg. Imagine the total zombie count across the entire East District. If there wasn't a powerful entity at the nascent soul level overseeing things, how could the human alliance ever establish itself in the East District? Seeing Chu Sun still seemingly lost in disbelief, Zhu Hengyi articulated his assessment based on what he had personally witnessed. Unbeknownst to him, the human alliance in the East District indeed possessed formidable individuals. But they were not nascent soul experts. Rather, they had a zombie general among them. Upon further reflection, Chu Sun reluctantly acknowledged the validity of Zhu Hengyi's analysis, feeling a wave of trepidation wash over him. They were fortunate that a conflict had not erupted. Had it, the opposing side could have crushed them with a mere finger. After all, a nascent soul expert was a rarity in the entire Blue Sea City shelter. With only one Taoist surnamed Feng reaching that level, who had authored the Yin Huang technique in thunder summoning, granting gifted humans a genuine chance at cultivation. So, Captain Zhu, what do you propose we do next? Should we truly comply with their demands and relinquish our weapons and exoskeleton gear? At present, it seemed that this might be the only way to infiltrate their ranks, though reluctant to admit it. The truth was that without joining the human alliance in the East District, they could not proceed with their investigation. Zhu Hengyi voiced this sentiment, garnering unanimous nods from the other members of the hunting squad. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, Wu Yi, utilizing his keen senses, overheard their conversation and muttered to himself, exoskeleton combat gear. So that's what it's called. Wu Yi felt increasingly validated in his earlier directive to the portly individual, advising him to inform the women to find a way to compel these individuals to surrender their equipment. Now, all that remained was for them to enter the naval port. There was no need for him to intervene personally. Even the portly individual leading a throng of subordinates would likely handle these individuals easily. However, just as Wu Yi was confidently calculating his next moves, an unexpected turn of events occurred. For as soon as Chu Sun and Zhu Hengyi reappeared before Zhou Yao and the others after registering their information, they produced their weapons and, with just the final step of removing their exoskeleton gear remaining, they would be as defenseless as fish on a chopping block. Jiji, the portly one has probably gone off to steal a snack again. Could you please tell him to come arrange accommodations for these people? All right, leave it to me. Understanding the nefarious intentions of these newcomers, Xiao Ji felt somewhat trapped. Nodding, Han Qi, with her long, graceful legs, made her way into the naval port. En route to the dormitory building, she encountered the portly individual, who was hiding there, spraying himself with a bottle of floral water. Portly one, what are you hiding here for? How about your side? What is the situation? Almost done. Xiao Ji asked me to come get you and help arrange their lodging. Emphasizing the word lodging, Han Qi was acutely aware that many of the previous humans had ended up in the portly one's belly. Yet, despite her fondness for him, she felt no fear in confronting him. That as she saw the portly one prepare to spray more floral water, she seized his arm and dragged him towards the naval port entrance, saying, "All right, stop spraying. You already smell good enough. Any more, and it will be overwhelming. Really? Achoo." As Han Qi pulled him towards the entrance of the naval port, the portly individual instinctively raised his other arm to sniff, only to be overwhelmed by the scent and let out a sneeze. Frustrated, he discarded the floral water, which arched gracefully before landing in the nearby bushes, eliciting peals of laughter from Han Qi, whose chest shook with mirth. That it is worth noting that upon departing the shelter, due to the exoskeleton combat gear being donned with the assistance of staff, Zhu Hengyi and Chu Sun's hunting squad were at a loss on how to remove it. A few of them were drenched in sweat, anxious that Xiao Ji and Zhou Yao might catch on to their predicament, terrified that excessive force might damage the gear, which would only heighten their frustration. However, how could such a situation fail to raise suspicions? I speak of you people, questioning whether the armor you wear is indeed of your own making. After such a lengthy duration, you seem unable to remove it. Could it be that you are merely feigning for our benefit? This is fine, this is fine.
You are granting us a moment's respite. From the moment I heard Zhu Hengyi mention that there is a high likelihood of a formidable figure in the nascent soul stage within the East District Human Alliance, I realized that even if Chu Sun were endowed with 1,000-fold courage, he would not dare to continue his impudence. Upon hearing Zhou Yao's words, he was the first to raise his head and began to explain, only to catch sight of a certain bunny girl named Han Chi approaching with a rotund companion, that, oh, this chubby fellow seems somewhat familiar. Chapter 81. The malevolent beast encounters the true dragon when the military port was annihilated. Although Chu Sun had never directly confronted a zombie, the many that infiltrated the military port left an indelible impression on him, that I in particular, as he fled to a fishing boat and observed the chaos through binoculars. A plump figure became a recurring nightmare in his dreams for several consecutive nights. Now, seeing the rotund figure, even though he wore a mask and appeared even more corpulent than before, did not hinder Chu Sun from recognizing him at once. Yet, was this not the East District Human Alliance? How could a zombie possibly appear here? With this thought, he glanced at the similarly masked Xiao Ji and the armed soldiers surrounding them, and an audacious hypothesis began to form in his mind. However, it was precisely at this moment, before Chu Sun could convey his discovery to Zhu Hengyi, that a member of the hunting team behind him suddenly emitted a click-clack of metal. Simultaneously, this member joyfully exclaimed, "I've disassembled it. It's taken apart." If his surmise were correct, without weapons and individual exoskeleton combat gear, were they not merely awaiting their doom? Thus, realizing there could be no delay, and disregarding the need to validate his conjecture, Chu Sun seized a rifle left on the table by another member of the hunting team, pulled back the bolt, and unleashed a barrage of bullets towards the rotund figure. Amidst the sound of gunfire, he shouted, "Don't be deceived, everyone. They are zombies." Due to the rapid unfolding of events, not only were Zhu Hengyi and the other team members momentarily baffled, but even the rotund figure bore several question marks above his head. Yet, as bullets flew towards him, and with Han Chi at his side, he had no time to ponder. He instinctively utilized his abilities to create an earthen wall that blocked all the bullets. This action undoubtedly confirmed his identity as a zombie, causing Zhu Hengyi and the hunting team members to nearly have their eyes pop out in disbelief. However, just as they were about to seize the last remaining weapon, they seemed to forget that there was more than just one rotund figure present. After all, aside from the ordinary Zhou Yao, Xiao Ji was still there. Thus, upon realizing their identities had been exposed, Xiao Ji, awakened to her lightning-based abilities, radiated with electric energy. With a mere wave of her hand, a lightning dragon descended upon the hunting team member before her, akin to the heavenly thunder strike unleashed by humans. While its power may not have rivaled that of the heavenly thunder strike, its speed was incomparably swifter that in an instant, the hunting team member was left convulsing on the ground, frothing at the mouth. While sharp claws reached for his throat, to his astonishment, the seemingly harmless JK-clad little girl turned out to be a zombie, as well in a bid to rescue his team member, Zhu Hengyi. Aided by the speed enhancement from his exoskeleton combat gear, swiftly grabbed the team member's ankle. Ignoring the electric arcs that coursed through his right hand, he urgently warned everyone, "Quick, activate the Qi shield." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Hengyi was the first to employ the Qi shield that came with the exoskeleton combat gear, that a faint luminescent barrier enveloped him and the team member beneath him like an eggshell. The others quickly followed suit, that it became evident that Zhu Hengyi, as the leader of this group, possessed remarkable foresight. For the next moment, the zombies disguised as humans, armed with firearms, opted to open fire on them. Yet, regrettably, the bullets merely struck the Qi shield, inflicting no substantial harm to those within. In retaliation, they unleashed a counterattack with their rifles, particularly focusing on Xiao Ji. Observing this, while Xiao Ji was unafraid of the bullets, she, like the rotund figure, had to consider the ordinary Zhou Yao beside her. She hastily grasped Zhou Yao's shoulder and, utilizing her lightning abilities, darted at lightning speed to take cover behind the earthen wall before the rotund figure. Curiously, she peered out from behind the Qi shield and remarked, "Oh, what is this thing, a turtle shell? Regardless of its nature, how dare they fire upon me? I, fat lord, demand their lives." Hearing Xiao Ji's words, and recalling that had it not been for his quick reflexes, Han Chi would have surely been riddled with bullets. The rotund figure emanated an overwhelming aura of hostility. His body was enveloped in armor formed from his earth-based abilities, and he emerged from behind the earthen wall. Yet, before he could make a move,
The hunting team members seemed to realize that mere firearms would scarcely harm these zombies, that a bolt of heavenly thunder, having appeared above the rotund figure's head, descended upon him. Seeing this, Xiao Ji instinctively hurled a lightning serpent while warning, "Fat Lord, watch out above." However, despite Xiao Ji's already swift reaction, the lightning serpent she launched proved powerless against the robust lightning column, which, like a malevolent beast meeting a true dragon, was instantly obliterated, failing to impede the descent of the lightning pillar, which crashed down upon the rotund figure's head. What the hell? Are these humans so formidable? Feeling the pressure from above, the rotund figure, despite hearing Xiao Ji's warning, found it too late to evade, that he could only continuously channel the energy within him into his earth-based abilities, attempting to withstand the blow. Crack! Although the rotund figure ranked among the top 3 within the ranks of the corpse marshals under Wu Yi, and his earth-based armor was the most resilient among the 5 elemental abilities, it struggled to withstand the heavenly thunder enhanced by the exoskeleton combat gear, that in an instant, it shattered, engulfing the rotund figure in its entirety. Fortunately, due to the combined resistance of Xiao Ji's lightning and the rotund figure's earth powers, the thunder strike had considerably diminished in power by the time it struck him. Yet, even so, the rotund figure remained charred, emanating a savory scent, while his legs buckled beneath his weight, causing him to collapse onto the ground. The rotund figure never imagined that in the blink of an eye, he would fall to the hands of these humans. Xiao Ji, wielding 2 lightning serpents, appeared instantly behind a member of the hunting team. Her intent was clear, to repay in kind, letting them experience the sensation of being electrocuted. Chapter 82. Laugh. Why are you not laughing anymore? What incredible speed! Were it not for the fierce winds gusting beside him, Zhu Hengyi would have sworn that he could not have perceived Xiao Ji's movements with the naked eye, particularly when he saw Xiao Ji materialize behind one of his team members. Wielding 2 lightning serpents to strike down, Zhu Hengyi yearned to assist, but his body could not keep pace with Xiao Ji's swiftness, that he could only watch helplessly as the 2 lightning serpents forcefully collided with the Qi shield enveloping his team member. Fortunately, the exoskeleton combat gear, a product of extensive research and considerable investment from the Blue Sea Shelter, even enlisting the guidance of the nascent Soul Stage Taoist Feng, proved formidable. The Qi shield alone was not something Xiao Ji's current attacks could easily breach. Thus, while Xiao Ji's lightning serpent successfully struck the Qi shield, they accomplished nothing and dissipated completely at the same time. Xiao Ji felt a tremendous backlash force propel her far away. Once she landed steadily, she gazed at her hands in disbelief, astonished that this thin layer of shell could be so sturdy. She even began to doubt whether her abilities had faltered. Little beauty, no wonder you were so fierce before. It turns out you are a zombie, but you are rather useless, aren't you? You can't even break through our defenses. I was led to believe you were formidable, seeing Xiao Ji being repelled. Revealing the pure white undergarments beneath her JK attire, Chu Sun, upon realizing that the so-called East District Human Alliance was likely a ruse crafted by zombies to secure a steady food supply, seized the opportunity to provoke once more, confident that Xiao Ji could not breach the Qi shield. However, this time, Zhu Hengyi did not intervene. Rather, his gaze toward Xiao Ji was filled with murderous intent. As a member of humanity, how could he not feel enraged upon encountering such circumstances? Yet, he remained oblivious to the true masterminds orchestrating the situation, questioning how Zhou Yao and Han Qi, both human, had conspired with the zombies. Upon hearing Chu Sun's words, Xiao Ji was nearly driven to madness. With a cold voice, she declared, "Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you." Following her words, she relentlessly channeled the spiritual energy within her, transforming it into lightning-based powers that a torrent of energy surged forth from the palm of her right hand, coalescing into a long sword forged from pure lightning. The surrounding space seemed to warp slightly, and arcs of electricity flickered around Xiao Ji, rendering her akin to a reaper emerging from a storm of thunder. Zhu Hengyi, sensing the immense power contained within the lightning sword in Xiao Ji's grasp, could not help but adopt a grave expression that in stark contrast. Chu Sun continued to mock her nonchalantly. "Oh, boasting bravely, are we? If you wish to kill us, why don't you first shatter our spiritual shield?" Spiritual shield? Very well. Allow me to demonstrate its fragility,
And let us hope your head proves as resilient as your tongue. It was evident that the spiritual shield was composed of spiritual energy. After converting approximately 2/3 of her internal energy into the power of the lightning sword, Xiao Ji thrust the weapon towards the spiritual shield, enveloping the member of the hunting squad before her. With minimal effort, the lightning sword effortlessly pierced through the shield, positioning itself at the opponent's neck. How could this be possible? The member of the hunting squad was utterly aghast. Just moments ago, Xiao Ji had been unable to breach the spiritual shield, yet now the sword was poised at his throat. In a state of panic, he attempted to call for help from Zhu Hongyi and the others, but in the next instant, his head was severed by Xiao Ji's lightning sword. Astonishingly, there wasn't even a drop of blood at the severed edge, as it had been incinerated to ash. The body, clad in combat exoskeleton gear, collapsed heavily to the ground. The rapidity of these events left everyone present in a state of shock, unable to comprehend what had transpired. The disdainful smile that had lingered on Chu Sun's face was abruptly frozen in place, as if time itself had been suspended. Observing this, Xiao Ji turned, gripping her lightning sword, and fixed her gaze upon Chu Sun, coolly stating, "Why the silence? Aren't you going to laugh? Do not fret. Your turn is next." As she spoke, she began to advance slowly toward Chu Sun. The flickering arcs of lightning surrounding her caused a tightening sensation in his chest, and beads of cold sweat streamed down his forehead. After all, in terms of strength, he was barely equal to the member of the hunting squad who had just fallen. How could he possibly stand against Xiao Ji? As she drew nearer, he instinctively stepped back to Zhu Hengyi's side, inquiring, "Captain Zhu, what should we do? You've been provoking her for ages, and now she's set her sights on you. You've cost me a brother, and now you ask me what to do." Zhu Hengyi thought, incredulous at how Chu Sun had transformed from a brash instigator to a coward before Xiao Ji. He wanted to ask why he was pretending to be a big shot when he lacked the strength to back it up. However, they were comrades on the same battlefield. After all, with a steely resolve, he glanced at the lifeless body of their fallen brother, steeling himself before exclaiming, "Brothers, let us unite and show them our might." As his words fell, he realized that his internal energy had been depleted significantly prior to arriving at the military port. He swiftly retrieved a corpse dam from his pocket and swallowed it to replenish his energy, preparing to unleash the heavenly thunder strike once more. The other members of the hunting squad, including Chu Sun, followed suit, and in the next moment, a tempest of heavenly lightning erupted around the entrance of the military port. "This is intriguing. I never expected the heavenly thunder strike to have such an effect. If 1,000 cultivators at the core formation stage unleashed it simultaneously, would they not flatten the military port?" From a nearby rooftop, Wu Yi had initially intended to observe how much progress Fatball and Xiao Ji had made. However, as it turned out, Fatball was swiftly roasted by the opponent's attack. Were it not for Xiao Ji intervening to mitigate the damage, the consequences could have been far worse. Yet, Wu Yi felt a flicker of reassurance. Xiao Ji was holding her own, that he remained curious about how she would perform next. Chapter 83. A Trail of Sparks and Lightning Heavenly Thunderstrike. If you think this technique can stop me, I suggest you abandon such futile dreams. Indeed, the Heavenly Thunderstrike, being the only offensive spell publicly acknowledged by the Blue Sea Sanctuary, possessed numerous advantages. For instance, it required minimal spiritual energy to release while delivering immense power. Additionally, its casting speed was remarkably swift, making it difficult for opponents of equal strength to react in time. However, the crux of the matter lay in Xiao Ji's strength, being on an entirely different level from those before her, bolstered by the speed and offensive capabilities of her lightning powers. What good were thick lightning pillars if they could not hit their target? At that moment, clad in her JK attire and wielding the lightning sword, Xiao Ji moved with an ethereal grace, darting through the battlefield like a butterfly among flowers. Each time a lightning dragon surged toward her, she effortlessly evaded its grasp, that in the blink of an eye, she stood before Chu Sun, raising her sword to strike down upon him. Dodge! Zhu He barely managed to track Xiao Ji's movements, that in a moment of desperation, he pushed Chu Sun aside. The consequence of this action was that Xiao Ji's piercing gaze locked onto him, sending a chill down his spine. Without hesitation, Zhu Hengyi activated the spiritual shield provided by his exoskeleton gear, yet it still failed to halt the advance of Xiao Ji's lightning sword, which sliced through the shield and bore down upon him. "Captain, watch out!" The other members of the squad shouted in alarm at the unfolding scene.
Concurrently, one member unleashed another heavenly thunderstrike, propelling it toward Zhu Hengyi, pushing Xiao Ji momentarily away. There are too many of them. If this stalemate continues, we may not know how much effort it will take to eliminate that girl. Glancing back at Chu Sun, who was once again shielded by his comrades, Xiao Ji realized that if she ignored the others, Chu Sun would not be so easily dispatched. Thus, she resolved to strike down the others first. With determination, she lunged at the nearest member of the hunting squad, and as the lightning sword met the spiritual shield surrounding him, it was torn asunder as though it were mere parchment. By the time he comprehended the situation, he had already met his demise, becoming the second casualty from Zhu Hengyi's team. Damn it. What kind of ability has this zombie awakened? Lightning. This is too fierce. When Zhu Hengyi's first squad member was killed, he felt only anger. However, upon witnessing the second member fall to Xiao Ji, fear crept into his gaze. As for Chu Sun, he could hardly comprehend the reality before him. This was no mere little girl in a JK outfit, but rather a grim reaper wielding a scythe. Yet as Zhu Hengyi and Chu Sun were lost in their thoughts, Xiao Ji surged toward her next target after dispatching the member of the hunting squad. Swinging her sword once more, sending yet another head soaring into the air. Had it not been for Fatball's prior warning about Wu Ye's intent to claim the exoskeleton gear from these individuals, she might have inadvertently destroyed it in her rampage. The gruesome fates of these opponents would have undoubtedly been far worse. To hell with it. I'll fight you. Witnessing Xiao Ji's ghostly speed as she claimed the lives of 3 members of the hunting squad, none wished to remain idle and await their demise. In that moment, one courageous member of the hunting squad drew his combat knife and charged at Xiao Ji. Alas, despite his bravery, he underestimated her speed. In a mere instant of their crossing paths, he became the 4th soul to fall beneath her blade. It was worth noting that only 10 members had entered the military port, and now 4 had perished in the blink of an eye. How could they possibly continue fighting? To make matters worse, Xiao Ji's speed was so formidable that even if they attempted to flee, escape seemed impossible. Realizing that if they did not deal with Xiao Ji, they faced certain death, they steeled themselves for the inevitable. Xiao Ji sent the 5th member of the hunting squad to his end. A squad member named Zhu Hengxuan seized the opportunity. Utilizing the enhancement of his exoskeleton gear, he lunged forward, tightly embracing Xiao Ji and calling out to Zhu Hengyi, "Captain, quickly use the heavenly thunderstrike." Hengxuan, within the Blue Sea Sanctuary, it was common knowledge that Zhu Hengxuan was Zhu Hengyi's cousin. Though they were not full-blooded brothers and nearly a decade apart in age, they had fought side by side since the awakening of spiritual energy, forging a bond closer than that of blood relatives. Thus, upon seeing Hengxuan embrace Xiao Ji, it was clear he intended to face death together with her. Zhu Hengyi's eyes turned red, tears pooling in his gaze. In an effort to prevent Zhu Hengxuan from sacrificing himself in vain, Zhu Hengyi had no time to dwell on familial affections. With a swift motion, he traced an intricate incantation of the thunder-summoning technique across his chest, channeling all the spiritual energy within him into the drawing process. The moment the drawing was completed, the sky above the group seemed to dim considerably. A thunderbolt, as thick as a millstone, materialized above Xiao Ji's head. "Let me go on." Little did she anticipate that in the fleeting moment of her intended murder, she would be interrupted, held tightly in the embrace of a human, a zombie. Xiao Ji was not particularly concerned about being taken advantage of. It was the imminent threat from above that alarmed her. Realizing that if she could not break free in a short span of time, she would likely perish alongside her captor beneath the thunder. Thus, she exerted every ounce of strength she possessed. However, her opponent, bolstered by the enhancements of exoskeletal combat gear, was as unyielding as an iron clamp, rendering her efforts futile. Frustration erupted in a series of furious roars from her lips. Yet, the thunder above Xiao Ji would not grant her much time. It descended relentlessly towards her, and should it strike true, her fate would inevitably be one of utter obliteration. Witnessing this, Zhu Hengyi and Chu Sun felt a surge of excitement, finally believing they could eliminate Xiao Ji. Chu Sun's gaze shifted towards the nearby figures of Zhou Yao and Han Qi, declaring, "We've finally dealt with her. Now, it's time for you too." Chapter 84. Grant me a merciful end in my territory. Have you ever considered my opinion before attempting to kill me? As the formidable thunderbolt loomed ever closer to Xiao Ji, it became evident to Wu Yi that immediate action was necessary. Otherwise, Xiao Ji would surely perish in that very spot that he casually launched a spatial blade while simultaneously executing a spatial leap. Positioning himself behind Xiao Ji, and with a decisive twist, he severed Zhu Hengxuan's neck at that precise moment. The spatial blade collided with the thunderbolt, causing it to shatter into fragments that dissipated into the air. "Your territory? Who do you think you are?" Chu Sun exclaimed, incredulous that just as Xiao Ji appeared doomed, a savior had emerged unexpectedly, that he glared at the masked Wu Yi, demanding answers. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the death of his cousin, Zhu Hengyi could no longer contain his fury, his eyes ablaze as they fixed on Wu Yi. "You don't recognize me? Very well, allow me to introduce myself. I am Wu Yi." Suddenly, he remembered he was still wearing a mask. It was no surprise that the other party did not recognize him. The moment he removed the mask, an aura unique to a corpse general enveloped the scene, instilling a chilling dread that caused Zhu Hengyi and the other foundation-building cultivators to struggle for breath. As Zhu Hengyi finally beheld Wu Ye's visage, the fire of rage in his eyes extinguished, replaced by genuine fear. "You are Tao Dai." Upon uttering those words, realization dawned upon him that I understand now. It makes sense why the human alliance would emerge amidst the zombie-infested East District. I had speculated that perhaps some humans had colluded with the zombies for their mutual benefit, but I never imagined the mastermind would be the infamous Tao Dai, if it is indeed you. Then everything falls into place. He glanced at Zhou Yao and Han Qi, continuing, "If I am not mistaken, these two human women were also captured by you, correct? Congratulations, you are correct at ASA reward. Well, how about this? I grant you the choice of how you wish to die." We cast a dispassionate glance at Zhu Hengyi, recognizing him as the leader of these humans, yet he had no intention of sparing his life. After all, aside from the monkey who had lost an arm, Xiao Ji had nearly perished at their hands. With such enmity amassed, how could he consider letting them go? Zhu Hengyi seemed to grasp that his chances of surviving this encounter were slim. He cast a glance into the distance behind Wu Yi, a bitter smile crossing his face as he uttered, "Grant me a merciful end, da-da." Upon hearing Zhu Hengyi's words, the remaining members of the hunting team, having long accepted the possibility of death on their missions, displayed little reaction. Wu Yi, observing this, felt a flicker of admiration. However, Chu Sun, who had come out to execute the mission alongside them, was taken aback. Despite Wu Yi being a corpse general, they still had 4 members left, including the 5 who had perished and the one who had been knocked unconscious earlier. While they surely stood no chance in a fight, perhaps they could escape with 1 or 2 lives intact. Why resign themselves to a swift death, unaware of the true terror embodied by a corpse general at the nascent soul stage? Chu Sun, not wishing to perish, ventured to ask Wu Yi, "May I inquire if there's a chance of survival?" As soon as he spoke, he noticed Wu Ye's gaze filled with disdain, as if regarding an ant beneath his foot. Suppressing his fear, Chu Sun quickly added, "Perhaps we could join your ranks instead? We could surrender." Chu Sun. Zhu Hengyi could hardly believe that Chu Sun, a human and a member of the Blue Sea Sanctuary, would express such a desire to ally with Wu Yi. In his fury, he cursed himself for having saved this wretch on multiple occasions. Anger surged within him as he began to draw again, channeling his scant energy to summon the thunder technique once more, intending to strike down this traitor. However, before he could complete his incantation, a spatial blade, glowing faintly, sliced through his throat in an instant. Simultaneously, Wu Ye's voice echoed in Zhu Hengyi's ears just as life slipped away from him. "You dare to act while I am speaking? What a fool! But since you desire a swift end, I shall grant you one, Captain." Zhu Captain. The remaining 2 members of the hunting team, witnessing Zhu Hengyi's demise, felt a pang of sorrow for their fallen leader. Yet, their lamentations inadvertently disturbed the teammate who had been knocked unconscious by Xiao Ji, prompting him to slowly regain consciousness. But upon seeing the lifeless bodies of his comrades and Zhu Hengyi's vacant stare, he let out a piercing scream and promptly fainted once more, with a dismissive wave. Wu Yi decided that whether it was 1 life or 10, it was all the same. Thus, he executed the last 2 conscious members of the hunting team without a second thought, for the unconscious one. He was not spared either. Wu Ye's action struck terror into Chu Sun, nearly causing him to lose control of his bladder. After all, these were foundation-building cultivators, clad in exoskeletal combat gear. How could they possess no capacity for resistance and vanish in an instant? Remembering his earlier confrontation with Fatball and his provocations toward Xiao Ji, as well as his intentions toward Zhou Yao and Han Qi, he regretted not having managed his tongue better. He retreated a few steps, his legs trembling uncontrollably, observing Chu Sun's fearful demeanor. Wu Yi was convinced that his decision to spare him had been wise. That I said, "As long as you don't kill me, I will answer whatever you ask." Not wishing to meet his demise, Chu Sun had no choice but to comply, having previously fled from the military port's destruction with only a few survivors. Thus, upon hearing Wu Ye's proposition, he hastily replied, "What are these outfits we are wearing called?" "Exoskeletal combat gear. The staff at the sanctuary helped us don them before we arrived." "Is it the Blue Sea Sanctuary?" "Indeed, it is the Blue Sea Sanctuary." Upon learning the reason behind Fatball's inability to locate the leader, Wei Ting, and others upon entering the military port, Wu Yi realized that they had escaped by sea. Thus, suppressing his disdain for Chu Sun's cowardice, Wu Yi deftly shifted the conversation. "Pray tell, what functions does the individual exoskeleton combat gear you mentioned possess?" "There are many," Chu Sun, combining the descriptions of the gear provided by the staff with his own experiences, nearly extolled its virtues to the heavens. Faced with the legendary Tao to Wu Yi, he dared not conceal anything, fearing that the next moment he might share the same fate as Zhu Hengyi and his companions. Once he had nearly finished his description, a glimmer of hope emerged in Chu Sun's eyes as he tentatively asked, "Esteemed zombie leader, I have conveyed all that I could. Could you possibly fulfill your promise and grant me a reprieve?" "Promise? What promise?" You are untrustworthy." Seeing Wu Ye's abrupt denial, Chu Sun's expression instantly soured. After all, if Wu Yi did not agree to spare him, what purpose did his lengthy explanation serve? Had it merely been a farewell speech? Wu Yi regarded him with an expression akin to that reserved for a fool, pointing at him while addressing Zhou Yao and Han Qi nearby. "You two were here just now. Tell me, did you hear me promise to let him go?" "No, we didn't hear anything." Not only had Wu Yi never promised Chu Sun a reprieve, but given how Zhu Hengyi had bullied Xiao Ji moments ago, Chu Sun had even contemplated retaliating against them. Even if Wu Yi had indeed uttered a promise, Zhou Yao and Han Qi would certainly pretend not to have heard it. Consequently, both shook their heads vigorously, resembling rattling drums. Witnessing this, Chu Sun felt a wave of despair wash over him, and in a moment of fury, he summoned a bolt of heavenly thunder. Upon its completion, a sinister expression crossed his face as he bellowed, "Since you refuse to grant me a reprieve, then perish." However, how could such a trivial maneuver escape Wu Yi's notice? Thus, when a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens towards him, Wu Yi merely waved his right hand, conjuring a spatial blade that swiftly neutralized the lightning and turned his gaze toward Chu Sun, stating coolly, "Having spoken halfway, the rest need not be verbalized." For even Chu Sun understood that the moment he chose to attack Wu Yi, he had forfeited any chance of survival. Consequently, as another spatial blade manifested before him, his head was severed in an instant. With that, out of the 11 sent by the Blue Sea Sanctuary, 10 had perished within the military port. Governed by Wu Yi in the Eastern District, it was only at this juncture that Xiao Ji noticed Wu Yi had dealt with Chu Sun, and her gaze fell upon him. Her small face flushed slightly as she lowered her head. Approaching Wu Yi with a hint of remorse, "I apologize, boss. I was unable to handle those few humans myself, necessitating your intervention. That I have disappointed you. There is no cause for disappointment. Your performance was commendable. Yet, that fat ball consuming so much daily nearly ended up as roasted pig. It is a miracle he survived. Go, summon a few individuals to take fat ball for treatment and strip the exoskeleton combat gear from these humans." "Understood, boss." Following Wu Ye's orders, Xiao Ji gestured, and several zombie officers promptly approached, executing his instructions. Meanwhile, Wu Yi took the opportunity to approach Zhou Yao and Han Qi, inquiring, "You two, were you harmed in any way?" "I'm fine. Me too. It was unexpected that Wu Yi, the zombie leader, would express concern for them." However, the real shock awaited them. As Wu Yi continued, "How about this, Han Qi? Please post on the Sanctuary's forum, advising that there has been unusual zombie activity in the Eastern District these past few days, and humans should refrain from coming here for the time being. I will notify you when recruitment resumes." "What on earth? Is this a vacation for us? Has the capitalist found his conscience?" "Impossible at this moment." Not only was Han Qi rendered speechless, But Zhou Yao also regarded Wu Yi with a hint of skepticism, asking, "Could you explain why you wish to halt the recruitment of humans?" "Why?" With a glance at Fatball, who had just been carried away by several zombie officers, Wu Ye's expression darkened as he replied, "I have always maintained a policy of non-interference with the Blue Sea Sanctuary. They may have targeted me, but now with a severed monkey arm, a gravely injured Fatball, and several fallen zombie officers, it is imperative to teach them a lesson. They cannot simply treat the Eastern District as their territory." Chapter 86. A shocking revelation upon hearing Wu Ye's words. Han Qi nodded in agreement, that Wu Ye's gaze toward her shifted to one of surprise. After all, Han Qi was human, yet her tone seemed to align with his perspective. Realizing her position, Han Qi quickly clarified, "Do not misunderstand. I am merely standing up for Fatball. What misunderstanding could there be? If you choose to remain here in the coming days, that is acceptable." Wu Yi, unconcerned with Han Qi's thoughts, moved aside to observe how the zombie officers meticulously removed the exoskeleton combat gear from the corpses, anxious they might damage the equipment. Noticing Wu Ye's departure, Zhou Yao whispered to Han Qi, "Han Qi, you aren't developing feelings for Fatball, are you?" "Sister Yao, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly like him? Look at him. He is as round as a ball." Han Qi likes Fatball? A human and a zombie? Not far away, the two women's conversation reached the ears of a member of the hunting team, who had not shown himself at the military port during the earlier events. At that moment, he was hastily making his way towards the location of the Blue Sea Sanctuary. Shortly thereafter, he appeared in Zheng Jun's office, accompanied by Wang Si Tian. "Qin Feng, what kind of joke are you playing with me?" Bang! Upon hearing the description from the hunting team member and learning that the plan had not only failed, but that 10 out of the 12 newly developed exoskeleton combat suits had been lost, Zheng Jun's anger surged and he slammed his fist onto the desk, shattering it into pieces. This sent a shiver down Qin Feng's spine, and with a woeful expression, he lamented, "Director Zheng, I am not joking. And if you do not believe me, I have a video captured from a distance. You can take a look at a video. Why didn't you mention that earlier? Hurry, bring it here." Upon hearing that there was a video, Zheng Jun spoke urgently. Wang Si Tian, upon receiving a storage card from the trembling Qin Feng, inserted it into a laptop and projected the footage onto the screen behind Jing Jiyuan as the screen illuminated with figures appearing one after another. The scene of the earlier events unfolded, albeit silently. Initially, everything seemed to progress smoothly, leaving Zheng Jun pondering how Zhu Hengyi and the others had met their demise. However, once Fatball appeared and Chu Sun identified him as a zombie, Zheng Jun's expression shifted dramatically. Even Wang Si Tian seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, her eyes widening in shock as they fixated on the screen. Fortunately, Fatball was quickly defeated, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. But it was not long before the JK-clad little girl, previously seen in the footage, also revealed her true identity as a zombie. Even as he wielded the thunderous sword, slaughtering the members of the hunting squad with a brutality akin to that of butchering mere livestock, their hearts once more leapt to their throats. Following the appearance of Wu Yi, it seemed as if both their breaths momentarily faltered. The room fell into such an oppressive silence that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. It was the gluttonous beast, the infamous Tao Tai, who was orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes. Could he truly be just a mere zombie? The level of his evolution was indeed alarmingly high. Time slipped away unnoticed, and as the footage began to tremble uncontrollably, it was clear that Qin Feng had neglected to turn off the recording device in his frantic bid to escape. Zheng Jun found himself murmuring in disbelief. Could that scoundrel Chu Sun have divulged all the secrets regarding the individual exoskeleton combat gear? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. The image of Wu Yi donning the exoskeleton and storming into the sanctuary flashed through Zheng Jun's mind, causing his complexion to pale. Cursing the decision to send a team to the Eastern District's Human Alliance, he lamented that it truly was a case of losing the chicken while trying to steal the rice. Had he known that this was all the scheme of Tao Tai, he would have never sent so few people there. However, what one fears often comes to pass. Just as Zheng Jun fretted about whether the exoskeleton would become a threat in Wu Ye's hands, the entire sanctuary was suddenly engulfed in the blaring of alarms. The personnel responsible for monitoring the Central District burst into the room without so much as a knock, addressing Zheng Jun urgently. "Director Zheng. It's bad. Something has happened in the Eastern District." Chapter 87. Struggling to the death, something has happened in the Eastern District. What could it possibly be? Could it be that Taodai has led those zombies to attack? Upon hearing the staff member's words, Zheng Jun grew tense, having just witnessed the terror that was Wu Yi. Beside him, Wang Situ's delicate face turned ashen, but as for Qin Feng, he needed no further prompting. After witnessing the brutal demise of Zhu Hengyi and the others, the mere mention of zombies sent chills down his spine. Yet the staff member appeared oblivious to their distress, or perhaps was merely out of breath from rushing. He continued, panting. They Haven T attacked, yet if they Haven T attacked, then what could possibly be the matter in the Eastern District, upon learning that it wasn't T Wu Yi leading the zombies? Zheng Jun's tension dissipated in an instant, that he straightened up, retorting with irritation. The staff member quickly elaborated. Zombies, an endless tide of them, are streaming from the Eastern District towards the border with the Central District. The footage captured by our previously installed cameras shows their numbers far exceeding 1 million. Over 1 million zombies were gathering. While their true intentions remained a mystery, it was evident that it was related to the hunting squad's recent venture to the Human Alliance in the Eastern District. If Zheng Jun's suspicions were correct, retaliation was likely on the agenda. After all, that grotesque zombie had suffered a most brutal fate in the recent video, nearly charred to a crisp that if not for revenge. What else could it be? In that moment, Zheng Jun could not help but curse, and after addressing the staff member, he turned to the equally pale-faced Wang Situ and commanded, Situ, hurry and fetch Taoist Feng. Understood. I will go at once. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Situ, despite her high heels, hurried off to find Taoist Feng. Once both the monitoring staff and Wang Situ had left, Zheng Jun noticed Qin Feng still lingering. And a flicker of irritation ignited within him that he snapped. Qin Feng, what are you still standing there for? Go, notify all the members of the hunting squad within the sanctuary to arm themselves and prepare for battle. Yes, seeing that Zheng Jun was not pursuing the matter of the lost exoskeleton equipment, Qin Feng was uncertain whether the gathering of zombies at the border of the Eastern and Central Districts was a boon or a bane. However, he understood better than anyone that if such a multitude of zombies charged the sanctuary, it would be far from easy to defend. Should the sanctuary fall, the fate of the survivors, those who had managed to endure the revival of spiritual energy, would likely be sealed, destined to become mere fodder for the zombies. Moreover, if they attempted to flee from Blue Sea, the sanctuary had developed relatively well compared to other regions within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Faced with such a horde of zombies, where could they possibly escape to? It would be wiser to remain and confront the threat alongside the sanctuary, that as the saying goes, take a chance. A motorcycle may turn into a bicycle. If they managed to withstand the onslaught of zombies and subsequently secured the Eastern District, the entirety of Blue Sea City would be left with only the Western District. How far could the day of unification for Blue Sea City be then? With Zheng Jun's orders ringing in his ears, Qin Feng regained his composure and nodded, setting off to gather the necessary personnel. Their strength was not to be underestimated. Their population neared 30,000. With 1/20th already having reached the Qi refinement stage. Once individuals progressed to the Foundation establishment stage, they would be assigned to various hunting squads, with the total number of hunting squad members exceeding 500. Zheng Jun gradually calmed down after Qin Feng departed. Given the presence of so many Foundation establishment cultivators, and with Taoist Feng, an elder of the nascent soul stage, at their side, what was there to fear from mere zombies? As for Taodai, could he possibly consume them all? He would burst before he could. While Zheng Jun contemplated, Wang Situ swiftly returned with Taoist Feng in tow. Upon seeing them, Zheng Jun hurried to greet them. However, before he could speak, Taoist Feng interjected, Director Zheng, I've already been briefed by Secretary Wang on the situation during my journey here. However, do not fret, with myself and so many Foundation establishment cultivators within the sanctuary. A mere million low-level zombies are hardly a concern. Our immediate priority is to ascertain the extent of the enemy's high-tier combat power, that is there a method, Director Zheng, by which we might investigate their situation? Indeed, there is a way, but to discern the level of those zombies may prove difficult, that in his earlier panic. Zheng Jun nodded at Taoist Feng's words that as he spoke, he led him to a computer in the office corner. Skillfully, he accessed the Sanctuary's management system, entering a lengthy 16-digit password. Following this, he activated the drone section, selecting several units and designating their targets and coordinates. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of one of Blue Sea Sanctuary's buildings, 5 small drones equipped with high-definition cameras ascended rapidly,
heading towards the junction between the eastern and western districts. Within a mere 3 to 5 minutes, they hovered above the gathering of countless zombies. Although Zheng Jun had already envisioned a scene of over 1 million zombies congregating, witnessing it firsthand through the footage left him gasping in shock. Daoist Feng, this is the live feed of the zombies' current location. Can you discern their high-tier combat power from this footage? Do not rush. Let me take a closer look first. Daoist Feng scrutinized the display for an extended period. Ultimately, he could only distinguish between the mindless low-level zombies and those of slightly higher rank. Known as corpse soldiers, AS for the corpse captains, it seemed he would need to be present in person to identify them. Lamenting from the video alone, I cannot ascertain their ranks that if it comes to it. I shall have to go there myself. Chapter 88. The zombie-slaying sword. You intend to go in person, Daoist Feng. Upon hearing that Daoist Feng planned to take to the front lines, Zheng Jun felt a wave of reluctance wash over him. After all, he was the only nascent soul cultivator within the entire Blue Sea Sanctuary. What if we launched a surprise attack while he was at the border of the central and eastern districts? Realizing this, Zheng Jun quickly interjected, that wouldn't do. The enemy is numerous. What if something were to happen to you, Daoist Feng? Are you not simply afraid? Must you feign concern for my safety? Wang Situ, having overheard their exchange, couldn't he help but harbor a tinge of sarcasm. Daoist Feng, too, recognized Zheng Jun's apprehension and chuckled. Rest assured, Director Zheng, if I wish to leave, they cannot detain me. That won't he do without a moment's hesitation. Zheng Jun reiterated his refusal. Only then did he realize that his insistence might paint him as cowardly. Casting a glance at Wang Situ, he steeled himself and declared, if Daoist Feng truly intends to go, I shall accompany you. Absolutely not. Puzzled by Zheng Jun's sudden signal to her, Wang Situ gasped in astonishment at his words, drawing Daoist Feng's attention. Upon sensing the gaze of the other party, Wang Sitian dared not meet their eyes. Hastily turning to Zheng Jun to explain, Mr. Zheng, as the head of our Blue Sea Sanctuary, the lives of hundreds of thousands rest in your hands. How can you personally place yourself in danger? Should anything happen, who will lead us to survive in this perilous world? With that, she added, all right, I want to go. Is that acceptable? Observing the harmonious exchange between Zheng Jun and Wang Sitian, which had escalated to encompass the lives of the entire Blue Sea Sanctuary. Daoist Feng could not help but sigh inwardly, but he sought a compromise and spoke. How about this? I have recently crafted a magical weapon known as the corpse-slaying sword, which can have my consciousness attached to it. I can send my eldest disciple, Yu Jingwen, wielding this sword, to proceed. What do you think? The term consciousness is akin to Wu Ye's perception ability. It is a method of spiritual exploration, albeit at a more advanced level. It is also a significant milestone on the path of cultivation. As for magical weapons, they are formidable arms nurtured by a cultivator's own spiritual energy. Should a spiritual entity manifest, they would evolve into a higher tier of spiritual weaponry. Therefore, upon hearing Feng's words and realizing that he had indeed been busy crafting magical artifacts recently, Zheng Jun felt a surge of joy, exclaiming, Excellent, excellent. Let us proceed as Daoist Feng suggests. The corpse-laying sword shall eradicate the undead. What a splendid name it is. You flatter me, Mr. Zheng, Feng Daoist replied. Noticing Zheng Jun's agreement, he quickly summoned his eldest disciple, Yu Jingwen. Using his consciousness, that he then handed the ancient long sword he had been carrying to Yu Jingwen and carefully instructed him. The young Yu Jingwen, appearing to be in his 20s, nodded earnestly and promptly made his way to the border between the central and eastern districts. Upon reaching the border and standing atop a building, Yu Jingwen gazed down at the throngs of zombies in the eastern district. Fortunately, he had not forgotten the instructions given by Daoist Feng prior to his departure. He swiftly approached the edge of the rooftop and hurled the corpse-slaying sword into the distance. Instantly, the sword transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring into the heavens and circling the horde of undead below. Meanwhile, in Zheng Jun's office within the sanctuary, Daoist Feng had already settled into a meditative position. Chanting 1, 2, 3, 4, it was not difficult to surmise that he was gauging the number of high-level enemy forces, specifically the number of corpse generals. Both Zheng Jun and Wang Sitian observed Feng Daoist anxiously. But soon, beads of cold sweat began to form on their foreheads, for they heard Feng's utterances rapidly surpassing 100 as he continued to count. 101, 102, 103. 100 corpse generals equated to 100 nascent soul cultivators, whose combined awakened abilities would surely wield terrifying destructive power. Moreover, there remained the monstrous Tathagata and a million-strong army. Could they truly emerge victorious in the battle against these undead? Just as Zheng Jun pondered this, the numbers from Feng Daoist's lips showed no signs of abating, that in no time. They surpassed 200, then 300, and 400, when the count reached 500. Even Daoist Feng's brows knitted together in concern. Yet the numbers continued to rise by this point. Both Zheng Jun and Wang Sitian were rendered speechless. After all, 500 corpse generals? The mere unleashing of their combined powers could spell catastrophe. How had these zombies evolved to such a degree? Furthermore, if they were not mistaken, the zombie Tathagata had likely become a corpse general capable of rivaling a nascent soul cultivator. How could they possibly combat such an overwhelming force? 611, 612, 613. At long last, after feeling somewhat parched, Daoist Feng's counting came to a halt at 613, that he slowly opened his eyes and, with a wry smile directed at Zheng Jun, remarked, 613 corpse generals. Although they do not strike me as particularly formidable, they have undoubtedly awakened various abilities, alongside a million low-level zombies, that this merely a challenging battle. Does this imply that we may not necessarily face defeat? One could easily discern from Feng Daoist's words that he held little fear of these undead. Just as Zheng Jun was about to respond, Wang Sitian noticed a commotion on the screen behind Zheng Jun, where drone footage indicated an unusual movement among the zombies. She quickly urged Zheng Jun, "Mr. Zheng, look at what?" Upon following her gaze to the screen, Zheng Jun nearly choked on his own breath. Leading the front was none other than the J.K. lowly who had nearly been struck down by Zhu Hengyi's thunder. Moreover, she was accompanied by over 100 subordinates, among them 10 or so zombies clad in exoskeleton combat gear. Chapter 89. The disappearance of the monkey. It is worth noting that these exoskeleton combat suits have been painstakingly crafted by the Sanctuary, with only 12 sets in total. Their primary purpose was to enhance human strength in the face of increasingly powerful zombies. Yet here they were, with 10 sets now adorning the undead, likely repurposed for an assault on the Sanctuary. How could Zheng Jun not feel a surge of blood rise to his throat? On the contrary, Daoist Feng, upon witnessing the appearance of Xiao Ji and her entourage, as well as the exoskeletons he had previously helped design, found himself once more immersed in the consciousness linked to the corpse-slaying sword. Especially as he sensed that all the zombies brought by Xiao Ji were corpse generals, most of whom surpassed the strength of the previous 613. His expression shifted dramatically, muttering, "This is troublesome." At the juncture where the Eastern District met the Central District, as Zheng Jun and Daoist Feng observed Xiao Ji leading the guards and felt the situation becoming increasingly precarious. Xiao Ji, upon her arrival, had not anticipated that within a mere 10 days, the Eastern District would have amassed such a number of corpse generals. After all, those humans seeking to join the Eastern District's alliance had never been in short supply. However, those who truly made it to the military port were almost exclusively nascent soul cultivators. The rest had all fallen prey to the zombies of the Eastern District, with ample food supply. How could their evolution not accelerate? Yet just as Xiao Ji was about to ascertain the whereabouts of Scarface, Wu Yi soon materialized in the vicinity. Noticing the absence of Scarface after searching high and low, he could not help but inquire of the already arrived Xiao Ji. "Xiao Ji, where's Scarface?" "Boss, I haven't seen him either. I was just about to look for him when you arrived." Upon hearing Xiao Ji's response, Wu Ye's confusion only deepened. After all, it was Scarface who had been tasked with mobilizing the zombies for battle. Now, with 1,000,000 troops assembled and the number of corpse generals, including Xiao Ji's, exceeding 700, the absence of their commanding general was indeed peculiar. Utilizing his heightened sensory perception, Wu Yi began to scour the area for Scarface's presence, just as his ability reached its limit. Extending to a radius of nearly 1,000 meters, he finally spotted Scarface hurrying towards him. How strange, Scarface seems unusually flustered. Could something have gone awry? Sensing Scarface's urgency, Wu Yi executed a spatial leap. Materializing before Scarface, upon encountering Wu Yi blocking his path, Scarface exhaled in relief, hastening towards him to declare, "Boss, trouble has arisen. The monkey has gone missing." As expected, to Wu Yi's surprise, his suspicion had been confirmed. Although he felt a tinge of surprise upon learning of the monkey's disappearance,
His expression remained unchanged as he replied calmly, "The monkey is missing. How could that happen? Could it be that he harbored resentment for my failure to avenge him promptly and chose to leave on his own? I know the monkey's character. He would speak his mind that if he were truly dissatisfied with your decision, he wouldn't keep it to himself. He has lost an arm and would never voluntarily abandon the Eastern District. Therefore, I suspect it is highly likely that other factions have infiltrated us. Have you dispatched anyone to search for him? According to their claims, it seems as though they have searched every nook and cranny of the Eastern District. Yet they still cannot ascertain the monkey's whereabouts. Upon realizing the possibility that the monkey had encountered a mishap due to external forces, Wu Ye's expression turned grave as he pondered who might be seeking to undermine him. His first suspicion fell upon the humans from the Blue Sea Sanctuary. After all, just today, they had dispatched a hunting party aiming to eradicate the Eastern District's human alliance. The monkey had been injured by them previously. However, Wu Yi quickly dismissed this line of thought. The reason lies in the numerous corpses surrounding the monkey, which belonged to the elite first batch of corpse generals in the entire Eastern District. Moreover, the monkey would never choose to remain idle in the face of adversaries. Thus, it would not be an easy task for the enemy to silently abduct or eliminate the monkey, especially considering they are human. Once they step into the Eastern District, millions of low-level zombies would undoubtedly detect their presence. Unless the enemy possesses spatial abilities akin to his own, the possibility remains. But if it were not the humans from the Blue Sea Sanctuary, who else could it be? Could it be Li Qian from the Southern District? Yet, there is currently no evidence to substantiate their involvement, particularly when recalling the scene from the video where the Southern District was overrun with rats. Wu Yi increasingly felt that if the enemy truly intended to strike, the monkey would not be the only one to go missing, that if it were not the humans from the Blue Sea Sanctuary or Li Qian from the Southern District. What other forces could be troubling him? Wu Yi? The thoughts eluded him, leaving him perplexed. Fortunately, not long after, with the appearance of a corpse general beside Knife Scar, new clues soon emerged regarding the situation. According to the description provided by the last brother dispatched to search for the monkey, although he did not find the monkey, he discovered a skeleton in the southeastern part of the Eastern District, seemingly belonging to another corpse general. Thus, after receiving this information, Wu Yi summoned this subordinate, intending to accompany him to investigate personally. Upon witnessing this, Knife Scar quickly interjected, "Boss, I want to go too." "All right," knowing that the monkey was a capable aide of Knife Scar. Leaving him behind would surely cause unrest. After Wu Yi nodded, he turned to Xiao Ji, who was also informed of the situation. "Xiao Ji, I leave this place in your charge. Knife Scar, and I will go take a look." "Understood, boss." Will we still advance towards the Southern District? Given the gravity of the situation, with over 1 million low-level zombies converging here, it was only a matter of time before chaos ensued. Xiao Ji could not help but voice her inner doubts to Wu Yi. After a moment's hesitation, Wu Yi finally replied. Chapter 90. Secure the interior before engaging the exterior. Before long, guided by this subordinate, Wu Yi and Knife Scar quickly arrived at the entrance of a large food processing factory located in the southeastern part of the Eastern District. However, as soon as Wu Yi stepped inside the factory, he discovered not just one, but 3 skeletons belonging to corpse generals. In addition to the one previously found by the subordinate, 2 others lay discarded in the corners of the food processing assembly line. All 3 skeletons were remarkably smooth on the surface. Apart from one intact skeleton, not a shred of flesh could be found. This piqued Wu Ye's curiosity about how they had met their demise, and he approximated that the time of death for these 3 corpse generals should have been last night. After inspecting the 3 skeletons, Wu Yi turned to Knife Scar and inquired, "Knife Scar, was there any commotion in the Southern District last night?" "None. I was there the entire night. If anyone had come, I would have known. What if it was a rat?" "A rat?" Well, indeed, Knife Scar had been stationed at the border between the Eastern and Southern Districts as Wu Yi had dispatched him. If there were an invasion, he would surely notice it first. However, as Wu Yi pointed out, if the intruder were merely a rat, it was not certain that Knife Scar would detect it. Thus, upon hearing Wu Ye's question, he found himself at a loss for words. Observing Knife Scar's hesitance, Wu Yi had already formed a conclusion in his mind and said, "Let's go and check other areas." With that, Wu Yi stepped out of the food processing factory, leading Knife Scar to a nearby chemical plant. This time, as Wu Yi closed his eyes to sense his surroundings, he discovered even more skeletons, over a dozen. They bore a striking resemblance to the 3 skeletons previously found in the food processing factory. There was not a trace of blood left,
let alone any flesh. The only difference was that these had not evolved to the same extent as the corpse generals. They were merely corpse soldiers. If they were gnawed upon by rats, this is excessively clean, Wu Yi mused as he motioned Knife Scar to bring one of the skeletons closer for inspection. After staring at it for a while, he felt increasingly convinced that the skeleton did not resemble the aftermath of animal consumption, that he dismissed his earlier conjecture and began to perceive the situation as growing increasingly enigmatic. However, one thing was certain. The dead corpse soldiers and generals far exceeded the few they had discovered. There were likely many more. With this thought, Wu Yi dismissed the notion of heading to the southern district to show the Blue Sea Sanctuary a thing or two, as the saying goes. One must secure the interior before engaging the exterior. If someone were to rob his home while he was away, it would be a devastating loss. Thus, having made up his mind, Wu Yi turned to Knife Scar and instructed, "Quickly tally how many corpse soldiers or higher have gone missing since last night. I suspect that our missing brothers may number more than these." "Understood, boss. That I'll handle it right away." After receiving Wu Ye's command, Knife Scar, now acutely aware of the gravity of the situation after witnessing so many skeletons, hurried towards Xiao Ji's location. Once Knife Scar left, Wu Yi executed a spatial leap to the rooftop of a nearby building to assess the surroundings for any anomalies. After confirming that the area was secure, he utilized spatial leaps again to appear further away, repeating the same process. The objective was simple: to methodically scour one area after another, but he believed that as long as he persisted and the enemy remained in the Eastern District, he would eventually uncover their whereabouts. However, as time elapsed, and after having traversed much of the Eastern District, Wu Yi gradually lost patience and began to lower his expectations regarding the situation. Yet, unwilling to abandon his search midway, he continued towards the remaining areas. Reflecting on how close he had come to being struck dead by the human named Zhu Hengyi, and how Fat Ball had sustained severe injuries, she could not help but feel somewhat resentful. Nevertheless, she was still capable of discerning what was of greater importance. After all, according to Knife Scar, besides the monkey, 3 corpse generals and over a dozen corpse soldiers had already met their demise. If the matter was not clarified and the perpetrator exposed, more zombies would undoubtedly fall victim in the future. Thus, suppressing her inner discontent, Xiao Ji cast a resentful glance toward the southern district before nodding in agreement. The movements of the million-strong army swiftly alerted the humans in the southern district, particularly Zheng Jun, who was underground in the Blue Sea Sanctuary, constantly monitoring the movements of the million zombies via drones. Upon observing how these zombies gathered and dispersed, he could not help but be filled with questions, muttering to himself, "What is going on? Why have these zombies dispersed again? Mr. Zheng, could it be possible that they never intended to attack us in the southern district? Perhaps their gathering was merely a response to some internal issue within the eastern district." Upon hearing Zheng Jun's words, his secretary, Wang Sitian, ventured her hypothesis. Yet, she was swiftly met with Zheng Jun's denial, who emphatically stated, "Had I not seen those individual exoskeleton combat suits beforehand, I might have been inclined to agree with your theory. But now that they are all equipped with exoskeleton combat suits, I refuse to believe they harbor no desire for revenge against us." After saying this, Zheng Jun glanced at Daoist Feng, who was still in the room, and turned his attention to him, asking, "Daoist Feng, what are your thoughts, Mr. Zheng? To be honest, I am also unsure why they have scattered. However, I tend to agree with some of Secretary Wang's views. It is likely that internal issues have arisen, forcing them to abandon this attack. Moreover, in light of this incident, I believe we cannot allow the situation to develop unchecked. We must find ways to curb their strength. Therefore, I recommend that regardless of whether they plan to return, we should closely monitor the movements of these zombies and, should the opportunity arise, strike with overwhelming force to eliminate the threat before it can grow." Chapter 91. Softening the opposition before taking action. Daoist Feng made a valid point. Even the drones dared not fly over the eastern district, focusing their attention instead on the southern district, where the number of rats was greater and appeared more intimidating. This decision to have Zhu Hengyi lead a team to the eastern district stemmed from the fact that the human alliance in the eastern district had begun to pose a subtle threat to the Blue Sea Sanctuary. After all, who could have anticipated that the entire scheme to enhance the strength of zombies in the eastern district was orchestrated by that scoundrel Wu Yi? Most crucially, the zombies under Wu Ye's command in the eastern district had experienced an alarming rate of strength enhancement. With the revival of spiritual energy occurring less than 2 months ago, the number of corpse generals alone had exceeded 700, surpassing the total of all foundation-building cultivators in the Blue Sea Sanctuary combined. With a staggering base of millions, it is believed that every day, zombies continuously evolve into corpse soldiers that if this situation persists, the adversary may not have intentions to strike at the urban center. But once they surge forth from the Eastern District, given the current state of the Blue Sea Shelter, they will be utterly unstoppable. Therefore, upon hearing Daoist Feng's words, Zheng Jun could not help but nod in agreement, resolving that he could no longer afford to waste time with Wu Yi. However, a direct confrontation was out of the question. The only viable strategy seemed to be to take advantage of any movements in the Eastern District, observing from the sidelines to see if an opportunity might arise to seize a piece of that territory. With this thought in mind, Zheng Jun turned to Wang Sitian and instructed, "Sitian, please summon Qin Feng. I must inquire about the progress of his assigned tasks." "Understood, Mr. Zheng." With Zheng Jun's directive, Wang Sitian pivoted on her high heels, but before she could take her first step, a series of knocks echoed from the office door. Who could that be? Could it be a case of speak of the devil? Noticing Wang Sitian's gaze, Zheng Jun straightforwardly called out, "Come in." Mr. Zheng, but as the door swung open, Wang Sitian's hunch proved correct. It was indeed Qin Feng, who had been dispatched earlier by Zheng Jun to prepare for battle. Upon entering the room, he closed the door behind him and nodded in greeting to both Daoist Feng and Wang Sitian before hastening to Zheng Jun's side, stating, "Mr. Zheng, the 313 members of the core formation hunting squad have gathered." "Excellent. Truly splendid." Just as Zheng Jun intended to ask Qin Feng about the tasks he had assigned, he was pleasantly surprised by the good news. He emphatically expressed his approval and continued, "Convey my orders. All hunting squad members are to proceed immediately to the junction of the Central and Eastern Districts. Additionally, notify the logistics team to ensure battle supplies are adequately prepared." Yes, as a member of the hunting squad, Qin Feng was almost akin to a soldier, whose primary duty was to obey orders. Upon hearing Zheng Jun's command, he turned to leave. However, Wang Sitian interjected with concern, "Mr. Zheng, by reallocating all hunting squad members to the junction of the Central and Eastern Districts, who will ensure the safety of our shelter." "Indeed. With everyone gone, what will happen to our shelter?" Hearing Wang Sitian's voice, Qin Feng halted his steps, curious to see if Zheng Jun would reconsider. Yet after making a decision, Zheng Jun appeared resolute, responding firmly, "Furthermore, our shelter is not solely reliant on the hunting squad. We have numerous ordinary soldiers as well." After saying this, noticing Qin Feng still lingering in confusion, Zheng Jun couldn't help but scold, "Qin Feng, what are you standing there for? Hurry up." Yes, after being reprimanded by Zheng Jun, Qin Feng felt a twinge of regret, realizing he should have left sooner. What was he still doing here? Now he had earned himself a scolding. Thus, following Zheng Jun's command, he quickly departed the office, ensuring the door was securely closed behind him. With only the three of them remaining in the room, Zheng Jun saw no need for discretion and addressed Daoist Feng. "Daoist Feng, as you have indicated, the Eastern District has evidently become a thorn in the side of the Blue Sea Shelter's continued development. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a grave concern. Now that they are experiencing internal turmoil, we cannot remain passive spectators. We ought to seize this opportunity to weaken their strength. If possible, it would be ideal to eradicate them completely." Pausing briefly, Zheng Jun then revealed his true intentions, continuing, "Currently, nearly 2/3 of the hunting squad members from the Blue Sea Shelter have been dispatched to the junction of the Central and Eastern Districts. However, it would be somewhat unrealistic to expect them to achieve significant results. Therefore, Daoist Feng, could I request that you personally take charge and oversee the operation?" "Not a problem. Leave it to me." This suggestion had originally stemmed from him. Daoist Feng nodded in agreement without hesitation and added, "On this mission, I will bring along 9 other disciples to join forces with my eldest disciple, Yu Jingwen. Should an opportunity arise, we will do our utmost to slay the Taodai. If such an opportunity does not present itself, we will seek any chance to eliminate enemy corps officers, thereby diminishing the strength of the zombie horde in the Eastern District." "Excellent. I appreciate your efforts. Daoist Feng, that I shall await your victorious return at the shelter." Zheng Jun beamed with joy upon hearing Daoist Feng's swift agreement. After Daoist Feng departed, Zheng Jun's smile faded, and he turned his gaze back to the display screen.
particularly as he observed the footage transmitted by the drone, revealing the now dispersed million-strong zombie army. He found himself puzzled, questioning what could have transpired in the Eastern District to cause these zombies, which had been so painstakingly gathered, to scatter. Chapter 92. If you do not know me, why seek trouble? In the northern part of the Eastern District, as time passed, we swiftly arrived utilizing spatial leaps. Even though he had evolved into a corpse general, the energy within him had been severely depleted from repeated jumps. Consequently, he was compelled to retrieve 2 golden pills from his storage space and consume them. Afterward, he executed another spatial leap, arriving at the last unexplored area of the Eastern District. That aura is that monkey. He's not dead. Just as Wu Yi materialized in this location, his formidable sensory abilities allowed him to detect a corpse officer's presence within a dormitory building that resembled a factory, approximately 300 meters away. If Wu Yi was not mistaken, it was indeed Monkey, who had been missing for a considerable time and whom Wu Yi had feared was likely deceased, that he then caught sight of Monkey, who was bound to a pillar in the hall on the first floor. His head hanging low. It was evident that he had undergone severe torment. His upper body was stripped bare, covered in bloodstains, with scarcely a patch of unscathed skin. Furthermore, having lost an arm, blood continued to seep from the wound, rendering his appearance tragically pitiable. Before him stood a short, grotesque woman wielding a black whip, striking him mercilessly while shouting, "Tell me, where is that zombie called Tao Tai? Damn it, you foul woman, I don't know any Tao Tai." After enduring several heavy lashes, Monkey raised his head in defiance, clearly indicating that this was not the first time he had been asked this question. The short woman, incensed by his response, struck him again with the whip, seething, "If you don't know Tao Tai, surely you must know Wu Yi. Where does Wu Yi usually hang out? Tell me, and I might grant you a swift end." "Bah, you think I'll betray my boss? In your dreams. Ugly hag, if you have the guts, give me a quick death. If I show even a hint of hesitation, my surname will be the same as yours." Clearly, Monkey had endured considerable suffering, and upon hearing her words, he seemed to have resolved to embrace death, that he spat a mouthful of blood at her face. "Very well, since you wish to die so badly, I shall oblige." Wiping the blood from her face, the grotesque woman became enraged and discarded the whip. Drawing a dagger from her waist, she menacingly brandished it before Monkey's face, sneering, "Remember, I am not called Ugly Hag. I have my own name. My surname is Cho, and my given name is Nyo, so you may call me Cho Nyo." "Cho Nyo? That's even worse than Ugly Hag." Upon hearing this, Wu Yi could hardly contain his laughter. Realizing that she was quite the character, that he casually unleashed a spatial blade, intending to test her strength. However, to his surprise, although she appeared weak, on par with Monkey, just as the spatial blade neared her nape, a black mist suddenly enveloped her. While it was ultimately dispersed by the spatial blade, it afforded her ample time to react. "Who goes there?" Sensing an anomaly behind her, the woman stomped her right foot on the ground, causing the earth to spiderweb and crack around her. In an instant, she appeared several meters away from Monkey, shouting angrily, "Whoever you are, show yourself." If speed were to be measured, only the awakened lightning-type ability user, Xiao Ji, could rival her. Given the peculiar black mist surrounding her, Wu Yi couldn't help but admire her capabilities, and oh wonder, Monkey had been effortlessly captured in her presence, stepping out from the shadows. He smiled and remarked, "Impressive agility, but do you realize that intruding into someone else's territory comes at a cost?" "Boss, I never anticipated that Wu Yi would appear here." Upon seeing him, it was evident to the monkey that he had come specifically to rescue him. While secretly resenting his own helplessness, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of gratitude. However, at that moment, he suddenly recalled that this girl, known as Chon Yo, had been relentlessly inquiring about Wu Ye's whereabouts. The monkey hastily warned Wu Yi, "Be careful, boss. This ugly creature is here for you. I have a name. It's Chon Yo." Almost exploding with anger at the monkey's words, Chon Yo, despite her bravado, dared not let her guard down. Fixating her gaze on Wu Yi, "You are the infamous zombie known as Tao Tai? Wu Yi, it's quite peculiar. If you don't recognize me, why have you come to Dongcheng to trouble me?" From her tone, it was clear she had never encountered him before. That Wu Ye's curiosity about her identity deepened, prompting him to voice his inner questions. Upon hearing this, Chon Yo seemed to anticipate an impending showdown. Rolling up her sleeves, "It's not like our boss isn't always talking about you, claiming how formidable you are. But I, Chonyo, refuse to believe such nonsense. However, heaven rewards the diligent. I've been in Dongqing for 2 days and finally found you. Now let me see just how powerful you are to make our boss so wary. With that, Chonyo brandished a dagger and approached Wu Yi. To Wu Yi, still bewildered, replied, "Wait, fighting is fine, but could you first tell me who your boss is?" "Just you." After sizing Wu Yi up and finding him no different from anyone else, save for sharper teeth, Chonyo scoffed disdainfully. "You think you're worthy? If you want to know who our boss is, you'll have to defeat me first." "Fine, you've said it." Seeing her arrogance ignited a spark of anger in Wu Yi, yet he hesitated to strike without understanding her background. With a firm stance, he launched himself towards Chonyo with equal swiftness. His fist aimed at her face. "Here comes." As Chonyo saw the massive fist approaching, she appeared confident in her strength. Switching the dagger to her left hand, she formed a fist with her right and met Wu Ye's punch head-on. Chapter 93. 12 Kings, Chonyo Boom. The collision of their fists echoed like two speeding trucks colliding, creating a tremendous sound that rattled the seemingly dilapidated dormitory building where Wu Yi stood. The ferocious gust of wind from their punches caused the monkey, bound to a pillar, to squint his eyes, realizing that being knocked unconscious by Chonyo was not without reason. After all, the disparity in strength between him and Chonyo was monumental. He was a corpse general. In terms of physical prowess, he could easily overpower a corpse captain. Yet the aura emanating from Chonyo was at best comparable to that of a corpse captain. How could she possibly contend with him using only her physical strength? Unless, as Wu Yi began to piece together her true nature, he still had several lingering questions that To confirmed his suspicions. He decided to reveal his own strength. With a leap through space, he materialized behind Chonyo, extending his right fist to strike at the back of her head. To his surprise, the shadow that had previously rescued Chonyo reappeared, making Wu Yi feel as though his fist was mired in mud. Instantaneous movement. No, it should be classified as a spatial ability, right? Upon recalling the spatial blades he had unleashed earlier, he remarked, "But what of it? You think you can sneak attack me?" Not a chance. And no sooner had he spoken than Chonyo raised her fist once more. However, Wu Yi preferred not to engage directly. He teleported to a distance, conjuring a spatial blade that appeared directly before Chonyo. Yet again, it was thwarted by the faint black mist surrounding her, leaving Wu Yi feeling somewhat vexed. "I can't believe this black mist is so formidable." With that, he waved his hand, sending 2 spatial blades from either side of her, both of which, although blocked by the mist, made the contours of the black fog increasingly distinct, resembling the shape of a cow with 2 horns atop its head. At this point, Wu Yi confirmed his hypothesis, coldly stating, "Heavenly law. Indeed, you are a member of the demon race that, if I am not mistaken, your true form should be that of a cow, right? Even your name, I suspect, is not Chonyo, but Chonyo." Pausing, Wu Yi continued to ponder aloud. "But that doesn't make sense. Aren't members of the demon race only able to take on forms at the demon king level?" "Haha, you know quite a bit, but as I said, defeat me, and I will tell you." "Fine. It's a deal." Seeing that she still underestimated him, Wu Yi waved his hand, causing numerous spatial blades emitting a soft white glow to manifest from his palm. Surrounding Chonyo, upon witnessing such an overwhelming number of spatial blades, Chonyo's expression shifted dramatically as she quickly sought cover. However, if the spatial blades could be evaded so easily, they wouldn't be called spatial blades. Thus, they relentlessly bombarded the black mist surrounding Chonyo, gradually diminishing its color. When the mist had thinned sufficiently, one of the spatial blades appeared before her, forcing her to dodge and cross her arms protectively over her head. Yet, unexpectedly, Chonyo did not encounter a spatial blade. Instead, Wu Yi used spatial leap to appear right before her, delivering a powerful kick to her abdomen. The force sent her crashing into the adjacent wall, embedding her deep within it. Observing this, Wu Yi approached her and declared, "You lost. Now tell me, who do you serve?" "Nansheng, Li Qian." Oh. Staring into Wu Ye's eyes, Chonyo had assumed from the onset that he wished to engage in a brawl. Little did she expect that apart from their initial clash, he would remain at a distance, employing long-range attacks. Consequently, although she had lost, Chonyo felt a deep-seated reluctance, finally managing to choke out 4 words. "Despicable scoundrel." "Me despicable?" Wu Yi, upon hearing her insult, swiftly deduced her discontent, but remained patient. "Come on,
Might makes right. As long as I win, that settles it. Besides, you never mentioned that I had to defeat you in hand-to-hand combat. After some contemplation, Chonyo realized Wu Yi had a point, but she was acutely aware that if they were to engage in a rematch, even unleashing her heavenly law would not enable her to win against Wu Ye's multitude of spatial blades. Ultimately, she resigned, lowering her head and conceding, "You, a mere captive, think you can negotiate terms with me? Well, who could blame you? After all, your true form is that of a cow. It's only natural you're a bit simple-minded." Hearing her words, Wu Yi silently scoffed before replying. "All right, my first question. Are you indeed a subordinate of Li Qian from Nansheng?" "Indeed, I am the Chonyo, one of the 12 kings under the Mouse King." Upon revealing her identity, Chonyo seemed filled with pride, raising her head high, which further convinced Wu Yi that low-level demons and low-level zombies were akin, generally lacking in intelligence, requiring strength to elevate their wits. Furthermore, Chonyo's declaration also imparted crucial information to Wu Yi. Li Qian commanded at least 11 others with Chonyo's level of strength. Their names appeared to follow the order of the 12 zodiac signs. However, Wu Yi pondered, what sort of demon could Qianlong be? Surely it couldn't be a dragon, could it? Forget it. There will be other opportunities to learn. For now, it's critical to ascertain how many have infiltrated Dongcheng. He silently committed this matter to memory for future reference, particularly regarding Qianlong Wu, then fixed his gaze on Chonyo's unattractive visage, posing a second question. "How many of you have come to Dongcheng?" "Just me, Chapter 94, Major Supplement, just you. So you single-handedly took down the 3 corpse captains at the food processing plant and those soldiers at the chemical factory?" "Absolutely, I killed them all. And their corpses were not wasted. They are all in my belly now." Unabashedly referring to herself as Chonyo, as a demon, saw nothing wrong with the law of the jungle. However, what she failed to notice was that her words had sparked a flicker of murderous intent in Wu Ye's gaze. Yet, upon realizing he still had a question to pose, Wu Yi adeptly concealed that fleeting malice. Just as he was about to inquire about Li Qian's current level and whether she had transcended from a demon general to a demon king, or perhaps how many experts of demon commander rank and above were currently present in their ranks, he suddenly hesitated. It struck him as peculiar that she, merely a demon commander, had appeared before him in human form. Sensing the necessity to clarify this ambiguity to prevent further infiltration of demon powers into the East District, he spoke. "For my third question, as far as I know, isn't the ability to take on a human form granted only after becoming a demon king? How then do you present yourself to me in this human visage?" Curiosity piqued. An insatiable curiosity indeed, did I ask for the fourth question. Wu Yi had not expected any answers. What surprised him, however, was that the ugly girl was not as straightforward as he had imagined. A slight smirk formed on her lips as she retorted. "Even if you wish to know, I shan't tell you. Seeking death, indeed." If his earlier restraints stemmed from her potential value in providing useful information, the moment the ugly girl began to toy with him in such a mocking manner, Wu Ye's murderous intent surged. With a mere wave of his hand, 2 spatial blades shot towards her, severing her arms cleanly. Strangely, however, the ugly girl displayed no sign of pain. Instead, she let out a cold laugh, fixing her gaze upon Wu Yi and declaring, "What if I seek death? If you have the capability, go ahead and kill me. The Rat King will surely avenge me." "Very well, I shall oblige." With another spatial blade launched forth, Wu Yi was determined to fulfill her wish for death that her head soared into the air. He did not forget to reach into her abdomen, intending to extract her demon core. His astonishment, he found no trace of it. After searching for what felt like an eternity, his confusion deepened as he fixed his gaze intently on the headless corpse. How could the demon core have vanished? Without hesitation, he unleashed another spatial blade aimed at the ugly girl's belly, carving a large gash. Yet, even as her internal organs tumbled to the ground, there was still no sign of the demon core. Upon witnessing the lifeless body, but the absence of the core, combined with her earlier apparent indifference to death, Wu Yi found himself piecing together a grim realization, in a fit of frustration. He muttered to himself, unable to fathom the situation. With another wave of his hand, another spatial blade hurtled toward the corpse. This time, the already deceased ugly girl, as chest twitched ever so slightly. And from the severed neck, a miniature version of a creature, no larger than a rat, emerged and darted towards the window of a nearby dormitory with lightning speed. You truly did not die. Observing the unfolding events as he had anticipated, Wu Yi realized that the absence of a demon core was simply because she had never perished at all. This miniature creature was likely her true form. Employing spatial leap, Wu Yi swiftly intercepted its escape route. The fleeing entity, upon sensing the imminent danger from above, instinctively accelerated to evade capture. However, this acceleration proved to be a grave mistake, as the spatial blade found its mark at her throat, severing her head entirely. The remaining mass of her body, weighing several hundred pounds, collapsed heavily to the ground. She truly dead. To be candid, upon realizing she was not impervious to death, Wu Yi had genuinely intended to spare her life, hoping to extract valuable information from her. Yet after giving her corpse a kick and confirming her irrevocable demise, he could only shake his head in exasperation at the irony of her self-inflicted fate. He proceeded to utilize the spatial blade to open her abdomen and retrieve the demon core, in a few swift strides. He approached the monkey and brought him down from the pillar, presenting him with the demon core. Here you go, monkey. This is the demon core of the ugly girl. Consume it and restore your health. Thank you, boss. Grateful, the monkey accepted the core from Wu Yi and swallowed it eagerly. However, Wu Yi did not forget his earlier promise to avenge the monkey, and with a flick of his wrist, he produced 10 golden cores, continuing, "As for your vendetta regarding your severed arm, I have avenged you. Here are 10 golden cores from within humans that I can't ascertain their origin, but take them all." "How can I accept this, boss? You have already avenged me. I cannot possibly accept these golden cores, really. You don't want them?" Just as the monkey was about to decline, he snatched the golden cores from Wu Ye's hand. Wu Yi could only shake his head in bemusement as he turned away, observing the enormous carcass of the ugly girl. He pondered briefly before stepping outside, calling back to the monkey, "You should not waste that corpse. After all, the flesh of demons differs significantly from that of humans and zombies. How should I describe it? It is incredibly nourishing. Incredibly nourishing." Upon hearing Wu Ye's words, the monkey, eager to ascertain the truth of a demon's flesh, lunged forward, burying his head deep within the ugly girl's corpse. Chapter 95. A chance for promotion 10 minutes later. At the junction between the East District and South District, Wu Yi quickly located Scar and brought him good news, stating, "Scar, the monkey has been found. He is alive. The one who abducted him was the ugly cow. One of the 12 kings under the Rat King Li Qian of the South District, and I have dispatched her point 12 kings. Ugly cow. How did she infiltrate?" Upon learning that the monkey was alive, Scar felt genuine joy, yet he was more intrigued by how the ugly cow had managed to breach the defenses of the East District, ever since receiving Wu Ye's instruction to keep an eye on the rats from the South District. He had never dared to relax his vigilance at the junction of the two districts. Hearing Scar's query, Wu Yi recounted the events that had just transpired. As he recalled, he turned to Scar and asked, "By the way, Scar, how is the data I asked you to compile coming along?" "Boss, rest assured, according to your instructions, I and Xiao Ji have already disseminated this matter, I believe we will receive news shortly." Scar quickly replied, sensing Wu Ye's concern. However, before he could finish speaking, Xiao Ji burst into the room where they were situated. Upon seeing Wu Yi, she exclaimed, "I came here because the data you wanted to compile, boss, has been finalized. According to the brothers' reports, starting from yesterday, several of them have gone missing. However, due to the short time frame, no one paid attention to their whereabouts. Currently, it is roughly estimated that over 100 corpse soldiers are missing, and about 20 corpse commanders have also vanished." After Wu Ye's earlier mention, Xiao Ji remembered her purpose and began to recount her findings, her twin ponytails swaying as she spoke. Scar, upon hearing this, was astounded to learn that so many corpse commanders and soldiers had gone missing in the East District, exclaiming, "This is far too many. How did the enemy infiltrate the East District? Was there truly no brother who noticed anything unusual?" Indeed, it seemed excessive, and it became clear to Wu Yi that the ugly cow had not been entirely truthful. Similarly, both he and Scar agreed that the simultaneous disappearance of so many corpse commanders and soldiers could not solely be attributed to the ugly cow. Yet, as Scar pointed out, had no one among their ranks detected anything amiss. At that moment, Wu Yi suddenly recalled that when he had utilized his perception to search the entire East District, he had not encountered any signs of enemy presence. Instead, he had discovered numerous human cultivators at the core formation stage. Initially, Wu Yi had assumed they were survivors from the East District and had not thought much of it. However, connecting this realization with his encounter with the ugly cow,
who bore no distinction from human cultivators. We finally understood how they were able to conceal themselves within the East District. Although Wu Ye's voice was barely above a whisper, both Scar and Xiao Ji possessed keen hearing. Upon hearing the term human uttered by Wu Yi, the two exchanged a glance, both unable to suppress their bewilderment regarding how this matter could possibly relate to humanity. However, disregarding whether they comprehended his words, Wu Yi spoke. Scar, from this moment forth, continue to keep a vigilant watch over the South District, but do not focus solely on the rats and humans. Whatever stray creature may come, be it a cat, dog, or even a fly, must be exterminated. They must not be allowed to infiltrate the East District. Yes, boss, Scar replied promptly, having nearly grasped Wu Ye's intent behind such directives. Wu Yi nodded in acknowledgement and then turned his gaze to Xiao Ji, stating, Xiao Ji, have you not always boasted about your 100 subordinates, the corpse soldiers, being my Wu Yi's royal guard? Now, I shall grant them an opportunity to prove themselves. Boss, just say the word. Indeed, from the onset, while supervising the archery training of these zombies at the logistics transfer station, Xiao Ji had nurtured them as a personal guard for Wu Yi. Yet, Wu Yi had never indicated a need for such a force. Even when dispatched to the military port, her subordinates had disguised themselves as members of the East District Human Alliance. Xiao Ji was still contemplating how to officially promote her subordinates. Upon hearing Wu Ye's declaration, she could hardly contain her excitement, her eyes practically gleaming with fervor. Noticing her reaction, Wu Yi wasted no time in issuing further orders. Divide your subordinates into teams of 10. Forming 10 squads and dispatch them to various areas within the East District. Ensure that any human survivors and visible living beings hiding therein are completely eradicated. Leave not a single one behind. Yes, boss. Although Xiao Ji remained uncertain about Wu Ye's motives for suddenly engaging with human survivors, she did not hesitate to comply, setting off to execute his commands. But before she could take her first step, Wu Yi recalled the scene of the ugly woman feigning death and added, Moreover, instruct your subordinates to be particularly vigilant for any peculiarities that may emerge from the corpse's post-mortem. Should you encounter any formidable opposition, do not hesitate to inform me at once. With that, Wu Yi retrieved 2 walkie-talkies from his storage space, tossing one to Xiao Ji, saying, You should know how to use this. Right? I can manage, boss. Await my good news. Clenching the walkie-talkie, Xiao Ji quickly departed the room to assemble her entire cohort of corpse soldiers. Upon gathering the 10 zombie soldiers clad in individual exoskeleton combat gear, she addressed them. You 10, each take 9 comrades and allocate yourselves to a designated area within the East District. After 1 hour, regardless of the means employed, I expect no living creature other than zombies to remain in the East District. Understood? Understood. They chorused in unison. Satisfied, Xiao Ji replied. That's good to hear. However, I must forewarn you that this task is a direct order from the boss. Perform excellently, and you shall be regarded as part of his royal guard. Falter, and do not expect to remain in my company. Enough chatter, let's not waste any more time. Off you go. Chapter 96. The 12 Kings, rooster at the entrance of a factory named Baida Shoe Factory in the East District. One of Xiao Ji's 100 corpse soldiers, known as Arrow 1, being among the earliest arrivals and a seasoned veteran, naturally received a set of exoskeleton combat gear during the allocation process. Thus, when the 100 corpse soldiers were divided into 10 teams, he unreservedly became the leader of one, accompanied by 9 team members. Particularly upon observing the eerie silence within the Baida Shoe Factory, devoid of any zombies, he instinctively sensed something amiss and cautioned his comrades. Everyone, be on alert. I can't shake the feeling that something here is not right. Arrow 1, are you perhaps spooked by the earlier orders from the boss? What can a few survivors possibly threaten us? One of his subordinates retorted after a cursory examination of their surroundings, which seemed devoid of any zombie activity. This prompted a reprimand from Arrow 1, who scolded, Damn it, use your brain. If those were indeed human survivors, why send us to deal with them? Why not someone else? Moreover, this task was assigned by the boss to the lady. Do you think it's trivial? Realizing the weight of Arrow 1's words, his 9 subordinates began to acknowledge the validity of his concerns. Heightening their vigilance, observing their reactions, Arrow 1 commanded, All right, stay calm, follow closely behind me, and let us check the factory first. Remember, if we encounter humans, do not reveal our strength immediately. Utilize firearms as much as possible. Understood, Captain. Following Arrow 1's directive, they soon arrived at the tightly shut doors of a factory. As Arrow 1 forcefully pulled the door open, sunlight flooded into the interior, revealing that the factory was not devoid of zombies after all. Rather, they were all concentrated inside. Hundreds of them. But who could explain why all that remained were mere skeletons? I knew this task wouldn't be straightforward. Everyone must proceed with extreme caution, Arrow 1 exclaimed. Though astonished, he did not succumb to fear, being the first to step inside the factory with his rifle in hand. The rest of his team followed suit, eyes darting warily around. Just then, as the last member entered, the factory's rusted doors slammed shut on their own, trapping them inside. "Who's there? Stop playing tricks and come out." Although the factory was dimly lit, their evolved state as corpse soldiers granted them night vision, though it could not replace the comfort of natural light. Spotting a switch on the right side upon entering, Arrow 1, with a glimmer of hope, approached and flipped it, illuminating the factory. It became evident that zombies had previously occupied the premises, having even utilized the factory's generator. Yet at that moment, Arrow 1 suddenly noticed a man with a rooster comb standing less than 20 meters away, silently observing them. What the hell? When did that guy appear there? Some of Arrow 1's teammates noticed the mysterious figure and gasped in surprise. The man with the rooster comb smirked at their reaction and spoke. "Didn't you all ask me to come out? Now that I have, what do you wish to discuss?" "Discuss? You're wasting my time. Brothers, open fire and take down this trickster." Given Xiao Ji's explicit orders to eliminate all living beings aside from zombies, Arrow 1 was indifferent to whether the figure was human or another creature, cursing as he commanded his comrades to shoot. Without hesitation, the squad unleashed a barrage of bullets towards the figure. However, at that moment, a thin veil of black mist enveloped the man, rendering the bullets ineffective, as they merely ricocheted off and clattered to the ground. This bizarre scene caused Arrow 1's expression to grow increasingly grave, and he gestured for his comrades to cease their futile attacks. "Who exactly are you?" he inquired. "To be honest, I never intended to reveal my identity. However, considering that you mindless creatures will soon become my next meal, I suppose I can oblige. That I am one of the 12 kings of the Rat King clan, UG. My birth name is Rooster." It was evident that Arrow 1 was the leader among the 10 zombies. As UG spoke, he curiously anticipated their reaction upon hearing his name. Yet, the outcome was one of disappointment. After all, Arrow 1 and his companions had lived their lives in the East District, entirely unaware of the appearance of the Rat Clan or the significance of the 12 Kings. Nevertheless, the mention of Rat King led Arrow 1 to surmise that the individual before them likely hailed from the South District. Yet upon hearing the other party claim that they lacked intelligence, the ire of Jian surged uncontrollably, and he exclaimed with indignation, "What nonsense is this about the 12 heavenly kings? I've never even heard of them. As for the Rat King, she isn't worthy to carry our leader's shoes. You seek death." Little did he realize that his intention was merely to mock these brainless zombies. Yet it inadvertently led Jian to regard even the Rat King with some disdain. UG's expression contorted into a ghastly visage, and the black mist before him thickened ominously. Soon, it swelled to a height of several meters, reaching the ceiling of the factory before it finally ceased its ascent. Simultaneously, the outline of the shadow grew increasingly distinct, revealing long claws reminiscent of a chicken's feet and a comb that stood tall. Akin to UG's own hairstyle, it was unmistakably the silhouette of a large rooster. Chapter 97. Is this it? This is the heavenly law manifestation? It is said that when a demon enters the rank of demon officer, a faint shadow resembling their true form will emerge behind them, possessing a degree of offensive capability. Only upon reaching the rank of demon general does the shadow truly replicate their physical form, varying in size and wielding tremendous power. Thus, upon confirming that the opponent had indeed summoned the heavenly law manifestation, Jin as the captain of the team, was the first to exclaim in astonishment. However, the next moment, an odd smile crept upon his face, and even the other members of the team struggled to suppress their laughter, enduring great discomfort. Seeing their reactions, UG couldn't help but feel bewildered, muttering in frustration, "What are you laughing at? What are we laughing at? Of course, we're laughing at the fact that you're a chicken. Haha." Unable to contain himself any longer, Jenny burst into hearty laughter, tears nearly streaming down his face as he continued, Had you not used the heavenly law manifestation, I would never have guessed that your true form is a chicken. Apologies, but the thought of battling a chicken makes it impossible for me to refrain from laughter. Yu-Ji, taken aback by the revelation that the source of the laughter was his own chicken-like form, felt his anger surge, his face turning crimson. His hair, styled like a comb, bristled in fury as he declared, "Fine. Since you are all so eager for death, I shall grant your wish." With that, he made no visible movement, yet the shadow of the rooster lunged towards Jian Yi and his companions. "Everyone, be cautious." Witnessing this scene, although the density of the shadow suggested that it was merely a demon officer, on par with their own strength, Jian Yi hastily warned his team, for they had never encountered demons before. Some reacted swiftly, channeling their abilities to form a layer of armor around themselves. Yet, despite their precautions, one team member was snatched into the air by the shadow with lightning speed. Moments later, the solidified shadow of the rooster raised its head, swallowing the unfortunate member whole. Before a second could pass, it regurgitated a small pile of bones at Jian Yi and the others' feet. That at that moment, they finally grasped the reason behind the scattered bones within the factory. They were all consumed by the demon. Damn, this creature is that powerful. They had never anticipated that, despite their own ranks being above that of the zombies, they would suffer casualties upon their first encounter. Jian Yi's expression turned grave as he exchanged glances with his comrades, urgently commanding, "Scatter, unleash your strongest attacks, and strike him." "Understood, Captain." They replied in unison, scattering as the remaining zombie officers unleashed their powers upon the massive rooster's shadow. However, to their astonishment, whether it was a colossal fireball or ice spear, the attacks merely dissipated against the shadow as if striking cotton, yielding no effect whatsoever. Instead, the shadow, under Yuji's control, extended its head and pecked at another zombie officer. "Not again." "I'm dodging," realizing that the shadow seemed to have locked onto him. The team member leaped away, landing at least 5 meters from the initial spot that he conjured a massive fireball. But recalling Jian Yi's earlier signals, he understood that they were meant to create a commotion to summon nearby zombies for support. Thus, he directed the fireball not at the massive rooster but rather towards the ceiling. Yet, the next moment, he was left dumbfounded, for as the fireball was about to break through the ceiling and exit the factory, a thin layer of black mist emerged from above, intercepting his fiery projectile. Concurrently, the shadow of the rooster lunged towards him once more, swallowing him whole. Second Egg. Witnessing this unfolding tragedy, the team member nicknamed Second Egg was transformed into a pile of bones, regurgitated from within the shadow of the rooster. The remaining team members gasped in shock, attempting to strike the walls of the factory with their abilities. Yet, just as before, the entire factory was enveloped in black mist, rendering their attacks futile as they vanished without a trace. Yuji, observing their plight, couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming, "Did you truly think me a fool? Allow me to be candid. The moment you stepped into this factory, I sealed it completely. Whatever transpires within these walls will remain unknown to the outside world. As for leaving this place, that is but a foolish dream." Realizing they were trapped and witnessing 2 of his brothers fall to the enemy, Jian Yi found himself cornered. He had hoped to rely on the sheer numbers of zombies in East District to overwhelm the foe, yet with the surroundings sealed off, he saw no option but to fight to the death. However, if Jian Yi was not mistaken, the black mist likely lacked its own consciousness and was primarily manipulated by Yuji. That if that were the case, rather than attempting to vanquish the shadow, it would be more prudent to eliminate Yuji himself. With this thought in mind, Jian Yi directed his surviving teammates, "Listen to my command, and help me restrain that shadow." "Yes," following Jian Yi's orders. The 7 surviving team members responded, unleashing their abilities with reckless abandon. Seizing the opportunity, Jian Yi drew forth his compound BOWAS spiritual energy, a surge within him. A water arrow swiftly coalesced, which he loosed towards Yuji. "What arrow is this?" Still wielding a bow and arrow. Noticing Jian Yi's actions and how he deliberately avoided the shadow of the rooster, Yuji couldn't help but express his disdain, allowing a faint black mist to envelop him as he let the water arrow approach. Particularly when the arrow struck the black mist and splashed upon the ground, a smirk crept onto Yuji's face as he mockingly remarked, "Is this it? Seriously? I can hardly believe it." Upon hearing Yuji's derision, Jian Yi felt a surge of anger. In an instant, He conjured 3 identical arrows and shot them forth. With a swift motion, he unleashed another trio of arrows, totaling 9 in a flash, as he bellowed. Taste my 9-star convergence. Chapter 98. Let it escape. 9-star convergence. The name of this technique sounded formidable, prompting Yu-Ji to evade rather than confront it directly. However, the 9 water arrows pursued him relentlessly. As if endowed with sentience, realizing he could not escape, Yu-Ji resorted to enveloping himself in the faint black mist once more, bracing for the impact. Yet, to his astonishment, upon striking the black mist, the water arrows did not inflict any substantial harm. They simply splashed harmlessly, soaking the ground. This scene left not only Yu-Ji momentarily stunned, but also the 7 surviving team members, who were equally bewildered by Jian Yi's intentions. However, Yu-Ji soon regained his composure, a sneer returning to his face as he taunted, "Damn it, when I heard you mention 9-star convergence earlier, I thought I had underestimated you. Turns out you possess no real skill at all. Merely trying to intimidate me. If that's the case, then prepare to die." No sooner had he spoken than the massive shadow of the rooster lunged towards Jian Yi. However, at that moment, a sudden chill enveloped Yu-Ji's feet, causing him to realize something was amiss. Looking down, he saw the water pooling on the ground had somehow crept up to his feet. The water had transformed into ice, freezing his legs in place and creeping upward. In a panic, he instinctively reached out to halt the advancing ice, but upon contact, his hand was also ensnared. Within 2 to 3 seconds, he found himself completely encased in ice, and the massive shadow of the rooster dissipated without a master to control it. A mere chicken dares to challenge me. Your intellect hardly surpasses that of my pinky toe." Seeing his successful ambush, Jian Yi approached the frozen Yu-Ji and, with a swift kick, sent him sprawling to the ground. He then turned to his subordinates and exclaimed, "What are you all standing around for? Hurry and open the door to leave this place." After speaking, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration at the loss of 2 team members so early in their mission. As one of his subordinates reached the factory door, attempting to pull it open, a faint black mist enveloped the door. At that moment, the previously vanished phantom of a rooster materialized behind him and swiftly snatched him up. Jian Yi, save me." In a moment of desperation, the subordinate called out for his captain, forgetting to address him formally. However, before Jian Yi and the other team members could react, the massive rooster phantom tilted its head back, and the unfortunate subordinate was consumed whole. Moments later, he was regurgitated as nothing more than a pile of bones that, to their horror, 3 of the 9 team members had perished, leaving Jian Yi in disbelief. How could this be? Did it have accomplices? As one of the team members cried out in alarm, Jian Yi instinctively sensed something was amiss. That rooster phantom was undeniably the same one he had frozen earlier. With a fierce swing, he struck at Yu-Ji's head, shattering it like ice shards. From the remnants emerged a diminutive rooster, darting away at lightning speed. As it reached a corner, the colossal rooster phantom shielded it. And to Jian Yi's astonishment, the rooster spoke. "You've discovered me and ruined a container I painstakingly acquired. Today, you shall all meet your demise." With that, the gigantic rooster phantom lunged at another nearby zombie with a speed that surpassed its previous attacks. Damn, are all demonic creatures this formidable? Jian Yi thought, realizing that Yu-Ji had earned his place as one of Li Qian's 12 kings in South District through sheer strength. Recognizing that the opponent had not only survived, but was now capable of utilizing its true form, Jian Yi's expression shifted. Instinctively, he unleashed a barrage of water arrows at the massive rooster phantom's head, freezing them into ice to momentarily halt its assault, just in time to save his remaining team member. This decisive action sparked an idea in Jian Yi's mind that he addressed the remaining 6 team members. "I will hold off this phantom. You all, unleash every skill you have upon it, that I refuse to believe it can ignore our damage indefinitely." Understood, Captain. Following Jian Yi's orders, the remaining zombies unleashed their potent abilities upon the rooster phantom. Fortunately, its size ensured that they would not miss their target. Indeed, Jian Yi's predictions were accurate. Despite the impressive defenses of the black mist, it began to thin under their relentless assault. Meanwhile, Yu-Ji attempted to manipulate the phantom, but the ice encasing it rendered its movements sluggish, causing all of its attacks to fall short. Its yellow-black eyes glared at Jian Yi with a hint of resentment, murmuring, "So you are Jian Yi? I shall remember you. Next time we meet, may you not fall into my grasp." Otherwise, I shall ensure your suffering is profound. With that, it spotted a window not far behind it, and, seizing the moment before its spell dissipated, transformed into a beam of golden light, shattering the glass and escaping into the distance. To AT that moment, the gigantic rooster phantom vanished as well. Jin E, witnessing this, sneered, "If you can't win, you wish to flee?" Not a chance. With that, he charged forward, leading the remaining zombies out of the factory. However, when they reached the outside, there was no trace of UJ, in the absence of any sign of him, and with 3 of his comrades lost. Jin E cursed, "Damn it, we let him escape." Chapter 99. No rest for the wicked. 2 minutes later, in a residential building approximately a kilometer away from the shoe factory, UG, who had narrowly escaped from Jin E, was still shaken that he realized that if he did not find a suitable container soon, he would revert to the size of a normal rooster. Quickly, he sensed 2 human survivors among a group of lower-tier zombies and hurried towards them. Upon entering their room, he confirmed they were indeed human survivors, though far too young. One boy, no older than 10, and a girl of around 8 or 9, that the siblings were bewildered by the sudden appearance of a rooster in their room, seemingly unable to comprehend its origin. However, the little boy's face soon lit up with joy. After all, a chicken represented the best source of food for humans. That "Don't be scared, sister. I'll catch it for you. And you can have a good meal." Noticing the abundance of food and drinking water in the room, it was clear that the siblings had not left since the resurgence of spiritual energy. Upon hearing the boy's intent to capture him for a meal, Yuji initially felt puzzled by being deemed so delectable. But in the next moment, fury consumed him that he leapt and pecked fiercely at the boy's eyes. After blinding one eye, he was not satisfied and proceeded to destroy the other as well. "My eyes. It's so dark. Where are you, sister?" As the boy felt the excruciating pain in his sockets, he desperately searched for his sister, only to trip and fall, blood gushing from his empty eye sockets. The little girl, horrified, covered her mouth and stared at the gruesome scene, frozen in shock. Yet, Yuji showed no mercy. He stepped onto the boy's head and declared, "I initially considered you as a potential container, but since you dared to think of eating me, your death is of no consequence." With that, Yuji crushed the boy's skull underfoot, splattering blood and brains everywhere, some even landing on the girl's face. Overwhelmed, she could no longer contain her emotions and cried out, "Brother, stop crying. Soon you will join him," Yuji said, fearing that the girl's cries would attract lower-tier zombies to their hideout. Though he had enveloped the room in a faint black mist before entering, he could not afford to waste time. In a flash, he appeared before the girl, using his sharp claws to carve a small hole in her chest. He then, quite literally, dove into her body. Seconds later, when the girl opened her eyes again, they no longer held the innocent clarity of youth, but instead reflected a maturity far beyond her years. "I have secured a container, but I've wasted a significant amount of spiritual energy battling Jin, and I must replenish it quickly." With that, the girl, now possessed by Yuji, attempted to open the door and seek out food. Just then, several familiar presences entered her perception. None other than Jin E and his team. "You again. Damn it, can't I have a moment's peace?" Assuming that, given her recent speed, they could not possibly catch up to her and would merely be a coincidence in the area. Yuji quickly fled in the opposite direction, hoping to distance himself from Jin E and his companions. However, unbeknownst to him, Jin E and his team had inadvertently come to this vicinity while fulfilling a task assigned by Xiaoji. Upon detecting the presence of humans, Jin E, adhering to Xiaoji's orders to eliminate all living beings except zombies, was determined not to let even the weakest human slip away that there's a human presence over there. "Follow me," he commanded, leading the surviving team members closer to Yuji. "What the hell? How are they getting closer? I'm just an ordinary little girl now, with barely any flesh on me. They surely wouldn't pursue me." Realizing that not only had he not shaken off Jin E, but they were also closing in on him, Yuji believed he had miscalculated his direction. He quickly turned a corner, but soon found that this maneuver had not only failed to distance him from Jin E, but had instead brought them even closer. If he thought they were not targeting him, Yuji himself could hardly believe it. How peculiar. When exactly was I exposed? Given her physique, not only could she not compare to the adult men she had previously searched for, but even her own original form seemed inferior. Realizing that if this continued, she would inevitably be caught by Jin E and his companions, Yuji felt a wave of despair wash over her.
prompting her to cease her flight altogether. She resolved that if it came to it, she would fight to the death alongside Jian Yi and his group. The commotion could escalate significantly, attracting not just zombies. After all, they were not the only ones venturing into the East District as one of the 12 kings. With this mindset, it was not long before both parties encountered one another. When Jian Yi and his companions arrived and saw that it was merely a little girl, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. One of the corpse officers even remarked, "So it's just an ordinary human girl, and not even a skilled one. Otherwise, we would surely have faced another bloody battle." "What? Am I to understand that you plan on sparing me?" Having comprehended the officer's words, Yu-ji refrained from speaking, fearing that she might inadvertently reveal her identity. Nonetheless, she too felt a sense of relief, secretly glad that they had not recognized her. What if they dismissed her simply due to her youth? Regrettably, before this thought could fully form in her mind, Jenny, overhearing the corpse officer's words, snapped back. "What of it? Have you forgotten how our leader instructed us before we came? Do you still wish to be part of the elite guard?" "Of course we do," they replied eagerly. "Then why hesitate? Get on with it and kill her." With Jian Yi's words, the corpse officer nodded heavily. In an instant, 2 fireballs appeared in his hands, clearly indicating that he had awakened fire-based abilities. However, just as the corpse officer intended to hurl the fireballs at the little girl possessed by Yu-ji, Jian Yi noticed that the fireballs were no larger than soccer balls. Rolling his eyes, he interjected, "Hold on a moment. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. Are you just preparing 2 fireballs for a meal?" Upon hearing Jian Yi's comment, the corpse officer immediately grasped the situation, causing the fireballs in his hands to swell significantly, growing to the size of a person, that if these were to strike the little girl possessed by Yu-ji, it would be nothing short of incineration. Yu-ji's expression changed at this sight, realizing that Jian Yi was indeed a ruthless figure. Not only was he prepared to deal a fatal blow to a little girl, but he also commanded his subordinate to conjure such formidable fireballs that in a desperate bid for survival, Yu-ji concentrated the dwindling spiritual energy within her, as the fireballs were launched toward her. A faint black mist enveloped her. Suddenly, she sensed an unusual aura emanating from the little girl, as if her power was continuously escalating. Jian, taken aback, glanced at her in astonishment, especially as he noticed the black mist covering her body just as the fireballs were about to make contact. "Everyone be cautious. She is also of the demon race." Demon race. The remaining corpse officers, shaken after having lost 3 of their comrades, were startled by Jian Yi's warning. Without further ado, they summoned armor formed from various elemental abilities. Realizing she could no longer hide, Yu-ji decided to go all out, once again invoking the law of heaven and earth, manifesting a colossal rooster figure. However, as her internal spiritual energy was rapidly depleted, the little girl's face turned pale. "Why is it another rooster?" Noticing the enormous rooster figure and the little girl's waning color, Jian Yi began to understand where this demon had emerged from. Sneering, "You chose not to walk the path of heaven and instead barged into hell. Yu-ji, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Indeed, I didn't foresee this either." In truth, she wanted to say that it was not her choice to present herself. They had come looking for her instead. Yet, given the circumstances, Yu-ji couldn't be bothered to contemplate how they had discovered her new vessel. That a sinister expression crossed the pale face of the little girl as she declared, "Since we meet again, this time, you shall all perish." With that, the massive black rooster figure charged directly at Jian Yi, disregarding the attacks from the surrounding corpse officers. "Well, it seems you have your sights set on me," Jian Yi thought, without hesitation. He drew his compound bow and unleashed 9 arrows, which were the 9-star formation he had previously kept in reserve. However, unlike before, these arrows were not the weak water arrows. They had all been replaced with ice arrows. Yet, 9 arrows were far from sufficient. Continuing his assault like a Gatling gun, he unleashed a staggering 81 arrows. As he felt a surge in his throat, he let out a deafening roar. Due to the intensity of Jian Yi's roar, the surrounding corpse soldiers within a kilometer radius recognized it as a clear signal for reinforcements. Under the command of the officers, a horde of low-level zombies surged toward Jian Yi and the others, swiftly encircling them. Meanwhile, under the relentless assault of the ice arrows, the law of heaven and earth that Yu-ji had summoned began to dissipate. The surrounding corpse officers, witnessing this, unleashed their abilities upon the little girl possessed by Yu-Ji. Dust billowed as fire and water clashed, obscuring Yu-Ji's presence that I am the rooster among the 12 kings. I cannot perish here. Realizing the ruckus had drawn no reinforcements from the other 12 kings, and with her last vestige of spiritual energy devoted to defending against the onslaught of numerous corpse officers, Yu-Ji found herself out of options. She chose to flee, sprinting away into the distance. Yet, to her dismay, before she could escape far, she was confronted by a multitude of low-level zombies blocking her path. Undeterred, Yu-Ji attempted to flee in another direction, only to encounter the same fate. As the encroaching horde of zombies tightened their grip, Yu-Ji was horrified to discover that wherever she looked, it was nothing but zombies. Running away. Why have you stopped? Jian taunted from behind, bow in hand, as he observed Yu-Ji being hindered by the swarming low-level zombies. Reflecting on how 3 of his comrades had been devoured by her, he resolved to let Yu-Ji experience the fate of being consumed herself. With a wave of his hand, he commanded the low-level zombies, "Don't just stand there. Devour her, roar." Since most of the low-level zombies could not speak, they expressed their emotions through guttural roars. They then lunged toward the little girl possessed by Yu-Ji. Although the girl was merely Yu-Ji's temporary vessel, the pain inflicted upon the vessel was keenly felt by Yu-Ji herself. Thus, as the horde of low-level zombies rushed toward her, Yu-Ji, now at her wit's end, was gripped by panic. She waved her small hands frantically, seemingly attempting to fend off the zombies surrounding her. However, how could a mere child under 10 years old contend against these zombies? Before long, a low-level zombie sank its teeth into her arm, eliciting a piercing scream from her. "You ants, get away! Let this king go!" Yet, no matter how vehemently Yu-Ji cursed, it could not alter her fate. Soon, her limbs were consumed by several zombies. That it was only when the little girl's chest was slashed open that Yu-Ji's original form finally escaped. Emerging from the child's body, flapping her wings, she hovered in midair, casting a cold, resentful gaze at Jian, vowing, "Jian, I shall remember this." Chapter 101. Someone is out to kill the rooster. Upon witnessing Yu-Ji's original form take flight, Jian was understandably astonished. However, he quickly reasoned that since Yu-Ji's original form was a chicken, it was only natural for her to possess the ability to fly. Cursing himself for having overlooked this detail, Jian defiantly retorted, "And what of it? What of it?" As Yu-Ji's form gradually ascended, exuding a terrifying aura, Jian and the surrounding corpse officers became acutely aware of the impending threat. The low-level zombies, however, remained oblivious, mindlessly scavenging the little girl's remains. Before long, Yu-Ji's original form visibly grew larger, soon matching the size of an ordinary rooster. This sight caused Jian palms to grow slightly sweaty. Yet at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. While fleeing, Yu-Ji emitted a rooster's crow, desperately calling out, "Cock-a-doodle-doo, rabbit of the hare, tiger of the een, dog of the dog, pig of the pig. Where have you all gone? Hurry and save me. Someone is out to kill the rooster." In an unexpected turn of events, Yu-Ji, who had been posturing for some time, turned out to be planning an escape, leaving the minds of the numerous corpses momentarily paralyzed. Only the captain of Team Arrow, known as Jian, swiftly reacted, unleashing several arrows towards Yu-Ji. However, due to the latter's impressive flying speed, every single arrow missed its mark. "Damn it. Chase after him. We cannot allow him to escape today." Jian bellowed in fury as he witnessed Yu-Ji's figure receding in the distance. Determined to capture Yu-Ji, he was soon followed by several corpses, who sprinted without hesitation. Yet, how could they possibly catch up to someone soaring through the air on wings? Especially when the low-level zombie army summoned by Jian became their greatest hindrance. Cursing under his breath, Jian spat in frustration, feeling exasperated at the notion of letting Yu-Ji slip away. After all, allowing him to escape once was tolerable, but seeing their paths cross again and still failing to detain him was utterly disheartening. That it was understandable that Jian felt a pang of resentment. On the other hand, due to its physical structure, Yu-Ji could not fly at great heights. Thus, hovering around 5 to 6 meters above the ground and observing Jian's exasperation at having to give up the chase, Yu-Ji felt a slight sense of relief. As for the present moment, it was imperative to locate the other 12 kings. Without their protection, Yu-Ji lacked any means of self-defense once its internal spiritual energy was depleted. However,
While Yu was preoccupied with its thoughts, it failed to notice a lightning arc that, as if possessing its own will, swiftly traversed a distance of over 10 meters and struck it squarely. As the electric shock coursed through its body, Yu convulsed slightly, its comb shaking uncontrollably as dark smoke billowed from its form, plummeting straight downwards. Yet before it could reach the ground, a nimble figure wielding a thunder sword arrived just beneath it. With a swift stroke, the figure cleaved Yu cleanly in two. Boss. Jin E and the others collectively gasped as they beheld the deluge of blood and feathers raining down, revealing the identity of the newcomer, Xiao Ji, who had come in response to the commotion. What's going on? Why is there a chicken among the demon race? Xiao Ji murmured, picking up the demon core from Yu's remnants and confirming its identity as indeed belonging to the demon race. Upon hearing Jin Yi's account of events, Xiao Ji couldn't help but scold them upon realizing that 3 of their comrades had perished in such a short span of time. Jin Yi, feeling wronged, hurriedly defended himself, stating, "Boss, you have no idea. The demon race's ability to manipulate the heavens is incredibly potent. Our attacks barely graze their illusions, causing no real damage whatsoever. Stop boasting. If they were that formidable, how could I have cleaved it in 2? Xiao Ji retorted, doubtful of Jin Yi's claims, that wasn't it simply because it had exhausted its spiritual energy that you managed to take advantage of the situation? Otherwise, why would it flee? Jin Yi felt a surge of indignation as he sensed Xiao Ji's skepticism. However, Xiao Ji suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, you mentioned it was part of the 12 Kings, Rooster? What was its name again?" Yu. Besides that, it mentioned several names while escaping, like Mao Tu, Inhu Sugo, and Chuanzhu. It's Haizhu. Hearing the word Chuanzhu escape Jin Yi's lips, Xiao Ji rolled her eyes in exasperation. However, sensing something amiss, she repeated 12 Kings. Mao Tu, Inu, no. Oh, they must all be in the East District. Realizing that Jin Yi's team, the strongest among the 10 small teams, had already lost 3 members, Xiao Ji grew increasingly concerned for the safety of the other teams. Thus, she commanded Jin Yi, quickly, Jin Yi, find a way to contact the other 9 teams and inform them that the enemy is formidable. They shouldn't engage in isolated battles any longer. Have them converge towards your location while I seek assistance from Scar. Wait, boss. Why not directly ask the leader for help instead of going to Scar? Jin Yi questioned, baffled by her choice. The next moment, he received a sharp blow to the head as Xiao Ji exclaimed, "Are you foolish? If the leader finds out how useless you all are, how can you expect to be promoted? Do you want to be part of the leader's personal guard? Now stop asking questions and follow my orders." "Yes, boss." Awakened from his stupor by Xiao Ji's words, Jin Yi wasted no time that he summoned several of his subordinate corpses, instructing them to follow the direction the other 9 teams had taken to relay Xiao Ji's message. Jin Yi himself rushed towards the general vicinity of one of the teams. As he carefully stowed the message in the pocket of his JK uniform. Seeking assistance from Scar, a sudden burst of fighting noises reached Xiao Ji's ears. Meanwhile, in a nearby factory, 2 5-story buildings collapsed in a thunderous crash. What on earth? Could it be that they have encountered the 12 Kings of the demon race? Hesitating for a moment, Xiao Ji concluded that the only beings likely to be causing such chaos in the East District were indeed the 12 Kings of the demon race. Recognizing that they were merely a group of beasts, she pressed forward towards the factory. Upon her arrival, she found herself surrounded by low-level zombies drawn in by the clamor of battle, squeezing through the throng. She discerned that, apart from 3 members of the 5th team, there stood a middle-aged man with a rotund figure resembling that of a plump ball. This sight raised her suspicions regarding the whereabouts of the other 5th team members. Rushing to one of her comrades, she inquired, "Su Li, why are there only the 3 of you? Where are the others? Boss, you're here." Su Li exclaimed, startled by her sudden appearance, upon realizing it was Xiao Ji. The captain of their team, he exhaled a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, his expression shifted to one of grievance, akin to a child who had been bullied seeking solace from a parent. "Aside from the 3 of us, the others are all dead. That guy called Haizhu devoured them." Haizhu, the pig of the 12 Kings. Xiao Ji's countenance darkened upon hearing that the 5th hunting team had suffered even worse than the 1st team, losing 7 members in such a short span. She turned her gaze towards the corpulent figure before her, especially noting the dark shadow behind him resembling some kind of animal, drooling incessantly. Tentatively, she asked, "Is that the Haizhu of the 12 Kings? Ah, so you've heard of this king's illustrious name." Haiju scrutinized Xiaoji and, upon assessing her, deemed her no threat. With a boastful grin, he declared, "Indeed, I am the Haiju among the 12 kings beneath the Mouse King. To be wise and tell me where the glutton is." Otherwise, appraising Xiaoji with a lecherous gaze, he licked his lips and continued, "I'll take my pleasure with you first before killing you." Looking at the grotesque figure of Haiju, Xiaoji felt a surge of anger. "You think you can lay a hand on me? You overgrown swine? Fine then, I shall roast you whole." With that, a flash of lightning erupted as Xiaoji summoned the lightning sword she had previously wielded. She had even named it the lightning sword. With the speed granted by her lightning abilities, Xiaoji appeared before Haiju in the blink of an eye, bringing down her sword with fierce intent towards his neck that if struck, Haiju's head would undoubtedly part ways with his body. Thus, he dared not confront the attack head-on and hurriedly retreated a couple of steps. At that moment, a shadow behind him leaped forward, positioning itself before him and absorbing the blow meant for Haiju. Feeling as if his lightning sword had merely struck a cotton ball, Xiaoji suddenly realized that the arrow had not deceived her. These demon tribes were indeed formidable adversaries. Yet, since they dared to provoke her, they must pay the price. With this thought in mind, Xiaoji not only refrained from holding back, but also allowed a surge of spiritual energy to flow through her, concentrating it all in her right hand. Consequently, in the next instant, the lightning sword in her grasp became increasingly radiant, accompanied by the crackling sound of thunder. "Goodness, you are far more formidable than those previous zombies. But that's fine. The more powerful you are, the more exhilarating it will be to conquer you." Still leering at Xiaoji, Haiju paid little heed to the transformation of the lightning sword in her hand. However, he noticed that the illusory figure conjured by his spell was beginning to falter, prompting him to similarly increase the flow of spiritual energy within him. As a result, the illusion was replenished, becoming more defined, and it was easily recognizable as a rotund pig. Soon, even its size began to expand, rapidly transforming into a colossal beast towering over 10 meters, shielding Haiju beneath its belly. "Big sister, are you all right? I'm here to help." Su Li and two other corpse lieutenants exclaimed in unison. Su Li, clad in individual exoskeleton combat gear, conjured two ice spears before him with a wave, launching them toward the pudgy pig-like illusion formed by the black mist. Clearly, he intended to fight alongside Xiaoji. Unfortunately, these two ice spears collided with the gigantic illusion, exhibiting the same ineffectiveness as when they battled with the arrow. The ice spears inflicted no substantial damage whatsoever. Yet it was to be expected. If one could break through the illusion with mere ice spears, the fifth squad would not have suffered the loss of 3 members in such a short span of time. Thus, upon witnessing this, Xiaoji called out, "Su Li, I can handle this. You and the others should retreat, but big sister." Hearing Xiaoji's insistence to withdraw, Su Li felt compelled to argue that although Xiaoji was on the verge of evolving from a corpse lieutenant to a corpse general, she had yet to achieve that status. How could she possibly be significantly stronger than them? It would be wiser for them to unite their efforts and eliminate the opponent together. However, before he could finish his thought, Xiaoji suddenly turned her head to glare at him, a glint of coldness in her eyes as she exclaimed, "I said retreat." Understood. Chapter 103. What is the weakness? No one understood better than Su Li that if Xiaoji truly lost her temper, only Wu Yi could subdue her. Even Fat Ball would be of no use. Aware of the dire consequences of provoking Xiaoji, Su Li reluctantly acquiesced, albeit with some reluctance, for the sake of Xiaoji's safety. He hesitated for a moment before instructing a nearby team member to urgently seek assistance from Scar. Just as that team member departed, the battle in the arena took a new turn. After driving Su Li away, Xiaoji brandished her lightning sword in one hand and unleashed a lightning serpent with the other. She leaped high into the air, positioning herself directly above the massive illusion, intending to pave the way with the lightning serpent before striking the same spot with her lightning sword. After all, Xiaoji could hardly believe that a mere mass of black mist could withstand her lightning sword once, let alone a second time. Not to mention, she was attacking the same location each time. However, while her calculations were sound, she underestimated Haiju's strength and slightly overestimated her lightning abilities. Thus, when the lightning serpent struck the forehead of the massive illusion, just as her lightning sword was about to make contact, The illusion suddenly opened its mouth and exhaled gently that a powerful gust of wind sent Xiao Ji flying several dozen meters away, crashing into one of the factory walls and embedding herself deeply within it, finally coming to a halt. This is impossible. She never imagined that a mere breath could send her flying. Although Xiao Ji sustained little serious harm, she finally recognized the formidable nature of her opponent, feeling a twinge of humiliation. Yes, humiliation that as a distinguished corps lieutenant and the strongest asset beside Wu Yi, she had been blown away by the mouth of a pig's illusion. It was akin to having her face ground into the dirt. Therefore, upon extricating herself from the wall, Xiao Ji's face flushed crimson with rage as she shouted, "Come again!" No sooner had the words left her lips than she unleashed 2 lightning swords. Charging toward the gigantic illusion before Hayes, who did as she ran, a steady influx of spiritual energy flowed into the lightning swords, making them appear as 2 writhing lightning dragons racing toward Haiju. Notably, having learned from her previous airborne experience that she could easily be blown away, Xiao Ji refrained from leaping into the air again and instead sprinted along the ground. Haiju, witnessing this spectacle, found Xiao Ji's speed astonishing, prompting him to furrow his brow, manipulating the massive illusion forged from his spell. He brought forth a front hoof, crashing it down towards Xiao Ji's position, while Xiao Ji sensed a powerful gust approaching and a shadow enveloping her like an eclipse. The speed was so great that it left a residual image in its wake. Although she managed to evade the attack, when the enormous hoof struck the ground, the impact generated a web-like fissure radiating outward from the point of contact, causing Xiao Ji to struggle to maintain her balance. Fragments of debris, intermingled with buried steel bars, shot out in all directions. One particularly large stone, measuring over 1 meter in length, landed squarely in front of Xiao Ji. Boom! Fortunately, Xiao Ji was not easily intimidated. Wielding the lightning sword, she effortlessly cleaved the stone in 2 and transformed into a blur as she charged toward Haiju, who was situated beneath the colossal illusion that in the blink of an eye. She stood before him. What incredible speed! As the 2 lightning dragons summoned by her sword loomed larger in his vision, Haiju dared not confront them directly, that a visibly dark mist erupted from his body. Yet in the next moment, this layer of black mist failed to impede the advance of the 2 lightning dragons. Instead, it was torn apart as if made of paper. Goodness, I never expected Xiao Ji's strength to be so terrifying. Fortunately, the massive pig-like illusion loomed directly above him. Without hesitation, Haiju leaped into the air, enveloped by the black mist, and entered the belly of the pig-like illusion. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Ji gripped her 2 lightning swords and propelled the 2 lightning dragons upward. However, this time, when the lightning swords and their accompanying dragons struck the massive illusion, they did not slice through the black mist as easily as before, but were instead deflected away. Xiao Ji was suddenly struck by the disheartening realization that despite her explosive output, it was akin to striking cotton. Haha, you can't even breach my defenses. What do you have to fight me with? Standing within the confines of the massive pig-like illusion, Haiju could not help but laugh at Xiao Ji's ineffectual attack. Yet, in the next moment, his expression turned cold as he declared, "I've played enough. It's time for you to witness my true strength." With that, he commanded the gigantic illusion to retreat several steps, crushing a factory building in the process. Simultaneously, the illusion slowly opened its mouth at least 4 to 5 meters wide. "Everyone, be cautious. Run as fast as you can. Do not let it swallow you." Clearly having learned from previous experiences, Su Li hastily warned the surrounding lower-level zombies to flee as far and fast as they could upon seeing the pig-like illusion open its mouth. Xiao Ji, upon hearing this, too regarded the looming figure with a grave expression. Yet, even with Su Li's timely warning, as the massive illusion inhaled deeply, numerous lower-level zombies were lifted off the ground, swept up along with debris into the illusion's maw. Xiao Ji, being the first to bear the brunt of this force, would have met the same fate as those lower-level zombies, if not for her formidable strength, with her 2 lightning swords firmly embedded in the ground. Nevertheless, Xiao Ji's seemingly fragile form was buffeted by the force. When the suction finally ceased, she intended to seize the opportunity to advance, only for the massive illusion to regurgitate the stones and numerous bones it had previously consumed, raining them down upon her like a shower. Seeing this, Xiao Ji extended her right hand, wielding the lightning dragon sword to deflect the debris while her mind raced with thoughts. The illusion cannot possibly be without weaknesses. Otherwise, the rooster would not have been forced to flee by the arrows. But what could its weakness be? Chapter 104. Friends of the demon tribe, after contemplating for a considerable time without identifying the opponent's weakness. Xiao Ji noticed that the gigantic pig-like illusion seemed poised to repeat its previous tactic. With no time to waste, she gripped her two lightning swords once more and charged forward, unleashing two lightning dragons upon the massive illusion's left foreleg. Within the ethereal shadow, Haiju observed the unfolding scene and once again sneered. There's no need to waste your efforts. You are simply not on my level that I suggest you call your leader. Tao Dai, for he alone may possess the qualifications to engage in a true battle with me. You think you are worthy of our leader's attention. Upon hearing Haiju's taunts, Xiao Ji suddenly realized that although her previous attack had failed to cleave the dense black mist forming the gigantic shadow, it had significantly thinned it out. Recalling how she had, with a single stroke of her thunder sword, split the mist in two when charging towards Haiju, Xiao Ji began to understand. The opponent's celestial manipulation was not without its weaknesses. Rather, it was her own strength that was insufficient to overpower it. Hence, the simplest approach would be to exhaust the opponent's spiritual energy, preventing any restoration. With this thought in mind, Xiao Ji wasted no time. Wielding two thunder swords and relentlessly striking at the enormous shadow. Within mere seconds, the two swords, accompanied by a dozen lightning dragons, bombarded the massive silhouette. This spectacle caused Haiju, situated within the shadow, to change her expression dramatically as she maneuvered the shadow to stomp heavily toward Xiao Ji. Yet Xiao Ji, utilizing her agility, evaded the attack while continuing to slash vigorously with her thunder swords. Simultaneously, at the Blue Ocean Logistics Transfer Station, it dawned on them that Zhou Yao and Han Qi had likely left the military port and were heading this way. However, the next moment, with his acute perception, Wu Yi sensed something amiss and turned to Zhou Yao, inquiring. Sigh. With a resigned expression, Zhou Yao replied to Han Qi, "See, I told you Wu Yi would definitely notice." Wu Yi, realizing that Wu Yi had caught on, a hint of pleading crept into Han Qi's tone. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt a powerful grip around her neck, lifting her off the ground. The sudden lack of oxygen made her head spin, her face flushed crimson, and her legs flailed helplessly in the air. Before her stood Wu Yi, his eyes devoid of emotion, his lips moving slowly as he uttered, "Who gave you the audacity to bring humans here? Do you really think this place is your home?" As he spoke, Wu Yi tightened his grip slightly, causing Han Qi to roll her eyes back in distress. Though they couldn't be called sisters, they were at least half-friends. Hastily, Zhou Yao stepped forward to grasp Wu Ye's arm, pleading, "Wu Yi, perhaps you should let her explain first." Explain? Wu Yi turned to glance at Zhou Yao, hesitating momentarily before releasing his grip on Han Qi's neck, stating, "You should explain, Han Qi, that if you cannot provide me with a satisfactory reason, not only will you perish, but the person you brought along will share the same fate." After speaking, Wu Yi cast a casual glance at Han Qi's room on the second floor, convinced that the human she had brought was hiding within. Just then, as if sensing Wu Ye's scrutiny and growing apprehension, he felt a familiar aura emanating from Han Qi, reminiscent of the grotesque bull he had slain. However, before he could delve deeper into this sensation, Han Qi, having been released, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for fresh air and subsequently erupting into a fit of coughs. Cough, cough, cough. "Chi-Chi, are you all right?" Zhou Yao rushed to pat her back as Han Qi coughed violently. "I'm fine, Jie Yao." Once she regained her composure, Han Qi redirected her gaze to Wu Yi, saying, "Wu Yi, you may not be aware, but I have a brother." "A brother? What a coincidence. He must be your brother, right?" Wu Yi furrowed his brow, skeptical that such coincidences existed in the world. After all, with the population of Blue Ocean City exceeding 20 million and 2 months having passed since the resurgence of spiritual energy, it was uncertain whether the person could even still be alive. As it turned out, Wu Ye's suspicions were not unfounded, for Han Qi shook her head and continued, "He is not my brother, but he bears a striking resemblance to him. When I encountered him, he was being besieged by a horde of low-level zombies, and I simply could not bear to watch that. I thought I might be able to escort him out of the East District." At this point, Han Qi cautiously glanced at Wu Yi, and upon seeing his impassive expression, mustered the courage to add, "Who would have thought you wouldn't even give me a chance to explain?"
Indeed, Wu Yi, before you arrived, Han Shi explained it to me, just as I am now attesting. Zhou Yao interjected, her voice steady despite her trepidation. De Wu Yi, upon hearing this, shot her an irritated look and retorted, silence. Did I ask you a question? After reprimanding Zhou Yao, Wu Yi turned his attention back to Han Shi, his gaze piercing as he declared, Han Shi, let me reiterate. Your survival in the East District is not due to any compassion on my part, but rather because I believe you might still hold some value. Do not mistake my restraint for weakness. Do you think you can bear the consequences of that responsibility? Surely not. Han Shi wanted to argue that no one would dare to plot against her in the East District. But the memory of those who had perished there, like Chu Sun and Zhu Hengyi, stifled her words. Nevertheless, Wu Yi, having caught her instinctive outburst, furrowed his brow. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Han Shi's room. Reiterating, not likely. It seems you have underestimated my importance that as the undisputed ruler of the East District, commanding millions of zombies, I have become a thorn in the side of many. For instance, the surviving humans in the Blue Ocean Sanctuary and that rat from the South District. Wouldn't you agree, friends from upstairs in the Demon Clan? Chapter 105. The despicable scoundrel without martial virtue, with Wu Ye's words hanging in the air, the door to Han Shi's room creaked open, revealing a strikingly handsome young man who appeared in the corridor, looking down at Wu Yi and the others as he spoke. It is indeed impressive to see someone capable of suppressing millions of zombies in the East District. I had barely infiltrated when you discovered my true identity. As he spoke, he stepped onto the railing of the corridor and leaped down gracefully, continuing, allow me to introduce myself. I'm one of the 12 kings under the Mouse King, known as Shinho, though I prefer the name I have chosen for myself, Divine Marquis. Shinho, Divine Marquis, is that not just a play on words? Not much difference at all, Wu Yi thought to himself, though his demeanor remained unchanged as he replied. What business does a Demon Clan member have on my territory? Are you here to kill me like the Grotesque Bull? You know the Grotesque Bull? Shinho was taken aback, realizing that another of the 12 kings had encountered Wu Yi before him, which left him feeling somewhat disgruntled. Where is she? Naturally, I killed her. Those who take lives must themselves be prepared to be taken. This is a principle you ought to understand. Wu Yi replied with a smirk, expecting Shinho to be taken aback by the news of the Grotesque Bull's demise. However, to his surprise, Shinho seemed unfazed, lost in thought, which prompted Wu Yi to regard him with newfound respect. Now that you're here, seeking to kill me, it appears your time has come, Ha. To compare me with such a worthless creature is a grave mistake. Come, let us engage in a proper battle, and I shall see what you are truly capable of upon hearing Wu Ye's challenge. Shinho slowly raised his head, and a swirling mass of black mist began to coalesce around him, soon forming the figure of a monkey, no taller than a man, wielding a staff over 2 meters long. Wu Yi, observing this, felt puzzled by the diminutive size of Shinho's manifestation, far less impressive than that of the Grotesque Bull. Yet he said nothing, instead raising his right hand to conjure a spatial blade, intending to test Shinho's strength. After all, from Shinho's tone, he seemed to be significantly stronger than the Grotesque Bull. However, just as the two were about to clash, Han Shi could no longer contain her curiosity and interrupted the tense atmosphere, exclaiming, Wait, Shinho, you're a demon. So all those identities you fabricated were merely deceptions. Did you really think it was mere coincidence that a human survivor was besieged by zombies? How naive. Seeing Wu Yi not rushing to attack, Shinho took his time, smiling as he made this remark. Yet, to Han Shi, that smile felt like mockery, nearly infuriating her. Because when she first encountered the other party, not only did they portray their background as exceedingly pitiable, but they also bore a slight resemblance to her own brother. Coupled with the fact that this individual was there to eliminate Wu Yi, Han Shi felt a twinge of guilt in her heart, as though she had committed some transgression, making her unable to meet Wu Ye's gaze directly. Meanwhile, Zhou Yao, observing the situation, was also struck by a question and spoke up. In light of you aiding me in locating Wu Yi, I shall grant you this opportunity, casting a glance at Zhou Yao. The God Marquis, a formidable figure among the demon race, frankly regarded the 2 human women with indifference that he believed that even if they willingly approached him, he would have no interest in them. Engaging with them for amusement, however, posed no significant issue. Thus, upon hearing Zhou Yao's words and feeling somewhat amiable, the God Marquis nodded in response. Zhou Yao,
Fearing a change of heart, hastily inquired, "How did you know we were acquainted with Wu Yi?" Isn't it simple? In the entirety of Blue Sea City, who is unaware that the Eastern District is the domain of the glutton? The fact that two ordinary human women are under the protection of zombies is, in itself, a substantial anomaly. Furthermore, you may not have noticed, but when I expressed a desire to find a place to hide, both of you explicitly uttered Wu Yi. As for how I overheard it, I trust one need not elaborate further. Unbeknownst to her, the issue didn't solely rest with Han Chi. Zhou Yao felt equally implicated and wished for a hole to swallow her whole, her fair face tinged with a faint blush. Stealing a glance at Wu Yi, their eyes inadvertently met, prompting Zhou Yao to part her lips, stammering in a voice softer than a whisper, "Wu Yi, I apologize enough. From now on, keep your eyes peeled. This time, I shall overlook your transgressions." Since both Zhou Yao and Han Chi were still of use to him, Wu Yi chose not to dwell on the matter, that he even advised them, "By the way, you two should leave this warehouse first, lest a skirmish ensues and you become inadvertently involved. Forget it. Let us take the fight outside. This place is far too cramped to maneuver." Before Zhou Yao and Han Chi could respond, the God Marquis preemptively declared, turning to stride toward the warehouse exit. That Wu Yi, observing this scene, couldn't he help but marvel at the God Marquis's audacity, that if he lacked skill, how could he exhibit such confidence? So he subtly gestured for Zhou Yao and Han Chi to find a place to conceal themselves. Noticing that the God Marquis had already made his way out of the warehouse, Wu Yi executed a spatial leap. Reappearing behind him, with sharp claws extended, he aimed for the Marquis's neck. Yet before Wu Yi could make contact, the God Marquis seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head, employing his technique of heavenly law and earthly phenomena. A shadow formed from dark mist suddenly appeared beside them, blocking Wu Ye's attack with a staff and delivering a swift kick that sent him flying several meters away. What astounding speed! Rising to his feet, Wu Yi realized that the God Marquis was even swifter than Xiao Ji, leaving him no time to utilize his spatial leap. His expression grew unusually grave that moment. The God Marquis turned his head, chuckling, "It's a shame that the boss keeps babbling about you, leading me to believe that the glutton ruling the Eastern District would be formidable. Turns out, you are merely a despicable scoundrel devoid of martial ethics. Devoid of martial ethics. A despicable scoundrel. Am I truly as contemptible as you describe? After all, you are the one here to kill me. Is it wrong to strike first? Moreover, have you ever heard the saying all's fair in war?" While speaking, Wu Yi realized that given the God Marquis's speed, it would be prudent to avoid close combat. He waved his hand, sending two spatial blades toward the God Marquis, while simultaneously teleporting to a slightly distant location. What astonished Wu Yi was that the God Marquis shattered the two spatial blades with his staff and left a shadow behind, reappearing right in front of Wu Yi, delivering another kick that sent him flying. Simultaneously, the God Marquis's voice echoed again, "I admit, there is nothing wrong with cunning in battle, but it's laughable that you, the leader of so many zombies, fail to grasp the futility of schemes against absolute power." Wu Yi felt a sense of déjà vu from those words, but before he could recall if he had uttered them himself, the monkey shadow formed by the God Marquis's technique appeared behind him, wielding a staff to strike that if struck his head would surely be crushed. Acting on instinct, Wu Yi raised an arm to block the staff. But he still received a powerful kick, crashing heavily against the dormitory wall of the logistics transfer station, creating a significant hole and landing inside the dormitory building. The God Marquis, witnessing this, wore an even more pronounced smirk as he continued. "Let me share something you might not know. Each of the 12 heavenly kings possesses unique traits. For instance, you've met the ugly ox, whose strength is unparalleled, while my specialty is speed, that I firmly believe that in martial arts, swiftness reigns supreme. So unless you reveal some genuine skills, you stand no chance against me." Having said this, he noticed that Wu Yi had yet to emerge from the dormitory, and the smirk on his face gradually faded, replaced by a hint of doubt that he mused, "Why hasn't he come out yet? Could he have been injured? That shouldn't be the case. After all, he is the formidable glutton of the Eastern District. Not some pushover." Just as the God Marquis was about to send his monkey shadow inside to investigate, Wu Yi emerged from the dormitory, rubbing his right arm, looking rather disheveled, that if he remembered correctly, this was likely the first time since becoming a zombie that he had been so thoroughly bested.
Not to mention, that blow from the monkey shadow had indeed been painfully impactful. After shaking off the discomfort and confirming that his bones were unharmed, Wu Yi grew serious, fixing his gaze on the God Marquis and stating, "While I despise the arrogance exhibited by each of the 12 heavenly kings, you were right in your earlier claims. When faced with absolute power, all schemes are futile. Furthermore, in the realm of martial arts, swiftness is indeed invincible, so now, it's time for me to reveal my true capabilities Then before the God Marquis could finish his thought with "I shall await your display," Wu Yi had already vanished from his sight, a fierce gale rushing from his right side. Drawing from his prior experience of being ambushed, the God Marquis quickly maneuvered his monkey shadow to his right side to block Wu Ye's impending strike. However, in the blink of an eye, Wu Yi appeared on his left, delivering a punch to his face that sent the God Marquis sprawling far away, struggling to rise, particularly after feeling Wu Ye's punch shatter 2 of his teeth. He regarded Wu Yi with growing trepidation, spitting out a mixture of blood and broken teeth. Seeing the God Marquis in such disarray, Wu Yi couldn't help but chuckle. How does it feel? Is my speed not quite commendable? Commendable, but I assure you, I am faster. While he couldn't comprehend how Wu Yi managed instantaneous movement, the God Marquis was convinced Wu Yi could not execute it repeatedly. He commanded his monkey shadow, armed with a staff, to strike at Wu Yi with a sweeping motion. Yet, as before, Wu Yi vanished from view. When the God Marquis finally spotted him again, Wu Yi stood directly in front of him, his expression devoid of emotion, while a sharp pain surged through his chest. The God Marquis looked down in horror. Realizing Wu Ye's claws had entirely pierced through his abdomen, in his ear, he heard Wu Ye's voice. "I apologize. But it seems I am indeed the faster one. How is this possible?" He never expected that Wu Yi could perform such a maneuver repeatedly without any warning, if one were to truly compare speeds. Wu Ye's far surpassed that of the monkey shadow summoned by the God Marquis by 10-fold, even 100-fold. In that moment, the God Marquis finally understood why Wu Yi had claimed his own speed was not lacking. With his body unscathed, he seized Wu Yi's arm, leaving him no opportunity to escape. Commanding his monkey shadow, he aimed to strike at Wu Yi's head from behind. Feeling the fierce wind behind him, Wu Yi smirked slightly and swiftly executed a spatial leap. However, this time he did not venture far. Instead, he reappeared exactly where he had been, but the positions of the God Marquis and himself had completely reversed. Boom! Wu Ye's seamless execution of moves could only be described as fluid and effortless. The God Marquis' sole thought was that he absolutely could not allow Wu Yi to escape, as the positions of the two individuals shifted. His brain had yet to register the change when a phantom of a monkey struck him on the crown of his head with a resounding blow, sending blood and brain matter splattering in all directions. His hands, drained of strength, could no longer grasp Wu Ye's arm, and he collapsed feebly onto the ground, a diminutive monkey, having emerged from the gaping wound in his chest that Wu Yi had inflicted, swiftly scampered away into the distance. Observing this, Wu Yi was about to execute a spatial leap to pursue it when he noticed the phantom monkey, conjured by the divine Marquis through the technique of heaven and earth. Racing into the depths of the logistics transfer station's warehouse, it was evident that its intention was to use Zhou Yao and Han Qi as hostages, thereby hindering Wu Ye's advance. This revelation momentarily caused Wu Yi to hesitate, contemplating whether to rescue the two women. Chapter 107. The cat and mouse game. As Wu Yi pondered, he watched as the monkey phantom drew ever closer to the warehouse, poised to breach its entrance. Finally making a decision, he resolved to rescue Zhou Yao and Han Qi first. After all, failing to protect even two women on his own territory would be a grave embarrassment. However, before he could take action, the monkey phantom suddenly dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing from his sight. A moment's reflection led him to deduce that this must be due to the divine Marquis having distanced himself too far, thus losing the ability to control the technique. Wu Yi couldn't help but chuckle, redirecting his focus away from Zhou Yao and Han Qi. With a swift teleportation, he appeared not far behind the divine Marquis, hastening his escape with renewed vigor. Wu Yi chose not to confront him just yet, opting instead to observe whether the Marquis could lead him to the other 12 kings. Thus, he trailed leisurely behind the Marquis, enacting a game of cat and mouse. Meanwhile, on Xiao Ji's side, unaware that Wu Yi had encountered one of the 12 kings, the Monkey King, she wielded two lightning swords, unleashing a flurry of thunderous dragons. It was then that her suspicions were confirmed. The colossal phantom conjured by Hai Zhu's technique was visibly thinning, its form shrinking significantly. Not only was she unable to continue attacking Xiao Ji, but the effort of maintaining the phantom had begun to induce cold sweat upon Hai Zhu's brow. Realizing it was time to deliver a decisive blow to settle the conflict, Xiao Ji chose not to attack further, instead retreating a few steps. This movement led Hai Zhu to mistakenly believe that Xiao Ji was running low on energy and could no longer sustain the battle, momentarily lightening his expression. However, like a dog unable to change its nature, he seemed to have forgotten that his own energy reserves were nearly depleted, taunting her. "Oh, what's this? Can't continue. Weren't you quite fierce just now? Come on." The disparity in their sizes was stark, with the petite Xiao Ji appearing as a mere speck beside the enormous, corpulent phantom. Yet, as she spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from her. The two lightning swords in her grasp grew, increasingly radiant, while arcs of electricity crackled behind her, making her resemble a tempestuous force descending from the heavens. Fearful that Xiao Ji might inadvertently strike them with her unleashed power, Hai Zhu's expression shifted dramatically. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of calm, reassuring himself that Xiao Ji was likely just a spent force, putting up a brave front. After all, during their previous confrontation, he had expended nearly all of his energy. While her consumption must have exceeded his by far, what Hai Zhu failed to recognize, however, was that Xiao Ji, as the strongest combatant in the East District aside from Wu Yi, had feasted on the corpses of formidable human adversaries during those days at the military port. On good days, she would even extract a few golden cores from them to enhance her sustenance. Thus, she was not far from evolving into a corpse general, with energy reserves vastly surpassing Hai Zhu's. Even after such an extended battle, she still retained at least half of her energy, that as she radiated an increasingly potent aura. The arcs of electricity behind her grew denser, gradually forming a vast net. It was then that Hai Zhu finally sensed something amiss and intended to strike first at Xiao Ji. But just as he prepared to act, Xiao Ji commenced her next move, brandishing her two lightning swords. Accompanied by two thunderous dragons, charging towards the massive phantom. Like a bolt of lightning, she darted beneath the phantom, reappearing behind it. The electric net she had conjured enveloped the colossal phantom entirely, with a crackling sound. The electric net descended, finally making contact with the surface of the massive phantom. Hai Zhu's manifestation began to emit plumes of black smoke, as if it were being cooked. Even within the phantom, Hai Zhu felt his hair stand on end, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Once the phantom was utterly obliterated, Hai Zhu was left charred and lifeless, crashing heavily to the ground. The scent of roasted flesh wafted through the air. Discernible even from a distance, Xiao Ji, remaining vigilant, approached the remains of Hai Zhu while wielding her lightning swords. However, just as she did, an unforeseen event transpired. Hai Zhu's corpse suddenly exploded, showering Xiao Ji with a deluge of blood and entrails. Staining her pink and white JK outfit crimson, Su Li, witnessing this scene, exclaimed in alarm, "Big sister, I'm fine, just stay back for now," wiping the blood and gore from her face with her left hand. Xiao Ji observed the charred remains of what appeared to be a pig. Now resembling a normal-sized swine, it was clear that it had also succumbed to the electric onslaught. The earlier explosion of the corpse likely resulted from the transformation of Hai Zhu's true form. Yet to be safe, Xiao Ji ordered Su Li to refrain from approaching. With her lightning sword in hand, she began to rummage through the pig's carcass. Eventually, she discovered a demon core, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief as she swallowed it without hesitation. As for Hai Zhu's remains, the sight of the charred pig left Xiao Ji with little appetite. Moreover, she was concerned about the status of her other subordinates and felt an urgent need to seek assistance from Scar. Turning to Su Li, she declared, "Su Li, this carcass is yours. Don't waste it." "All right, big sister, but what about you? As for me, I have matters to attend to. You needn't worry." Having said this to Su Li, Xiao Ji turned to leave, but suddenly sensed several powerful auras approaching from the direction of Su Li and the remaining corpse soldier. They did not seem to belong to zombies, but rather had a stronger resemblance to the demon clan. In the next moment, Xiao Ji hurriedly turned her head, warning, "Su Li, be careful." Chapter 108. The 12 kings assemble before Xiao Ji's warning could fully escape her lips. She witnessed the head of the corpse soldier beside Su Li fly into the air. Thankfully, Su Li reacted swiftly, utilizing her exoskeleton combat suit to evade the attack, performing 2 backflips to position herself behind Xiao Ji. Nevertheless, this scene left Xiao Ji's heart racing, her gaze fixated on a pale young man, whose hand dripped with blood. Yet he appeared unfazed, as if nothing were amiss, as he plunged his hand into the soldier's abdomen, extracting the corpse core and consuming it. Beside the young man stood a woman in high heels, who kicked at Hai Zhu's remains and remarked, "So this fat pig just died? How utterly useless." "It's just a pig. What were you expecting it to accomplish?" chimed in a short, lecherous-looking man, who seemed to embody all things unscrupulous. He then turned his attention to Xiao Ji, inquiring, "Did you kill him?" "Indeed, it was I, and not only him. You all shall meet your end here today." After counting their numbers and realizing they were 8 in total, Xiao Ji felt the situation becoming rather precarious. However, the death of the corpse soldier had ignited her fury, prompting her to speak boldly. Upon hearing her words, the lecherous man exchanged glances with the woman beside him, erupting into laughter. "Ha ha, little girl. Though you may not be old, your bravado is quite something. Do you think you can kill us? Do you even know who we are? And who might you be?" Although she had her suspicions, Xiao Ji suppressed her murderous intent and inquired calmly. The lecherous man responded first. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Rat King's 12 Kings, Zishu." "Rat King's 12 Kings, Mao Tu," added the tall woman in high heels, her long legs accentuating her presence. That as soon as the lecherous man finished speaking, several more voices chimed in from the remaining members. "Rat King's 12 Kings, Inhu." "Rat King's 12 Kings, Si Shi." Under the reign of the Rat King, the 12 heavenly kings arose. Noon Horse. Under the reign of the Rat King, the 12 heavenly kings emerged. The sheep of the 8th month. Under the reign of the Rat King, the 12 heavenly kings appeared. The dog of the 10th month. Once they had all introduced themselves, the pallid young man who had been the first to slay those 2 corpse officers slowly spoke. "I am the leader of the 12 heavenly kings under the Rat King. Qianlong. Indeed, it is you. I was contemplating sending someone to fetch you. Yet here you are, presenting yourselves willingly to, as expected. The visitors were indeed the 12 heavenly kings of the Southern District's demon clan." Little Ji, amidst her musings, could not help but wonder where the monkey had vanished to. Upon hearing Little Ji's words, Qianlong shook his head and replied, "I believe you are mistaken. We did not come voluntarily, but rather followed the aura of the Hai Zhu during its battle." Pausing momentarily, it seemed that Qianlong was reluctant to engage in direct conflict with Little Ji, and continued, "Now that you are aware of our identities, you must understand that you alone cannot hope to contend with us. Now, tell me, where is Wu Yi? If you wish to seek my leader, you must first overcome me." Noticing that the opposing party seemed to regard her with disdain and were indeed targeting Wu Yi, Little Ji was well aware that she would likely be no match for these 8 demon officers. Nevertheless, after exchanging a glance with Su Li, she conjured 2 lightning swords and charged forward. However, before she could even reach Qianlong, the rabbit of the 4th month lifted a long leg and, utilizing the sharp heel of her high-heeled shoe, aimed a kick at Little Ji's fair face, forcing her to tilt her head back just in time to narrowly evade the blow. Yet, to her surprise, in the next instant a rabbit-like illusion, scarcely larger than a palm, came from the left and sent her flying with a swift kick, akin to a child kicking a ball, nearly rendering Little Ji dazed. That it was not until she wielded her lightning swords to unleash 2 lightning dragons that she managed to regain her footing. Su Li witnessed this scene and, recalling the glance Little Ji had given him, realized that she intended for him to seek assistance, although he had already dispatched a corpse officer to retrieve reinforcements from Scarface. He felt that even if Scarface arrived, he might not be able to contend with the individuals before him. He swiftly turned and began to run towards the logistics transfer station, clearly intending to find Wu Yi for support. However, before he had taken more than 2 steps, the Noon Horse and the 8th month sheep appeared before him, seemingly out of nowhere. The Noon Horse sneered coldly. "Thinking of fetching reinforcements? I advise you not to waste your efforts. Just stand here and watch the show." Su Li had not anticipated that, even in such a situation, they would still be focused on him. He was well aware that opposing these 2 would be akin to throwing an egg against a stone. Yet, the thought that Little Ji might not be able to withstand these 8 individuals weighed heavily on him.
and he steeled himself to attempt to unleash his powers to break through. However, before he could make a move, the Noon Horse's fist struck Su Li's temple, sending him flying a considerable distance. Following this, the Noon Horse approached him and spat. "Damn it," giving face, yet refusing to accept it. "Forcing me to resort to violence. What are you trying to achieve?" With that, he delivered another kick to Su Li's head, knocking him unconscious, leaving his fate uncertain, before refocusing on Little G. Though Little G wished to rush to Su Li's aid upon witnessing his plight, she found herself trapped in a dilemma, with everyone watching her closely. After all, should she engage in battle, it was clear she would not prevail. Yet if she refrained from fighting, would she truly reveal Wu Ye's whereabouts? Would that not make her a traitor? Thus, after a moment's hesitation, Little G cast aside her concern for Su Li, electric arcs crackling around her, signaling her intent to fight for her life against these foes. Just at that moment, several spikes erupted from the ground beneath the rabbit of the 4th month, and had she not reacted swiftly, she could have been pierced, simultaneously, various forms of energy such as ice spears and fireballs rained down upon the 8 individuals. Chapter 109. Exhausting their spiritual energy. Little G, are you all right? The first to arrive by Little G's side was Scarface, fully aware that the so-called 12 Heavenly Kings were formidable foes. To mitigate any potential risks, he pulled Little G back, ensuring they were at least 20 meters away from Chun Long and his group. Little G, noting the considerable number of corps officers surrounding them, at least 100, feared that Scarface had summoned every corps officer from the border of the southern and eastern districts. She quickly exclaimed, "I'm fine, but what about you? Why have you brought everyone here? Little G, do you think that if we leave them unchecked, our brothers will suffer fewer casualties than if they launched a sneak attack from the southern district?" Upon hearing Little G's inquiry, Scarface appeared somewhat helpless, gesturing towards Chun Long and his allies, posing a question that rendered Little G silent. After all, she understood that even a single Haiju was incredibly difficult to handle. It was easy to imagine that the weakest among the other 12 Heavenly Kings would be equally formidable. Not to mention, now 8 of them had arrived. She believed that if they could not resolve this swiftly, countless zombies in the Eastern District would fall. The first team led by Jian and the 5th hunting team led by Su Li were prime examples of this. Understanding this, Little G's gaze gradually firmed, and she resolutely nodded. "All right, let us take them down first. Let them know that our Eastern District is not a place they can invade at will. Everyone prepare for battle." Yes, the majority of Scarface's corps officers were among the most advanced. Having evolved from millions of zombies into corps officers, they were incredibly familiar with Little G, Wu Ye's strongest subordinate. Hence, upon hearing her command, the hundreds of corps officers were immediately invigorated, responding in unison. Little G, not forgetting Su Li, who was beside the Noon Horse and the 8th month sheep, instructed Scarface, "Leave it to me," since being rescued by Wu Yi at the Zhuomeng clothing factory. She had pledged her life to him. Furthermore, as Little G's strength far surpassed his own, Scarface harbored no resentment upon hearing her words that he waved his hand and addressed a dozen stronger corps officers. "You all, follow me." "Yes, boss." Following Scarface's orders, the dozen or so corps officers trailed behind him as they charged towards Su Li's position, seeking death. While the sudden appearance of nearly 100 corps officers had initially caused some unease, the sight of Scarface leading only a handful of individuals toward them struck the Noon Horse as somewhat laughable that a surge of black mist enveloped him, manifesting a colossal black warhorse before him. With a mighty leap, the horse's hooves descended towards Scarface at the forefront. "Everyone, be cautious." Spotting the hooves poised above him, Scarface, lacking prior experience in combat against such formidable foes, dared not take the blow head-on. He leaped away from the spot, prompting the surrounding corps officers to mimic his actions and evade. Nevertheless, even so, one unfortunate corps officer could not escape in time and was heavily trampled beneath the hooves. Scarface, witnessing this, could hardly believe his eyes. After all, that was a corps officer. Even if slightly weaker than himself, they were not far apart in strength. How could one simply perish like that? It was then that Little G, observing the scene, called out to Scarface, "Scarface, don't be dazed. Exhaust their spiritual energy from a distance. Once their energy is depleted, they will be no different from ordinary people." Exhaust their energy? How do we do that? Upon hearing Little G's words, Scarface glanced at her and saw that, Even while speaking, she was already directing the numerous corpse officers to unleash their abilities upon Qinlong and his group. Resembling a fireworks display, Scarface instantly understood what to do and commanded the dozen or so nearby corpse officers. Quickly, spread out and bombard them from a distance with your abilities, damn it. Daring to wreak havoc in the Eastern District and kill my people, they truly have the audacity. If we don't show them some color, they might not even realize how many eyes the Horse King has. Yes, prompted by Scarface's words, the corpse officers, fearing that the massive illusion looming above them would soon descend, scattered in all directions. Utilizing their respective powers, they hurled them toward the gigantic illusion. The Noon Horse, witnessing this, furrowed his brow despite the protection offered by the great illusion. Just as Little G had stated, their spiritual energy was ultimately finite, and maintaining the colossal illusion would also require considerable energy. If this onslaught continued, he knew that he would soon face the embarrassing predicament of exhausting his own energy to that point. Would he not be akin to a fish on a chopping board, entirely at the mercy of others? Contemplating this, the Noon Horse exchanged a glance with the 8th-month sheep. As Wei Yang noticed the gaze of Wu Ma. Without the need for words, they exchanged a knowing nod. And a faint black mist emerged from his body. It swiftly coalesced into the ethereal form of a goat, which darted forward at remarkable speed, its sharp horns aimed at the nearest corpse officer. With a sickening sound, the horns pierced through the officer's body, eliciting a pained scream. Ah! Where did this creature come from? Captivated by the massive apparition before him, Scar faced a grim realization upon hearing his subordinate's cry. He recalled that there was still another adversary present, heightening his awareness of the dire situation. After all, dealing with just one manifestation of the law of heaven and earth was already quite challenging. Now, with the sudden emergence of another, he pondered how long it would take to deplete their spiritual energy entirely. Casting a glance toward Xiao Ji, he noted that although her side had the numerical advantage, the situation was far from optimistic. The extraordinary abilities unleashed by her brothers were effortlessly thwarted by the enemy's law of heaven and earth. Only 4 of the adversaries, Mao Tu, In Hu Shi, and Su Go, had manifested this power, while Zishu and Qinlong remained in the background. Yet to make a move, if they too unleashed their abilities, the ensuing battle would undoubtedly turn overwhelmingly one-sided. Chapter 110, A Desperate Situation. Boss, save me. As 2 anguished cries echoed, Scar realized that 2 more of his brothers had fallen in such a short span, coupled with the grim circumstances on Xiao Ji's side. He urgently addressed the nearest corpse officers. You lot, hold them off for now. Xiao Ji, didn't the boss give you a walkie-talkie? Hurry, inform him of our situation. Recalling the walkie-talkie that Wu Yi had given her, which now hung at her waist, Xiao Ji hesitated. Reporting their plight to Wu Yi felt daunting, especially since he had made it clear before her departure that this invasion by the 12 kings was an opportunity for her and her hundreds of brothers to prove themselves. If they performed well, her subordinates could join Wu Ye's elite guard. Yet now, not only had they failed to neutralize the invaders, but the losses among her ranks were already severe that if she sought help from Wu Yi. How could she explain the situation to him? As Xiao Ji wrestled with her indecision, an increasing number of corpse officers became aware of the unfolding chaos and rushed to the scene. Even her 4th, 7th, 9th, and 10th squads, not far from the fray, arrived promptly. This influx pushed the number of officers present to over 200. Witnessing this, Xiao Ji chose not to heed Scar's advice, decisively stating, "We have the numbers on our side. We can simply overwhelm them. That will wait a bit longer. If things turn dire, I'll contact the boss." Xiao Ji. Scar was taken aback by her defiance. Before he could continue, the 12 kings, seeing them ensnared in a tight encirclement, were emboldened as Zishu stepped forward, a malicious grin spreading across his face. "What? You think numbers make you impressive? Let me show you the true meaning of disparity." As he spoke, a faint black mist enveloped his form, rapidly manifesting into a colossal rat apparition, towering at a staggering height of 100 meters. Indeed, a sight that could block out the sun. Then, mimicking the fate of the boar that Xiao Ji had previously electrocuted, it opened its elongated mouth and inhaled deeply that a multitude of corpse officers, some 20 in number, were abruptly drawn towards its gaping maw. Realizing the imminent peril, Xiao Ji knew that if she did not act, these officers would surely perish in an instant. She grasped two lightning swords and propelled herself towards the massive rat apparition, soaring to a height of several dozen meters. She unleashed the two lightning dragons towards the rat's open mouth. Upon nearing, they collided with a thunderous explosion, generating a surge of heat that not only disrupted the suction, but also sent the 20 officers hurtling away in all directions. Xiao Ji herself was not spared, being flung over 100 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Well, color me impressed, seeing Xiao Ji's daring maneuver save the multitude of corpse officers. Zishu's smile vanished, replaced by a grave expression. He maneuvered the immense rat apparition with lightning speed, appearing before Xiao Ji in an instant. With a claw that, despite its slenderness, could easily be likened to an iron vice, he seized her in his grasp. Such speed! To Xiao Ji's astonishment, this colossal figure moved with surprising agility, and she struggled violently. Yet the grip was unyielding. No matter how hard she fought, escape was impossible. Soon, a tremendous force threatened to crush her, inducing a sense of dread. Regret washed over her as she realized she should have heeded Scar's advice to call for Wu Ye's assistance. Scar, witnessing Xiao Ji ensnared by the gigantic rat apparition, was equally horrified. Summoning his gold-based abilities, he conjured a long blade and charged at the beast. Yet, as the blade struck its form, it was evident that, just like before, it inflicted no damage in such a short time. Desperate, he bellowed to the immobilized corpse officers behind him. "Don't just stand there. Everyone attack together, kill!" At Scar's rallying cry, someone echoed his command, igniting a renewed assault as the officers unleashed their various abilities upon the colossal rat apparition. Sensing the strain on his own spiritual energy from the attacks, Zishu's patience wore thin, but he coldly declared, "Fine. If you seek death, I shall grant it." With that, the immense rat apparition opened its mouth once more, and several corpse officers were once again drawn towards it, helplessly spiraling into its gaping maw. With Xiao Ji still trapped in its grasp, no one could intervene to save them. The rat devoured and digested the officers, causing its form to swell even larger, towering skyward. Many of the officers watched in despair, feeling that such a monstrous entity was beyond their capabilities to confront. Frantically, they racked their brains for a means to counter this foe. But the only solution that emerged was that only Wu Yi could slay all 12 kings. They realized that they were no match for these 8 adversaries. Scar, struck by inspiration, called out to Xiao Ji. "Xiao Ji, the walkie-talkie." "Right, I still have the walkie-talkie." In this situation, it seems only the boss can stabilize the chaos. Having been ensnared by the immense rat apparition, Xiao Ji had been struggling against the mounting pressure around her. Upon hearing Scar's voice, she recognized that neither she nor the surrounding corpse officers stood a chance against these 8 members of the 12 kings. The only course of action was to swiftly inform Wu Yi of their predicament. Summoning all her strength, she finally managed to reach for the walkie-talkie at her waist. But to her dismay, there was no sign of it. Clearly, it had been crushed when the rat had seized her. The current situation was akin to a dead end.